Henry Flynn gives Tony an admiring look, while our hero turns to the remaining guys. Do you want to keep going? Absolutely nobody has the guts. No way, they mutter. Please, go right ahead, they insist. Tony then checks on Boss Ho. The boss admits this whole chaotic mess should probably wrap up now. Henry Flynn announces that since he arrived late, he will not interfere in today's business. He is strictly here to act as a witness. He declares that this Hack Can gang member just crushed every single challenger. So, according to the rules, he absolutely gets to take these two people away. You have to love the tension here. Boss Ho adds, if anyone has objections, speak up now. Sun Dan and Nam Thien quickly chime in. Since Boss Ho spoke, they definitely do not dare to argue. Exactly. Blackhand is obviously the strongest guy here, so nobody else is fighting it. What about the rest of you? Henry Flynn asks. Everyone else agrees without a problem. Kyle Parker and Lane let out huge sighs of relief. It is finally over. He hurries Laura Lane to untie them quickly. She whispers a sharp warning, keep it down. Do not let anyone hear you. You guys are still captives right now. Suddenly, a flying weapon comes spinning straight at them. All three of them instantly sense the incoming danger. They manage to dodge just in time. Daniel Voss steps out, asking what the rush is. He hasn't agreed to this yet, firmly stating nobody is taking them anywhere. Tony stares in total shock. He definitely did not expect to run into an old friend here. Daniel Voss pulls his staff and marches right over. You want to take them with you? Daniel Voss bluntly declares you have to beat me first. Tony's expression turns dead serious, while Lane is just incredibly confused. What is even happening right now? Daniel Voss repeats his demand, beat me first. Sun Dan has no clue, and asks who this idiot even is. Nam Thien answers that is Daniel Voss, the second in command of the Thon Sun gang. He is totally surprised, considering the Hong Wai gang just wiped out the Thon Sun gang earlier today. What is this kid trying to pull? Is he looking to die? The other thugs start gossiping. Daniel Voss only just recently became an evolved human. Does this guy have a death wish? Tony finally speaks up, asking if he can pose a question. Daniel Voss gets defensive and asks what he wants. He points right at Kyle Parker. What exactly do you need them for? Daniel Voss shoots back, that is none of your business. Tony questions his logic. These two are in his hands, so if Daniel Voss wants them, there better be a solid reason. Daniel Voss suspiciously asks what he means by that. Seriously, the dynamic here is so weird. Tony repeats he just wants a reason for the challenge. Daniel Voss looks completely baffled, while Nam Thien notices Blackhand actually negotiating. Could Daniel Voss secretly be some hidden powerhouse? Sun Dan throws his hands up. You ask me, who do I ask? Daniel Voss finally says there is no special reason. Tony helped me get revenge, so I owe him this much. Catching his stare, Daniel Voss awkwardly asks what he is looking at. If you want to fight, just fight. Tony feels genuinely touched, thinking his friend hasn't changed at all. He urges him to leave quickly, saying he really shouldn't be here. But Daniel Voss tells him not to worry about it, just asking if he will hand them over. Tony points out the hard truth. His current strength is nowhere near enough. He absolutely cannot protect them. Daniel Voss figures it is still better than leaving them with a stranger. Since talking failed, he attacks. He finishes his sentence and lunges right at Tony. Our guy crosses his arms to block the crushing staff strike, sliding backward across the ground to maintain a perfectly safe distance. Tony calculates in his head nunchucks, huh? If so, the attack power is definitely getting a massive boost. For evolved fighters, normal swords snap and shatter like absolute twigs. Blunt force weapons like these nunchucks hold up way better under serious pressure. Honestly, a pretty solid choice for a brawl. Looks like he needs to hunt down a proper weapon for himself, too. The weapon swings right at his face, but he catches it midair. The two clash up close, Tony locking down his opponent's staff with an iron grip. Henry Flynn watches the whole scuffle and calls it pretty interesting. Tony tells the guy to stop swinging and listen up, but Daniel Voss spits back. He has absolutely nothing to say. He throws a wild punch straight at Tony, aiming right for his face. Lane and Kyle Parker drop their jaws in pure shock. The rest of the crowd freezes up entirely. Only Henry Flynn keeps his cool through the chaos. Even Daniel Voss freezes. Why did he not dodge? Tony just grabs the fist planted on his own face, instantly pinning the guy down. Tony slams Daniel Voss into the dirt, raising a hand. Daniel Voss panics. Knocking him out cold, Tony barks a quick order, drag this guy along with us. Everyone watching figures Daniel Voss is completely dead this time. The Thon Sun gang is utterly finished after a stunt like this. Laura Lane stares at his back, taking that hit on purpose, making everyone think he struck back out of pure anger. Pretty clever trick to pull off. But Daniel Voss is somehow still conscious, catching Tony off guard as he speaks up. We are not done yet, shocking the crowd all over again. Daniel Voss tightens his bloody grip on the weapon. You really think that is enough to put me down? He hates owing anyone favors more than anything, so debts get paid and bitter grudges get settled in blood. Daniel Voss plants himself right in front of Kyle Parker. Anyone trying to take these two, he declares loudly, has to step over his dead body first. He repeats the heavy threat: if you want to take these two away, step over my dead body first. Don't worry, as long as he is breathing, nobody touches them. Kyle Parker nervously tries to talk his buddy down, begging him to stop causing trouble and just run away. Lane quickly agrees. Yeah, they are not even that close anyway. She frowns at the injured guy, leaving Kyle Parker blushing hard. I don't know why, but I am actually getting pretty touched here. Lane snaps right back at him. Touched my foot, you absolute idiot. Tony warns him again, just stop. You are only going to get yourself killed. But the guy refuses to back down. Even if he dies, he will not let this happen. Tony practically wants to curse out this absolute stubborn fool. Let me tell you, when those battle patterns activate, pinning him down without dealing damage is impossible. A quick knockout is the only way out. Right at that moment, Henry Flynn makes his move. While both guys are totally distracted, he flashes directly behind Daniel Voss. He locks him up instantly. A single palm strike slams into Daniel Voss's spine. The guy gasps out loud, then collapses into the dirt. Nam Thien is completely stunned. This is his first time seeing Henry Flynn use an actual capture technique, so Dan chimes in, calling it the coiling dragon hand. Henry Flynn apparently learned that sick move from an old martial arts sect. He carefully resets Daniel Voss's bones, then gives a heads up. The kid will wake up in an hour. Whatever happens next is Tony's problem to solve. Tony thanks the boss for bailing him out. Henry Flynn orders Nunyat to clean up and prep for departure. A martial king, Tony thinks to himself. This guy is definitely not simple. Ngunyat gratefully thanks his boss for the hard work. Namthien and Sodan step up awkwardly, apologizing for the ambush. They promise to buy him a drink another time to make up for the insane offense. Tony just glares and tells them to get lost. The goons practically trip over themselves, running away, yelling that they are leaving right now. Ngunyat and his boss exchange a quiet look. Meanwhile, Thon Thon walks over, asking Tony what is wrong and urging him to come back to Fangzhou. He just got here and has nowhere else to go, but Tony turns her down flat. He has some urgent business to handle this time. While she still looks pretty worried, Henry Flynn steps in. He tells Thon Thon that their young friend has his own private matters to sort out. Stop making ridiculous demands, he says. Thon Thon finally backs off, leaving him with a quick message. Your skills are really not bad, the boss says, inviting him to visit Fangzhou if he ever feels like it. Tony locks that in his memory, swearing he will definitely repay this huge favor. Henry Flynn just laughs it off easily. He will be waiting at Fangzhou, wishing his young brother farewell for now. Kyle Parker stretches his arms and whines about how suffocating that whole ordeal was. Lane scoffs it was all to save him, right? Kyle Parker snaps back, are you kidding me? If it was not for him, would she have even seen Tony? The girl crosses her arms, clearly still fuming. She yells back it is entirely his fault for having such terrible eyesight and not recognizing Tony sooner. Kyle Parker totally gives up, arguing, blaming it on a tiny mistake. Lane pouts, refusing to buy his excuses. Spotting Tyler Blake arriving, she runs up to greet the cute pet. Tony mocks them both. You two combined are somehow less reliable than Tyler Blake. Propping Daniel Voss up, someone finally asks the big question. What exactly is their next move? He reveals they are hitting the Thon Sun gang to help this kid sort out his messy family business. Lane suddenly remembers, wait, they have to pick someone up first. Tony hauls the unconscious guy onto his shoulder and asks who. She turns toward Laura Lane, someone Laura Lane really wants to see. Now watch this. Laura Lane stands there completely stunned. Lane leads the crew to a random house, banging loudly on the front door to open up. The dramatic secret code gets absolute silence, so Lane just keeps shamelessly chanting the password about chicken and mushroom stew. She finishes the ridiculous password. A little girl steps out and asks if they finally found her big brother. Laura Lane completely freezes the second she lays eyes on La Tuyette. The little girl sprints over and pulls her into a massive hug, calling out for her sister. Tony urges everyone inside the gang is basically all here now. He casually slams his blade on the table, takes a seat, and demands to know exactly how those two managed to find this hidden spot. They both shrug it off, claiming it was super easy because they just followed the scent. Tony instantly smacks them upside the head, telling them to speak normal human logic. Kyle Parker finally gives the real story. Captain Lamb actually sent them, totally betting that he would end up heading straight to Logan Hart. After they barely made it out alive, they originally planned to head straight for So Jade, but Captain Lamb insisted they really needed to make a pit stop in Logan Hart first. Tony immediately asked where the rest of them went. Kyle Parker explains they hit the road early to reach Logan Hart City, grabbing Tiu Tuyet on their way out. Tony just nods quietly, so that is how it all went down. He then asks what they learned from this mess. After all, the evolved fighters currently chilling out in the open around Logan Hart City number well over 30. Some are even rocking peak level 1 or level 2 stats. They had a massive 3-month head start, yet somehow still let the competition catch right up. He bluntly says his breathing method training was a total waste. Laura Lane looks super embarrassed, admitting she never expected this either. Tony starts scheming right there. He tells them they have had it way too easy lately, so starting tomorrow, he is going to personally train them into the ground. He shifts his gaze to La Tuyette, asking if she has picked up the breathing method yet. The kid shakes her head no, so he immediately dumps the teaching job onto Lane. He tells her to get on it, and she agrees. La Tuyette asks with hopeful eyes if she really gets to learn, and he firmly says yes. Soon she will have her own wild superpowers just like them. Watching the girls bond over this, Tony just stays quiet, feeling completely and utterly helpless. He finally speaks up, brushing it off to handle other business. He tells the guy on the floor to stop faking his sleep. He knows he woke up a while ago. Daniel Voss gets called out and finally opens his eyes. Kyle Parker and Lane actually jump in surprise as Daniel Voss sits up, chuckling that he got totally busted. Tony casually reveals his spatial awareness works perfectly within a 5-meter radius. And here is where things take a crazy turn. Daniel Voss admits he had to attack earlier to keep his identity hidden. Then, out of nowhere, he drops straight to his knees right in front of Tony, who instantly yells out, "What the heck are you doing?" He tells him to stand up. Daniel Voss solemnly swears that starting today, his very life belongs entirely to his new boss. Whatever crazy order gets thrown his way, he will absolutely do it without question. Daniel Voss thinks he is just protecting the weak, and it sounds insane, but he insists he owes him big time. Tony quickly shuts that down, explaining that he is actually the one paying back a massive debt here. Stepping up to help out was exactly what he was supposed to do. From now on, they really need to stop keeping score on who owes who. He tells Daniel Voss to get this through his head. They are brothers now. That single word leaves the guy totally stunned, while Tony just keeps giving out orders. He orders him to focus entirely on resting and clear his mind. After violently triggering that pattern earlier, his body is basically running on fumes. Kyle Parker asks if he is heading out again. Tony tells him to stay put and teach Daniel Voss that special breathing method, since it will definitely speed up his healing. He then calls out to Laura Lane to come with him. He warns the group that this area is definitely not a safe zone, so keep the noise down. He mentions they might be spending the whole night outside, telling the others to stay indoors and practice hard. Naturally, La Tuyette and Kyle Parker immediately start having completely dirty thoughts about them spending the night out alone. Kyle Parker smirks, whispering that it is incredibly obvious what they are doing. Lane overhears this absolute nonsense and immediately smacks Kyle Parker right on the head. He whines about the pain like a baby. Lane quickly pulls La Tuyette away, telling her to ignore his trash habits while she teaches the breathing technique. La Tuyette curiously asks where they are heading. Tony casually says the blood bank. She then rolls up her sleeve, revealing pitch-black skin and a single, violently glowing red scale. Laura Lane completely panics, asking how this even happened. Tony calmly reveals that he had actually sensed this creeping up on her earlier. Over the last couple days, that black armor has been slowly taking over her body. If they do not control it now, disaster strikes. She desperately needs raw, fresh blood. A massive horde of zombies is endlessly growling right outside. Laura Lane looks terrified, asking if a blood bank would even have anything left after 3 whole months of the apocalypse. Tony confidently nods, barring any absolute disaster. There should be plenty. This place just so happens to be the biggest blood bank in the entire Huazhong region. It is packed with cutting-edge thermal tech. Even without a shred of electricity for a solid year, they would never have to worry about the plasma spoiling. Her jaw literally drops in pure shock, asking if plasma actually works. He throws in another surprise. There are frozen red blood cells she can use right away. But honestly, you just know this will not be easy, because the infected lurking nearby are everywhere. He also admits to sensing a heavily dangerous aura nearby. Laura Lane instantly tenses up, asking if they are dealing with a high-level infected. Tony frustratedly agrees, warning her to stay on high alert and stick right by him. Out of nowhere, a rogue car goes flying past them. She rapidly points it out. It looks like they have got company joining the party. That vehicle is absolutely tearing down the street. A massive swarm of screeching zombies gets drawn in and violently chases right after it. Tony decides to kick back and watch the show. He figures they are deliberately luring the infected out, meaning this new crew is also targeting the blood bank. Once the herd is cleared out, they can finally make their move. Meanwhile, the crazy driver suddenly yanks the wheel, spinning the car around as a passenger whips out a gun. Deafening gunshots immediately ring out, brutally dropping the most stubborn zombies trailing behind them. Without missing a beat, the car floors it and speeds right out of sight. He thinks to himself, totally nailed it. Their methods are smooth, definitely not to be underestimated. Laura Lane nudges him. Hey, people are coming out over there, and they have quite the crowd. Thien Thun makes the call. Let them head inside first, then we move. This squad marches right in to clear the mess. One guy barking orders, hurry it up. Who knows if those infected freaks will actually double back. His buddy pops a zombie right in the head and yells back, all right, cleanup complete. Laura Lane gets super anxious, asking Thien Thun what the play is. He catches the vibe. Notice him? That dude holding the blade is totally a Tier 1 awakened. That guy is not the main issue. He felt a high tier infected earlier, but that creepy aura completely vanished. She looks surprised if it is just tier 1, nothing to sweat. The infected just left? Thean Thun shakes his head. No, this specific infected specializes in nasty sneak attacks, so you better stick right behind me. Suddenly, Tealbark lets out a few loud squeaks that totally startle them. He gives the little furball a highly suspicious glare. Why the heck is this hamster even here? Laura Lane shrugs, absolutely no clue, almost completely forgot about him. But then he spots a serious problem. Hold up. He could not even sense Tealbark moving around. He missed it this morning. But the hamster totally randomly popped up out of nowhere. How did he completely miss that creeping around? Checking the back of the little guy's neck, he suddenly discovers a very clear, strange mark. A pattern? No way, Tealbark actually evolved. But wait, that virus is strictly only supposed to infect humans. What kind of crazy glitch is this hamster anyway? It just stares at Thean Thun with wide, innocent eyes. Meanwhile, that squad inside finally hits the hallway. They take every single step with heavy caution, and one guy nervously speaks up. I am getting a seriously bad feeling about this. But another guy snaps back, shut your jinxing mouth. He is still shaking though, asking if they will hit a monster. The other dude scoffs, what are you so scared of? Even if we find a monster, we haven't awakened on our squad. Suddenly, someone gives a sharp warning. Slow down, something looks real weird up ahead. They all freeze right in their tracks, staring nervously down the completely empty corridor. He barks a tight order, you guys stay right here, hold formation, I am going up to check. The whole group instantly forms a defensive circle, scanning every direction. The boss takes quiet, heavy steps forward to investigate. Suddenly, a massive crash and a horrific scream echo out, turning the rest of the squad pale with absolute terror. They tremble in place, guessing a nasty fight broke out, praying their leader can actually handle it. It sounds like an insanely brutal clash, but then absolute dead silence. They feel that heavy quiet, just praying it must be totally over now. Footsteps echo from the shadows. The guy who went ahead steps back out, but his face is incredibly dark. A naive teammate walks up, asking if he got it done. I totally knew you could handle it. Are you okay? What kind of monster was it anyway? But the hand landing on his shoulder suddenly bulges with thick blue veins. He is already completely infected, sinking his teeth right into his teammate's shoulder. The rest of the crew just screams their lungs out in pure panic. Their only option left is to open fire on this zombie. But check this out, its body is actively mutating, dark crimson gas from the virus pouring off it. It growls wildly, charging at blazing fast speed right toward the people standing there completely frozen in absolute shock. Instantly, terrible screams rip through the air, mixed heavily with the zombie's insane roaring. Laura Lane immediately knows a brutal fight is happening, and she looks genuinely worried. Let us check it out. Thean Thun physically stops her, hold on. Laura Lane gets curious, asking him exactly why. He explains that the hallways inside this building are way too narrow for a proper fight, so they should really just wait right here. She still hesitates, but his expression turns dead cold as he mutters, here it comes. Inside, the whole squad unloads their guns at the zombie, backing up toward the exit. Except, those bullets are literally just scratching its itch. The leader shouts out, hit it hard, do not let it outside. He silently judges the guy, pretty impressive, staying perfectly calm and running an organized squad without any awakened. While the crew pants heavily, someone screams out, hey kids, run for your lives. There is a totally high-tier zombie in here. Right out of the hospital doors, the fully evolved zombie finally steps out. Seeing it, he is genuinely stunned and infected awakened right here. Once an awakened gets infected, they mutate into something worse. We have to take this down now, or it will just keep transforming, the leader urgently pushes his squad. Get moving right now. Why are you walking toward it? Thean Thun does the quick mental math to infect an awakened. This pathogen must be peak tier 2. An ugly showdown is unavoidable, so he really needs to conserve his stamina. Seeing the zombie screech, they totally panic. It is going completely berserk. Everyone scatter out right now. Thean Thun rockets straight toward the enemy. She focuses her senses, hoping to finish this in one strike. The guy in back screams frantically, get back here, you are not. But before he can even finish that sentence, the kid is already flying forward. The zombie's head separates clean from its neck before the guy can even say another word. The massive corpse crashes down, leaving the squad completely stuttering. That was insanely powerful. Tuan Vor is completely blown away, thinking to himself, killing an advanced zombie with just one slash? This guy is definitely an awakened. He nervously stammers out, man, thank you so much, my name is. But Thean Thun suddenly speaks up. Just giving you a friendly little warning, there is probably still a high-tier infected hiding inside, so if you do not want to keep serving up free kills, leave immediately. Sensing someone approaching, Thean Thun calls Laura Lane right over. Seeing his total brush off, the other group stares in pure shock. He is really just walking away? He is an evolved human, so of course he looks down on us right now, but we put in way too much sweat to just go back completely empty-handed. Tuan Vor speaks up to the group, let's go find Sister Lum. They lured those zombies away. They should be heading back right about now. With her here, we finally get some real leverage to negotiate with that evolved guy. Thien Thun and Laura Lane head inside to check things out. He spots a massive dent in the wall right behind the dead zombies. Startled, Laura Lane asks what actually happened here. A dried-up corpse, he guesses. No wonder that evolved guy from earlier got completely infected. Curious, Laura Lane leans in, asking if he found anything else. Thien Thun warns her to stay sharp, they might run straight into a Huet now. Hold that thought, he says. Starting right this second, stick closely within a 3-kilometer radius of me. He explains that a Huet now is a Tier 3 infected, specialized in nasty sneak attacks. Its raw combat power really is not anything crazy, but it does hit slightly harder than your average Tier 2 grunt. But the absolute scariest thing about a Huet now is its terrifying ability to convert raw power. They love hiding in the dark, preying on weaker evolved humans or normal people to turn them into Huet no. Laura Lane suddenly gets it, so that guy from earlier was a Huet no? He nods spot on. A Huet no gets a massive sudden combat boost, but it burns out extremely fast before the Huet no drains them totally dry. Just like this guy. Every single Huet no eventually ends up as nothing but completely dried bones. They absolutely crave human blood and brains. And right now, our toxin resistance just is not high enough to block its nasty infection process, so we have to stay alert. I am already boosting my sensory range. If that thing gets anywhere close, I will feel it instantly. Just keep a close eye on Teal Bark so he does not wander off. Laura Lane gently scoops the little guy into her hands, calling him over. Meanwhile, Thien Thun touches the cracked wall, picturing the brutal scene this absolute freak manipulated its slave to smash its own head against the door to harvest the blood. It probably mutated pretty recently. There are totally 0 survivors left in this entire infected zone, so its little scheme failed due to massive damage. We can definitely take this freak down. He reinforces his arm with heavy armor, then throws a massive punch straight into the wall. The concrete crumbles backward with a deafening crash. A huge, blinding cloud of dust explodes into the air. Laura Lane rubs her freezing arms. The temperature in here is insanely low. Thien Thun casually notes this setup only works once. Without actual power, it is going to heat up fast. And when that happens, all this stuff will definitely spoil. Spotting a specific vent, he finally gets it. Freezing gas is leaking out, which completely explains the ice-cold air. Looks like the situation is not completely hopeless. Fresh blood just cannot survive in freezing temperatures without breaking down. It ruins the cells entirely, but honestly, Laura Lane does not care about the boring science. As long as it is not rotten, it is a win. But hold on, pay attention here. Just as they start packing the freezer, a sudden noise echoes out. He instantly snaps his head toward the dark corner. There is absolutely nothing there, but little Teal Bark starts squeaking like crazy. Thien Thun quickly signals for the tiny pet to stay completely quiet. Shh. Thien Thun figures there has to be a ton of spoiled blood hidden around. Without any warning, he chucks a bunch of blood vials straight into the shadows. They smash against the cold floor. Laura Lane jumps back. What in the world are you doing? Wide-eyed, she watches him slowly raise his hand. Both of his arms are fully armored up now. High above them, a twisted zombie is stalking its prey. He shuts his eyes, perfectly tracking its sickly crawling speed. Laura Lane is still totally clueless about the creeping danger. Teal Bark is violently shivering on her shoulder, terrified as the zombie flicks its grotesque tongue toward them. That vile thing inches closer to Thien Thun's head. Laura Lane slaps a hand over her mouth, absolutely paralyzed with terror. The Huet now slithers right out of its hiding spot. He casually side-eyes the disgusting tongue nearing his face. Finally making a move. His armored hand snaps up, grabbing the tongue in a brutal grip. Caught by the tongue, the Hietnau's eyes practically pop out of its skull. Thien Thun yanks hard, dragging the entire screeching monster straight down from the ceiling. The creature slams onto the ground right in front of him. It glares up warily, while our guy just flashes a terrifyingly cold smirk. He casually points out the fatal flaw from a certain angle. This nasty little tongue is your absolute biggest weakness. It is basically a convenient leash for him to just yank around. Without a second thought, Thien Thun violently rips the entire tongue right off. Tealbach covers his eyes in pure horror. The monster flops onto its back, completely defenseless now. He confidently scoffs take away its mobility, and this vile thing hits weaker than a basic Tier 2 zombie. It just snarls pathetically up at him. Time to put this ugly freak completely out of misery. The Huetno tries one last desperate, lightning-fast dodge to survive, but Thien Thun's heavy armored fist is way faster, mercilessly crushing its skull right into the floor. That is way too brutal for Laura Lane, who immediately looks away in disgust, while little Tealbark just keeps squeaking nervously in the background. Crouching down to inspect the mess, he realizes it mutated way too recently to form a Von Tin core. Grab the gear, he tells her. We are leaving. Thien Ten picks up the supplies, noting they only have a few freezer boxes and cannot carry everything. Laura Lane asks if they can just camp out here temporarily. Use up the stash first? He shoots that idea down fast. Staying here is basically suicide. This blood array has way too many open exits, plus dangerous high-tier infected love ambushing this exact area. We really need to run. Fine, she sighs, wondering if they packed enough. Thien Than reminds her that condensing the black armor takes real time. You cannot rush it. Hearing that, Laura Lane just looks visibly disappointed. A car screeches to a halt outside. Up on the second floor, Laura Lane totally hears that company is here. Tony casually agrees, telling her, yeah, time to go check it out. Outside, Lin Lin and Tuan Vu are back with their crew. The two sides stare each other down in total silence. One of the lackeys whispers Sister Lin, that is the guy right there. She gives a tight nod. Tony and Laura Lane stare right back at the rival squad. He is actually pretty impressed seeing her instantly shift into full combat mode. Not bad at all. Activating her black armor early means if these guys try anything, she can counter instantly. That last mess definitely taught her a lesson. Now watch this escalate. Tony sets his cooler down, and the entire squad aims their guns right at him. He moves, so they prep to shoot. But suddenly the trio freezes up completely, because Laura Lane is glaring at them with pure murderous intent. Tony quietly warns her, don't overreact. I am right here. Lin Lin spins around and snaps at her own crew. Put those guns down right now. These guys are revolvers. Do not embarrass me in front of them. She steps up to play nice. Hello there. I am Lin Lin from the Ping'an Zone. You are clearly not from around here, right? Ping'an is basically a major survivor hub. It is a fortified safe zone, kind of like a developing district. Tony casually replies, is that so? In his head, he figures the outskirts of Longhua City are massive, so someone building a safe zone out here is pretty normal. Lin Lin gets straight to the point, thanking him first for saving her people earlier. By the unwritten rules, since he cleared out the monsters here, all the loot rightfully belongs to him. But today they desperately need blood plasma, so she asks to split it evenly. He just shrugs, I am not actually taking all of it anyway. You guys can go inside and grab the rest. She absolutely does not buy it. Friend, are you trying to play games with me? These coolers only hold so much blood, so all the usable stuff is probably already in his hands. Tony shoots back coldly, we need plasma too, so if we are done here, we are leaving. Suddenly, Lin Lin drops to her knees. She begs him, saying they have a pregnant woman going into labor, plus a ton of heavily injured people back at camp. Without that plasma, their lives are genuinely on the line. Of course, they are not asking for a freebie. She offers to trade something incredibly valuable for it. That immediately catches his full attention. Precious items? Tony easily catches the small pouch she tosses his way. Lin Lin explains they only need one cooler, and what is inside more than covers the cost. He looks inside the tiny bag and is completely stunned. It holds a handful of glowing crimson star crystals. Lin Lin anxiously asks if that is enough to make a deal. He nods it is plenty. He leaves one cooler behind and tells Laura Lane to move out. Laura Lane follows right behind him. The lackeys in the back look insanely bitter about this. They complain to Sister Lin those crystals are literal lifesavers. Are we really just letting him walk away with them? They lost a valuable evolver just to get this blood, and now they are giving away their absolute best loot. The price is way too steep. They overpaid for sure. That guy is completely alone, while their crew heavily outnumbers him. With Sister Lin here, they do not even have to kill him. They could just use their numbers to intimidate him and drastically lower the price. Since he has not gone far, they suggest jumping him to take the stuff back. Lin Lin completely loses her patience and smacks the idiot right across the face, leaving his jaw hanging wide open. He stammers out her name. She harshly warns him to remember their place. They are a minor faction, so stop carelessly dragging them into suicidal fights. As a sensory-type evolver, she can literally feel the absolutely terrifying level of power rolling off that guy. And the girl walking next to him is definitely no joke either. Seriously, where did those monsters even come from? Meanwhile, Laura Lane is super curious. How do they have so many star crystals? Aren't those used to boost your own strength? Tony explains that before the blood fusion art actually became a thing, star crystals could be swallowed directly, but the energy conversion was terribly low. Still, they let an evolver recover power in a really short burst. That group was definitely treating the crystals as emergency lifesavers. She nods, that totally makes sense now. No wonder they traded crystals for plasma. Tony adds that he got a solid look at their stash of 5-star crystals. 2 level 1s, 2 level 2s, and 1 level 3. The grades are not insanely high, but they are enough to give an edge. Right now, the most crucial thing is her black armor. This massive haul of plasma should be enough to finish her first condensation phase. Her armor has 5 different starting nodes, and trying to activate them all at once is ridiculously hard. So she absolutely has to split the process into stages. Phase 1 focuses on condensing the starting nodes in her hands, since that is the easiest, most sensitive part for anyone to control. It only gets easier from there. Once the condensation is done, her body's organs will officially hit the absolute peak of a level 2 evolver. Phase 2 means condensing the nodes in both her legs. This stage is way harder and drains way more energy. Just drinking blood will not cut it anymore. She will need around 50 level 3 crystals for it. 50 of them. She looks completely dizzy at that number. That many? Tony firmly reminds her that massive investments yield massive rewards. Clearing this stage lets her shoot straight up to a mid-tier level 3. She curiously asks about the starting node on her chest. Is that one going to be the hardest? He confirms it. Honestly, for that one, she will not need many crystals, just a small meteorite fragment to fuse with. Laura Lane stammers out in pure shock. Wait, a meteorite fragment is the exact thing that turned me into this monster. Tony drops the truth. Yeah, this step is insanely difficult. She has to totally shatter the node in her chest, replacing it with the fragment to act as the true power source for the black armor. By this point, her power hits tier 4, basically standing at the absolute peak of humanity. She looks completely bummed out and says she never actually wanted to be some overpowered god. She just wanted to stay perfectly normal and keep on living a quiet life with Q yet. That was all she ever wanted. Meanwhile, Tony is just casually puffing on his cigarette. He sits up and tells her to start her condensation process. He will wait right outside. Tony calmly steps out of the room. Right then, he catches Tyler Blake burying its head deep into his bag of cloud crystals. Tony completely loses it, yelling at the little guy to back off and drop the goods. He scrambles to grab the creature, but it is way too late. A tier 1 cloud crystal is already sitting right in Tyler Blake's mouth. Tony panics, shouting at the pet to spit that dangerous thing out right this second. But Tyler Blake just gulps it down. The little guy looks completely blissed out, while Tony turns pale and screams, "Did you seriously just swallow that whole thing?" Come to think of it, those spots on Tyler Blake's back prove the little beast can totally evolve too. Seeing the pet dive back into the bag to dodge him, he realizes it shockingly wants even more. Tony pulls out another crystal, telling the greedy furball to chill and let him handle it. You just swallowed a tier 1 cloud crystal, so let's see what happens if I give you one more tier 1 snack. The creature instantly devours the second crystal, leaving Tony completely speechless. He stares at Tyler Blake as it squeaks excitedly, and he just asks in total confusion, what now? He pulls out yet another one. This is tier 2. Buddy, are you absolutely sure you can handle this? The pet instantly absorbs the energy and aggressively demands more. He is totally out of words. There is only a single tier 3 cloud crystal left in the bag. Tyler Blake rarely acts this crazy, something Tony has literally never seen before. Whatever, out with the old and in with the new. Besides, a tier 3 crystal does absolutely nothing for his own power levels anyway. Tony decides to just give Tyler Blake the very last one, praying the glutton does not eat itself to death. But seeing the crystal, the pet completely turns away. He blinks in surprise. You do not want it? Maybe the little guy simply cannot process a tier 3 crystal yet. Tony pulls his hand back, deciding it is much safer if the pet stops eating. Suddenly, the greedy beast lunges forward and snatches it. He mentally facepalms. Yep, swallowed. Beams of bright light start wrapping around Tyler Blake's body. He watches in pure shock. Is it actually evolving right now? He carefully monitors the situation. Things get so ridiculously intense that Tony actually furrows his brows, bracing himself for a massive explosion. Turns out, it just burps loudly, rolls over, and falls straight into a deep food coma. He honestly cannot blame the little guy. Whatever, they are just camping out here for the night. Fast forward to the next morning, Laura Lane is sitting down, cultivating her power. Her skin has completely returned to its pristine original state. Laura Lane casts her eyes downward, staring at the completely drained blood bags scattered across the floor. She slowly sits up. The crucial first phase is finally complete. She starts calling out to Tony, telling him she is done, but she goes dead silent when she sees him doing a literal handstand, balancing his entire body weight perfectly on just one single fingertip. Laura Lane's jaw drops to the floor, taking forever just to form her next sentence. You did it. Spotting her, he smoothly flips back onto his feet, praising her for finishing much faster than he expected. Laura Lane reports that after condensing, the dark armor now feels exactly like a natural extension of her own body. She can control it at will, and even better, the energy drain is significantly lower than before. Tony asks the big question, what about that dark bloodlust? How is the control? She confidently replies that she will not need to drink any blood for at least 10 days. Tony casually slings his backpack over his shoulder. That is great news, meaning their overall harvest this time was pretty incredibly solid. He tells her to grab Tyler Blake so they can move out. Seeing the pet completely passed out, Laura Lane asks what happened. He explains how the greedy beast swallowed 5 whole cloud crystals yesterday. She stares in total disbelief. Is it seriously okay? Tony just shrugs it off. Yeah, it is probably fine. He says they need to head upstairs immediately, as this spot is no longer safe. Laura Lane follows him up, but a sudden noise instantly drains all the color from her face. You are not ready for this view. He just tells her to look out the window. Down below, a massive, endless horde of zombies is completely swarming the streets. Laura Lane panics. Was it not perfectly clear yesterday? He calmly replies that those freaks showed up last night. This zombie wave is totally spontaneous, with no high-level infected leading the charge, but they have completely blocked the main route back to the safe zone. She quickly decides they should just take a detour, finding another way into Logan Hart City. Tony casually adds that if they get lucky, they might bump into some high-level infected mutants along the way. With his current condition, if he actually wants to break through to the mid-tier 2 level, he absolutely needs at least 2 tier 4 cloud crystals. Now that he has condensed the tier 2 pattern, his viral energy and control are insanely purer than a normal evolver's. Of course, that means leveling up is way harder than before. He tells her not to worry about it right now. Kyle's crew has 3 solid evolvers, so getting Tio to yet to the safe zone will not be a problem. Without another word, he chucks a grappling hook straight at the neighboring roof, snagging the railing perfectly. Watching him securely tie off the rope, Laura Lane asks the obvious question, where the heck did he even get this gear? He simply replies that he scavenged it right from this building while she was busy cultivating. Tony holds his hand out, telling her to hand Tyler Blake over. Right on cue, the little guy finally wakes from its coma. He looks down at the beast. Oh, you are up? Tyler Blake's energy levels look absolutely fantastic. To their absolute shock, the creature leaps out of his hands, launching itself like a rocket straight across the gap to the next building. Laura Lane is absolutely amazed. Its speed has literally doubled compared to before. Tony just smiles with total satisfaction. Definitely not a waste of those precious cloud crystals. Seeing him pause, she asks what is wrong. He simply starts moving out, telling her to keep up and he will explain later. She nervously grips the rope tight, wrapping her legs around it to slide across. Meanwhile, Tony is literally just walking across the thin line step by casual step, ignoring the endless sea of zombies swarming like ants below them. Up on the rooftop, Kyle Parker scans the area below. He turns to Ding Vor. Is there any other way out? Ding Vor rubs his chin in deep thought. He knows one small side path, but they have to move fast. With how things look, that route might already be crawling with zombies too. Latoette looks incredibly worried. Where did her brother and sister go? Kyle Parker pats her head, telling her to relax. Thien Thun is way stronger than them, so those two can definitely handle themselves. But honestly, Latoette still looks pretty upset. Lane suddenly notices the east side of the safe zone is totally swarmed by zombies. Are they trapped in there? No, they definitely took a different route. Dinvor is actually worried about something else. They could retreat to the safe zone right now, but he fears going back just means running into major trouble. The other two look completely confused. He explains the real issue. Absolutely none of the factions in the development zone have any good intentions toward them. Both of them immediately flash, equally fierce glares. Afraid of what? Whoever shows up is getting a beatdown. That is right, they are totally ready to risk it all. Dinver looks a little awkward about this, but those two are already hyped up. They demand to know but what? Just lead the way. They are charging straight into the development zone. He tries to reason with them, saying they are being way too impulsive and need at least a rough plan. Lane keeps her problem-solving extremely simple. The grand plan is she fights close up and Kyle Parker snipes. He is totally on board with that, saying sometimes you just have to go wild, right, Tiltuet? She completely agrees taking a massive risk might just pay off. Then Lane realizes something. Wait, has anyone actually seen Tealbach around? Meanwhile, over at the next building, Thien Thun urges everyone to hurry. Tealbach has completely run out of his sensing range, so they need to chase it down fast. Laura Lane looks pretty worried about the infected swarming below. He tells her just to be careful, noting that specific direction actually does not have too many infected around. As the two of them sprint down the stairs, she asks if he can sense their pet yet. Not yet, he replies, but it definitely has not gone too far. Suddenly, Thien Thun completely stops in his tracks. Wait. She pants heavily from the run, asking what is wrong. He caught a whiff of infected blood, and it reeks. Tealbach is right here. Stay close to me. He closely observes the infected dead on the ground. Looking at this massive pile of infected bodies, even he is completely blown away. Tealbach has evolved at a speed that is just unbelievable. Get this, these specific entities are slightly weaker than level 2 infected, but they love moving in massive packs. There is only one way an infected evolves into an entity being converted by a level 3. Almost any infected hitting mid-level 3 gains this wild conversion ability. Regularly converting normal infected is just their natural, terrifying instinct. Laura Lane connects the dots, meaning, over time, every single infected in this world will evolve into entities. He nods. Yep, in just about 5 years, all the infected will completely convert. She looks totally stunned. It happens that fast? Thien Thun fully admits the infected are evolving at a speed completely beyond human imagination. He thinks back to his past life. A year from now, most humans break through level 1 or 2, with a few hitting level 3. Fighting huge swarms of entities will not even be a problem then. Even so, if 10 of these nasty entities decide to jump you all at once, with his current skills, even he might not make it out alive. Better play it safe. Thien Thun urges her forward. All right, Time to find Teal'c. He suddenly stops in his tracks, and Laura Lane gasps, covering her mouth. There sits Teal'c, casually chilling inside a massive pile of infected corpses. Thien Thun is shocked. Has their buddy evolved to this level already? It twitches, and he instantly warns her to be careful. Teal'c's eyes flash with a strange purple color. But the second it sees him, it drops the scary act. It goes right back to its usual friendly, squeaking self, leaving them totally speechless. It happily bounces between them, and Thien Thun breathes a massive sigh of relief. Still the same old pet. Laura Lane just stares. Did Teal'c really slaughter all of these monsters by itself? He looks at its stuffed, round belly. To evolve, it clearly needs to feast on entity brains, and right now, it is completely stuffed. Guess feeding it that level 3 crystal was a pretty solid investment. Laura Lane is absolutely amazed. The sheer speed of this evolution is just completely unbelievable. He glances at the dead bodies and shakes his head. He actually means the entities. Wherever they gather, a level 3 infected is nearby, and mid-level 3s can drop ultra-rare level 4 crystals. Thien Thun asks if it wants another meal. It squeaks happily, so he decides to stick around. All right, they stay here today. Time to catch a big fish. Outside, a car screeches to a halt. Zombies rush over. A guy yells to secure supplies. Handling this wave means massive loot. Gunfire erupts, popping zombies in the head. But suddenly they freeze, hearing a noise afar. A huge horde approaches, and panic sets in. They point and stare. Once things get clear, absolute terror hits an evolved zombie pack. They scramble into the vehicle, abandoning supplies. One teammate stutters about leaving loot behind, but the leader screams, "But what?" Saving your life matters more. The driver reverses, but the car absolutely refuses to move. The guy curses loudly. Right then, a zombie shoves its face inside and takes a wet bite. The man's eyes flash a sick red. Yep, he is totally infected. The car gets buried under zombies while that terrifying evolved pack waits inside the building. Teal'c bolts toward them. His eyes flash a brilliant red. He launches off the ground, shooting straight for the back of the zombie's neck. The zombie shrieks once and crashes to the dirt, completely lifeless. The rest of the horde just stares, totally bewildered. Teal'c lets out a sharp squeak. Then he zips through the mutated horde with speed so insane he is basically an invisible blur darting around. Hiding around the corner of a building, Thien Thun figures it out. He points out that Teal'c clearly has some wild ability to go completely unnoticed. Whether it is an evolver or a regular Z, they just cannot detect the little guy at all. Even if those zombies actually spot him, they never attack first. Plus, Teal'c instinctively knows how to one-shot them right in the brainstem. Combine that with his insane agility, he is the ultimate counter to these freaks. Laura Lane is totally shocked by how overpowered the pet is. Thien Thun walks over to him, noting this is the third wave. He mentions finding tons of zombies, but absolutely zero tier 3 ones. Hearing the little guy squeak again, Thien Thun is genuinely surprised he is still hungry. Laura Lane glances at the darkening sky, saying they should not give up yet since night is falling. He feels pretty hopeful, planning to do one last hunt after dark. High-level infected are way more active at night anyway. Suddenly, Teal'c locks his eyes on something in the distance and just takes off running. The two of them panic and scramble right after him. He yells out to hurry up and chase the pet. Reaching the far end, Teal'c suddenly stops and frantically signals them to catch up. Thien Thun thinks this over the little guy usually just dashes off without waiting, but this time he is deliberately holding back for them. He yells out to move faster. Finally, they come face to face with a tier 3 zombie. The hideous creature unleashes a deafening roar that sends literal chills right down their spines. Right now, it is a massive standoff between two mutated zombies, with their own brainless zombie minions backing them up from behind. Standing up on a higher floor, Thien Thun looks down at the chaotic scene. He asks the pet sitting on his head if this is what he wanted them to see. A stage 3 mutant Zyper, perfectly built for lightning-fast sneak attacks. Its teeth can easily shred steel, sporting razor-sharp claws and a bright red body fueled by pure, terrifying, brutal strength. Both of these freaks are incredibly territorial. Looks like they are throwing hands just to claim this specific piece of turf. And get this, they are both mid-tier level 3 threats, absolutely guaranteed to drop precious star crystals. Perfect chance for them to just sit back and reap the rewards. Thien Thun praises his companion, calling him a really good boy. Getting a little cheek rub, Teal'c squeaks happily. Down below, the massive zombies growl at each other. The team watches in total silence as they brutally clash. After screaming in each other's faces, they unleash their attacks. Every single counterstrike is surprisingly fluid, a chaotic dance of pure mutant violence. The sickly green mutant zombie sinks its rotting teeth right into the red one. But the red monster violently swings a heavy counterpunch. They just keep trading absolutely savage blows. Laura Lane watches without even blinking. Both of these nightmarish creatures are just relentlessly, terrifyingly aggressive. She has to admit their destructive power is genuinely scary. Watching this, Thun realizes these Tier 3 infected really are walking nightmares. Fighting just one of them might offer a slim chance, but taking on both at the exact same time is basically a guaranteed death sentence. Thank goodness they have teal bark. Down below, the green zombie completely bites off the red one's arm, but instantly loses its own limb to a slashing claw. He realizes a clear winner is about to emerge. The bosses and their entire undead backup crews lock eyes, growling with rising hostility. Following one loud howl, the entire horde charges into a massive bloodbath. They are desperately relying on raw brute strength to smash the enemy faction to pieces. The two mutant leaders are still tearing each other apart. Thun gives his pet an order. He was just worrying about how to handle these perfect forms, and now they are killing each other. He leaves the low-level grunts entirely to him. He tells Laura Lane to head down and get ready to strike. The green mutant leader finally collapses to the ground, heavily tilting the victory toward the red monster. Watching the close-quarters carnage, he judges that the clawed variants are definitely way stronger. The surviving clawed zombies spot Thun and freeze in shock. Then 3 of them sprint crazily in his direction, screaming their lungs out. Following orders, Tealbark hops right off his head. Go get them. The tiny creature flashes a seriously dangerous look before launching himself at the enemies. Moving with lightning speed, he bites into their necks one by one. Thun jumps down to face the mutant leader, telling it to chill. He is about to end its life right now. His fiercely enhanced fist smashes straight into its ugly face. A rapid second punch instantly sends the zombie flying backward, hurling its whole body far across the street. Seeing the freak bounce right back up, he decides to teach it a painful lesson, taunting its surprisingly tough skull. Let's try this instead. A brutal flurry of heavy punches rains down on the mutant, beating it so badly it cannot even lift its head. He keeps pounding until his knuckles are literally bleeding, panting heavily from the sheer exhaustion. With the monster's head totally crushed, he reaches down to pick up a shiny star crystal. Oh, you love to see it. It is actually a Tier 4 crystal. Hearing a ragged growl from the remaining boss, Thun turns his head, watching the bruised beast stagger back up. He lets out a cold scoff. Before the monster can even try stepping toward him, Laura Lane aggressively strikes it right down. He praises her timing, calling it a fantastic hit. Laura Lane shrugs it off. She refuses to just be dead weight, holding him back forever. She hands him the drop, asking him to check the crystal's overall quality. Another Tier 4 core, making this a crazy rich harvest. Beside them, Tealbark squeaks proudly. When he turns to check on the pet, his jaw drops at the 2 round objects placed neatly on the dirt. Those are literal meteor cores. Thun drops the facts. Killing a perfect form gives an insanely low drop rate for a meteor core. That little core can push a peak Tier 1 fighter straight into Tier 2. This is some genuinely top-tier loot. Hitting the absolute jackpot, they plan to head back tomorrow. To play it safe, Thun heads up to the rooftop to sit and cultivate. Laura Lane chills out right beside him. He has been sitting there for a whole day after absorbing the cloud crystal. Is he actually going to be okay? His eyes are clamped shut, and a glowing tattoo suddenly appears right across his arm and hand. Thun exhales sharply, making Laura Lane super curious. Did it actually work? He sits up and casually confirms it. Yeah, he is already at mid-tier 2. She smiles and sincerely congratulates him. Thun just walks right over to the balcony to check out the crazy scene down on the streets. The zombie horde is way more massive now. The 2 of them chat about it. Has the zombie tide really not backed off yet? It honestly feels a lot worse than before. But wait, check this out. He immediately realizes something is off. The zombies are growing in number, and their movement is totally wrong. They are marching straight toward the mining zone. Laura Lane panics a bit, pointing out the obvious before Thun suddenly pieces the puzzle together. He quickly sprints off, declaring a change of plans. They need to head back right now. Heading toward the distant city, Lane and her crew are completely surrounded by zombies. She yells out, asking Kyle Parker how many are left. He guesses well over half are still standing. They try to hype each other up. There is no other choice left. They just have to brace themselves and hold the line. While blasting away, Kyle Parker spots something seriously wrong. He warns everyone to stay sharp. It looks like a high-tier zombie. Huge, heavy footsteps violently shake the ground as someone screams out to watch out, completely terrified by this brand new mutant freak. The whole crew feels absolutely doomed right now. And to make matters worse, there are actually 2 of them. Their deafening roars force Kyle Parker to cover his ears, wondering what the heck is going on. Lane is struggling too. The second she turns her head, she sees an entire fresh wave of zombies rushing in. She quickly realizes these monsters actually seem to be under someone else's complete control. Dinvour is super surprised, completely agreeing. Right then, a zombie standing directly in front of him suddenly bursts wide open. He realizes the crazy thing just evolved. A whole pack of zombies continuously sheds their outer skin, mutating into higher-tier nightmares as they swarm forward in a massive horde. Kyle Parker completely panics. He yells at everyone to run, realizing these are Tier 3 infected and they stand absolutely zero chance. Lane whips out her dagger. Knowing they cannot outrun this anyway, fighting to the death is the only option left. Ding-Vor desperately tries to stop her. He begs the kid not to do anything reckless, pointing out her top-tier speed could easily get her away safely. But she refuses, telling him to run if he wants to, because she is absolutely done running away like a total coward. Lane charges solo right into the evolved zombie pack. Thankfully, Thien Thun arrives just in the nick of time. He casually tells Teal Bark to get out there. The little beast dashes toward the city with entirely unmatched speed, getting ready to dive headfirst into an absolute all-you-can-eat buffet. It ruthlessly bites the neck of every single zombie around. Lane stares in total shock. Ding-Vor cannot believe the legendary savior pulling them from the brink of death is literally a rat. Meanwhile, the remaining zombie horde turns to look at a completely different mutant. Thien Thun throws a massive punch, taking it down instantly while asking where it is looking. The other three excitedly cheer when they spot him standing there. This stubborn zombie actually tries to growl back, so he unleashes an earth-shattering punch straight at it. The monster's entire body instantly explodes into hundreds of bloody pieces. With the remaining zombies running around completely headless, Thien Thun announces the situation. There is no Tier 3 infected mutant leading this pack anymore. The perfect forms are officially thrown into extreme panic mode. Now watch closely. This right here is the absolute best time to go crush them. He actually manages to grab 2 cloud crystals this time. 2 big-mouthed freaks, yet only 2 stolen crystals. His luck is honestly pretty garbage on this current run. He tosses the loot over to Lane, casually saying he does not even need this junk. He tells them to split it, leaving her incredibly grateful. She quickly thanks the boss. Thien Thun then asks for a status update. Any fresh news from the mining zone these past 2 days? Have Ho Fong and the Trier family made any moves? They report back that those guys are throwing everything into fighting off the zombie tide. They simply have zero extra energy left to worry about anything else right now. However, the Trier family keeps quietly reaching out to various factions, definitely plotting some kind of shady conspiracy in the background. Right at this moment, someone rushes into the room to deliver news. They happily welcome Vor back, mentioning that somebody was just looking for them. He responds quickly. He says they can talk about it later so Thien Thun can actually rest, but Lum Vi barges right in. She claims they are completely out of time. She asks if he really is Thien Thun. He recognizes her as a member of the Hor Kun Den faction, as she sadly reveals that her entire guild has been wiped out. Thien Thun looks completely stunned hearing this purge actually happened. He immediately demands to know how the Hor Kun Den got wiped entirely off the map. He asks who pulled it off. Lum Vi answers the Trier family did it just last night, leaving her as the only surviving member. Thien Thun questions what she meant by being out of time. Her hands start trembling violently as she explains that tons of other powerful factions were absolutely crushed by the Trier family last night. Ding-Vor is shocked, pointing out that the entire mining zone is currently busy holding off the massive zombie tide. Where would the Trier family even find enough evolved fighters to wipe out that many factions? Lum Vi reveals the dark truth. They only have one evolved person, their eldest young master. Hurlung is insanely more powerful than before. She admits that even with 3 of them teaming up, they were not even close to being his match. Using that info, he quickly puts the terrifying pieces together. That basically guarantees this Hurlung guy has already broken straight into Tier 2 territory. That level up speed is honestly just ridiculous. Ding-Vor starts heavily questioning the situation. What is the Trier family's ultimate goal after wasting so much effort on this bloody massacre? Tony lays his cards on the table using the zombie horde's arrival to secretly wipe out the rival factions. Lane gets furiously mad, slamming them for launching a sneak attack right now. Absolute garbage behavior. Kyle Parker feels pretty conflicted about this. If those zombies actually breached the city walls, wouldn't these guys be taking massive losses too? Tony tells him they really can't control what other people do, so they better just focus on staying alive first. He then turns his attention straight to Lam Vi. Are you here to make me fight the Trieu family? She totally admits it. The Black Hand boss claims he is incredibly strong and the only one who can help them get revenge. Tony just casually asks her why he should even help. Lam Vi makes up an excuse he posed as the Black Hand before, so their gang getting wiped out is absolutely tied to him. But she knows he has a serious grudge with the Trieu family, and his buddy Daniel Voss hates them too, so please just take her along for the revenge ride. She is completely willing to join the Thon Sun gang. Tony firmly agrees, her logic makes sense, but he still drops a hard no. Hearing that completely freezes her up. He makes his stance crystal clear. He has zero reason to drag around dead weight, so kick her out. Lam Vi still refuses to quit. She asks to speak with him in private for a second. Tony actually agrees and tells her to follow. Leading her right into the room, he bluntly demands to know what she wants. Lam Vi hesitates for a second, takes off her mask, and then completely strips off her outer coat, startling Tony. Blushing hard, she promises that if he helps her get revenge, she will be entirely his. Seeing this completely wild stunt, his face darkens with some obvious anger. Suddenly, a really loud crash echoes out. It turns out Lane and her eavesdropping trio outside just totally face-planted onto the floor. Lam Vi hastily backs away from him, while those three awkwardly try to play it cool. They claim they are just passing by and tell them to keep talking. Kyle Parker throws this dangerously sneaky smile. What a terribly spicy situation. Tony just orders them to get out. All three quickly slam the door shut. One claims he is doing push-ups, another goes to check the supplies. The last one joins the push-up squad. Lam Vi feels incredibly embarrassed right now. He clears his throat and asks her a question. She tells him to go ahead. He cuts straight to the point and asks if her name is actually Lam Vi. She gets totally shocked and asks how he knows. Tony goes on, saying she can absolutely stay with the Thon Sun gang, but on one condition. She has to help him craft weapons. In his past life memories, Lam Vi was a cold weapon crafting expert and a pretty massive big shot too. He never expected her to be the black bandana boss. And you really can't blame her for wondering how does he magically know absolutely everything. Someone runs in yelling that the true family guys are here, and his whole vibe turns completely serious. The true family. He tells Lam Vi to just rest here while he goes to check things out. Lee Hugh sits there with his legs crossed right up on the table, acting super arrogant. He demands they bring out their boss immediately. Lane tells him to just spit it out. He scoffs back, telling the little brat to get lost. Held back by Kyle Parker, she thrashes around, yelling not to stop her because this jerk really needs a beating. Kyle Parker calmly tells her to chill. Tony steps out, telling the guy to speak to him, since he calls the shots around here. Lai Hui jumps straight up, asking who the hell he is, and demanding Daniel Voss. Tony coldly replies that he must be Lai Hui. Lai Hui looks genuinely surprised that someone actually recognized him, and warns him to stay out of the way. He claims he has zero time to waste messing around with small fry like them. Seeing that trashy attitude, Daniel Voss grinds his teeth in pure rage. He shouts, Lai Hu, you still dare to show your face around here? Puffing on a cigarette, Li Hui sneers at the kid. Tonight, the eldest young master is actually summoning every faction to figure out a plan against this whole zombie horde. He casually adds a warning if they refuse to show up. They will end up exactly like that wiped-out black bandana gang. Daniel Voss glares at him with a gaze literally sharp as a knife. Li Hu just keeps provoking him, mocking his aggressive attitude. Asking if he wants a fight, he tells him to know his place. Do you want me to send you straight down to meet your dead brother? Suddenly feeling Tony tap his shoulder, he spins around and curses at him. But watch this, without a single word, Tony gifts this absolute jerk a massive punch. The other two guys are left totally stunned, while Lane looks especially thrilled about it. Tony bends down, grabs this guy by the collar, and hands him straight over to Daniel Voss. Get your own revenge for your brother. He then tells them to call Lam Vi to move out. Daniel Voss gets confused. Go where exactly? He answers right back. On his first day in Logan Hart City, he swore that if the Red Shirt Gang didn't disband, he wouldn't spare a single one of them. Over at the true family side, Hu Luong stands in his room, admiring the city below. Uncle Lei kindly asks him how he feels after finally breaking through. He replies that the world feels incredibly massive after this breakthrough. The old man then asks how does he compare to Henry Flynn. Hu Luong scoffs with pure disdain. Henry Flynn is honestly nothing special anymore. A bald guy opens the door and reports that everyone is pretty much gathered downstairs. He asks exactly who showed up. The guy reports back that all the important targets are here, and even Henry Flynn has already arrived. Hu Luong looks quite surprised by that. Henry Flynn, how genuinely interesting. The bald guy adds that the Thansun gang isn't here yet, and Lai Hui hasn't returned from delivering the message. He doesn't even care. Whether Li Hui or the Thon Sun gang show up honestly makes zero difference to him. He tells them to head down and meet Henry Flynn first. Downstairs, Henry Flynn slowly enjoys a cup of tea, with Thon Thon standing right by his side. She comments on the crazy turnout. All the big shots from the mining district are here, and even those outer city factions showed up in full force. Honestly, the Trieu family pulling these dirty tricks during a zombie apocalypse is just totally wild. Boss, why do we even need to respect them? Gunot impatiently chimes in. Exactly. Making all this noise is just the Trieu family trying to assert dominance, completely aiming at us. Meanwhile, Chief Ho ignores them, heavily focused on the hot cup of tea in his hands. Man, that is some good tea. Chief Ho tells Nunyat not to rush things and just watch. The guy is obviously stressed, but Thon Thon advises him to listen to the boss. Thon Thon turns and asks Chief Ho if he thinks Tony will actually show up today. Does he expect him to walk right into this? Chief Ho highly doubts it. Nunyat gets super curious and asks why not, since a massive event like this is totally something he should check out. Chief Ho firmly believes that if Tony actually has half a brain, he will definitely stay far away. Between the True family and all the other factions, everyone either has a grudge against him or desperately wants his evolution secrets. Marching in here is literally like jumping into a dragon's den covered in barbecue sauce. Thon Thon sighs with total regret, thinking she would get to see him again today. Nunat comforts her, it is fine. Tomorrow they can just head to the Than Sun gang and easily find him. Suddenly Hu Luong steps out to greet them, claiming it is a huge honor to receive Chief Ho. Everyone spots him and immediately mutters Hu Luong's name in surprise. The guy just aggressively drags a chair right across from Chief Ho. Chief Ho mentions he can clearly sense the young master's power has spiked massively, so of course he had to come celebrate. He stays quiet for a second before Hu Luong blurts out that if Ho did not show, half the mining zone would be too terrified to come. Chief Ho calmly replies, he is being way too polite. Everyone is gathered here today simply to show the young master proper respect. The guy confidently confirms it. Whoever decided to show their face today, the Triu family absolutely will not treat them poorly in the future, including Chief Ho. The old man blows on his hot tea, gently sets the cup down, and calmly notes it is a real shame. He counted carefully, and pretty much every single faction in the entire mining zone is sitting right here. But apparently the Than Sun gang has not arrived yet. Hu Luong frowns, asking about the Than Sun gang, and Ho confirms it. Exactly. So if they refuse to show up, are they disrespecting the young master, or disrespecting old man Ho? Hu Luong instantly snaps a dark order, declaring that disrespecting Chief Ho is disrespecting him. He yells to go wipe them out completely. Baldy Kwang and his thugs obey the order, but suddenly a loud, clear voice echoes out. Who exactly wants to wipe out the Than Sun gang? Hu Luong glances outside as Tony casually strolls in with Li Hui over his shoulder, challenging them to bring it on. He stares coldly right at the kid. The rest of the crowd starts whispering frantically, asking if anyone else feels this totally weird atmosphere. It really feels like the Than Sun gang got way stronger. Did Li Hu go to inform Chief Ho and Than Sun? Why the heck is he still not back yet? Wait, didn't Daniel Voss get taken away by the Black Hand? So how is this kid completely fine right now? Hu Luong looks super confused and demands to know who that is. Uncle Lei firmly shakes his head, saying he does not recognize him. Before long, the kid marches right up to the negotiation table, and Chief Ho's laughter fills the room. Why make the atmosphere so incredibly tense, he asks, giving a slight nod directly to Tony. He tells his brother to just give old man Ho some face, apologize once, and end this. The kid frowns. Apologize? Tony immediately drops the heavy human-sized bag straight onto the floor. Li Hui's beaten face spills out, leaving absolutely everyone in complete shock. The kid calmly steps right onto the bag, asking if he should apologize to this absolute loser, too. Hu Luong quickly warns the boy that Li Hui belongs to the Triu family. Tony literally does not care, casually kicking the guy away. Oh really? Then take him back. Seeing his own guy crash down beside him, Hu Luong darkly asks what exactly he means by this stunt. Get straight to the point. Fine, no more messing around hand over every single member of the Red Shirt gang right now. The Red Shirt guys completely panic hearing that. One thug steps up to show off, telling the young master this arrogant brat has no clue who he is messing with, and volunteers to teach him a lesson. The kid throws a massively enhanced punch, instantly knocking the thug out completely cold. Uncle Le stares in pure horror that power is absolutely the Black Hand. The rest of the crowd totally loses it. The Black Hand? Wait, you mean that legendary psycho who took on 7 or 8 evolved guys all by himself? Hard to believe this absolute monster is actually from the Than Sun gang. Hu Luong is totally shaken hearing that legendary name, and Chief Ho can no longer just sit back and watch. Crazy loud whispers erupt everywhere. Hu Luong frantically turns to Uncle Lei, asking, didn't they literally just finish dealing with the Black Hand last night? The old man nervously replies that maybe this kid is the real Black Hand, a completely unexpected survivor from the Black Bandana Society slipping through. Hu Luong snaps a dark order since he is here. Make him stay forever. Uncle Lei perfectly understands, says yes, and steps up to Tony. Young man, if you ran away, you should have kept running, so why literally deliver yourself to my door? Hu Luong turns and calmly tells Chief Ho it is just a tiny little glitch. So embarrassing. The boss chuckles, asking if the young master is always this calm. Hu Luong completely ignores the kid, claiming the Black Hand is not even worth his time. And here is where everything gets hilarious. Before he can even finish bragging, Uncle Lei gets punched, literally flying past him, slamming violently into the wall, leaving Hu Luong completely speechless. Uncle Lee is totally wrecked. The solid wall behind him caves completely in, and Tony's ridiculous fist is literally still smoking. The kid simply calls for the next opponent. Hu Luong is shocked he somehow instantly broke Uncle Lei's soft power, while Than Than and Ngunyat are totally stunned. Way too strong. It looks like he actually powered up again. Chief Ho never expected his strength to skyrocket this fast, silently calling out Tony's name in his head. The kid barks an order he came today to demand a few specific people from the Triu family, so the young master better cooperate. He heard they took in the Red Shirt gang, so they need to hand them all over right now. Bald Kwang looks ready to brawl, but Hu Luong holds him back. Stop right there. Do not do anything stupid. He reluctantly swallows his anger, getting super cautious. A single punch put Uncle Lei in that state. and even I cannot hit that hard. Hu Luong speaks up exactly. How did the red shirt gang offend you? Just tell me, and I will personally teach them a very proper lesson. Tony cuts him off, skip the talk. Before I finish smoking this cigarette, I expect to see them right here. His authority is being completely crushed, but seeing the kid casually puffing on that smoke, he just has to swallow his pride. Hu Luong orders his men to bring them out. Bald Kwang is forced to obey. He grits his teeth in pure rage. Fine, but once this is all over, I am coming back to settle the score with you. Ingu Not laughs, boss. Did you see that? Hu Luong is so mad his face is twisting. Thon chimes in. It is not just him. Look at the goons behind him. They are probably ready to cough up blood. Henry Flynn has to admit, Tony is just operating on a whole different level. He is the only guy crazy enough to push the Zhao family this far. Bald Kwang shoves the tied-up gang members forward. Boss, here they are. Hu Luong waves his hand, let him deal with them. The crowd is completely stunned. Holy crap, the Zhao family actually folded and handed their own guys over. The Zhao family has honestly committed way too many crimes in Logan Hart. The crowd realizes the Zhao family is done for. Losing this many men, let us see how much longer they act tough. Totally brought this disaster onto themselves. Tony glances back over at Daniel Voss. These guys belong to the red shirt gang, right? Go ahead and see if you recognize them. He shakes his head, no need. These are all core red shirt thugs. I would recognize their ugly faces even if they were turned to ashes. Tony nods, all right then, perfect. Hu Luong puts on a painfully fake, polite smile. Glad you are satisfied. Our hospitality was lacking today, so we will definitely pay a visit to your home next time. Trying to kick us out? He flicks his cigarette. What is the rush? The red shirt gang is just your family's attack dog. If your dog bites someone, do I have to discipline it for you? Hu Luong glares, do not push your luck here. He aggressively slams his hand right down onto the table. Tony totally dares him, saying he loves pushing his luck today. He demands the guy personally apologize to the Than Sun gang right in front of everyone. Raising an eyebrow, Tony mocks him. What is the young master scared of getting his hands dirty? Hu Luong gives a sharp warning. Black Hand. This is true family territory. He casually pulls a pack of smokes from his pocket. Old rules apply. Once this cigarette burns out, he expects the young master to give a perfectly satisfying answer. Lighting up, Tony announces the clock is officially ticking. The two lackeys behind him are absolutely fuming. They tell the young master this brat is way too arrogant, and they cannot hold back anymore. They beg to finish him and show off the true power of the true family. Hu Luong's face darkens completely at this blatant challenge to his authority. He glares over at Henry Flynn, who is just calmly enjoying his tea. Today's main target is the Fong family. They absolutely cannot ruin the entire master plan just because of this annoying Black Hand guy. So Hu Luong just lazily waves his hand once. A burst of power slashes forward, completely snapping the ropes binding that guy. Ingunut panics, yelling to the boss that Hu Luong just broke through again. Tony spots a Tier 2 speed attribute, probably mixed with some other special abilities. After finishing up, he wipes his hands clean and mentions hearing that Boss Ho also rounded up quite a few leftovers from the red shirt gang. Aren't you going to show any kind of reaction? Tony stays totally silent. Even Henry Flynn doesn't say a single word. Engu Not nervous with weapons out boss. Among the guys we took in, quite a few are about to break through. Handing them over would be a huge loss. Hu Luong plays the classic retreat to advance trick, which is honestly so incredibly sinister. Daniel Voss advises them to just let Henry Flynn's side go. He pulls out another cigarette, saying he prepared this specific smoke just for Boss Ho. We can smoke it some other day. The old man forces a laugh. Who would make you personally come all the way here? The Fong family absolutely refuses to cover up the red shirt gang's crimes. Gunot and Thon order someone to bring those guys over for Black Hand to deal with. Are you satisfied now? Tony calmly accepts the deal. All right then, he will not waste anyone else's time here. He tells Daniel Voss to head over, handle the handover, and then lead their people back to the Than Sun gang. Hu Luong sharply reminds his lackeys to entertain the guests properly. He mentions they still have a few things to take care of with Black Hand. I will take my leave now, but he stops him right there. Hold on, this is not over yet. Hu Luong suppresses his boiling anger, asking what he actually wants. He points straight at Bald Kwang's lackeys. He claims one of them just glared at him, making the guy turn completely pale in absolute terror, stammering to the young master. He stops walking, heavily weighing his options in his mind. In the end, Hu Luong forces down his pride and steps up to punish his own lackey. He asks if that is satisfying enough, but Tony just sarcastically replies, "Who told you to hit him? The apocalypse barely started, and you already lost your morals?" Hearing that, Hu Luong basically growls out Hak Thu's name. Tony casually asks, "Did I ever tell you to hit him? You made a move completely on your own, right? I am a fair guy. Whoever hits someone loses that exact hand as payback." His eyes turn totally ice cold as they stare each other down. Hu Luong gets it. So that is the game. You came just to start a fight. Tony shoots back, "You are just figuring that out now?" Henry Flynn suddenly laughs, smartly using this tense situation to back away. He tells everyone he has business to handle and excuses himself. The rest of the crowd looks completely dumbfounded by this move. The spectators grumble in disappointment. Damn it, Henry Flynn bolted. Not staying for the show? We should leave too. What show? Got a death wish? Time to scatter. We are totally uninvolved here. Huluang's lackey curses out loud, watching the whole crowd scramble away in a blind panic. Look at these absolute cowards running for the hills. Tony calls out, "Why are you standing there? Are we fighting or not?" Suddenly, someone recognizes him. Boss? About this guy, I really do not think he is actually Hack Thursday. He points directly at Tony. I saw him at the service station. He killed Fitch Lich and the second young master. That is Tony. Hearing this, Huluang freezes up. Tony? His wildly triumphant laughter echoes through the area. Tony, I caught you without even breaking a sweat. The guys who were just running away immediately hear that name. Wait, that is Tony? The guy who killed the Trieu family's second master and holds the rapid evolution secret? Huluang suddenly issues a bounty. Whoever helps me catch Tony gets a piece of that evolution secret. But Tony does not look scared at all. Think you can escape? Just try it. Suddenly, this mob is super hyped up. It is him. Hack Thu is actually Tony. What are we waiting for? Catch him and we get the evolution method. Come on, boys, let's rush him. Huluang smugly thinks he has already sealed the kid's fate. Looks like I will not even need to fight. You are not escaping today. Meanwhile, Tony casually calls Kyle Parker to drop an order. The guy on the line gives a simple okay. Hearing this, Huluang looks totally confused, completely unsure of what insane scheme Tony is brewing. Right at that very second, a thug gets blasted by a bullet. He realizes in absolute shock there is a freaking sniper out there. The crowd nervously glances back as Huluang's face darkens. There are more of them? Laura Lane and Lane step out boldly, declaring whoever takes one more step dies right here. Laura Lane's expression turns super dark as she glares down the mob. Naturally, not a single person dares to step forward. Way too strong. Nobody expected Tony to have such insane backup. This is a total trap. The mob acts fast. Oh man, total misunderstanding here. We are leaving right now. We definitely do not plan on sticking our noses into this mess. Someone in the back mutters about how this girl is giving off a seriously terrifying killer aura. They frantically shove each other. Why are you still standing there? The pretty lady is mad. Hurry up and scram. Please excuse us. Trying to bolt, but Tony stops them cold. Hold it right there. Sam Dan practically begs boss. Then we have no bad blood. Can you let us go just this once? His blunt command to sit down leaves the three of them staring back with wide, totally shocked eyes. One guy loses his temper and yells out, "You think you are a big shot? Everyone charge in and teach this brat a harsh lesson." He barely finishes his tough guy speech before Laura Lane completely wrecks him, ending his screen time permanently. She coldly enunciates every word Tony told you to sit down. Terrified, they sit like totally obedient little puppies. Tony casually reminds them, "You guys just sit there and enjoy the show. Get this, once I am done dealing with Huluang, I have a job for you all." Huluang thinks this is a total joke. Deal with me? Huluang pulls a glowing red gem from his pocket. Tony recognizes it in surprise, a Vanessa King crystal. He barks at Bald Kwong to get over here. The lackey nervously answers him. Snapping back, Huluang yells, "No time to hesitate. I will compensate your losses later." Bald Kwong realizes he is way too deep into this mess to back out now. "Yes, sir." He throws the Vanessa King crystal into his mouth, crushes it with his teeth, swallows hard, and places his hand right on Huluang's back. The two guys next to him follow suit. All three of them channel their energy straight into him. Seconds later, intense red patterns start pulsing across their faces. Meanwhile, Huluang's body forcefully evolves. Thick smoke is just billowing everywhere. Tony figures it out. They eat the Vanessa King first, then transfer that pure crystal energy into someone else for a massive power boost. Who knew all three brothers had that insane ability? But pulling a stunt like this will actually downgrade them into regular humans, making it super hard to achieve another breakthrough anytime soon. What a total waste of 3 Vanessa King crystals. Reaching his absolute breaking point, Huluang lets out a wild roar, ripping out a heavy iron rod. Watch this ego trip. Go call my dad. This powered-up state will not last forever. Today is an absolute deathmatch between the Trieu family and Tony. Crackling lightning suddenly surges along Huluang's iron rod as he charges forward. "Tony, I am going to make you pay back double for everything." In a split second, Tony's arm is completely reinforced. Tony throws a heavy punch at the incoming iron rod and instantly feels the harsh electric shock. Throwing out special energy right from the start, pretty decisive move. Huluang seizes the opening to throw a vicious knee strike, forcing Tony to slide sharply backward. He checks the fresh burn on his arm, electricity control, not a bad destructive output. Sneering at him, Huluang issues a warning, "Stop staring. Your reinforced arm cannot block my electric current." But Tony is not bothered at all. "Well, that is fine. I was getting incredibly bored of playing the total amateur anyway. Totally dismissing his power, Hu Luong laughs, "You still have a long way to go." But Tony fears absolutely no one, just do not disappoint me too much. Hu Luong rushes in, throwing an absolute storm of attacks at Tony. Our guy just casually leans back. Finding the perfect opening, he plants a solid kick straight into Hu Luong's chest. The dude goes flying backward, shoes skidding hard across the dirt before he finally manages to stop. Hu Luong is completely winded. He stares in pure shock at Tony, who hasn't even broken a sweat. He never expected this kid to be such an absolute beast. He has to end this fast or else he will not last long enough for his dad to arrive. Seeing his enemy pop a supplement, Tony pulls out a Vanessa King crystal. He already knows how this works. Swallow it whole, and the energy mostly heals your injuries. At best, it just gives you a tiny little burst of power. Plus, eating that much Vanessa King crystal so fast, a stage 2 evolution body just cannot handle it. Hu Luong yells out that he promised to make him pay double today. He leaps high into the air, screaming for his death. Hu Luong slashes downward with such insane power that the ground completely explodes into pieces beneath him. He takes a quick look at his opponent, sees him standing perfectly fine, and absolutely loses his mind over this punk. He charges right back in with his stun baton, daring him to stop dodging. Off to the side, Sam, Dan, and Lai Nam Thien are totally gossiping, thanking their lucky stars they did not mess with Tony, because offending him means absolute doom. What exactly is Tony planning anyway? Is he going to finish off Hu Luong and then toss them in the boiling pot next? Right at the climax, a random car rolls up. Those two immediately activate spectator mode and look over. Lam Vi steps out of the car, casually judging the chaotic scene. Okay, everything is set. She walks over, praising the setup. Not bad at all, quite a crowd actually. Lane replies that it is no big deal since they have her. Kyle Parker jumps in from the side to steal some credit, reminding them he helped too. He totally rushes them, saying time is tight and begging the ladies to hurry up. She tells him she knows. Lam Vi points right at the peanut gallery sitting there. She calls over Sam Dan, Lai Nam Thien, and the other guy, bossing each person around. Sam Dan gets ordered to take the Axe Gang and block the road. Meanwhile, Li Nam Thien needs to lead his guys to plant explosives. The rest of them have to follow her and set traps. He gets totally annoyed, asking why he should listen to her and if she thinks they are prisoners. Lam Vi leans down, grabs the guy right by the collar, and straight up taunts him. She tells him he is absolutely right, and her crew of 4 is bossing them around today. If he hates it, he can just leave. Of course, she points right over at Laura Lane, noting he needs permission from the beauty over there first. Catching sight of her, Sam Dan instantly shuts his mouth. Knowing exactly when to fold, he flashes a friendly smile and starts hustling his underlings along. The pretty lady gave her orders, so why are they just standing around looking dumb? Get up and go to work. Seeing everything falling perfectly into place, Lane breathes a massive sigh of relief. Thank goodness for Miss Law making these tough guys act like totally obedient little puppies. Now they just have to wait for Tony. Their fight is still insanely tense, with one guy swinging wildly and the other casually dodging. Hu Luong finally loses his patience and asks why he will not fight back. The guy just raises his supercharged fist, and a massive explosion instantly erupts. Both of them have slid backward, boots scraping against the dirt until they finally stop. Hu Luong is panting heavily, daring him to see how much longer he can hold out. Kyle Parker calls in with an update, telling Tony that things are happening on their end. He asks if they arrived. Standing on the rooftop, he gives a quick heads up. He strongly suggests finishing this fight as fast as possible. Getting the message loud and clear, Tony replies back, "Got it, just keep watching from up there." Meanwhile, Hu Luong is feeling incredibly insulted that he is being ignored. He pumps more lightning into his baton and slashes a massive glowing arc. "Oh, you are not ready for this speed." He easily leaps up to dodge the strike, and in a single blink, Tony is right in his opponent's face. First, he grabs the guy's arm, casually noting that he clearly has not realized it yet. His body is already on the verge of totally collapsing, and he could mutate at literally any second. Hearing those harsh facts, Hu Luong is completely shaken. Tony keeps talking, pointing out that going all out from the start might have given him a tiny chance. But as the mutation messes him up, his lightning simply cannot stay focused anymore, meaning his attacks are a total joke now. He casually tosses Hu Luong backward like a broken toy. The guy slams hard into the dirt, the sheer impact powerful enough to send rocks flying absolutely everywhere. Hu Luong stays flat on his back for a moment before pushing himself up. He mumbles to himself, completely unable to accept this brutal reality. How is this even possible? How could that guy be so insanely strong? Kwang Dao-chok urgently sprints over. Seeing Hu Luong completely stunned, he tries to steady himself and asks if it is good they arrived. Where is his dad? Kwang Dao-chok drops the bad news the boss left. Hu Luong is stunned. What does he mean gone? The subordinate explains the boss took everyone right out of the mining zone. This hits him like an absolute truck. Wait, what? Earlier, Kwang Dao-chok was rushing the boss, warning that if they did not leave now, the eldest son would absolutely not survive. Van Sin bitterly punched a dent into the floor, asking if Tony was truly that strong. The guy nervously swore that his real power was definitely not below Henry Flynn. The subordinate aggressively volunteered to go, saying he had been dying to fight that kid for a long time. But the boss totally refused, ordering everyone to pack up and take all their elite troops out of there immediately. The subordinate was utterly shocked. Oh my god, was he seriously abandoning his very own son? Van Sin looked disgusted, spitting out that the kid could not even avenge his younger brother. He declared he had no room for such a useless son. They had to leave right now, because as long as they escaped, they still had a chance. The old man clutched a wooden box like his absolute most precious treasure. Back in the present, Kwang Dao-chok adds more awful news. Abu is missing, RF got taken away, and hardly anyone is left in the mining zone. They have officially been dumped by the boss. Watching Hu Luong stumble right out of the rubble, the subordinate nervously calls out to him, "Young master!" Tony watches his opponent cautiously, while the guy suddenly flashes a chilling smirk, that twisted smile erupting into a loud, unhinged laugh. This completely terrifies Kwang Dao-chok, who nervously stammers for him. Hu Luong just reaches out, grabs the guy by the collar, and violently snarls, demanding to know whose young master he even is anymore. He literally risked his life and expanded the entire mining zone for that old man. He even tried to get revenge for his precious favorite son, and yet this is exactly how that guy treats him now? Hu Luong is acting so completely unhinged right now that bald Kwang turns ghost white, practically stuttering over his words. Stuttering out young master, all that deep resentment just totally explodes. Hu Luong actually bursts into tears, sobbing that his old man treats him like garbage for being an illegitimate kid. Dropping bald Kwang like a rock, his expression completely tanks into pure darkness. Because of course, Hu Luong shifts all the heavy blame onto Tony, yelling that everything is entirely his fault. Tony stands his ground, staying super alert to see what crazy trick happens next. Hu Luong digs into his pocket, and our guy instantly knows exactly what is coming. Still packing some star crystals? Big surprise, Hu Luong dumps the whole handful straight into his mouth. Now he just needs a hot second to absorb all that crazy power. Hu Luong screams out a wild vow to take Tony down for good. Heavy streaks of lightning start crackling all around his body. The raw energy forces Hu Luong to his knees, and he slaps a hand over his mouth to avoid throwing up. His bulging eyes are entirely bloodshot as furious lightning erupts across his body. Through all this chaotic drama, Tony just stands there watching. Letting out this absolute beast of a scream, Hu Luong howls in agonizing hatred. Thick blue veins pop on his hands as he violently claws the dirt, dark red blood leaking straight from his eyes. Tony quickly realizes he is looking at another fallen being, and even worse, one directly born from consuming star crystals. Finally, Hu Luong goes totally dead silent. A faint, eerie current of electricity just pulses right along his arm. With eyes completely drowned in pure hatred, he literally teleports right behind our guy to attack. He slams down a heavy palm strike, absolutely shattering the massive boulders around them. Tony swiftly dodges backward. Looking like a total maniac, Hu Luong actually rips up a giant chunk of rock and hurls it. Tony throws a solid punch right at the boulder, making a massive boom. The giant rock shatters. The absolute lunatic violently charges right in. Caught completely off guard, Tony takes a brutal headbutt straight to the chest. He gets thrown backward through the air but quickly recovers his balance, while his crazed opponent just keeps rushing blindly forward. Now both of them launch at each other, totally locked on finishing this fight. Their fists violently clash together, instantly sparking up this blindingly bright shockwave of pure energy. The intense aftershock from that massive impact rips right through the surrounding air. It hits so hard that the nearby ground and rocks literally cannot handle it and just detonate. Meanwhile, Tony gets pushed way back from the hit. He practically drops into a low crouch just to grind against the dirt and finally break to a complete stop. This wild little clash proves to Tony that these fallen guys are absolutely no joke. But hold on, check out the insane durability on this guy. Hu Luong literally grips a massive crack in the wall and steps out, his whole body sparking like a walking power grid. Looks like Tony realizes he really cannot hold anything back this time, but right on cue, Kyle Parker's frantic voice buzzes straight through his earpiece. He frantically yells at Tony to drop the fight because something huge is happening out east. Completely surprised, our guy asks for their position. Kyle Parker estimates they have maybe 2 minutes max. Tony quickly orders the team to hold the line a bit so he can end this fast. Obviously, that is a super tall order for poor Kyle Parker. Totally panicking, Kyle Parker asks how they are supposed to hold out against this. He stares down at the zombie tide, an endless, packed ocean of monsters rushing right toward their walls. Anxiously reminding him that this is a literal zombie flood, Kyle Parker begs him to stop the duel. He wants the horde dealt with first, but our stubborn hero completely refuses. No way, he fires back, that keeping this psycho alive is far worse than dealing with the zombies. Kyle Parker is still seriously hesitating, but Tony tells him firmly to knock it off, stop arguing, and stay cool. Then he immediately patches his radio through to Lam Vi. She confidently reports that the defensive lines are completely set up and ready to clash at any second. She just reminds the guys up top to keep providing them some solid cover fire. Right after that, Lam Vi spins around to address the nervous crowd behind her. She warns everyone that the mining sector is about to take a massive hit from the zombie wave. This incoming horde is way more aggressive than the one from 2 days ago. There is absolutely no way the outer perimeter defense can hold them back. Running away is not an option anymore. If they actually want to survive this, they have to fight together, so she tells them to shut up and strictly follow her orders. To make her point, Lam Vi raises her gun straight to the sky and yells out. She fires a loud warning shot into the air, the heavy boom echoing in every direction. Hearing that sharp gunshot, the zombie mob furiously roars back. Soon, their entire position gets heavily bombarded by explosives, sending thick clouds of dust and smoke straight up into the air. Lane and the crew bravely charge straight into the killing zone. Watching this chaotic bloodbath, Lam Vi just breathes a heavy sigh, muttering how lucky they are to have him around. Rewind 3 hours to when they first caught the awful news. They totally freaked out over an incoming zombie flood. Tony urgently warned them he just sensed the threat coming, straight up saying there was zero time left for explanations. Making it perfectly clear, he said they could not dodge this zombie wave at all. Crushing that initial assault was their only shot at surviving. Jumping into boss mode, he ordered Daniel Voss to stick by his side. Aunt Law and Little Mai hid in the crowd for an ambush. Kyle Parker took the roof for sniping. The detailed plan? They would just figure it out while actively moving. Throwing a serious look over at Lam Vi, he trusted her with the entire defense mission. She had solid experience handling zombie outbreaks, so he told her to just handle it and drag the supplies to the Imperial Club later. Zero hesitation at all. Lam Vi instantly says yes. Now back in the present, she watches Tony violently brawling in the distance and finally gets it. Had this crazy guy seriously planned out every single detail from the very beginning? Out there, Tony dodges his opponent's wild strikes with total ease. Slipping to the back, he instantly unleashes a brutal, non-stop combo of heavy punches. Putting every last ounce of his raw strength right into that final punch, he kicks up a pretty massive shockwave across the area. Standing over the crushed rubble, he sees his crazy opponent is still standing and sarcastically praises the guy for taking a hit so well. Down in the smoking crater right at Tony's feet, Hu Luong just slowly raises his hand. Aggressively gripping the ruined edge, he launches his entire body upward. In a total flash, Hu Luong lands securely on the side. His eyes have entirely shifted to a wild electric blue, with dangerous sparks hiding deep inside them. Hu Luong glances toward the zombie horde, calculating his next move. He doesn't hesitate to change direction. Tony notices this absolute jerk trying to merge into the zombie flood. Seeing Hu Luong dash off like a rocket, he yells out for Kyle Parker and Laura Lane to watch his side. Being called out by name, those two immediately turn around, looking completely surprised by the sudden shout. Tony chases right after Hu Luong, telling them to clear the path and not let the corrupted guy escape. Laura Lane quickly teleports right in front of him. She tells him to bring it, but her punch completely misses Hu Luong. She totally didn't expect the enemy to be that agile. Tony warns her not to underestimate him. This thing actually has brains. Moving like lightning, the guy charges straight toward the front of the zombie horde. Tony and Laura Lane chase closely behind him. Realizing he can't catch up, he shouts for Kyle Parker, who instantly takes the order. Hu Luong enters the sniper's crosshairs, and a bullet fires directly into his face. Bad news, this guy is way too tough, and normal bullets do absolutely nothing. Hearing Kyle Parker's report, Tony isn't surprised, just telling him to stall the target. Tony dives alone right into the middle of the aggressive zombie mob. He has to take down every single monster blocking his path. Damn it, he finally runs out of patience. Tony vaults right over their heads, telling the team to leave it to him. He gets closer to Hu Luong, yelling at the mob to get out of his way. The mutant roars, summoning his zombie minions, swarming heavily right around Tony's feet. Hu Luong uses that exact moment to escape, while Tony slams a massive punch down, sending the zombies flying in every direction. He's genuinely surprised the guy evolved enough to control the infected. Yeah, there is no way he can let this monster live now. The zombie crowd keeps screaming and rushing forward after hearing Hu Luong's calling roar. Right now, Laura Lane and Tony are completely surrounded. She nervously warns Tony that the zombie flood is pouring in heavily and they seriously need to retreat right away. But our boy stays incredibly stubborn, saying no way this crazy mutant absolutely has to die today. Tony immediately orders Kyle Parker to keep aiming at that guy, and the sniper instantly agrees to handle the job. Meanwhile, he stays back clearing the zombies blocking his path. While attacking, Tony alerts his teammate to shift left, as the target is running that way. Predicting the mutant's path, Tony calls out for the right side to keep running straight. The guy is right there, and our hero finally grabs his nasty hair. Tony violently yanks Huluong's head backward, raising his newly reinforced glowing fist up high. He is totally determined to take this guy down. One straight punch slams into his body, instantly shattering and caving in the ground beneath them. Huluong is freakishly durable, screaming constantly to signal his species. The zombie pack swarms from behind, forcing Tony to deal with these incredibly annoying pests once again. The mutant takes that chance to stand back up, turning around to continue fleeing. He shouts for Kyle Parker not to let the guy run. Got it. A sniper bullet strikes right into his kneecap, making Huluong stumble awkwardly and faceplant straight into the dirt. Smashing zombies, he orders the sniper to rain bullets right into the monster's back. Kyle Parker feels pretty smug seeing his target finally go down. He mocks the punk for tasting his awesome skills. But seeing the mutant stubbornly growl and try standing up, Kyle Parker scoffs at his annoying persistence. Knowing regular bullets just won't kill this thing, Tony directs Laura Lane to use her black armor. She immediately starts channeling the crazy power inside her body. Her skin completely turns black, and her body radiates intense waves of glowing red energy. Laura Lane glares at the surrounding zombies, and her overwhelming aura actually makes those mindless monsters hesitate in fear. Huluong lies flat on the ground, unable to move, while the zombies form a tight circle, completely afraid to approach. Tony is pretty amazed the black armor at full blast genuinely terrifies even the infected virus carriers. Laura Lane warns him to hurry, saying she can't hold this form for long. He calculates the timing, telling her to endure it for just 1 minute, and he will make sure this little punk never stands back up. Right then, deep crimson streaks appear across Tony's arm, and he raises his fist, which is actively powering up to a whole new level. Huluong growls back, preparing to finalize his own twisted evolution. He roars with his mouth wide open, erupting with wild lightning energy while taking bullets. Kyle Parker fires off multiple shots, but it is totally useless. Tony has no clue what trick the guy is using, but sniper fire is doing absolutely nothing. Seeing the mutant teleport toward him, the team nervously calls Tony's name. Facing this maddened opponent, our boy stays completely calm, blocking the enemy's raging punch with just a single hand. Thick veins aggressively bulge out all across Huluong's wild eyes. Now watch how insane this gets. The monster struggles to resist, while Tony easily maintains his strength, announcing that this is his first time using his newly formed mark. Another fresh punch charges up, and he promises this mutant will be the very first one on the chopping block today. A brutal uppercut slams directly into Huluong's throat, forcing his entire body to absorb the helpless hit. Kyle Parker watches in absolute horror as the beast gets blasted far away. Holy crap, that is totally epic. As Huluong's body gets sent tumbling through the air, Tony perfectly times another devastating strike right as he falls down. The gloomy sky suddenly clears up, beautifully signaling that this incredibly grueling and chaotic battle has finally reached its end. Kyle Parker and Laura Lane simply stare wide-eyed at that spectacular scene. Tony finally stops his attack, leaving his defeated opponent completely battered, broken, and covered in blood. The mutant heavily flops backward, entirely unable to move a single muscle anymore. The ground beneath them is pure rubble, thick black smoke choking the air. He digs into Hurlung's skull for a crystal, but comes up totally empty-handed. The mutation time was just too short, so no crystal formed. He tells the crew to pack it up time to head back. Lane senses the shift over on Thien Thun's side and lights up with joy. Her big bro pulled it off, now it's time to rush in and back him up. Lumvi sharply warns her not to act reckless. Just keeping themselves alive right now is a miracle, she says anxiously. But Lane argues back, what about Thien Thun? Over the comms, he drops an order. Kid Law, listen to Lumvi. Don't do anything stupid. The guys can handle themselves. If they aren't back in 5 minutes, blow up the remaining building. Lane completely rejects that they would be blown to bits. He calms her down, promising he is way too stubborn to die. She refuses to accept it, yelling absolutely not. Thien Thun cuts her off right there. The decision is made. He leaves Kid Law in Lomvi's hands. Lomvi immediately orders the explosives primed for a 5-minute countdown, but Lane physically blocks them. Nobody touches that detonator until Thien Thun gets back. Lumvi tries to talk her down, begging her to just stay cool. Their time is running out fast, and risking the whole squad for one guy isn't an option. Plus, Thien Thun literally ordered this himself. But Lane stays completely stubborn. She threatens to kill anyone who touches the trigger. Suddenly, a new voice chimes in asking why the vibe is so incredibly tense. Dinvoor arrives with heavy backup. He rallies the boys to go bring their boss home, as a hail of bullets absolutely shreds the zombies ahead. Lumvi sees the perfect opening and calls the charge. Both of them dive fiercely into the massive, endless ocean of undead monsters. Lane finally reaches him. He praises her work, then immediately yells to blow the charges. Lumvi throws her hand up for the signal. The entire building goes up in a massive fireball, smoke choking the sky. Total wipeout. Crushing debris flattens the zombie horde below, leaving only a single structure standing. Thien Thun barks an order for everyone to fall back into the club. He checks the comm status. The reply comes back totally solid. Kyle Parker says he just swapped positions. The infected down below are pretty thin right now, so he is gearing up to pull out. Thien Thun warns him to stay frosty. Kyle Parker brushes it off, saying he will improvise if things get ugly. But suddenly, he freezes. Something feels incredibly wrong. This chilling vibe. The heavy door right in front of Kyle Parker gets violently kicked open, making him stumble backward in pure shock. A severely mutated, completely ripped zombie stomps out, rocking literal claws on its feet. His face goes completely pale. It is a lone wolf variant. It locks its glowing, blood-red eyes straight onto Kyle Parker. He doesn't hesitate, teleporting right behind the beast and lining up a clean shot. A single bullet slams directly into the zombie's massive back. Zero effect. It slowly turns its ugly head to glare right back at him. Thien Thun yells through the comms, "Aim for the temple." Kyle Parker gets the memo instantly. He taunts the ugly freak, telling it to look right over here. The exact second it turns, Kyle Parker vaults high into the air. He lands perfectly on its massively swinging arm, jamming the rifle barrel directly against its mutated temple. Kyle Parker flashes a cold, arrogant smirk. He whispers a quick goodbye, pulling the trigger as dark blood just explodes from the monster's skull. Its massive body completely collapses to the floor. But suddenly, the ground starts vibrating hard. Kyle Parker's face drops, and he quickly rushes over to the balcony to look. He peeks over the edge and instantly regrets waking up today. You guys have to see the sheer panic unfolding right now. Game over. The whole zombie horde is here. The monsters down below are violently climbing over each other's bodies just to scale the building. They trample their own kind, stacking up higher and higher. Kyle Parker screams into the radio, desperately asking if Thien Thun can hear him. He says he can't make the extraction, but a dead dial tone answers back zero signal. Thien Thun must be completely out of range by now. Kyle Parker just gives up, figuring it is for the best since the others escaped safely. He sparks a cigarette, taking a deep drag to kill the massive stress. Staring at the burning cigarette in his hand, it suddenly clicks for him. He finally gets exactly why Thien Thun enjoys smoking so much. A sudden shout startles him right out of his thoughts. "Jump down now, Phi!" Thien Thun is literally using the zombies' heads as stepping stones to launch himself high into the air. Kyle Parker stares in total disbelief as his boss screams at him, "Jump, right now!" Trusting him completely, Kyle Parker doesn't hesitate for a single second. He builds up some solid momentum and leaps bravely out into the open air. Down below, Thien Thun parkours across the undead skulls. He angles himself perfectly toward his falling friend, reaching out to catch him, and he totally nails the landing, grabbing Kyle Parker. Yeah, he gets carried straight up princess style. But Kyle Parker only cares about one thing. How the heck did he bounce off that zombie's head for such an insane jump? Thien Thun casually reveals the secret. You need incredibly precise strength control to pull that off. He fully admits he cannot maintain this intense microcontrol state for very long. Once Kyle Parker finally hits Tier 2 and forms a brand new mark, he will slowly unlock this exact same broken ability. Entering this hyper-focused, super precise state burns through a massive amount of your mental energy almost instantly. But since Kyle Parker is a mental type evolver, he will actually be way better at this. Thien Thun promises to teach him the trick later. Kyle Parker nods, finally understanding the mechanics. Thien Thun tells him to hold on tight, kicking off a pile of ruined rubble to gain speed. They launch straight through the glass window of the adjacent building. Thien Thun slides across the floor, perfectly hitting the brakes and standing tall. Both of them survived the madness. He casually tells Kyle Parker to get off him, planning to loop around this building to head home. Once back at the base, Thien Thun immediately sits down to begin his next evolution. The rest of the squad watches him closely, completely hooked. Tony lets out a breath and casually drops the news he is totally healed. Kyle Parker just stares, totally mind-blown. He calls him an absolute freak, recovering in less than an hour. Lane is just as shook as her older brother. Tony spent literally the entire afternoon fighting, spamming all his crazy special abilities, and even triggering that mysterious birthmark of his. Just a quick little power nap and he is fine? Tony happily explains the secret to them. This is the insane perk of actually condensing a brand new birthmark. Once that new mark forms, his self-control, mental power, stamina, and recovery speed all get a massive, completely broken stat boost. It might not instantly buff his raw strength or speed, but it pushes his overall combat potential off the charts. He suddenly remembers something, digs into his pockets, and casually tosses 2 meteor cores at them. "Oh right, take these." Kyle Parker and Lane catch them clumsily as Tony tells them to hold on to the weird items. Since they just survived a brutally intense battle, they definitely need the upgrade right now. Kyle Parker inspects the rock, asking how the heck they are even supposed to use this thing. Tony tells them to fuse it with their blood, exactly like Vanessa King did. Kyle Parker completely freaks out over the blood magic, making Lane crack up at his panic. What is he so scared of? To master this epic technique, he must make the ultimate sacrifice, Tony calls out, leaving the siblings to figure it out while grabbing someone else. He asks Daniel Voss to head up to the rooftop with him for a second. Meanwhile, the local gang members are aggressively barking orders, telling everyone to speed things up. The second they spot Tony walking over, the local guys scramble into a perfectly straight line, creating a special path and bowing with massive respect. Boss the end, Tony asks Daniel Voss how the situation is holding up down here. Daniel Voss sighs, he can clearly see it. The place is totally packed. Right now, everyone is crammed inside the club, basically squeezing half the mining zone population right into this single building. But luckily, Daniel Voss just discovered the abandoned Trieu family warehouse, loaded with enough crazy supplies to keep everyone alive for a solid while. Tony nods, warning him that this club is now filled with all kinds of shady characters, making management a nightmare, so he absolutely cannot show them any mercy. Daniel Voss gets the message loud and clear. Following his boss up the stairs, he gets curious and asks what they are even doing up on the roof. Tony reveals they are here to scout the zombie horde, and both gaze down at the chaotic streets. Surprisingly, the freaks down there are standing completely frozen in place. Daniel Voss, totally confused, reports that it turned like this shortly after they returned. The zombies look like they are fast asleep, showing zero aggression whatsoever. Tony suddenly mutters that this horde is not simple at all, leaving Daniel Voss shocked as he watches his boss look dead serious. Tony drops some serious lore normally. There are only 3 reasons a zombie horde forms. Reason number 1 is just pure, natural bad luck. This type pops up spontaneously, mostly happening in massive cities where there is an insanely high concentration of infected people. Reason number 2 is basically man-made, usually triggered when survivors get way too loud and active. Put simply, if you make too much noise, you can easily gather a massive amount of zombies and trigger a total nightmare horde. And reason number 3, they are being actively commanded by a high-tier infected freak. Once evolving to Tier 3, the sheer amount of zombies an infected can boss around heavily increases. The absolute elite ones can even control an entire devastating horde. Daniel Voss starts scratching his head. So what the heck caused this massive Loganheart zombie flood? Tony points down, telling him to just look closely. Normally, once they spot fresh meat, the infected chase them down relentlessly, unless you wipe them all out first. But right now, these undead weirdos are not even attacking, they are literally taking a break. Not only that, but the zombies over in that corner are starting to wander around completely aimlessly. Normal hordes absolutely never act like this. Daniel Voss does the math. And honestly, you gotta wonder too, does that mean this is the 3rd type, commanded by a high-tier boss? Tony confirms it is highly possible, though they lack enough hard facts right now, so it is just an educated guess. Best to rest up for today, since they definitely will not solve this mystery overnight. Once dawn finally cracks over the horizon, he casually gives the order to move out. Daniel Voss firmly acknowledges the command. He rallies the troops, shouting that the Thon Sun gang members are just regular guys who can easily get severely injured, scratched, or bitten by these crazed infected. So everyone must remember their only job is to block them and build a solid defense. Absolutely no reckless killing today. Got it? The whole squad roars back in agreement. Daniel Voss praises them and orders the gates open. The massive doors slowly creak open, letting the blinding sunlight pour in, right as a massive, shoving wave of zombies violently storms inside. The fully geared up boys, armed with heavy riot shields, show zero fear as they aggressively roar out a battle cry. The rabid zombies smash right into their shield wall, instantly kicking off a totally brutal shoving match. The guys in the back grab their hammers and just start mercilessly bashing zombie heads in, while the frontline squad pushes back with everything they have against the horde's crushing weight. They scream out, boosting their morale and raw strength, yelling to push harder. Together, they form an absolute steel wall, perfectly locking those freaks on the outside. Watching from up high, Tony is pretty impressed, completely surprised that the Trieu family warehouse actually stocked up on all this epic tactical gear. Daniel Voss feels incredibly relieved. Having these bulletproof shields and heavy weapons makes dealing with a massive zombie wave a whole lot easier. Tony literally jumps right over the zombies' heads, sprinting forward like an absolute beast. A freak lunges at him, and he just viciously kicks it away, landing smoothly and ordering everyone to keep pushing forward. Over on Kyle Parker's side, he desperately calls out Tony. Everyone reports in, they are fully prepped and totally ready to go. Daniel Voss chimes in, warning Tony that all the nearby zombies just massed up right out front. Tony immediately starts barking out orders. He sends Kyle Parker and the kid Lacan toward the southeast, while handing the southwest zone straight over to Teacher La and Lam Vi. Lam Vi nods right away, totally not a problem. The zombie horde suddenly smashes right through the shield barrier, though the first one gets a brutal kick to the face from Daniel Voss. He yells back to Tony, there are way too many. They absolutely cannot hold this line. Tony jumps in, launching attacks that send those zombies flying in every possible direction. Everyone else just stands there, jaws completely dropping in pure shock. Tony tells them to just guard the doors with their lives. He plans to take this entire undead mob on all by himself. Loud cheers instantly erupt from the crew. They scream about how insanely strong he is, betting that he could wipe out this entire zombie wave without breaking a single sweat. Honestly, picture this. Daniel Voss just stands there, his jaw completely hitting the floor in pure shock. Flashback to his earlier briefing, he told them to listen up, because he was only explaining this battle plan once. Daniel Voss was ordered to lead the Thonsun gang while Tony drew the infected horde's attention. As for Lane and Lam Vi, they had to take the Axe Gang and the Cleaver Society to secure the southeast buildings, setting up a solid defense line right there. Then those two would lead the remaining survivors straight toward the southwest. Just like the first group, they needed to lock down the remaining buildings and build barricades. Those spots, paired up with the Dehao Club, form a perfect triangle, freeing up space while creating a pretty neat little triangular safe zone. Daniel Voss finally catches on to the master plan. Tony meant to use those two buildings as anchor points from the very start. Kyle Parker chimes in his zone is secure. The girls just won their fight, and funny enough, his side just wrapped up too. Tony wildly kicks away the annoying zombies grabbing at him. He yells out, "Perfect! Now slaughter every last zombie in the area." The entire city is totally drowned in firelight and thick, choking black smoke. Instead of dying down, those wild flames just keep burning hotter and much more violently by the second. Daniel Voss's lackeys are absolutely amazed, completely shocked that they actually made it out alive. They have fought zombies countless times, but this is the very first battle where 0 people actually died. This Tony guy is seriously on another level. He wiped out the whole True family by himself and sent Henry Flynn running away in total fear. Of course, the guy has some serious skills. One guy wishes he was that ridiculously strong. Another snaps back, forget his old name, he is officially a god now. And speak of the devil, there he is right now. Tony quietly surveys the entire area. Meanwhile, Daniel Voss runs the numbers. The leftover supplies from the Trieu family should easily last them a solid month. During this buffer time, they really need to crush that zombie wave outside. Kyle Parker steps up to report, saying he already scouted the whole perimeter. There are zombies swarming literally everywhere, and without basic survival gear, leaving Logan Hart is basically a death sentence. Tony gets it perfectly. He knows that finding the actual root cause of this freak zombie wave is the real key to solving everything. But things here are way too unstable right now. If he just leaves, the whole camp might completely panic and fall apart. Tony quickly calms them down. He promises he won't make a single reckless move unless he is 100% sure. Kyle Parker just sighs, wishing he had clairvoyance to magically see whatever was out there. Daniel Voss steps up, offering to lead a small squad straight into the city center to check things out. Tony instantly shuts that down. He is simply not strong enough. Surviving that zombie horde requires at least a tier 2 power level. Suddenly, Lane chimes in from the back, happily volunteering for the mission. Tony spins around, completely shocked by the younger girl. Her speed is so insane that he totally failed to notice her creeping up earlier. Tony demands to know if she broke through. She grins. Yep, she is officially a tier 2 expert now. Kyle Parker shrugs casually, claiming it is honestly no big deal. Everyone does it. This cocky flex catches Tony totally off guard. Wait, Kyle Parker broke through too? Tony wonders why he could not sense it at all. Kyle Parker smugly points out his mental type abilities. He kept that totally hidden until right now. Tony immediately drags his buddy into a corner, demanding to know how far he leveled up. Kyle Parker totally plays dumb, dodging the question with vague answers. Our guy snaps his eyes open, and the very first thing he sees is Mr. Wallace absolutely losing his mind, screaming his name. It takes Tony a solid minute to even process what he is looking at. When reality finally hits, he shoots straight up from his desk in pure shock. He is sitting right in the middle of his old high school classroom. At first, he thinks he is just dreaming. Everything around him looks totally normal and insanely peaceful. It honestly makes him wonder if the last 10 years surviving an actual bloody apocalypse was just some massive, twisted nightmare. But the brutal horrors he lived through are permanently burned into his brain. They keep screaming at Tony that every single bloody second was real. Somehow, against all logic, he has actually regressed back in time. Wild, right? He is back in his high school days, right before the global infection completely nuked the world. The second the bell rings, Tony bolts for the bathroom like his life depends on it. He splashes freezing water on his face. He stares into the mirror. Tony mutters to himself, "Man, I looked so incredibly pathetic 10 years ago, and even the scars on my face are completely gone." Makes sense, though. The viral outbreak hasn't wrecked the earth yet, and right now he is literally just your average, totally basic high school kid. Just thinking about that terrifying outbreak drags his mood straight down into the absolute gutter. He almost forgot he actually has to stop this mess. This time around, he swears he will slaughter every last infected zombie with his own 2 hands. The more he thinks about it, the more his anger just boils over. He snaps, driving his bare fist straight into the mirror and shattering it to pieces. Right after the glass breaks, Tony hears this panicked voice echoing right behind him, a voice that sounds super weird but weirdly familiar. Hey Tony, what the hell is going on? The sudden shout makes him jump. Acting on pure survival instinct, Tony snatches up a jagged glass shard and presses it right against the speaker's throat. But he freezes immediately when he actually looks at the guy. It is his absolute best friend from back in the day, standing right there. His name is Kyle Parker. Kyle Parker does not even care about the weapon at his neck. He just grabs Tony and urgently drags him out of the restroom. Seeing the massive bloody gash on his buddy's hand, Kyle Parker turns completely pale with sheer panic. Tony absolutely refuses to go to a hospital, leaving Kyle Parker to wrap the wound himself. He keeps aggressively grumbling the entire time seriously. What the heck is actually wrong with you today? You practically scared me to death back there. Good thing you have me around, not to brag. I have been wrapping injuries since I was a little kid. While Kyle Parker focuses on the bandages, Tony just intensely stares at his friend's face. He honestly almost did not recognize the guy. Sure, this was his absolute tightest bro in high school, but you really cannot blame him. It has been 10 brutal years since he last saw this face. In his past life, Kyle Parker died right after the whole infection started. Thinking about that dark memory, Tony unconsciously blurts it out. Kyle, I swear I will keep you alive. Kyle Parker just lets out this massive, confused huh sound. He genuinely feels like his best bro is acting super weird today. First punching a mirror, then holding a broken shard to his throat. Now he is just spouting total nonsense. But then a way more important detail pops into Kyle Parker's head, so he completely brushes the weirdness aside. He leans in and asks, Hey, did you finally confess your feelings to Jade Calloway yet? Confess to who? Tony asks back, completely blanking. You literally said you were going to confess to Jade Calloway today for Valentine's Day. Wait, Valentine's Day? Tony violently jumps, his body springing up on pure reflex. Yeah, man, that is literally today, Kyle Parker reminds him with total seriousness. Kyle Parker just assumes his buddy is stressing out over forgetting the big romantic confession. He has absolutely no clue that Tony is actually grinding his teeth right now, flashing back to the complete hell of this exact day. It is a toxic mental scar that never really healed for Tony. He remembers gathering up every single ounce of courage he had to lay his feelings out for Jade Calloway, only for that arrogant girl to rip his letter to shreds in front of everyone, loudly mocking him as total trash aiming way out of his league. But getting publicly dumped by the school beauty is not even the real reason this specific date is cursed. The real reason he remembers it so perfectly? Today is the exact day the apocalypse finally drops. Back in the present, seeing his friend spacing out forever, Kyle Parker just has to jump in. Look, Tony, as your bro, I highly recommend you cancel this whole confession thing. That girl is absolutely never going to look twice at losers like us. Before Tony can even get a word out, Jade Calloway steps right into their line of sight. Oh right, the younger him had already handed her that stupid love letter. And now here she is, marching up with her two mean girlfriends, carrying that cringy, heartfelt letter just so they can openly humiliate him. Hey Tony, did you actually write this incredibly embarrassing garbage? You really should just go find some basic trash on your own level to date. Jade Calloway's brutal words are absolute emotional damage, especially to a guy desperately crushing on her. But here is the thing, this Tony is built entirely different now. Right now, he has zero patience for high school romance drama, and especially not with a toxic girl like her. Tony aggressively snatches the paper right out of Jade Calloway's hand. He crushes it into a ball and glares. Jade Calloway, looking at you honestly makes me sick to my stomach. Tony's cold reaction goes completely beyond Jade Calloway's expectations, making a super ridiculously proud girl like her literally grind her teeth together in pure, unbelievable rage. Looking at that pretty but totally toxic face, Tony thinks to himself, does she think he is blind enough to still like her? Because of her, so many people died in the plague, including him and Kyle Parker. Yeah, that is exactly what went down in his past life. That is exactly why Tony is dodging Jade Calloway like she is the literal plague in this second life. As for his buddy Kyle Parker, he does not get the deep lore. He just sees Tony snapping out of Jade Calloway's love spell and immediately praises him. He calls Tony's trash talk pretty solid. Meanwhile, Tony seriously recalls his past life timeline. At exactly 2 p.m. on May 14, 2018, a massive space meteor crashed straight into Earth's atmosphere. Meteor fragments scattered everywhere, dropping a deadly global virus right into the air for humanity. At first, the infected just pass out. But soon enough, the uninfected watch in horror as people morph into literal monsters. Humanity fought back against the mutants and actually pushed them back. But as time went on, those freaks kept evolving. Game over for the thriving world, it became a living hell. Now watch closely. The clock just hit 12:50 p.m. Tony ends up dumping the entire crazy doomsday survival story straight onto Kyle Parker, fully expecting ahead of time that his best friend absolutely would not believe a single word. Kyle Parker shoots him a totally judging look, asking if Tony is writing a fiction novel right now. He asks what he ate today. First, he roasts the class idol, and now he is babbling about some fake pandemic. Tony is too lazy to explain further. Honestly, talking is pretty useless at this point anyway. He casually tosses his wallet right over to Kyle Parker, then demands that he go buy a bunch of cookies, canned food, some chocolate, and a few cans of energy drinks. His main excuse is that his new doomsday novel requires some serious heavy snacking to keep his writing energy up. At the exact same time, Tony seriously reminds Kyle Parker to call his parents and tell them to buy extra medicine and a ton of daily supplies. As for him, he tells Kyle Parker to meet up at the abandoned factory later. With that, Tony absolutely bolts. Watching his buddy run off in a rush, Kyle Parker helplessly mutters, does he really need all this junk? Is he planning to snack all night long? Tony's parents actually passed away in an accident a while back. Now he can only hope Kyle Parker listens and calls his own folks to hoard those much-needed supplies. Tony runs like his life depends on it. His target is the Lakeside Pines Academy by the lake near Cedar Falls. This is the absolute safest spot for the outbreak. Plus, this school is packing a few things that will keep him alive. On top of that, the abandoned factory nearby has some decent junk he can use as weapons. Since he just barely regressed back in time, Tony is already panting incredibly hard after just a short little sprint. This standard high schooler body of his is honestly ridiculously weak. In a blink, the clock hits 1:30 p.m. Tony finds a solid crowbar way easier to swing than an axe. The early stage infected move pretty slowly, so he just needs to keep his distance. And this factory makes for a sick hideout. Tony swings the crowbar a few times to get a feel for it. He swears he will not mess up this time and absolutely has to see her again. After waiting a bit, Tony notices a few people rolling up. Leading the pack is Kyle Parker looking totally miserable, followed by Jade Calloway and a couple of tough-looking thugs. Kyle Parker keeps his head down and apologizes, saying they tailed him here. A thug barks out, "Get out here, you punk Tony." The guy yells, asking how he dared to insult his precious Jade, demanding if he has a death wish. Tony recognizes that bully. The meathead is Brian Douglas. Talk about trouble knocking on the door. He completely forgot Jade Calloway has these rabid fanboys ready to snap, like coming to settle the score right now. Brian Douglas screams at him not to hide, threatening to send him to the afterlife early. Brian Douglas and his crew start storming right into the factory. If it were the old days, Tony would never dare risk it. But with the apocalypse dropping soon, he has zero extra time to argue with these absolute losers. So before the guy even swings, Tony bashes the crowbar straight onto Brian Douglas's head while everyone watches in pure shock. "Get lost," he spits out coldly. Taking a full crowbar hit, Brian Douglas instantly drops to the floor. Kyle Parker runs over in a total panic, but Tony does not even flinch, warning all of them, especially Jade Calloway, to scram right now or die. That deadpan threat from Tony actually does the trick. Jade Calloway and her absolute simp army are forced to finally back off, even though nobody understands why he suddenly flipped his entire personality like that. Obviously, the idol is seriously annoyed. On the way back, she constantly nags at Brian Douglas, asking why the supposed tough guy got scared so easily. Brian Douglas does not even have the energy to show off for girls anymore. The terrifying killer intent radiating off Tony back there was way too real. The kid felt like an absolute wild beast. Even with 10 extra lives, he would not dare lay a finger on him again. Jade Calloway wants to complain some more, but suddenly the group spots a few stars shooting across the sky, just like a meteor shower. And it's not just happening in China. Right at that exact same moment over in Japan, the US, and everywhere else meteor showers are crashing down simultaneously. While everyone around the globe is happily enjoying this epic celestial show, Tony is sweating bullets. Why? Because he is the absolute only one who knows the actual apocalypse has arrived. Kyle Parker obviously has zero clue, already yawning his head off in the background. Since these two have been hiding out here basically all freaking day, his buddy just wants to drag Tony to an internet cafe. But right on cue, the entire abandoned factory violently shakes like a massive earthquake just suddenly hit. Kyle Parker completely freaks out, totally forgetting about his precious little gaming session. Even this earthquake is a perfect copy of his past life. Tony knows that in exactly 20 hours, the virus will hit the air. Every single person will temporarily pass out, and when they finally wake up, this whole world becomes a literal living hell. Even knowing all of this in advance, Tony still cannot stop himself from crashing into a ridiculously deep sleep just like everyone else. Lost in the haze, he actually dreams about Nicole Hayes, the absolute most important girl in his entire life. And in that nightmare, she also turns into a terrifying mutant like all the others. The exact second he sees Nicole Hayes' horribly deformed face, Tony violently jolts awake in total panic. Kyle Parker is also just sitting up now. His buddy's first reflex is checking his phone, then absolutely losing his mind, discovering it is already 10 a.m. the next day. They slept for almost a full day. "Oh man, we are so dead," Kyle Parker whines we never went home last night and skipped school today. Kyle Parker is having a complete meltdown, but Tony just sits there with a totally blank, completely emotionless expression. He super calmly reassures his buddy, hey, even if we skip school, it really does not matter. This incredibly chill attitude is making Kyle Parker seriously concerned. Dude, are you actually okay? Because since yesterday, you have been acting like a totally different person. Tony simply does not have the time to explain things to him, because harsh reality is about to provide the ultimate answer. And the first absolute nightmare rapidly unfolds as the abandoned factory door suddenly creaks wide open. Man, that thing sniffed us out incredibly fast, Tony quietly mutters to himself. Kyle Parker blindly follows his gaze, instantly popping his eyes completely wide in pure shock. He spots a grotesque creature covered in blood, its face completely mangled, awkwardly shuffling forward. It is clearly human but fundamentally wrong, and just like that, the global pandemic has officially kicked off. Just leave this guy to me. Kyle Parker steps boldly forward, overflowing with completely misplaced confidence. Right then, he has zero idea the thing in front of him could easily take his life. He literally just assumes it is some weird, drunken old dude stumbling around. So Kyle Parker naively struts right up to it, but right behind him, Tony quietly gathers his momentum, suddenly launching himself forward to firmly block the zombie. Then he viciously shoves a heavy crowbar straight through the monster's neck. Fresh blood violently splatters everywhere, making Kyle Parker widen his eyes in absolute horror all over again. He screams out, Tony, what the heck did you just do? Why would you take his life? Tony calmly wipes the blood off his crowbar and answers Kyle Parker. Survival rule number 1. Never ever hesitate when putting down a zombie. Grab your gear and follow me right now. I am going to show you exactly what hell looks like. Kyle Parker's poor heart is still aggressively pounding out of his chest from that insane encounter, but he somehow tries forcing himself to stay calm, hauling his bags outside with Tony. And when the crazy outdoor scene slams into his vision, Kyle Parker is genuinely traumatized. If you guys think this looks exactly like a cheap doomsday horror movie, you are absolutely right. A massive crowd of freaky people, looking just like that weird fat guy from the factory, are now frantically tearing their own fellow humans to pieces. Kyle Parker hears utterly desperate cries for help mixing with the savage roars of the nasty mutants. And then, a few sharp-eyed walking corpses spot Tony and Kyle Parker entering the scene, immediately sprinting over to launch an attack. Since Kyle Parker has absolutely zero combat experience, he completely freezes up. Thank goodness Tony is already way too used to this, easily taking down yet another zombie. He loudly warns his friend, careful, do not let them bite you. Tony yells out the harsh reminder. Kyle Parker is honestly still completely stuck in shock, suddenly realizing that every single crazy thing Tony predicted yesterday has now actually become brutal reality. The whole world has genuinely transformed into literal hell thanks to this freaking zombie virus. Just a second later, Kyle Parker hears someone screaming incredibly loud. Akiet, Damin, stay the heck away. Our guys turn around together, spotting Jade Calloway and Brian Douglas holding hands and sprinting for their lives. To be exact, 2 ravenous zombies are relentlessly chasing them down from behind. Brian Douglas is genuinely out here still trying his hardest to protect his precious goddess, so he repeatedly swings his heavy baseball bat right into the rotting corpses, tailing them. Wait, isn't that Jade Calloway's crew? Did someone over there actually get completely infected? Kyle Parker nervously asks. But Tony does not have a single second to care about these useless scumbags. They desperately need to protect their own skins first. Except right at that exact moment, Jade Calloway is frantically running and stupidly trips hard right over a random rock, totally eating dirt. Instantly, a nasty zombie fully grabs hold of her while she pathetically shrieks in pure despair, somebody, please, somebody help me. In the most critical split second, Tony begrudgingly charges in anyway, viciously swinging his heavy crowbar to actually save her life. He absolutely just does not want to deal with another mutant, not because he has any lingering feelings. Right after, Tony forcefully drags Kyle Parker to keep moving forward. Jade Calloway just sits there, her whole body shaking from sheer terror. She stares at the dead zombie right in front of her, then suddenly jumps up and clings onto Tony like a leech. She begs to tag along. Tony hates the hassle, but knows she won't leave even if he kicks her, so he just ignores the girl. He and Kyle Parker clear the path as they move forward. They finally find a clean, zombie-free classroom and quickly duck inside to catch their breath. Tony tells Kyle Parker to save his energy so they can look for a solid chance to ditch this place. Right now, his body is way too weak to wrestle with those walking corpses for long. To survive, Tony desperately needs to regain his past life physical stats. Jade Calloway stubbornly follows him anyway, totally dragging her obsessed fanboy Brian Douglas along for the ride. Right now, she is just constantly whining. What do? Somebody definitely called the cops by now, right? Why are they taking so long? This chick is totally useless, and her constant whining is making Tony incredibly annoyed. He straight up yells at Jade Calloway to shut her mouth. She instantly zips it, but Brian Douglas cannot handle seeing his precious goddess getting yelled at like that. Brian Douglas points his finger at Tony and snaps right back. The fanboy says Tony crossed the line, claiming Jade Calloway is just a weak, innocent girl. Because of that exact gesture, Tony notices a super deep gash sliced across the guy's wrist, and it is still dripping blood everywhere. He suddenly asks the guy if the wound hurts. "Just a little bit, it is not a big wound," Brian Douglas replies. At this point, the dude still has absolutely no idea he is about to meet his maker. Tony speaks up again. He asks if the guy knows the first infections came from a meteorite virus, while the rest caught it from getting bitten. "Infected?" Kyle Parker asks in total confusion. Since nobody else knows this wild info yet, Tony starts explaining the exact details of the newly spreading virus. He says it is officially known as Ebola. The Ebola virus only affects humans, and it usually spreads directly through the air, water sources, and physical contact. There is only a 70% chance of it spreading through the air. Meanwhile, it is completely guaranteed to infect you through direct physical contact. In other words, once you get bitten by those things, you are guaranteed to become one of them. When Tony drops that fact, Jade Calloway immediately turns toward Brian Douglas, throwing him a look full of pure disgust and absolute terror. As for Brian Douglas, he absolutely refuses to accept this harsh reality. He screams out, asking what kind of garbage that is, claiming Tony watched too many horror movies. Brian Douglas could never dream in a million years that this guy actually traveled back from 10 years in the future. So whatever Tony says is simply 100% facts. Saying this, he grips his crowbar and slowly steps closer. Brian Douglas is going to fully turn within 10 minutes. There is absolutely no saving him, so Tony has no choice but to finish him off before it is too late. He asks if the guy wants a quick and painless exit. At least he can die while still keeping his human dignity. Catching the killing intent in Tony's voice, the infected dude raises his baseball bat while constantly backing away. He tells him to freeze and threatens him if he takes another step. Brian Douglas obviously wants to live, but reality already proves that everything the regressor said is completely true. The guy is already showing super clear signs of mutating. Right now, his nasty wound does not even hurt him anymore. And Brian Douglas himself can clearly see this exact creepy change as he stares down at his own hand. Absolute fear and crushing despair wash over him. Brian Douglas desperately wants to beg Jade Calloway for a tiny bit of sympathy. He wants to swear he would never ever hurt her. But answering that deep devotion, Jade Calloway just coldly screams at him to get lost and stay far away from her. Tony and Kyle Parker are honestly not even surprised by Jade Calloway flipping her attitude this ridiculously fast, even though the poor guy literally got bitten and infected just trying to protect her. Right at that very second, a massive crash suddenly erupts down in the schoolyard. Now watch this crazy timing. Kyle Parker and Tony poke their heads out to check, discovering the principal's car totally smashed into a corner wall. Looks like that loud noise was him losing control and crashing straight into it while desperately trying to escape. But this wild accident actually gives them a perfect opening, because pretty much the entire zombie horde is already swarming around the principal's wrecked ride. Tony frowns, warning the guy he will become a walking piece of rotten meat in just a few minutes. Letting him end it now would be way easier. The dude stammers in absolute panic. He wildly tightens his grip on the bat, cursing the guy and yelling not to trick him. He insists he is completely fine. Tony just coldly watches him, waiting to see what happens next. From behind, someone calls out for Kyle Parker to leave. Jade Calloway panics and begs, quickly crying out for Tony not to leave her behind. Brian Douglas steps closer, tightly grabbing her hand and calling her name. Jade Calloway yanks her arm back in absolute disgust. "Let go, you creep," she snaps. While he desperately promises he will not hurt her, he just wants to say that if he actually ends up dying, well, Jade Calloway slashes a box cutter right across Brian Douglas's face and backs away. She snaps that if he wants to die, he should just die alone. He stands completely stunned by his crush's brutal actions, while Jade Calloway hurriedly chases after the others, yelling to wait for her. Brian Douglas's hand hangs frozen in midair, then heavily drops down in pure disappointment. The guy just stands there, totally paralyzed. The rest of the group quickly hurries away. Outside, the zombies are going totally crazy. These infected haven't evolved yet. Tony seizes the opening to strike one, proving a solid chop to the head or neck gets the job done. Right now, one of the walkers stumbles straight toward Kyle Parker. He grips his axe, practically shaking with fear. Tony barks out a warning, "Do not hesitate, it is us or them." With that, the axe buries itself deep into the zombie's skull. Kyle Parker carefully delivers a few extra chops for good measure. Blood splatters everywhere as the monster falls backward, completely dead. Staring at his totally blood-soaked axe, Kyle Parker finally breathes a huge sigh of relief. He actually did it. Suddenly, Jade Calloway rushes up from behind, desperately calling for Kyle Parker. She sprints for her life, yelling for Tony to wait up. Catching her breath, she begs them not to scare her, claiming she thought they left her behind. but finding Tony's weapon pointed right at her face shuts her up fast. He coldly demands to know why she is following them, forcing her to play the victim. She pleads with Kyle Parker and Tony not to leave her all alone. Kyle Parker then leans in, whispering to his friend. He argues they are decent guys, and she is their classmate after all. Tony shoots her a highly suspicious glare, then abruptly turns his back to walk away. He says they have no time to deal with her now. She can tag along, but she has to follow orders, got it? Standing behind them, Jade Calloway stares at their retreating backs with a darkly bitter expression. The streets are packed with zombies, forcing the group to hide behind some bushes. Kyle Parker quietly suggests they just rush the gate and make a break for it. Tony instantly shoots that down way too dangerous. Since these infected are completely drawn to sound, he plans to sneak right into the school broadcasting room. He will use it to lure the horde away. Once the path clears, they escape. That is the whole plan. Kyle Parker stares at him with pure worry, asking what happens to him. Tony casually brushes it off, telling him not to care. Kyle Parker silently prays for his buddy. Please stay safe, Tony. Only then does Kyle Parker notice the girl shivering uncontrollably behind him. He gently checks to see if she is doing okay. Jade Calloway strategically pulls down her collar, striking a seductive pose. She sincerely thanks him, claiming Tony would have definitely abandoned her if he had not stepped in. Deep down, she is already plotting revenge. She swears Tony will pay heavily for humiliating a queen like her, planning to start by ruining his best bro. Jade Calloway throws herself at Kyle Parker, tightly. Meanwhile, she drags his name through the mud. She plays the victim, acting totally terrified of Tony because he just yells and fights. Kyle Parker, she whines. You are such a good guy, so you should really watch your back around him. In her head, she is begging for this cheap manipulation to work. Just ditch him. How could any guy possibly resist my absolute charm? Yeah, right. Kyle Parker does not fall for her little act at all. Instead, he drops a truth bomb. He actually considers himself incredibly lucky. He is only breathing right now because of Tony. Kyle Parker just laughs right in her face. He completely agrees he is a good guy, but he is also smart and way too cool to be some random simp, so she better stop talking trash about Tony behind his back. Jade Calloway looks absolutely sick to her stomach. She is completely furious. Meanwhile, over at the school, Tony is currently playing fetch with the undead. He chucks an empty soda can to grab the zombie horde's attention. The walkers immediately stop their messy chewing. Every single creepy head snaps toward the clattering metal sound. Like mindless idiots, they stumble up and sprint right for the noise. Tony chills behind a corner wall, calmly scanning the courtyard. Dealing with these brainless goons is barely even a warm-up for him at this point. He stealthily slips into the broadcasting room. The real final boss here? Trying to figure out how this ancient radio equipment actually works. How the heck do you turn this thing on? While he is distracted by the buttons, a nasty zombie creeps up right behind him. His danger senses tingle and he whips around. What the? The freak lunges with its jaws wide open. Tony catches its throat in a brutal grip while it thrashes wildly. Damn, this thing is insanely strong. It must be a mutant on the verge of evolving. They are leveling up faster than anyone expected. But our guy refuses to let his story end here. Mid-struggle, he desperately scans the messy desk, looking for absolutely any kind of weapon to smash this thing. Right beside the zombie is an iron bar. Tony desperately reaches out for it. With rotting teeth inches from his face, his fingers finally wrap around the metal. Without hesitating, Tony jams that pipe straight through the freak's ugly skull. The gross body slumps backward and hits the floor with a heavy thud. He catches his breath, totally did not expect a boss fight inside the broadcasting room. Cursing out loud if this is just semi-evolved, that is completely terrifying. He glances at the desk and picks up a framed couple's photo. Looks like the poor girl was the only one infected. She was probably the school announcer. And honestly, pretty cute too. Seeing a half-finished knitted scarf on the table, Tony figures she was making a sweet little Valentine's Day gift for her guy. Tragic. Anyway, he finally gets the speaker working. A loud recording blasts over the campus, announcing it is time for morning exercise and demanding everyone head to the courtyard immediately. Testing. 1, 2, 3. The entire zombie mob swarms the giant speaker pole, scratching and screeching at the blaring noise. Kyle Parker sneaks around outside. Tony actually pulled it off. The two finally reach the school gates, but of course it's locked tight. He yells to hurry up. Bam! One heavy axe swing smashes right into that lock, totally busting it open. Scrap metal clatters onto the ground. The heavy gate swings open, and both step right outside. But Kyle Parker suddenly stops. Wait, Tony is not out yet. The totally ungrateful Jade Calloway speaks up. Forget that guy. What if the monsters catch us? A bus pulls up right then, and she turns to the teacher, screaming out for them to get on the bus right now. Jade Calloway gets totally impatient. Kyle Parker, what are you just standing there for? Playing the ultimate loyal bro, he refuses to ditch his friend. He says he is waiting for Tony. To Jade Calloway, this heroic loyalty is just super annoying. The teacher steps off the bus. You are Kyle Parker from class 2. Right, hurry up and get on. But our boy fires back. Tony isn't back yet. I am staying right here. Then this girl actually snitches to the teacher. She claims Tony is literally a murderer. Says she saw him kill another student with her own 2 eyes. Hearing this, the shocked teacher just stammers, "Wait, what did you say?" Jade Calloway flashes this totally smug smile. She suggests they should just ditch him and lock the gate, or else those freaky monsters might escape. The teacher actually agrees with this terrible idea. He says she is right. They need to leave immediately. He tells Kyle Parker to stop being so stubborn and get on the bus. She violently mocks Kyle Parker. Still want to wait for Tony, huh? What an amazing bro. You two can just die together then. Kyle Parker glares at her completely cold. So you finally show your true colors, huh? He growls out a curse, calling her an absolute snake, radiating pure killer energy. Kyle Parker points his axe straight at them. Close the gate, my foot. Whoever tries to shut it is catching this blade. Jade Calloway's face darkens with a cold scoff. The other 2 teachers just drop their jaws, totally stunned a student would snap like this. Inside the bus, classmates start violently whispering. What is going on? Who is that guy? What is he doing? Kyle Parker stays totally icy, guarding the spot like a boss. The bus drives off, straight up leaving him behind. We will come back for you later. Out of time. Gotta reach the city. Kyle Parker just bites his lip, not showing a single drop of emotion. Kyle Parker angrily shouts that he actually pulled it off. But our guy has zero clue there is a literal zombie creeping up right behind his back. The thing grabs Kyle Parker's collar and yanks him backward hard. Before he can even process what is happening, the zombie's gross, decaying face is shoved right against his. It pins Kyle Parker straight to the ground. Desperate to avoid getting bitten, he furiously shoves the axe handle right across its ugly face. A totally furious voice rings out, "You absolute bastard." But man, the physical strength of this zombie is just way too much. Kyle Parker starts panicking, knowing he cannot hold it off much longer. Damn it, he has not even dated a girl yet. There is no way he dies here like this. Suddenly, the zombie's head gets completely sliced off, leaving our boy absolutely stunned. Fresh blood just erupts straight out of the stump. Tony reaches a hand down to his bro. Can you stand? After hearing the whole recap, Tony decides skipping that bus ride was actually a massive win. If someone infected is on board, that thing is a total death trap. Tony casually asks him, "They headed to the city? What idiots." Kyle Parker mutters he just hates Jade Calloway, calling her absolutely pathetic. Tony suddenly cuts him off. "All right now we desperately need a place to crash. Kyle, if you got on that bus, you would probably be dead meat by now." Tony remembers his past life on that exact bus. Some guy was infected and turned mid-ride. That chaos caused the driver to crash straight into a pole. Typical horror trope, right? Everyone luckily escaped the crash, but all that crazy noise basically rang the dinner bell for a massive zombie horde. Back then, they sprinted down the street, frantically banging on some house's door. People yelled to open up, but Jade Calloway was inside, ordering them to lock it up, totally throwing everyone else under the bus to save herself. The door clicked shut, leaving them outside. Kyle Parker tried to play it cool, "Do not worry, they will open it eventually." But bulging dark veins were already spreading across his arm. With tears streaming down his face, Kyle Parker choked out that it hurt too much to keep running. "Tony, run away now!" In that horrible moment, watching his absolute best bro about to mutate, he completely froze. Tony thinks back to how he cowardly abandoned him to save his own skin. Back in the present, Kyle Parker snaps him out of it. "Bro, why are you spacing out? Eat up first. I know a crazy good spot we can crash at." He hands over a snack pack. Snapping back to reality, Tony reaches out and takes it. He swears to himself right then and there. Now that he has respawned, he absolutely refuses to lose a single thing ever again. Looking at the building Kyle Parker brought him to, he is completely surprised. "Oh, this is my relative's shop," Kyle Parker explains. "That guy gave me a spare key, just in case." They slide the metal shutter up. Tony immediately takes charge. "Pull that door shut. I am gonna scout the inside. Lock it up tight." Seeing Kyle Parker messing with his phone, he asks what the plan is now. His bro casually replies he wants to find his parents first. "My phone has zero signal right now," Tony nods. "Chiming in your parents live over in the Riverside district, right? I am actually heading that way too, but I gotta track down a few people first." Kyle Parker looks totally confused, then suddenly gets super hyped up. "Wait, looking for people? Do you have a secret girlfriend? Hey man, after this, you gotta hook me up with some girls too." Tony just sighs helplessly at his hopelessly optimistic best bro. Out in the pitch-black night, heavy banging echoes everywhere as the zombie horde frantically smashes against the rolling metal door. The two sit quietly inside. Kyle Parker freaks out, but Tony plays it totally cool. "Relax, man. They are not busting through that door anytime soon, so I'm gonna teach you a few things right now. Truth is, the virus mutating these monsters has secretly been around forever. But when that meteorite virus hit our system, we completely mutated. Most infected turned straight into monsters since their bodies could not handle the strain. but a tiny percentage of humans actually resisted the virus, even managing to control it. When that happens, their bodies just evolve right past normal human limits and totally fight off the infection. Kyle Parker eyes him suspiciously, asking Tien Thun how he knows all this stuff. Tien Thun just tells him to ignore the details and follow his lead right now. I will teach you how to speed up evolution, so breathe evenly, he says. First step is controlling the virus inside. Hold that exact pose and stay calm. He tells him to control his body if things feel weird inside. Absolutely do not panic. That is just the hidden virus, and he has to command it. The virus will gather and show up in one specific spot on his body. That exact spot is the key to unlocking his evolution. Tien Thun thinks it over for a second. Just like his past life, his own palm is his evolution point. Turns out, almost everyone evolves starting right here. Low-tier evolution boosts all physical stats, but only to a totally average level. Honestly, it is pretty trash, but hey, at least it is not entirely useless garbage. He already figured this out. This specific method spikes your evolution, chances the absolute highest when you are hovering on the brink of death. With all his past life knowledge, there is zero chance he fails again. Even with a trash start, Heaven handed him a massive advantage no one else has. A solid 10 years of hardcore combat experience in this literal hell. Soon, Tien Thun falls asleep and dreams of his past life in the city center. He is dragging Nicole Hayes across the street, but she clumsily trips and falls hard. He totally panics, immediately asking if she is okay. Bad news, it looks like a nasty sprained ankle. Tien Thun stares in absolute panic at the massive horde of bloodthirsty zombies drooling right behind them. He throws her onto his back, telling her not to worry. But Nicole Hayes feels terrible, begging Tien Thun to just leave her behind and run. If he was alone, he could definitely escape. Tien Thun pushes harder, yelling at her to stop talking like that she absolutely has to survive this. He carries her and sprints forward, but the sight ahead makes Tien Thun freeze in pure shock. The bridge is completely snapped right in the middle. He swears loudly, damn it, this bridge section is completely uncrossable. The zombie horde rushes wildly from behind. Tien Thun curses again. It is a dead end. Nicole Hayes desperately begs him to drop her. He completely refuses, swearing there has to be some way out. He promises to take her with him. Planting his feet firmly, he builds up crazy momentum and leaps across. Somehow, Tien Thun actually reaches the other side, but Nicole Hayes tilts backward. Right as he lands safely on his feet, she slips and plunges down into the massive gap. Tien Thun whips his head around in total horror. His hand shoots out instantly to grab her, but it is no use. Nicole Hayes falls toward the river at insane speed. He screams out in pure despair, begging her to stop, screaming her name. Waking up from that brutal nightmare, Tien Thun is panting hard. Kyle Parker is hugging him tight in his sleep, mumbling weird, totally inappropriate things. He yells out in absolute disgust, telling this creepy bastard to get away from him. Kyle Parker groggily sits up, confused, asking what time it is. Tien Thun is still totally furious, banning him from ever sleeping in the same bed again. A brand new day kicks off. Seeing him pack, Kyle Parker asks if he really has to leave. She is someone incredibly important to me, Tien Thun shoots back instantly. Hearing that, Kyle Parker just trusts him, telling him to definitely bring her back safely. Our guy smirks confidently, obviously. He does not need to be told twice. Stepping outside to check things out, they notice there are surprisingly zero infected around. Tien Thun hops onto his motorcycle, revs the engine, and gives Kyle Parker one last serious warning. He warns him to stay inside and be extremely careful. Do not open the door for anyone but him. No matter what, keep it locked. Kyle Parker actually feels touched by this, but acts tough anyway, snapping back that he is not some kid needing reminders. The bike rumbles to life as Kyle Parker tells him to come back soon. Tien Thun keeps a dead serious face, twists the throttle hard, and the bike shoots off. Deep down, Kyle Parker is actually super worried. Please come back safe. Speeding down the road like a madman, Tien Thun suddenly realizes something. Oops, he totally forgot to tell Kyle Parker that the person he is hunting for is his past life lover. Nicole Hayes is absolutely the most important person in his life. The only awkward detail? Right now, they are technically total strangers who have never even met. The bike tears onto the main highway, and Tien Thun stops at a roadside shop. He rubs his aching neck, admitting he totally forgot the route. After all, he has not been through this exact spot in 10 whole years. Right as he complains, an empty can suddenly rolls past. But get this, Tien Thun notices the can, and suddenly two zombies lunge at him. He just scoffs, pulling out his weapon to trash them. Then he cleanly slices their heads off. Drop dead. In a split second, he completely finishes off both monsters. He looks around, realizing this place is absolutely crawling with the infected, but someone is actually alive. Just behind him, Laura Lane holds her little sister tightly. Outside their car, a nasty zombie mob is smashing everything. She tells her sister not to be scared, but sitting inside, she is completely pale with terror. The glass is already shattered. A zombie shoves half its rotting body inside. Quick on his feet, Thien Thun grabs a random brick and hurls it straight at the mob. "Get lost," he yells. The two sisters are totally stunned to see a teenage guy boldly blocking the zombies charging right at their car. Thien Thun spins around and delivers a brutal kick to the closest zombie. Both of them get launched flying completely out of the way. Little Latuette looks up in pure awe, thinking this guy is insanely cool. Every single remaining zombie gets completely wrecked by our hero. Peeking out from the car, Latuette praises his insanely cool skills. Meanwhile, he can totally feel his own reflexes, brute strength and speed getting quite a bit sharper. Makes perfect sense he managed to evolve early and stay one full step ahead of everyone else. Even though it is just low-tier evolution, right now his combat power is already on an absolutely godlike level compared to normal humans. Staring down the last few stubborn ones, Tony yells out, "Come get some." A moment later, the ground is completely slick with fresh blood. He totally wipes out the whole zombie mob, standing there panting heavily. Laura Lane speaks up, super grateful, telling him thank you so much, but Tony quickly cuts her off. "No time for thank yous right now," he warns. "This place is definitely not safe anymore, so they need to run first." She looks completely surprised. "Run away?" He casually mentions there is a pretty safe convenience store right up ahead. He tells her to hurry up and take the little girl there to hide. Laura Lane immediately worries, asking what about him. He reassures them both, "Do not worry, I will be right behind you." She still hesitates for a second, but finally makes the call. "Let us go," she says. Latuette whines, "But what about my little teddy bear?" Her sister firmly reminds her to just forget about the toy. Keeping themselves safe comes first right now. Tony carefully pours gasoline all over the car. Right then, he realizes every single one of his senses is slowly getting a whole lot sharper. It must be the early stages of his evolution. Even if it is just a tiny shift, he can totally feel it. Tony senses a massive horde of zombies fast approaching. The two sisters sneak back into the store. Latuette cannot stop worrying, asking her sister if that big brother is going to be okay. She replies quietly, "I honestly do not know." Laura Lane stares outside, totally anxious. She tells her little sister to stay perfectly still right here while she goes to check inside. Latuette immediately throws a fuss. "No way, I want to go with you," Laura Lane strictly warns her. "Then you have to stick right by me, no wandering off. Got it?" Back outside, the zombie horde is already charging in. He just smirks coldly, the cigarette in his mouth giving off a trail of smoke. Tony flicks his cigarette straight into the puddle of oil. An absolute earth-shattering explosion instantly erupts, blowing the entire zombie pack into total chunks of meat. Facing this insane scene, he stays perfectly calm. When Laura Lane rushes out holding a giant machete, she stares in pure shock. Who on earth is this guy? Tony immediately frowns, clearly unhappy that they dared to step outside. What the heck? Did I not tell you guys to stay put inside the convenience store? They retreat back into the shop. He turns and asks Latuette, "Is that your mom?" The little girl quickly shakes her head. "Nope, that is my older sister." Tony suddenly hands something to Latuette. "Oh yeah, here is your teddy bear. I found it sitting in the car trunk." The little girl happily cheers out loud. "That is so awesome. Thank you, big brother." He casually replies, "No need to be polite." After that, Tony cracks open a water bottle and chugs it down to quench his thirst. Seeing this, Latuette quietly asks, "Do you think my sister is pretty?" She could totally be considered a real beauty. He instantly chokes on his water when he hears her next line. "Then you should come be my brother-in-law. My sister still does not have a boyfriend, you know." Tony gently taps the little girl on the head, telling her kids should not talk nonsense. Meanwhile, packing a full backpack, Laura Lane starts feeling quite uneasy. "Should we not put these back? We have not paid for any of this yet. How can we just take it all like this?" Tony quickly reminds her the world has already changed, lady. If we do not take these supplies, someone else definitely will, so why torment yourself over it? Hearing this, she lets out a heavy sigh. "Maybe you are right. This world really has flipped upside down. Just a few days ago, I was still a teacher, and now look." This news actually catches him by surprise. "You are a teacher? Is it by any chance at an all-girls school called Not Tin?" Laura Lane quickly confirms it. "Ah yes, I am a teacher right there." Tony urgently presses her for answers. "Then do you happen to know anyone named Hyen Huyen?" She looks a bit awkward. Could you maybe take your hands off me first?" Hearing that, he freezes up for a quick second. "I am really sorry about that." Laura Lane reveals the truth. "Yes, I definitely know Huyen. I am actually her teacher. Do you personally know her?" Tony replies that they could barely be considered friends. In his mind, he secretly admits the truth right now. He does not actually know Huyen, and neither does she. She warmly reassures him, saying if he is looking for Huyen, she thinks the girl is still stuck inside the school. "I finished my classes early that day and left, but the students all stayed behind to study. Please do not worry too much. Huyen is a really smart student. I am sure she survived." Tony just stays totally gloomy, not saying a single word. Now picture this from her view, crossing all this danger just for one girl. She naturally guesses they must be lovers. She stares intently at his lonely back. Then, acting on her little theory, she suddenly steps up and plants a kiss right on Tony's cheek. Okay, maybe not lovers. He quickly covers his cheek, his face blushing completely red. What are you doing? Laura Lane flashes a bright smile, saying that is a thank you kiss for saving them. Now we do not need your help anymore, she tells him, so just go do your own thing. Hearing this, Latuyette's face instantly drops. The little girl yells out loudly, no way, sis, can we not just follow him instead? He is super strong, is he not going to protect us? I bet you will protect my sister too, right? Laura Lane softly comforts her. Be good now. He has already helped us so much, we should not bother him anymore. Besides, he has important things to do, and we will definitely see him again anyway. Since Latuyette is a pretty sensible kid, she just bursts into loud, sobbing tears instead of fighting it. He walks over her. Tony stands up and calls out, what are you still standing there for? Let us go. The motorcycle quickly continues, tearing down the open road. Sitting up front, the little girl excitedly shouts out, this is so thrilling. Meanwhile, Laura Lane sits on the back holding tightly onto him. And honestly, you cannot blame her for finally asking why did the world become so terrifying? Why? Tony casually answers her. Basically, the whole cause is some kind of virus, pretty similar to those horror zombie movies you watch. Laura Lane quickly follows up, asking him, so where exactly are you taking us? The roaring motorcycle suddenly stops right next to a random car on the street. Okay, we are here, get off. Tony leads her to the car and asks a question. Watch this, I will casually pick this car lock right in front of you. Ever hotwired a ride? Laura Lane immediately stops him. Hey, you are just a high school student. Stealing cars is completely illegal. He stares at her, genuinely wondering how she figured out his age. Oh wait, he is literally still wearing his ridiculous school uniform. Makes sense. Laura Lane gives him a stern warning if he wants to find Huen, he better go to the cops, because even a tough kid like him will not survive that school. Thien Thun actually finds that completely hilarious. The cops? She really thinks the police are going to find Huen for him? She stays totally stubborn, obviously, yes. He just points right behind her. You mean cops like that guy over there? A fully zombified cop staggers straight toward them, and Laura Lane turns pale as a ghost. Thien Thun calmly asks for her name. She stands hiding behind him, practically stammering. My family name is La. He completely steps in front of Miss La, telling her to listen closely, because this entire world Thien Thun stomps his foot hard on the ground. He absolutely brutally finishes off that zombie cop in one hit, has become a hell of a lot scarier than she can possibly imagine. The two sisters watch with their jaws completely dropped in pure shock as bright red blood splatters everywhere across the pavement. Thien Thun immediately loots the body like a gamer. His luck is actually pretty solid today. This riot armor is seriously good stuff, but unfortunately, there is no gun. For now, those ugly freaks absolutely cannot bite through this thick gear. He quickly shoves a heavy iron pipe at her. Take this, Miss Law. This is your weapon now. Never drop it. She grips it tight. Got it, she nods, while he warns them. Remember, there is no law left. And no cops coming to save anyone. If they want to survive, they have to fight for themselves. He already fixed up their getaway car. She just needs to start the engine and do exactly what he told her. He cannot ride with them for now. Please go track down his friend, just say Thien Thun sent you. Laura Lane frantically speaks up. Wait, your name is Thien Thun? He confidently nods. Yeah, that is him. She formally introduces them both. She is Laura Lane, and her younger sister here is Latuyette. She begs him to seriously stay safe out there. He tells her the same. Both vehicles roar to life at the exact same time, while Laura Lane practically forces him to promise that he will return completely unharmed. Thien Thun flashes a hyper-confident smirk. Is that even a question? But as he speeds away, Laura Lane looks heartbroken. Latuyette casually teases her sister. You should have just confessed your feelings back there, because now you missed your shot. Laura Lane sighs heavily, she knows. But right now, survival is the only priority. The younger girl just shakes her head in total confusion. Adults are so totally complicated. Super unlucky for everyone, the main road is completely gridlocked with abandoned cars. But on Thien Thun's side, it is dead silent. Creepily silent. He ditches his motorbike since riding is impossible, forcing him to continue on foot. He stays highly alert, quietly ducking behind a parked car. Then he suddenly spots it. A crashed police cruiser. That is incredible luck, there has to be a firearm inside. He sneaks right into the heavy traffic jam, creeping up to the window, but there is a rabid zombie trapped inside. He easily spots the shiny black pistol resting inside Jackpot, but the dead cop hears his footsteps and violently thrashes awake. Startled, Thien Thun jumps back to keep a safe distance, but that rotting freak just bashes its own head straight through the window, sending glass flying absolutely everywhere. The bloody monster lunges right out of the broken glass. Crap, he mutters, this is bad. He is completely boxed in by wrecked cars. Dodging this thing is basically impossible here. Its grotesque, bloody face snaps forward, and his face instantly goes pale. Thien Thun viciously slams its head down onto the hood of a neighboring car. but then disaster strikes. Damn it! The harsh blare of multiple car alarms suddenly goes off. Moving lightning fast, he pulls his combat knife and buries it directly into the side of the zombie's skull. You know exactly how bad this is about to get. Trapped in this tight gridlock, fighting a horde is suicide. He zeroes in on that gun inside the cruiser. Meanwhile, over at the school in Grade 1, Class 4, the place is practically a ghost town. Two depressed schoolgirls are miserably slumped against the dirty wall. Lane looks absolutely terrified, and Lin is not doing much better. Suddenly, Dung points excitedly, "Hey boss, check it out. There is a living person outside." She jumps straight up to her feet, and all three of them peer out the high window. It looks like he just took one down, but now a massive swarm is surrounding him. Those blaring alarms? Yeah, definitely his fault, and it just dragged every monster in the area right to him. Down below, Tun nervously checks the stolen clip and the silencer. Only 35 bullets? Yeah, this is incredibly bad. That is nowhere near enough to survive this massive horde. The three students watch from above, realizing he is completely trapped like a rat. There is zero escape route, but instead of running, this crazy guy suddenly leaps right onto a bus roof. Did the fear crack his brain? Up there is safe for a minute, but not forever. One aggressive zombie is already clawing its way up. He angrily screams down at it, "You dirty mutt, who gave you permission to climb up here?" Without missing a beat, Tun swings his heavy pipe and brutally crushes its skull. Since his ammo count is dangerously low, he is strictly saving the bullets for an absolute life-or-death emergency. So instead, he goes full melee mode against the swarm. Every single freak that tries to climb up gets instantly knocked back down. Standing his ground on that rusty roof, he bashes away anyone that gets close. "You mindless animals," he roars out, "come up here and see if I don't beat you all to a pulp." The three girls stare in total awe. What kind of insane situation is this? He is so badass. Maybe they should just scream and beg him for help. But wait, they have absolutely no idea who this violent guy is, or if he is actually dangerous. Plus, they really need to see if he even survives this mess first. The horde just keeps pushing harder, completely swarming the bus in a terrifying sea of teeth. He fights them off for hours, all the way until the brutal sunset finally hits. He is barely standing, panting heavily on his bloody pipe, glaring furiously at the final remaining zombie. But Tony feels like his legs are turning to absolute jelly, honestly just wanting to faceplant and take a nap right here. The zombie lunges at him, completely tireless, and he readies his bat for the final crushing blow. The monster bites down hard on the metal rod, so a super annoyed Tony shoves it straight down its throat. He takes out a whole day of sheer exhaustion on this ugly thing. You really think a low-level, unevolved trash mob can kill me? He follows up by smashing it with a massive, earth-shattering strike. The zombie goes flying off the car roof, and he gifts it a bonus bullet just to be sure. The area is officially cleared. Tony pants heavily. He completely collapses onto the car roof, definitely running on empty a second ago. Did he actually just break his own limits? Then this has to be the absolute perfect time to refine his virus resistance, right? Watching from afar, Lin calls out to her boss, "Get over here right now." He completely wiped out all the monsters. Lane is totally stunned. What? How is that even possible? There was a massive horde of them out there. So how is he doing now? The young girl peeks out curiously, noting he is just sitting there completely frozen, probably taking a much-needed breather. "Big sis, do you think he is actually going to come save us?" Lane shakes her head sadly, probably not a chance. It is crazy dark out, he is definitely exhausted, and he totally does not even know we are here. Tony closes his eyes, centering his mind. Okay, the feeling this time hits way harder than before. Thick smoke practically explodes off his entire body, and he slowly starts forcing the mutated Ebola virus cells straight toward his core evolution point. Right after this first evolution stage finishes up completely, the virus will gather to form a perfect path, boosting his physical strength and awakening his omnipotent system. Suddenly, that heavy crowbar feels light as a feather. Now he can easily wreck these basic unevolved monsters. His raw power is totally insane, literally double that of a normal person. He has not tested the other stats yet, but they are definitely buffed too. First order of business is recovering stamina, building that virus resistance, and finally maxing out perception. This omnipotent system has a sick special ability, letting him sense literally any movement within a 5-meter radius. Sure, he is totally paralyzed while using it, but at max level, he can scan a massive 20-meter zone. Still, compared to the spirit system, it is pretty garbage. He remembers back when Hyen could map out an entire 1-kilometer radius. "You are definitely in there, right?" Huyen. He glares straight at the school building. "Just wait, I am coming to save you." Deep in the night, Tony triggers his perception to scan the area. His range is actually tiny, so it looks like this is his absolute limit. Completely annoyed, he chucks his water bottle right at the wall with a loud clank. The zombie horde instantly snaps their attention to the noise. They sprint straight toward the sound, a few of them grouping up. Tony takes a quick peek. 5 unevolved grunts. Wiping these guys out will be an absolute joke. Talk about perfect timing. He still really needs to test out how all his other upgraded abilities work. Tony drops down right into the middle of them, his newly evolved body easily strong enough to crush this trash mob. His reflexes and precision are practically triple what they were before, and his speed got a massive boost too. The furious zombies mindlessly chase right after him. Glancing back at the totally cleared street, Tony smirks with total confidence. Honestly, these basic, unevolved zombie losers are definitely no match for him anymore. Inside the dark classroom, the floor is totally covered in empty wrappers. Lin sighs super sadly. We are completely out of food, and at this rate, we will starve before the monsters even touch us. Duong suddenly speaks up, suggesting to the boss that since the hallway is clear of monsters, sneaking out right now would be a perfect idea. Lane shoots that down instantly. Absolutely not. Heading out there is basically suicide. But the young girl fires right back, pointing out that starving to death in here is just as fatal. Reluctantly, Lane finally gives in. Fine then, grab the flashlights right now. The door slowly clicks open, and the three of them sneak out into the hall. They step super quietly down the dark corridor. Lane takes charge, telling the other two to hit up Class 2 because a chubby kid there always hoarded snacks. She takes Class 3, warning everyone to stay alert. The team agrees, and she heads off totally alone. As Lane scours the desks, her pet rat randomly clings to her leg. Trevor Boyd, quit messing around! Finding absolutely nothing, Lane gets insanely annoyed. It is just stupid comic books, not a single crumb of food. Then she suddenly spots a water bottle hidden in a desk drawer. What is this? Pulling out the bottle, Lane completely lights up. Just finding water is practically hitting the jackpot. But a terrifying scream instantly freezes her in her tracks. Out in the hall, Tony also hears the loud noise coming from upstairs. Lane is in huge trouble. There is a monster right here. Crap! Trevor Boyd, run for it! She sees her friend getting chased down by a wild zombie in the hall, screaming at the top of her lungs for help. Lane curses loudly and sprints for her life. This is totally messed up. She yells for Lin, but the zombie is already tearing the poor girl apart. Absolutely terrified, Lane stumbles backward, but clumsily bumps right into a random dead body. Her face turns completely pale when she realizes it is Duong. Lane panics, surrounded by the horrific reality that both of her friends are already dead. The first zombie viciously rips into Lin's flesh, while the fallen Duong suddenly starts mutating behind her, and the monster has completely locked eyes with Lane. Utterly paralyzed by fear with a ghost-white face, she desperately scrambles away, screaming out for someone, anyone, to come save her. Tony calmly stares down the surrounding mob. Oh, you know things are getting serious now. That loud scream basically dragged every monster over here, so our guy has absolutely zero choice but to bust out the gun. A loud gunshot completely shatters the night. Checking the marks on the zombie, Tony figures it out. These specific tracks mean this thing is right in the middle of evolving. Give it about 2 days, and the transformation will be completely finished. He loads in some more ammo. Only 25 bullets left, so he has to play this smart. A sudden knocking noise echoes from the classroom, immediately grabbing his full attention. Wait a second. The monsters are trying to smash the door down. As the creatures violently slam against it, Tony watches closely. With that kind of effort, someone is definitely hiding inside. He instantly triggers his perception skill, scanning a 2-meter radius. The quick scan confirms it. There really is a person sitting right behind that door, and judging by the energy signature, he guesses it is a girl. A spark of hope hits him. Could it actually be her? The heavy knocking echoes inside while Lane prays in pure terror, begging them to stay away. But then she suddenly pauses. The noise actually stopped. So did they finally leave? Nope. A steady tapping starts right back up, completely terrifying the girl into crawling backward. He quickly calms her down, telling her not to panic because he is human, so open the door. Lane hesitates, then opens it, absolutely thrilled, while his face remains dead serious. The second she spots him, Lane desperately asks for food. She is so starving that even a rat sounds good right now. She scarfs the food down like a vacuum. Taking the chance, he asks if she knows someone named Huyen. Lane totally confirms it. That girl is literally the top beauty of their school. Seeing Tony just smoking a cigarette, she asks if he plans to eat anything. He just calmly replies that he is fine. Lane explains that when the monsters first showed up, the entire school fell into pure chaos. A ton of students managed to escape, but unfortunately, plenty of others died. Huyen probably got out safely too. He just casually replies, is that so? Wait, look at this. Her hidden necklace suddenly slips out into plain view. Tony instantly grabs it, demanding to know where she got it. Lane yells to let it go. Startled by his totally fierce reaction, she awkwardly asks what his problem is. He hesitates for a second. Then Tony asks the big question, your dad is Lahan, right? She looks totally shocked, asking how he actually knows her father. He simply replies that they are basically friends. He pats Lane on the shoulder, offering to take her along and help reunite her with her dad. But the stubborn girl instantly swats his hand right off her shoulder. Lane gets defensive, saying she has zero need to see him. But if he provides food and protection, she will tag along. He agrees on the spot, telling her to hold out her hand. Lane slowly places her small hand right into his, and Tony grips it tight. Tony suddenly flashes back to an old memory. He remarks to Lahan that the capital gas is incredible. The older man agrees, joking that it is actually pretty peaceful, so maybe they should just camp here next time. Tony then checks the house behind them, hearing a really weird buzzing noise. Tony strongly guesses they probably will not leave this place without shedding some serious blood. Lahan smirks, saying he thought the kid was clueless, but he sensed it earlier too. An evolved zombie with sickly green skin and razor-sharp claws violently lunges out at them. Its massive, twisted body is even covered in completely deadly, jagged spikes. He stares wide-eyed at the terrifying beast. Lahan points out there is actually one more hiding. The veteran draws his twin swords, looking like he holds a serious personal grudge today. "Relax and just watch me send this ugly thing straight to the afterlife," he boasts. With that, Lahan explosively launches himself forward while Tony just watches in total awe. He leaps right down at the tough evolved zombie, aiming for a ridiculously fast kill. Lahan agilely slashes a few brutal cuts straight into its thick body. The enraged zombie furiously roars, wildly swinging its massive arm right at him. A crushing heavy hit completely sends Lahan flying way back across the dirt. He quickly signals for Tony to back him up. The young soldier fiercely opens fire, screaming for the monster to die, but every single bullet just hopelessly bounces off the zombie thick skin. It turns its terrifying head to see exactly who dared to attack it. Tony shivers, staring nervously at his smoking gun barrel. Oh crap, out of ammo already? The massive zombie is now charging straight at him. Tony drops his jaw, helplessly watching absolute death rush right for his face. Luckily, Lahan swoops in and cleanly slices off its nasty arm, saving his life. He smirks, teasing that the rookie still has much to learn. He stomps hard to gather momentum, his eyes totally locked in. One clean sword strike decapitates the zombie, sending it straight to hell as its body crashes down. Seeing Lahan heavily panting for air, Tony checks if he is all right, totally mind-blown by that ridiculously insane burst of speed. The older man calmly unbuttons his coat, easily flashing his completely ripped muscles. The young soldier is absolutely stunned to see a pair of pitch-black wings attached to his back. Wait, did you actually hit a brand new evolution tier? I seriously cannot believe this happened again. You are literally a monster now. Our entire 1st Battalion would not even stand a single chance. He modestly smiles, saying that is way too much praise. After all, isn't this entirely thanks to your special breathing technique? The two of them finally hop into a military truck heading back to camp. Riding in the back, the kid gets super curious watching Lahan sit in absolute silence. What are you staring at so intensely over there? The older man shows Tony that exact same necklace, explaining it is a precious birthday gift from his sweet daughter. She gave it to me back then, and kept a matching one as a lucky charm. The young guy is totally shocked, admitting he never even knew he had a daughter. What is her name? Lahan quietly replies that it is Lane. Because he joined the military so early, he just never had time to properly raise her. She must be 18 by now. Lahan painfully hesitates, adding that as if she is even still alive. When the crazy outbreak hit, he left her home alone for a squad mission. If he had not left that day, she might still be perfectly fine. Hearing this, Tony's eyes instantly fill up with total, unwavering confidence. He quickly comforts the veteran. A strong tiger does not raise a weak cub. With an overpowered dad like you, there is absolutely no way that girl goes down easily. Cut back to the present. Inside that completely empty, quiet classroom, Lane is now actively beginning her very own evolution process. Wild, sizzling waves of energy rise off her body. Tony looks genuinely thrilled, thinking this is absolutely perfect. They can continue tomorrow now that the virus bonds have gathered. Tony is secretly thrilled. Nice. The virus is finally gathering. Classic Lahan's daughter, nailing the virus accumulation on her 3rd try like a total natural. Tony casually strolls over to the window, lighting up a smoke and taking a slow, quiet drag. He thinks back to his old buddy and mentor Lahan. That guy paid a seriously hefty price to invent this specific breathing technique. And now, coming back to life just to bump into his kid? Gotta be some wild twist of fate. Up on the roof, a weird humming noise echoes out. Blood splatters paint the doorframe, dripping down the stairs in a lovely crimson mess. Down the dark, empty hallway, a low growl rumbles. Oh yeah, that is definitely the zombie hanging out in the room. Sizzling steam rolls off its rotting body. The thing is actually evolving. You can literally hear the nasty squelching of virus particles. It boils through the air, looking utterly terrifying. Our newly evolved zombie friend staggers back up, rocking a brand new, upgraded body. Meanwhile, back at Tony's lovely little hideout, he hands Lane a gun, asking if she even knows how to shoot. She confidently nods, oh yeah, she knows. Her dad totally taught her how to handle firearms. He tosses the weapon over, telling her she is on her own now. Stay safe at all costs, he warns. She just rolls her eyes, knowing full well danger is everywhere. He doesn't need to state the obvious. Tony gives her silent props. This kid actually grasps just how messy their situation is. Lane replies with pure stubbornness, obviously. She has watched way too many people die right in front of her. He tells her to sit tight and train. As long as she keeps the noise down, she will be fine. Lane connects the dots. This ridiculous breathing technique must be how he wrecked all those freaks. Tony looks genuinely surprised. She actually saw that? She swears it was impressive, but confidently promises to get way stronger than him. He shrugs it off, sure, train right here if you want. Oh, and where is the power room? Lane points the way, saying it is down in the basement past the storage area. It is super dark down there, so grabbing a flashlight is highly recommended. Following her exact directions, he casually activates his mental power to do a quick sweep. The sensory check finishes up surprisingly. There are almost 0 infected creeps hanging around nearby. Safety always comes first. He needs to keep that sensory radar sweeping, but tracking down this specific room is honestly the main priority right now. Strolling down the main hallway is a terrible idea. Luckily, swiping that rope from the police car is totally paying off. But right now, they are stuck up on the 3rd floor. Things are about to get slightly tricky. The corridor is absolutely packed with monsters, not exactly lethal, but a massive waste of precious time. He grips the rope tight, slowly rappelling down with a deadly serious look on his face. Tony scouts the exterior for a second. Nothing moves. Guess it is time to breach and clear. 8, 9, 10, his mental radar pings again. Absolutely 0 signs or blips of any infected targets. Did he mess up the scan? He carefully pushes a room door open, gripping his gun tight as he steps inside. Tony stays highly alert with every single cautious footstep. This basement is way bigger than expected. Maybe his tracking skill is a little rusty after all. Better play this super safe. Meanwhile, that evolved zombie is creeping quietly in the dark corners. But eventually, Tony spots the target. Bingo! The electrical room. He grabs the handle, ready to yank it open, then immediately groans. Just his luck, of course, there is a freaking zombie waiting right inside. It glares fiercely right at Tony. He tightens his grip on the heavy gun. The creature stands, shuffling straight toward fresh meat. A bullet rips right through its skull, sending fresh blood splashing everywhere. But right on cue, that sneaky evolved zombie winds up for a total sucker punch. Tony whips around, catches sight of it, and curses. Great, a nasty stage 2 infected evolution. Its massive fist swings through the air. He frantically leaps backward to dodge the heavy hit. Tony's body slides safely out of striking range. He mentally grades its insane speed. If that punch connected, his bones would be completely reduced to powder. A stage 2 infection gives these things a practically indestructible metal-like skeleton, and the skull is the toughest part. Damn it, if only he packed heavy artillery. Tony swings his trusty club straight at the zombie's head with a loud, sickening crack. But as the thick dust clears, the freak stands there completely unfazed. He curses out loud. A direct hit, and it didn't even leave a tiny scratch. Yeah, running away sounds like a fantastic plan. Tony kicks a cabinet over to block its ugly path. The zombie growls, throwing its gaze upward, and spots him immediately. Tony mocks the thing with pure disdain. You really think you can kill me? In a wide-open space like this, dodging your clumsy garbage attacks is basically a walk in the park. He casually presses his club right against its throat. Now watch this absolute chaos unfold. A brutal punch sends the evolved zombie flying backward, slamming into the dirt with a deafening crash. Tony stares down in utter shock. The absolute unit is already standing back up, unleashing a totally unhinged, maddening roar. The entire school building violently shakes from the sound. Even Lane jumps in surprise, hearing the terrifying echo. She peeks out the dusty window. That earlier noise is now followed by heavy, slow footsteps echoing right outside the hallway. The regular zombies start swarming together like an organized, creepy ant colony. They shamble en masse straight toward the deafening commotion. The evolved freak just keeps screaming. He angrily snaps at it. Oh, calling your little buddies for backup? Like I would actually just stand around and let that happen. He smashes his club directly into the zombie's ugly mug. The monster tries to scramble up, but he ruthlessly hammers it down again. Tony takes all his pent-up stress out on its body, pounding away with brutal, heavy strikes. His eyes burn with pure rage as he screams for it to just die already. More footsteps echo out nearby. He can hear them clearly in the stairwell, wave after wave of rotting zombies marching straight down. The evolved zombie pushes itself off the ground and stands up. Tony knows exactly what to do, run. Dragging this fight out is totally bad news for him. Heading upstairs is the best bet. He cleanly dodges a flying punch coming right at his face. Oh, you want a piece of me? Tony immediately bolts like a track star. Catch me if you can, buddy. The evolved zombie just stands there, totally stunned. It starts chasing him along with the low-tier mob. Tony activates his mental sensing power and quickly starts doing the math in his head. 1, 2, 3, 4. Only 4 of them are following that big guy. The rest stayed behind. Watch how he plays this. His perfect chance is right here. Seems like this ugly monster hasn't hit its peak evolution just yet. Normally, a Tier 2 mutant can easily summon at least 10 infected minions at once. Tony kicks the wall hard, yelling at the freaks to look over. The whole mob slowly turns his way. He already has his gun aimed and ready. Bang goes the gun, sending a bullet grazing right past that big zombie's head. Next up, Tony whips out his trusty bat to smash the lower-level trash around it. The whole mob gets wrecked. A clean bullet pins straight into the evolved zombie's forehead. But he knows a tiny little pistol like this cannot put down a Tier 2 infected. Still, landing that headshot slows the monster's nasty reflexes and speed way down. That tiny window is all he needs. Tony brings his bat crashing straight down on its head. Chunks fly everywhere, and the evolved mutant is officially dead meat. Its massive body crashes hard into the dirt right in front of Tony. He scoffs those Tier 2 freaks sure act like they are insanely tough. The worst part is always their absurd tankiness and that annoying habit of summoning their buddies. But sadly for this guy, he messed with Tony. Peeking out the nearby window, he totally gears up time to head back down to the main power room. Checking the view outside, Tony realizes the entire zombie horde is crowded tightly downstairs. Honestly, he really should send a thank you note to that dead Tier 2 boss. Thanks to that ugly mutant, every single infected freak in the school is packed together right here. Suddenly, an interesting room next door totally grabs his attention. Oh, the medical room? Talk about crazy luck. After a quick sweep, Tony successfully loots a massive stash of seriously needed medicine. Talk about hitting the jackpot. His luck right now is just insanely good, and these medical supplies are going to be a huge game-changing advantage. He checks the item in his hand. These rubbing alcohol bottles showed up at the perfect time. He yeets one straight out the window. It shatters right over the clustered zombies, making a few look up just as a dozen more glass bottles rain down. Tony casually lights a little spark, really. You freaks shouldn't have bunched up like this. Bye-bye. A massive, fiery explosion totally erupts, burying the entire mindless horde in a giant sea of flames. Lane watches this absolute cinema from her room, whispering how badass that was. The room lights suddenly flicker brightly. She gasps the power is totally back on, and the broadcast speaker actually has a clear signal. Tony's voice booms over the loudspeakers. He loudly complains about not hearing anything on his end, then just brushes it off. Huyen, can you hear this? No, wait. Nicole Hayes, I am here to save you. If you are still trapped somewhere on campus, just wait by the main gates tomorrow morning. We might be total strangers, but please just trust me. Tony bites his lip tight, silently praying that she is somehow still alive out there. The entire school completely sinks back into dead silence. He returns to the classroom, where Lane immediately starts chatting him up. She loudly points out that she heard his whole radio speech, so he doesn't actually know Senior 2 personally. Yep, she gets it. He is definitely not an acquaintance. Smiling smugly, the girl claims she already figured out his super-secret backstory. Picture this on a bright, sunny day. In a crowded street, he magically locked eyes with Senior 2 and completely fell head over heels. A total case of love at first sight. Basically, she straight up accuses him of being a massive stalker who has been secretly following her around ever since. Lane proudly declares her theory is absolutely flawless. Tony just smacks her right on the forehead, telling her to quit the crazy nonsense and sleep before tomorrow's escape. Rubbing a massive fresh lump on her head, the girl tearfully agrees. Yes, sir. The very next morning, bright sunlight streams through the glass windows, finally waking Lane up. His gear is fully packed. He tells her to wake up. Morning is here. Let's move. Looking outside, she spots someone waiting right by the front gate and yells that it might actually be Hoyen. Tony literally sprints out the door without a single second of hesitation, totally ditching Lane as she calls his name. Lane awkwardly trails behind him toward the main school gates. Right up ahead stands a girl rocking the exact same hair color as his precious Nicole Hayes. Tony absolutely lights up, thinking he finally tracked her down in this mess. He joyfully shouts out that perfectly familiar name, Huyen. But when those girls finally turn around, brace yourselves, their faces are an absolute cinematic jump scare. Tony is completely speechless, but he awkwardly steps closer anyway. Standing face to face with this duo, he literally covers his mouth and asks whatever. Does anyone here know a girl named Tian Hoyen? They nervously stutter a no. Lane easily figures out these two simply showed up to beg the guy for some help. These two instantly press their bodies right up against him, trying to sound seductive, begging the cute boy to save them and promising a very nice reward. Both girls promise a nice payback. Disgusted, his face darkens as he aggressively tells them to scram. Stunned, silent, one awkwardly tries speaking up. Suddenly, the dog Tyler Blake starts barking aggressively. Lane tries to calm the pet down, telling little Trevor Boyd to just chill out. Tony's sharp instincts immediately pick up on something totally wrong. He asks if she got bitten. Her friend instantly freaks out. screaming about why she kept that a secret. The girl panics, totally denying it and claiming it is just a tiny scratch. Tony coldly pulls out his gun. He calculates she got infected exactly 20 minutes ago. Going by his mental math, she will definitely mutate in under an hour. The infected girl starts violently trembling and desperately begging for her life. She cries out she was never bitten, swearing it was just a tiny scratch from their claws. But her furious friend instantly lunges, violently shoving her right into the dirt. Drop dead. You almost got me killed right there. She crawls over to Tony, entirely abandoning her pride. Take me with you, she begs. I am not bitten. You can strip me down to check. Just please let me come. Her so-called friend yanks her back. A dung angrily spits out, you ungrateful brat. I gave you all my water and this is how you treat me? Get your hands off me, you dog. I will pay you back when I go to hell. Just let me go. She completely debases herself, offering her body in exchange for rescue. Just do not leave me here with this monster, she pleads. Amai hears that and loses her mind. What did you just call me? The girl has already turned, and she immediately sinks her teeth right into her friend's shoulder. This wild twist totally shocks the remaining sane survivors. A dung screams out in absolute agony, let go, I will kill you. Amai just gives this chilling laugh. Dare to call me a monster? If I am dying, you are coming with me. Tony watches closely, these two have completely lost it. The infection spreads insanely fast. A dung drops straight to her knees, gasping out that this is impossible. I do not want to die. But Amai is already totally gone. Tony casually takes the scene in. Huyen is not here, he says. Let us move. A dung is left behind, bawling her eyes out. The duo quietly slips away from the danger zone. They reach the empty school gate. But bad news hits when Tony makes a discovery. Damn it, he groans, someone swiped my ride. Looks like we are walking from here on out. He catches Tyler Blake staring right at him. He tells Lane this little mouse is pretty special, and keeping it around is definitely going to pay off later. Lane looks super surprised. Are you serious? Tony just holds out his hand to show her the marks. I can feel something weird inside Tyler Blake. He explains it might have mutated. She tilts her head, wondering if he means actual evolution. He shrugs. Could be. Just guessing from my own experience, he adds. But there is still plenty of crazy stuff I do not know yet. Lane squints at him suspiciously. The outbreak started 4 days ago. How do you know so much? Tony smirks. If I said I time traveled from the future, would you believe me? Without missing a single beat, she says yes. He immediately changes the subject, telling her to just forget he said anything. Basically, this rat might end up stronger than all of us combined. Who even knows? Suddenly, a really weird noise grabs Tony's attention. What is it? Lane asks him. He guesses it sounds like gunfire. The kid points out she cannot hear anything, but there is a local police station right nearby. A police station? He decides they need to go check it out immediately. Lane totally misses his vibe, assuming it will be super safe with cops around. Tony does not correct her, just giving a dark, knowing smile, and he is right to laugh. Over at the station, an absolute bloodbath is kicking off between some cops and a zombie horde. Gunfire echoes constantly, but these infected freaks just keep swarming forward, wave after endless wave. The officers are desperately unloading their clips right into the crowd. The entire scene is just pure, unadulterated chaos. Sneaking up to the gate, Tony and Lane hide and listen. A panicked cop yells out to Senior Na, things are bad, ammo is gone, and they cannot hold the line. Namin barks right back at him. Nobody gives up right now. They have to stall these monsters so the remaining civilians can evacuate safely. Focus on defense and switch to Plan B. Hearing this, Lane completely loses hope, clutching her head. I really thought it would be safe here, she whimpers. You have to go help. Tony finds her plea hilarious. Safe? He scoffs. Do you really think anywhere in this messed up world is safe anymore? If you want to survive, you rely entirely on yourself. Tony calmly takes a long drag from his cigarette, then casually flicks it right onto the dirt. He heads straight for the back entrance, and Lane frantically tails him. Wait for me. Where are we going? Up to the roof, he casually tosses back. She asks if they are really not helping out. Tony just raises a finger, silently signaling her to keep entirely quiet. He shuts his eyes tight, booting up his mental perception to take a quick head count. 1, 2, 3, 4. Exactly 4 targets. Having mapped the room out, Tony whispers his orders. You stay right here, and watch your own back. The exact second he steps inside, the infected spot him immediately. They shriek and lunge. Tony dashes right back at them, moving so smoothly he effortlessly drops the first one. Lane cautiously tucks herself behind the wall. The little mouse starts squeaking, so she whispers for Tyler Blake to hush. Meanwhile, our guy is full-on brawling with 7 zombies at once. Tony swings his bat, smashing one directly in its ugly face. He winds up for a brutal finisher, but suddenly catches something in his peripheral vision. A rogue zombie is sneaking right up behind Lane. Hey, Tony screams. Right behind the girl, the infected freak opens its jaws, totally ready to feast. You absolute animal, he is furious. A blocking zombie suddenly smacks his arm, sending his gun flying across the room. Tony is stunned. What? He shoves both hands up, violently pushing the monster's hideous face away. Landing a brutal strike right to its jaw, Tony then fiercely grabs the thing by its head. With just his bare hands, he savagely snaps the neck. A crack echoes. Tony desperately yells across the room, "Lane, shoot it now!" Staring down pure horror, the poor kid's eyes go completely wide. Her hands shake violently. "Stay away!" she sobs. The looming zombie just shrieks back. Squeezing her eyes shut tight, she pulls the trigger. The gunshot echoes sharply. The bullet drills straight through the monster's skull, blood splattering everywhere. The heavy corpse drops inches from her toes. Gun barrel still smoking hot, Tony reaches out toward the trembling kid. His rough expression softens. "I am so sorry," Lane stammers out guilty. "I was not watching my surroundings." "Hey, it is fine," he reassures her. "You are alive. That is what matters. Just keep your guard up next time." She nervously glances down at the dead body, trying to protest. But Tony gently pats her head. "No buts, kiddo. One day, you are absolutely going to be stronger than me." He's got it figured out. This spot gives them a perfect view. Lane asks why he isn't jumping in to help out. He breaks it down. Firing blindly is totally useless and just rings the dinner bell for every freak nearby. They are basically begging for an early grave, but the kid pushes back. "But they have guns," she argues. Tony strolls deeper inside and shuts that down fast. Even a 7-year-old knows better than fighting in that total mess. 10 guys taking on thousands of literal monsters? Jumping in to help them is absolute pure suicide. Lane stubbornly asks why they can't help the cops run away. He just lights up a cigarette, completely chilled out. "Just wait," he says. "Once they die or bail, we loot their weapons." Outside, the chaotic battle is finally picking a clear winner. Officer Lamb panics and reports to his senior, "There are way too many of them, and holding the line is officially impossible now." Nyamin finally throws in the towel. He orders the squad to pull back immediately, screaming at the top of his lungs for all units to retreat and stick tightly together. Hearing that desperate retreat order, Lane knows their own crazy plan is finally starting. She tells Tony that the cops are falling back. He nods, telling her to grab their gear because they are moving out right now. He mentions tossing the whole place. Mostly just useless junk lying around, but he did manage to find one perfectly solid knife for combat. Catching the sharp blade, she also gets tossed a shiny car key. Lane inspects the small fob, noticing it still connects to a ride down below, meaning that thing might actually start up. He quickly urges her time to go. Tony places a magazine right into her palm. He warns her he is completely out of ammo. "This is the last clip. Save it for emergencies." Lane smirks, bringing up the combat knife, and actually tries a quick stab at him. He effortlessly catches the sharp blade between just 2 fingers. Tony's face goes dead serious. He repeats his brutal rule only when she joins a real fight and pushes her body to the absolute breaking point will she actually be able to evolve. She truly is Lahan's kid-like father, like completely crazy daughter. Lane pouts, complaining she just does not want to be a burden anymore. She wants real power. Then she brings up his old theory, didn't he claim these freaky monsters could evolve too? So why haven't they bumped into a single evolved one yet? Tony drops a bomb. He actually ran into one, though it was not fully baked yet. Those Stage 2 monsters make up maybe 1 or 2 in a massive horde of hundreds. These Stage 2 freaks get a massive boost in physical strength, speed, and overall defense. Yet they are still technically bound by human limits. The scariest part about them is their ridiculous defense and their nasty habit of calling for backup. Even with their near absolute armor, a heavy weapon can still easily blow a Stage 2 monster away. Anything higher tier will not show up for a while. So how long until they hit Stage 2? An ordinary monster takes anywhere from 1 full week to an entire month to successfully evolve to Stage 2, mostly depending heavily on its specific genetics. That Stage 2 guy he fought in the basement was definitely a special case, though its evolution was not even at peak level yet. But as she can see, these things just blindly chase sound and people without a second thought. Enough talk, time to move. It is getting late, and Lane asks him for a quick status update. Tony reveals the coast is clear, the horde is gone, so they carefully make their way to the car parked outside. He clicks the key fob, and a loud beep rings out as the car headlights suddenly flash to life. She looks totally amazed. Tony confirms the ride runs perfectly, telling her to toss all their gear and whatever else they need inside right now. As the car slowly rolls out of the police station lot, he warns her to stay sharp since monsters might still be lurking. Lane fires back, no need to nag, she isn't a toddler anymore. Leaving their gear and Tyler Blake in the car, she sweetly hushes the little pet, telling Tyler Blake to be a good boy. Right then, 2 shady guys sneak through the front gate, their movements tracked cleanly through a scope. The lackey reports to his boss that the cops and freaks are gone, but hesitates. The boss snaps, but what? The lackey stammers out that a guy and a girl just walked in there, and the girl actually looks pretty cute. Peeking out, the boss curses under his breath. His lackey instantly starts sucking up, telling him not to worry because their guys are already inside. Cursing him out, the thug snaps, "Are you messing with me? Get ready to storm the place, steal some guns, and have a little fun with that girl." This whole nasty crew hits the street, creeping right up to the police station's back door. Heavy boots echo loudly as their gang of four pushes right forward. Inside the messy hallway littered with dead cops and zombies, Tony and Lane carefully check out a few rooms. He figures the cops already scrubbed this place clean, so they should go hunt down the storage room instead. Acting all brave, she suggests they split up to cover more ground. Tony agrees, deciding he will head up to the second floor to check things. Warning her to stay safe, he gets a confident signal back from Lane. Slowly taking the stairs, he closes his eyes to sense his surroundings. No dead bodies up here, this spot has to be the storage room. He tries the door handle. It will not budge. Realizing it is locked tight, Tony just kicks it with insane force. The heavy door completely collapses onto the floor. "Are you ready for this?" Tony's jaw drops as he stares inside. He walks past the cabinets, grinning perfect, absolute jackpot. Spotting a sealed crate, he pops it open and finds two serious rifles inside, scooping them up instantly. Aren't these the exact heavy toys the cops usually play with? Tony spots a sticky note on the wall. Looks like all these restricted items here were left completely unprocessed. Jackpot time. He keeps searching through the absolute top-tier loot. Meanwhile, late at night, Lane has already dug up tons of useful gear inside her room. She mentally tallies it all up: police uniforms, bulletproof vests, batons, and steel helmets. She can actually use every single piece of this. Lane sighs in relief, but then a loud kick hits a tin can nearby. She totally thinks it is Tony, but instead, that four-man gang stands right in front of her. Lane glares at them, her brain working in overdrive. Outside, the boss barks out his orders: numbers 2 and 3, head upstairs. Number 4, you are coming out front with me. She quickly tucks herself into a corner. People are here, so it is officially hiding time. Lane squeezes inside a nearby cabinet, peeking through the crack to safely scout out the enemy situation. Number 4 notices this exact room and calls out to the boss about a storage area. The boss smacks him on the head with a mace, telling him to keep his voice down so those two targets do not notice them. Lane catches the key detail immediately. They already know she and Tony are hiding here. The guy orders his subordinate to check inside. Number 4 just takes a quick glance, claiming there is absolutely nothing good in here. The boss immediately ignores the spot, telling him to move on and search elsewhere. But get this, the cabinet door suddenly flies wide open. Lane and the boss lock eyes, and a highly calculating smirk spreads right across his ugly face. Back with Tony, he finishes packing up the last items and heads out to find Lane. Hearing footsteps ring out, he instantly senses the incoming danger. Something is totally wrong. Tony presses his body flat against the wall to hide, while numbers 2 and 3 walk right past him outside. Number 3 asks his older brother if that Kyo-kwan kid is actually tough to deal with. The second guy scoffingly asks what he is so afraid of. Their boss is a kickboxing champion, so barely anyone in this place can even touch him. Number 3 still worries, asking what happens if the kid has a pistol. Number 2 replies that they have 4 guys, so there is absolutely nothing to fear. He acts totally fearless. The kid is out in the open while they stay hidden, ready to backstab him. Number 3 desperately warns his second brother to be careful. The moment he meets Tony, the guy acts totally arrogant and cocky. Did you see that? Just like this. After knocking both of the goons out cold, Tony realizes the truth. The boss they mentioned must definitely be lurking around here too. Oh crap, Lane is in some serious danger now. Exactly as Tony predicted, her hands holding the gun are trembling violently. Even with the barrel pointed right at him, the boss stays perfectly calm. Both of them raise their hands high and slowly back away. The guy speaks up, "Hey, little sister, your hands must be tired, so just put the gun down." Lane stays on high alert while facing them down. The boss keeps trying to bait her, claiming they mean no harm and just want to have a little friendly chat. She shows zero mercy, telling them there is absolutely nothing to talk about and they just need to leave right now. He demands she stop acting stubborn and drop the weapon so they can all go look for loot together. Number 4 suddenly bursts out laughing. Staring right at them, Lane furiously growls, "Do not come closer or I will shoot." Her hand prepares to pull the trigger, and a loud click instantly terrifies both of the men. She shuts her eyes super tight, but hears zero gunfire. Peeking one eye open, she just sees the boss looking completely furious and dark. He aggressively grabs Lane by her wrist. "Hey, little sister, let me teach you a bit of common sense. Before you shoot, you have to take the safety off, got it? Then maybe you can roll with me later." Her hand rests in his as the boss keeps rambling on. "Roll with you?" Lane whispers with absolute venom, "Let me tell you, my knee does not need a safety switch." She delivers a brutal kick straight into the guy's groin. The devastating kick brings the boss so much agony, his face totally changes color, his legs squeezing tight together. He collapses in pure pain, his entire body trembling wildly. Number 4 rushes over in a panic, asking if his boss is still okay. Lane breathes heavily while the furious boss orders him to catch her. She frantically tries to escape, but she is just one step too slow and gets grabbed by the neck. Number 4 violently drags Lane backward, yelling at the little brat to come back here. She struggles wildly, screaming for him to let her go. Losing all his patience, he shoves a gun against her head. Stand still. If you move again, I will blow your brains out. Lane glares daggers at the guy, but a sudden sound makes Number 4 incredibly suspicious. What the heck is that? Tyler Blake appears, looking way chubbier than before. He blurts out that it is just a rat. The little guy scurries right up to Number 4, slips inside his clothes, and sinks its teeth hard into his leg. He screams at the top of his lungs, and Lane simultaneously bites down hard on his hand. The guy is forced to release her, stumbling backward in pure shock. While Number 4 is distracted, she immediately makes a run for it, but the guy snatches Tyler Blake in his hand. You annoying little piece of trash. But the rat escapes, conveniently biting right down on his fingertip along the way. While Number 4 howls in pain, the little guy leaps safely to the ground. Lane screams out, Tyler Blake, get over here now! The guy holds a massive grudge, yelling that she forced his hand. She freezes, feeling a terrible sense of dread. He aims his gun straight at Lane and unloads rapidly. She sprints as fast as possible toward the corner of the stairs. Lane slides all the way down the stairs. But wait for it, as she trembles and tries to crawl up, a hand reaches out. He came back for her. She calls out to Tony in pure joy. He signals for her to stay totally quiet, then stealthily hides against the wall as Number 4 approaches. Where are you, you little brat? The boss steps up from behind, calling out to Number 4, who quickly asks if his boss is still okay. The guy grumbles that he is doing better, though that little brat almost wrecked his family jewels. He asks where she went, and here she headed upstairs. 4 nervously reports back he just fired his weapon, so the rest of them absolutely know they are here. That crazy girl ran surprisingly fast, but 2 and 3 are still lurking up on the second floor. The boss calls him a complete idiot. That gunshot was insanely loud, so their guys upstairs definitely heard it and probably already caught the targets. Meanwhile, Lane anxiously asks what they are supposed to do now. Tony turns around to check on his sidekick, telling her not to panic and asking about her leg. Lane insists it is no big deal, just hurting a tiny bit. He straight up tells her to come over so he can carry her. Hearing that makes Lane blush bright red. Tony snaps at her to hurry up because they seriously have zero time for acting shy. He bolts down the stairs, refusing to waste another second. This is where it gets bad. That massive gunshot just exposed their exact location. Lane stays totally flushed while resting in his arms. Suddenly, Tony freezes. 2 and 3 are blocking the path above. He glances back only to see the boss and 4. Surrounded on both sides, they are officially in deep trouble. 3 excitedly yells out to the boss that the upper warehouse still holds some extra guns. Once they absolutely wreck these 2 kids, they are going to be rich. The boss flashes a smug grin, ordering the punk to drop his weapon because it is 2 against 4. Zero chance of winning. Tony glares as the guy points a literal gun right at his face. The thug sneers, wishing he had just finished this messy job earlier. Standing beside Lane, Tony grits his teeth. He is completely out of normal options. The boss suddenly freezes up. Tony's entire arm starts mutating, completely shocking Lane, too. The boy's limb pulses with a sick, glowing red aura. He lets out a cold scoff, locking onto the thugs with pure killer intent. Before 2 can even process this, the boss screams out a frantic warning to watch his back. Tony launches himself high into the air, bringing down a brutal punch. The thug stands there totally paralyzed, watching his nightmare blast right toward him. The teen casually dodges. 2 screams in pure terror, wondering how this is even possible. Tony rewards him with a heavy punch straight to the face, sending the guy flying backward. 2 slams so hard into the wall that the actual concrete shatters behind him. The poor guy's entire face is instantly drenched in fresh crimson blood. 3 watches this absolute destruction and freezes in pure horror. Finally snapping out of it, he curses violently and aims his weapon right at Tony's exposed back. But before 3 can pull the trigger, he eats a devastating kick. His face completely contorts in pain as his body tumbles violently down the concrete stairs. Tony yells for the crazy girl to get up here fast. Meanwhile, the boss catches his falling lackey, desperately asking if 3 is somehow still alive. 4 completely loses his mind and unloads his gun, screaming that he will literally risk his life to kill him. Bullets shred the wall right beside Lane. The girl dives into a blind spot to save her own skin. 4 screams out that their targets went up the stairs. The boss firmly vows to slaughter them. Tony and Lane rush to an open window, spotting a garbage truck parked right underneath. He tells her this place is a total death trap. She needs to jump down and hide inside the trash immediately. Lane nervously stares at the drop, hesitating. Tony stands behind her, aggressively demanding that she stop wasting precious time. Moving fast, the girl awkwardly climbs onto the window ledge. She still looks super unsure, but then 4's angry voice echoes loudly through the building. The thugs yell out, "There they are!" Tony brutally shoves the girl out the window. Lane completely free falls. She crash lands straight into the filthy garbage truck, her face twisting in pure annoyance. Tony slowly turns to face the incoming trio. He knows his Ebola mode will not last forever, so he absolutely must end this brawl fast. Gripping dual knives, Tony charges directly into the danger zone. All three thugs fire their weapons, screaming to shoot him dead. Hailstorms of bullets tear through the air, but our boy gracefully dodges every single one. The boss watches in pure disbelief, calling the kid an absolute monster. Tony gladly rewards him with the very first savage knife slash. The man's entire arm gets cleanly severed off. Hot crimson blood splatters wildly across his face as the boss shrieks in absolute agony. Tony simply lifts his leg and lands a brutal kick straight to his face. The crushing impact horribly bends his features, launching his heavy body backward. His two surviving lackeys seriously panic. They rush over to check on their bleeding boss, but Tony already drops down, heavily blocking their only escape route. The thugs turn completely pale as the teen's eyes flash with wild cruelty. In seconds, he brutally slices off their finger joints. They scream in blind pain while Tony happily treats them to 2 more deep knife stabs. He aggressively clamps his hands down on their throats, coldly delivering a brutal little message. He flat out tells them he hates killing, wondering why these fools constantly choose the path of death. His grip ruthlessly tightens around both of their struggling necks. Meanwhile, heavy movement stirs outside the police station. A massive horde of undead is arriving. Tony instantly senses the danger, casually unclenching his hands to drop the 2 thugs. He sneers that killing them would just dirty his own hands, leaving them to fend for themselves. Those previous gunshots were way too loud, meaning this zone is officially a death trap. The monsters are finally here. The second Tony leaps out the window and hits the ground, he crashes face to face with an ugly, rotting zombie. He smirks, impressed by their speed. Tony smoothly draws his blade, boldly claiming he only needs 1 minute to clear them out. A single, ruthless, easily decapitates the monster. Now for the next one. Every single strike he unleashes is clean, heavy, and absolutely deadly. Suddenly, the wild evolution in his arm violently intensifies. Tony breaks a heavy sweat, totally shocked that the power backlash hit him this fast. Staring at the relentless zombie horde swarming in, he realizes his nightmare is barely even starting. While the Walking Dead step closer and closer, a pair of incredibly bright headlights suddenly flashes across his sweaty face. A speeding car wildly plows right through the street, completely flattening the infected monsters, blocking its path. Lane casually pokes her head out the window, playfully asking if she is getting in his way. Tony smirks and praises her wild rescue plan, casually double-checking to see if she actually knows how to drive. Lane answers back she used to sneak out and drive her dad's car all the time. He tells her to get in fast. Let's roll, right before those idiots catch up. The car speeds off, leaving Lao Tu standing there like an absolute idiot. Huh? He turns around to report the bad news boss Lao Tam. They completely bailed. Lao Tam fumes, swearing he will definitely get his revenge sooner or later. But Lao Tu just stutters out his name. The boss snaps back, completely annoyed. What the heck is it now? Then he goes wide-eyed at the absolute nightmare outside. Wait, are those zombies? What? Bad news. A massive zombie horde just swarmed the police station gates, and they are completely trapped. Meanwhile, our guy Tony drives straight down the highway until sunrise, while Lane finally wakes up from the back seat. It is already morning, so where exactly is Tony? She hears someone counting out loud 992, 93, 94. She calls out to him. He is grinding out his 997th push-up and tells her to wait. 998, 99, 1,000 done. He complains he is actually weaker than before. Dripping with sweat, Lane just stares at him. Was he even human before this? Tony brushes it off. 1,000 reps is totally normal. If he had not burned out his Ebola power last night, he would have finished this warm-up way faster. How is the recovery going now? Lane giggles to herself. Well, that is definitely good news. Tony hops back into the car. He is about 80% healed, so there is zero danger right now. Once they find a safe spot, 2 days of solid rest will fix him entirely. Time to move. There is a gas station ahead. Let's check it out. Lane flashes a cocky grin. All right, buckle up tight. Watch this pro driver go to work. She completely slams the gas pedal, and the car rockets forward like an absolute missile. Soon enough, they cruise right into the station. Grabbing his bat, Tony steps out and keeps Lane safely behind him. Hold up, someone is definitely still around here. 2 iron bars are locking that door from the inside, meaning someone alive is in there. Lane is totally amazed by his crazy good eyesight. He hands her the gun, telling her to hold it and check things out. Meanwhile, he closes his eyes and instantly fires up his mental tracking power. There is one guy inside, but it is hard to tell if he is breathing. Gripping his bat tightly, Tony says to relax, he can easily handle this. He totally smashes the glass door into pieces. Tony steps right through the mess, but as soon as he gets inside, he freezes in surprise. Looking at the gas station worker slumped against the wall, Tony honestly cannot tell what kind of weird mutation is happening here. The guy suddenly opens his eyes. Tony flinches back in shock as a hand reaches out toward him. Help me, he is somehow still alive. Tony crouches down to inspect him. Lane peeks over and asks how the guy is doing. He flat out admits he has zero clue. Never seen this before. So Tony quickly asks him, do you have any wounds? The man confirms it is his right arm. Staring at the glowing red veins crawling up the guy's skin, Tony is totally amazed he survived this brutal mutation. Absolute shock fills his eyes just looking at that nasty arm. What exactly is this thing? Watch closely. Seeing the worker struggling, Tony tells him to take it super slow. Then, a knife slices into his arm. Lane grits her teeth, feeling that awful pain herself. Tony bites his lip and mutters his crazy guess was spot on. Resting right in Tony's hand is a tiny stone, a literal meteorite fragment that crashed down from space. Hearing this insane fact, she seriously questions her whole reality. A rock from space? Tony brings up the past. Do you still remember that massive meteor shower we saw before? Lane nods. Yeah, she remembers. The zombie showed up right after that. He drops the bomb. This meteorite fragment is the exact source of the Ebola virus. Anyone still alive right now definitely has some natural resistance to it. As long as we do not directly touch the pure virus, we are totally fine. This little rock is top-tier loot. It will be incredibly useful later on. But Lane looks super worried. What are they supposed to do with him? Tony flatly replies that the guy is already dead. Honestly, lasting this long was a complete miracle. But suddenly, the dead man's fingers give a nasty twitch. Lane actually thinks he is still breathing, but Tony instantly smells the deadly danger in the air and screams at her to step back. The monster's eyes snap wide open, completely filled with sick red bloodlines. It slowly drags itself up, radiating pure horror. Lane immediately turns and sprints away. The freaky zombie lunges right after her. It snaps its jaws wildly at Tony. He blocks the bite with his arm, shoving his gun barrel straight into its mouth. He sighs, guess the guy just could not hold on anymore. A huge bang echoes out, and dark blood splatters absolutely everywhere. Lane nervously calls out his name. He quickly reassures her he is totally fine. Staring at the weird glowing stone, Tony cannot believe his insane luck today. Back in his past life, one tiny piece of this meteorite could sell for a totally absurd price. He speaks up, since they cannot use this thing yet, he will just stash it away. Time to pump some gas, because their tank is running totally dry. Curious, Lane asks a question. So what exactly does this crazy meteorite even do? Is holding onto it going to put them in some kind of horrible danger? He suddenly fires back a question. Does she know who actually invented that virus channeling trick he taught her? The very first human to perfectly absorb a meteorite piece? Freaking out, she asks if they will turn into nasty monsters like that guy. Tony shakes his head. Nope, normal humans just do not have the right biology for it. At best, a person can only hit 3 stages of evolution. Only when a human body completes all 3 mutations and hits its absolute physical limit can it finally absorb the true power of a meteorite and actually use it. Lane tilts her head. Has anyone out there actually pulled this off yet? Tony bluntly replies not right now, but that brings up her biggest suspicion yet. Then how the heck does he know all this? He shrugs, he already told her. He literally time traveled from the future. She just nods back. Yeah, makes total sense. Tony looks back in his past life. He died before even finding a single meteorite fragment. But now, scoring one is just ridiculously easy. This time around, he is definitely reaching the absolute top. The car pulls right up to Kyle Parker's shop. His buddy greets them finally back. Tony steps out, and Lane follows right behind him. Kyle Parker stares at the little girl, completely stunned. He totally misunderstands and asks if this is his sister-in-law. Tony quickly shuts that down. Definitely not. Kyle Parker acts like he gets it, so the guy is all talk. Huh? He asks since when Tony switched to the lolicon phase. Tony warns him to stop spouting nonsense, but the guy just refuses to drop it. Don't be shy. You are my bro after all. So Titch is pretty popular too. Lane instantly stomps hard right on Kyle Parker's foot. He yells out in pure pain, Mommy. That hurts. Tony just casually mentions how he warned him not to talk absolute nonsense. Tony quickly changes the subject and asks if anyone showed up these past 2 days. Kyle Parker reports absolutely nothing, totally quiet. Plus, he explicitly said no one was allowed inside anyway. Remembering the sisters, Tony gets surprisingly annoyed, so why did they not show up at all? Kyle Parker gets super curious and asks who exactly did not come. Tony just brushes it off. He formally introduces the girl as Lane, his benefactor's daughter. He then introduces his absolute bro, Kyle Parker. Lane just scoffs with total disgust and does not even bother looking at the guy. Kyle Parker quickly shifts topics, asking if he failed to find his sister-in-law. Tony replies that inside a massive place like Chaos City, it is tough. Things just do not come that easy. His bro follows up by asking what their next move is supposed to be. Tony brings up his friend's hometown idea, suggesting they head back there to check things out. Kyle Parker gets visibly touched and blurts out a huge thanks. Tony warns him to mentally brace himself for the worst. Kyle Parker sadly understands, nodding slowly. As the heavy night finally falls, with Lane and Kyle Parker fully knocked out, Tony wakes right up. You know the drill. He closes his eyes to quietly cultivate. He feels it clearly. That last Ebola breakthrough definitely pushed his entire evolution into insane overdrive, but the nasty side effects are honestly just way too obvious to ignore now. The physical injuries and weakness are honestly no big deal. The biggest issue is how it dangerously spikes the Ebola infection rate right inside him. If his own body lacked that special virus resistance, he would probably catch it and fully mutate. Sweat drips down his face as Tony secretly rejoices he finally suppressed it. Until he hits stage 3, he really should use this sparingly. Yet the absolute biggest prize from this whole crazy trip is right here. Weighing the meteorite in his hand, he guesses it is roughly 200 grams, totally a solid haul. Back then, while helping everyone, only Huyen got lucky enough to successfully fuse over 100 grams. Kyle Parker mumbles something in his sleep nearby. Sister, that spot is totally off limits, wet nurse. The guy is literally getting a nosebleed in his sleep. Tony just sighs, completely done with Kyle Parker's absolutely brainless, non-stop muttering. No, we definitely can't do that. He finally flops down onto the bed to get some rest. Outside, a gentle moonlight washes over the quiet night. Cut to the early morning, sunlight hits the store, and our boy Tony is already back to aggressively doing push-ups. 2,999. He finally hits that crazy 3,000 mark. Tony looks super satisfied. Yep, his body is fully recovered. Lane wakes up, staring groggily at him. He immediately barks at her. You awake? Get up. Time to hit the road. Before heading out, he tosses them some heavy-duty self-defense gear. Out of these 5 guns, he claims 2 for himself, hands them 1 each, and leaves some extra survival supplies totally packed up inside the car. Lane instantly pouts no fair. I want 2 guns too. He shuts that down fast. Her arm strength and recoil control are basically 0. 1 piece is plenty, and it might just literally save her neck when things go south. The girl reluctantly accepts reality. All right, Tony turns to his buddy, handing over a highly tactical combat suit. Put this on right now, you need the armor. Kyle Parker just grimaces at the gear in his hands, man. This thing is ugly as hell. Tony ignores the whining completely. Ugly or not, this armor keeps you breathing. Kyle Parker complains but aggressively shoves it on anyway. Fine. Tony tosses him a sharp knife next. Keep this dagger on you at all times, because it might just in Lane and Kyle Parker hilariously finish his sentence together, save your life in a dangerous moment. Tony just sighs, glad we are clear. He rolls out a big map while Kyle Parker eyeballs the route. Even the absolute shortest path to Cat County is 900 kilometers. That is a 12-hour drive, Lane figures, meaning they could roll in by tonight. But Tony immediately shoots that down. No way, that shortcut goes straight through, so Jade City. It happens to be one of the biggest central region cities, and that shortcut forces us to drive straight through it. Why is that bad? You are probably thinking they could score epic loot there. Well, here is the brutal math. Meteorite radiation hit 80% of 12 million people. Do the math on how many zombies that makes. 9.6 million of them. That is a literal zombie amusement park. Absolute human hell. So we are taking the detour. Yeah, the route stretches over 1,500 kilometers, and we have to navigate some sketchy mountain passes, but it keeps us safely breathing. Kyle Parker immediately spots the huge flaw here. We barely have any gas left. He breaks it down real quick. They only have over 100 liters, and this massive armored car chugs fuel. Better pray for a random gas station out there. If not, they are hiking the rest of the way on foot. Surviving is the only thing that actually matters right now. 8 hours of driving every single day, and the rest is purely for resting and training. If everything goes smooth, they'll hit Huyen Cat by the day after tomorrow. But while they're still here, there is one thing they absolutely gotta do. While Kyle Parker and Lane get this awful sinking feeling, Tony gets all hyped up. He barks the order 500 push-ups each, plus 200 laps. Total despair hits the duo. No way. Once the mission is finally done, they just flop onto the ground, gasping for air. Kyle Parker groans out, I just want to die. Lane totally agrees, me too. Tony just roasts them. Come on. You guys already learned the poison immunity guidance technique, and you're tired from just this? Kyle Parker is absolutely fuming. Bro, are you kidding me? 500 reps. Are you even human? The girl quickly brings up a crazy fact. The day before yesterday, he did 1,000 push-ups right in front of her. And yesterday morning, 3,000. Tony casually reveals that the longer you practice the guidance technique, the better the result. Your body naturally gets so much stronger over time. The earthly record for push-ups in a single hour is 3,877. Once everyone here finally finishes their second evolution, smashing that world record is going to be an absolute breeze. All right, stop whining and get in the car. The 3 of them settle into their seats and hit the road. Let's roll out. The car is just tearing down the highway. Inside, Tony is laser-focused on driving while the other 2 are fast asleep. Kyle Parker wakes up and immediately volunteers. Hey, Tony, let me drive. You should catch some sleep. Tony is pretty skeptical you actually know how to drive. Kyle Parker scoffs, are you joking? I was taking my dad's car out for joyrides when I was 10. Tony tries to refuse, knowing how insanely dangerous driving can be. But Kyle Parker confidently swears his driving skills are top tier, totally on par with his. Seeing Kyle Parker about to climb right over the seats, Tony panics. Oh my god, do not mess around. That is actually super dangerous. Swapping seats, Tony gives him a stern warning drive carefully. Do not scratch my ride. Kyle Parker brushes him off. Yeah, I know. Tony heads to the back to rest. Suddenly, the car slams on the brakes. Lane is completely stunned, while our boy goes literally flying from the back seat. Tony realizes his trust was completely misplaced. Who the hell told me your driving skills were good? Lane, rubbing a massive bump on her head, yells out, what is going on? Kyle Parker points at the massive line of cars ahead, huge traffic jam. The girl snaps back, that's still no reason to slam the brakes like a total maniac. But hold up, watch what happens right here. Tony senses pure danger closing in and screams an order. Kyle Parker, drive, go. A zombie is already clinging to the door, leaving them completely mind-blown. The whole crew is suddenly surrounded by a massive zombie horde. Lane and Kyle Parker have tears in their eyes. The girl is absolutely terrified. Why are there so many? Tony rushes him from the back. What are you staring at? Hit the gas right now. Kyle Parker quickly agrees. Okay. Stomping hard on the accelerator, Kyle Parker grits his teeth and launches the car forward like an absolute rocket. Lane is swaying everywhere, barely holding on as the vehicle swerves. Kyle Parker anxiously asks, there's a guardrail right ahead, what do we do? Tony snaps right back, what else can we do? Smash right through it. Their car violently crashes through the barrier. The zombie horde behind them goes completely insane, chasing them down hard. Tony pops his head out to check the chaos. Speed it up. They're about to catch us. Kyle Parker curses out loud at this utterly messed up situation. The ground is entirely packed with gravel and rocks. He's totally helpless. We can't drive fast on this dirt road. Tony reaches up to the storage box, grabbing his guns, ready for all-out war. The sunroof slides open, and he climbs right up. Fueled by pure, burning rage, Tony starts blasting away at the horrific monsters. All of you just die! Right now, Tony is standing halfway out the roof, dual-wielding and firing relentlessly at the chasing zombie pack. The deafening roar of gunfire echoes non-stop. Lane isn't just sitting around either. The girl points her gun straight ahead and fires a massive, echoing shot. The bullet immediately drills right into the head of a vicious zombie in front of them. The sheer power of that bullet instantly blows its head clean off. And right after, the monster falls backward, crashing into the frenzied mob sprinting toward them. Suddenly, the entire horde lets out a blood-curdling shriek, speeding forward like they just got heavily triggered. Seeing this absolute nightmare, Kyle Parker screams out a massive warning to his boss. Tony, look ahead! Tony glances over and furiously yells back, oh my god, what kind of situation is this now? Seeing their ride heading straight for a raging river, in a state of pure panic, Kyle Parker grips the steering wheel tight, fighting to keep control, and frantically asks, what the hell should we do, Tony? Tony doesn't hesitate for a single second floor it. We're jumping over it! The car is rocketing toward the river at breakneck speed. Kyle Parker immediately argues, back, are you insane? If we fall in, we are literally dead. You guys feel that tension, right? Tony has zero intention of backing down. There's no room to be picky anymore right now. They can only bet on pure luck. Right after that, Kyle Parker's eyes fill with hardcore determination. Fine, if we don't do this, I'm dead anyway. His hand yanks the gear shift, and his foot absolutely stomps the gas pedal. Meanwhile, Tony stays hyper-focused on wiping out the scary zombies behind them. He spreads his arms wide, dual-wielding those guns without letting up, while Lane squeezes her eyes shut, just anxiously waiting for the chaos to unfold. Kyle Parker grits his teeth, expertly steering the careening vehicle. The bullets from Tony's weapons just keep raining down mercilessly onto the infected horde. The car is pushing absolute max speed now. Hitting that crazy velocity, they are getting dangerously close to the very edge of the river. Tony anxiously glances back at the nightmare behind them, while Kyle Parker puts all his physical strength right into the steering wheel. A second later, the car literally launches into the sky, and then the exact second that car slams down, a massive shockwave hits. Lane and Kyle Parker are violently thrown around inside, bracing for the absolute worst. They both squeeze their eyes shut, completely waiting for the end. But plot twist, the ride that absolutely should have drowned them in an icy river actually lands perfectly safe right up on the bank. Tony is still completely furious, missing the fact they survived. He curses under his breath, damn it cannot end like this. Then he blinks, looking around totally confused, realizing this whole crash scene is not what he pictured. Because right in front of Tony is a super lush green meadow glowing under the sunset, with peaceful little houses scattered all around. Kyle Parker finally pushes the door open and slowly steps out. He lets out a huge sigh of relief. We lived. Talk about super lucky, though the ride is completely, totally wrecked. Catching the vibe, Tony just sighs and calls, "It looks like we have to crash here tonight." He quickly gives the crew their instructions. "We leave the broken car right here for now. Grab some gear. We are heading straight into that village up ahead." Lane instantly nods along and agrees with the plan. "Sounds good." Without wasting another single second, Tony turns and marches right toward the settlement. The three of them pack up a bit of luggage and slowly make their way over there. The sky is getting pretty dark by now. Leading the way, Tony suddenly stops and carefully scans the area. Sensing something totally weird, he glances over his shoulder and warns the group something is seriously wrong with this place. Lane tilts her head in pure confusion and immediately asks him, "What are you talking about?" "Just a totally sleepy village right at sunset. The sun slowly dipping behind those distant mountains. Only the rustling wind actually echoes through the quiet space, making Tony incredibly suspicious as he points out, "Do you really not see it? This place is way too quiet. You cannot even hear a single monster roaring out there." By now, the trio has fully stepped inside the village boundaries, stopping in their tracks to get a better look. Taking the hint, Kyle Parker and Lane finally nervously check their surroundings. Meanwhile, Tony just whips out his gun, fully locked and ready for a fight. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoes from the shadows. Tony locks his crazy cold eyes right on the noise, aiming his weapon straight at the source without hesitating at all. Kyle Parker and Lane flinch hard, totally jumping out of their skin. They both scream out loud in pure, total panic. Finally, the mysterious guy steps right out into the open light, tightly gripping a weapon in his hands. The guy totally stammers in terror, "Hey, please do not shoot." He throws both hands in the air with a friendly, awkward smile, begging them, "I am just human, I swear." Seeing he is actually a human being, Kyle Parker and Lane let out huge breaths of relief. Talk about a massive total heart attack. But Tony is totally not buying this nice guy act. He keeps his gun perfectly steady on him, forcefully barking an order, "Drop the weapon right now. Step forward." Hearing that crazy aggressive tone, the guy drops his iron pipe instantly. Tony steps right up and gives this super sketchy dude a full pat down. The guy quickly tries to explain himself seriously. "Man, I do not want any trouble at all." Tony coldly glares back, "You talk way too much." Kyle Parker instantly jumps right to the stranger's defense. "Hey Tony, relax, he is a totally good guy." But our super paranoid hero just raises an eyebrow. "A good guy? Really?" Hearing that, the dude actually blushes and chuckles awkwardly. "You seriously flatter me." Satisfied he is unarmed, Tony demands some real answers. "Are you hiding out here completely alone? Where is everyone else?" The guy totally cooperates and spills the details. "Yeah, the others either totally packed up and left, or they ended up dead. I am literally the very last person standing in this village. Tons of folks bailed out. Kids went to school, adults went to work. Only the elderly actually stayed behind here." He just keeps happily rambling on. "My name is Din Bin. I just run a tiny grocery store. Never really expected the world to become such a massive total nightmare." Meanwhile, our two huge lovable idiots are already warmly smiling and chatting with their brand new best friend. Kyle Parker immediately throws out a hint about needing a place to crash. "Hey, any chance we could just spend the night at your place?" Din Bin happily agrees to it. "Make yourselves right at home. I have not seen another living survivor in a whole week. My house is super close by anyway." Lane completely supports this genius idea. "Thank you so much, sir." Kyle Parker doesn't even hold back either, basically bowing in gratitude. "I totally owe you big time for this amazing favor." Tony sharply cuts right through their little wholesome happy party. He shoots a dead serious warning look straight at Kyle Parker. "Hold up, it is absolutely best we decline this." Then he smoothly turns to Din Bin. "Look, this village is basically empty anyway. We can just grab any random empty house to rest in. Us three do not want to be a burden on you." Lane instantly protests that idea. "Come on, Tony. He is a genuinely nice guy. The very least we can do is be polite." Kyle Parker is totally on her side, leaning in real close to whisper right in Tony's ear. "You are being way too paranoid. He does not look like a bad guy at all." But Tony stays firmly stubborn, definitely better safe than sorry. Meanwhile, Din Bin just stands there incredibly awkwardly, watching them openly argue about his innocence. Kyle Parker pushes back yet again. "Tony, you are totally overthinking this whole thing. The dude is a pretty solid guy, and 4 people are way better than 1. After getting constantly lectured by his ridiculously trusting buddy, Tony finally caves in and super reluctantly agrees. "Fine, whatever, man, but we are absolutely keeping our guard up." Just like that, Kyle Parker is all total smiles again, throwing an arm around Tony's neck and telling Din Bin, "Sorry about that. My buddy here is just kinda shy. Please bear with us." Din Bin happily brushes it off. "Hey, no worries at all." A short walk later, the whole gang finally reaches his supposedly totally safe house. Din Bin awkwardly leads the whole crew right up to this random house. He scratches his head and waves them inside, telling them they finally made it. Who knows how much time passes? Next thing you know, there is a massive steaming hot pot right on the table. It looks absolutely incredible, completely overflowing with all the best toppings. The total foodies Kyle Parker and Lane cannot even hide their hungry stares. Din Bin just chuckles and acts all shy. He tells them his cooking is pretty basic and begs them not to judge. But with an insane feast laid out, these guys are literally stuffing their faces without a single pause. Lane chews loudly and calls his cooking skills absolutely top tier. Seeing them devour the food, Din Bin generously tells everyone to dig in. He says to make themselves right at home. Meanwhile, Kyle Parker actually tries to answer him with a mouth totally full of meat. Kyle Parker mumbles he is not holding back since it has been ages. Only Tony is actually keeping his cool while he eats. Din Bin notices this and turns to chat, telling his new bro to loosen up and eat. But Tony stays totally on guard, coldly replying that he can feed his own damn self. Right after that, looking like he planned this all along, the host whips out some premium liquor and offers Tony a drink. He calls him a good brother and says their meeting is pure destiny, so why not knock back a few glasses to celebrate? Tony just quietly mutters that word destiny. A heavy, painful kind of nostalgia flashes deep inside his cold stare. Right in that split second, Nicole Hayes and her bright smiling face pop into his mind, leaving his heart completely shattered. He silently wonders if fate will ever let him see Nicole Hayes again. But Din Bin quickly shatters that quiet moment with his loud, cheerful voice. The guy insists that this whole meetup was meant to be, practically demanding a toast. 4 glasses smash together as they all shout for a bottomless chug. Cut to a little while later, literally everyone is completely wasted. Kyle Parker is loudly slurring his words, singing some random nonsense song about throwing a ball over and over. Din Bin holds him up, telling his bro he is way too drunk. Even the hyper-cautious Tony has totally let his guard down and gotten smashed. Tony randomly starts screaming that he is going to slaughter every last monster. Meanwhile, Lane struggles to drag his heavy body into the bedroom, complaining non-stop. She scolds Tony for drinking way too much, groaning about his insane weight. The 2 sloppy drunks finally just collapse right onto the bed. Wasted Tony keeps hopelessly mumbling hi-in under his breath over and over. Lane just rolls her eyes in total defeat. The guy is completely blacked out, but he is still somehow obsessed with his senior. That is when Din Bin chimes in, acting super apologetic because his tiny place does not have enough beds for the whole group. He offers up his own bed for her. Lane politely accepts and thanks him for going out of his way to help. But then Din Bin flashes this creepy, knowing smile. He points out her crazy alcohol tolerance, surprised she drank that much without getting dizzy at all. Lane instantly panics, totally busted. She quietly admits that she actually sucks at drinking, so she just dumped all her booze into the guy's cups instead. Whether it is just the shadows or his actual face turning dark, his stare gets ridiculously creepy. He simply nods and says he understands. Din Bin quickly turns around to leave. He tells her he will stop bothering her now and finally head off to sleep. Lane is completely clueless to the massive red flags here. She politely thanks him again for the awesome night, and he casually tells her not to mention it. Now watch closely, because this guy is definitely not who he seems. Din Bin slowly stalks down the pitch-black hallway, his heavy footsteps echoing loudly in the dark until he suddenly stops dead in his tracks. His face goes dead serious. Then, he firmly pushes the door open and steps inside. Right behind that door is a kitchen completely reeking of thick, nasty blood. The entire room is practically choking on this heavy, terrifyingly dark vibe. Sick, blood-covered tools are tossed all over the dining table, and worse, there are literal piles of freshly minced meat scattered everywhere across the floor as he casually strolls inside. Moving purely on muscle memory, Din Bin slides on a pair of heavily blood-stained gloves. He quietly stews in anger, realizing he should have just murdered Tony's crew the second they met, but Tony kept getting in the way. He angrily slams a bottle of heavy sedatives down. Thinking back to how insanely paranoid the guy was, Din Bin has to admit that the little punk Tony is actually incredibly strong. Even those hardcore sedatives did not work on him at all, plus the guy is packing a gun. But standing before that bloody fridge, the killer decides he really does not care anymore. He swears to murder him anyway. Tia Viet is already super hungry, so he must bring her some food. Back in the bedroom, the 3 guests are passed out hard. The wildly drunk Kyle Parker starts loudly sleep-talking, begging someone to stop because he hates it. The guy is totally lost in dreamland, just spouting absolute nonsense, whining for someone to quit it. Thanks to his constant late-night racket, Lane is rapidly losing her absolute last nerve. Her expression scrunches up into pure murderous rage. She suddenly bolts upright, aiming a brutal kick right at the annoying idiot's head. She snaps, asking if this absolute jerk is ever going to let her sleep. But randomly, Kyle Parker must have sensed her killing intent because he instantly rolls over and starts snoring again. Lane just stares blankly at the wall, completely speechless at this clown's timing. But right now, her throat is feeling incredibly dry. She quietly sneaks out of the bedroom to hunt down a glass of water. She fumbles around the entire dark living room, completely empty-handed. She mutters to herself, wondering where the heck the water is. And while blindly searching, Lane accidentally wanders straight into that terrifyingly dark kitchen. She immediately clamps a hand over her nose. The smell is thick, nasty blood. It seriously reeks like an actual slaughterhouse in here. Lane gathers up her courage and steps deeper inside. Her eyes instantly lock onto the massive refrigerator in the corner. A fridge? Without even a second thought, Lane reaches out with both hands and yanks the heavy door open. The kid instantly freaks out at the sight inside. Lane stares in pure horror. What in the world is that? Gross. She simply cannot take it anymore and slams the cabinet doors shut. Fear washes over her as a dark suspicion finally kicks in. Wait, did she seriously just eat that? Suddenly, a voice echoes from the side, "Do not worry." She violently snaps her head toward the sound. Din Bin stands casually by the door, completely deadpan. "The meat I fed you guys was just pork," he says. A second later, the guy casually grabs the massive knife resting nearby. "I was actually going to let you all live, you know." Din Bin's eyes lose absolutely every shred of humanity. "But looking at the current situation, I guess you guys aren't leaving after all." Lane panics inwardly. This is super bad. She totally left her gun inside her backpack. So she swiftly snatches a knife off the table, holding it out fiercely as she screams at Din Bin, "Do not come any closer." Right now, Lane can only keep her distance defensively, while the crazy butcher takes slow, creeping steps right toward her. He gives her a totally disgusted, mocking sneer. "You think a little brat like you can actually kill me?" But Lane does not back down one bit. "You arrogant jerk," she snaps back. "We both have weapons, so what makes you so sure you are going to kill me?" Deep down, though, Lane is secretly thanking the heavens. Tony's breathing technique is insanely effective. Before this, she could not even lift a knife this heavy. She eyes the serial killer standing right in front of her. She is nowhere near Tony's strength level, so she really needs to intimidate this freak. Without missing a beat, Lane absolutely launches the knife. The blade spins like a deadly tornado, flying straight for Din Bin's face. His reaction speed is wild. Tracking the attack path, he casually tilts his body to dodge. The knife grazes right past him and violently buries itself into the back wall. The killer smirks playfully. "Oh wow, that was dangerously close." But the idiot entirely misses the angry girl, clenching her fist right behind him, yelling at the top of her lungs. "Where are you looking, old man?" In the very next split second, she delivers a legendary uppercut straight to Din Bin's groin, completely folding him over in absolute world-shattering agony. It seems a certain quail egg has officially departed from this cruel world. His mouth flies open and his eyes practically bulge out. He completely forgets the girl, entirely focused on clutching his precious family jewels while whimpering miserably. "Oh, the pain!" While the killer is still writhing from the devastating shockwave, Lane seizes her golden chance and bolts away without a single backward glance. The little girl urgently scrambles right up the staircase. But halfway up, a horrible realization hits her. Wait, Tony and that other idiot are still fast asleep. She cannot possibly let this creep hurt her friends. By now, Din Bin's heavy footsteps catch up. He struggles to walk, yet his mouth just will not stop violently cursing her out. "You annoying brat, do you want to wipe out my entire bloodline?" Seeing his struggle, Lane roasts him tiny as a mouse. That insult flawlessly drives Din Bin completely insane. The second he gets distracted by rage, Lane resumes her frantic escape. Din Bin loses whatever chill he had left and roars out, "Get back here, you little brat. Next year today will be your death anniversary." Suddenly, Lane freezes for a second. She stares into the pitch-black staircase looming in front of her. A basement? She quickly glances around to double-check her crazy surroundings. That nutjob hasn't caught up yet, so Lane makes a very bold choice, all right? Going down it is. The basement below is completely swallowed by suffocating darkness. Moonlight spilling from a tiny window is the only light source, illuminating a creepy silhouette tied securely to a chair. The slender back of the bound captive looks suspiciously like a woman. Her entire body shivers non-stop in the gloom. Lane carefully approaches, squinting into the dark. Wait, is someone actually down here? The kid's eyes go wide in shock. Seeing a tied-up woman, she throws caution out the window and rushes over to help. "Did he lock you up here? Do not worry. I will get you out right now." But plot twist, the woman violently snaps her head around, revealing a horribly mangled face. Yeah, that is definitely not a human. It is a literal zombie. Pure terror hits Lane like a truck. She screams at the top of her lungs, scrambling backward until she totally wipes out on the freezing floor. She stares at the monstrosity in front of her. What even is this thing? A mannequin. She nervously eyes its rotting, mangled hand, and the horrific truth slowly clicks. That is a human hand. Utterly disgusted, the kid immediately chucks the severed hand away. This is so insanely gross. The zombie keeps roaring aggressively next to her, but our little hero surprisingly shakes off the panic, carefully analyzing the freaky situation. This is 100% an infected monster. Meanwhile, the heavy, rushed footsteps of Din Bin finally echo into the basement. The sharp kid instantly realizes he has arrived. He aggressively stomps inside, screaming out, "Where the hell are you hiding?" Din Bin aggressively scans the entire room. He paces back and forth, peeking into every single dark corner without missing a gap. Right now, Lane is holding her breath, tucked into a hidden blind spot nearby, listening to him hunt her down. Is nobody here? Seeing Dinbin walk in, the zombie gets totally agitated, violently shaking in its chair. Yet the butcher suddenly drops his voice into a super gentle tone. "What is wrong, my darling?" Now picture this. Dinbin stares at that horrifying, rotting creature with absolute romantic devotion, softly calling out the name Tu Viet. Then he gently touches her tightly bound, disgusting hands, actually leaning down to kiss them. "You have suffered so much," he whispers. Lane watches this sickening display from the side, totally gagging. He treats a literal monster like his wife. What an absolute freak. Dinbin smiles so sweetly at Tu Viet. "So sorry, my lovely wife. I have no other choice but to keep you down in this basement." He slowly reaches out to her face, but do not worry at all. Dinbin gently strokes his wife right on the cheek, softly promising that he will definitely come down to visit her all the time. But suddenly, his gaze stops dead in its tracks. He spots a severed hand just rolling on the floor, and his lips slowly twist into this totally creepy smile. "Looks like we have a guest." He slowly picks up that heavy, blood-soaked knife, his raspy voice echoing right toward the exact corner where Lane is currently hiding out. "You actually think you can keep hiding in there?" The bold kid simply steps right out, completely disgusted. "You have to be totally twisted in the head to love a literal monster." Dinbin instantly panics and screams back, "She is my wife, so what exactly is wrong with a husband caring for his own spouse?" He looks over at Tu Viet, tied tightly to the chair, and he just loses his grip on reality. Dinbin frantically repeats, "There is zero problem here. She is my wife forever." This absolute psycho just keeps insisting that she is his lovely wife until the end of time. Lane frowns in pure annoyance, yelling at him to wake up because she is clearly already dead. But this highly deluded guy stubbornly refuses reality, instantly throwing back total nonsense. He wildly claims she can still move around, run, jump, and obviously she can still eat just fine. He stares right at her wide open, insanely hungry mouth and fiercely confirms it. Dinbin has clearly lost every single shred of reason right now, ranting that she is still alive and above all else, she is his fiancée. Then it suddens it's how many days has it been since wifey had some fresh meat? It's place. So Dinbin grips his knife and he smirks with those wild, crazy eyes, his raspy voice bouncing all around the freezing basement. "My wife is hungry, so just be a good girl and let me feed you to her." With her sharp survival instincts kicking in, Lane instantly feels this freezing wave of murderous intent completely swallow her up. The deranged killer locks his vicious glare straight onto tiny Lane standing helplessly right in front of him. His twisted smile just keeps getting uglier by the second, putting Lane on absolute maximum alert. A second later, she swings her leg high for a solid kick, but the exact moment she throws that strike, the psycho leans back with lightning speed and dodges it completely. Right after that, Dinbin reaches out and grabs Lane by the legs. His hands clamp down so hard she literally cannot move an inch. Lane watches the blade get terrifyingly close to her leg and screams to let her go. But obviously, when a psycho loses his mind, he is definitely not hitting the brakes anytime soon. "You honestly think you can still escape from this?" Then he raises the heavy blade way up high, ready to chop. "I am going to mince you up and feed you right to my lovely wife." In that split second before the blade slices into her long legs, a loud gunshot explodes, ripping through the air and stopping everything cold. The bullet perfectly smashes right into the knife in Dinbin's hand, leaving both him and Lane completely frozen in shock for a few seconds. Turns out, the shooter is none other than Tony. She happily yells out Tony's name in massive relief. Meanwhile, Dinbin just gets even more triggered. "Wait, it was you?" But Tony is actually looking pretty rough right now. His mind gets super blurry, figuring there must have been something slipped into his drink earlier. Too careless, can I really not recover at all from being poisoned? Before he can think, Dinbin instantly grabs Lane, pressing his sharp knife right against the poor girl's neck as a threat. "Put the gun down, or I will kill this brat right now." Then he glances up, spots the wide open window, and the whole situation finally clicks for him. "So careless of me, I completely forgot there was a window down here, so you must have sneaked in through there." Tony straight up demands the psycho to let her go immediately. But obviously, the guy rejects it, snapping back, "Are you threatening me right now? I have a hostage. Why would I be scared? Drop the gun now." Hearing the crazy guy bark orders, Tony just coldly asks back, "Oh, you want to play the hostage game?" Without hesitating for a single second, our boy aims his gun point blank right at Tuviet's head. Guess what? The boss has a hostage too. A wife guy like him immediately panics, screaming out for his beloved spouse. He tightens his grip on Lane's neck even harder, pointing his bloody knife straight at Tony while cursing him out. "You rotten punk, put the weapon down now." But Tony stays incredibly chill, laying down his own demand, instead let the girl go first. But Dinbin refuses to back down, spitting out in your dreams. Hearing that flat-out refusal, Tony speaks up with zero hesitation. "Fine then, I will send this ugly monster straight to the afterlife." Tu Viet groans nonstop now, thrashing wildly like she desperately wants to break every single rope tying her to that chair. Seeing his precious zombie wife in extreme danger, Din Bin literally bursts into massive tears. Then he totally flips his attitude and begs, "Do not shoot, I am begging you. I honestly cannot live without her." Hearing that pathetic crying, Tony repeats his terms. "Then let her go, and I swear on my honor that this monster gets to live." Din Bin finally caves in. "Fine, I will trade hostages with you, just do not shoot." But right then, the heavy ropes holding TVA seem to loosen up just a bit. Seeing the psycho agree to the trade, Tony pauses his action for a brief second, then slowly starts walking straight toward the guy. Now the killer goes completely pale with pure fear. Tony's heavy footsteps click forward, and our guy still has not dropped his gun at all. Suddenly, another thick rope on TVA simply snaps wide open. She instantly thrashes around and breaks free from her bonds in a literal flash. All three of them freeze in dead silence at a scene nobody saw coming. Tony spins back around and sees that Tu Viet has entirely escaped her restraints. Din Bin immediately screams out at the top of his lungs, "My darling!" Lane takes full advantage of his distraction. She bites down on his hand as hard as she possibly can, then scrambles right out of his grip to safety. Meanwhile, Tony does not hesitate at all. He loads his gun and aims it straight at the infected wife. Right then, Din Bin panics, desperately rushing over to scream at him to stop. The exact second Tony pulls the trigger, that stubborn husband jumps right in front of his wife, taking the full blast of the bullet directly into his own chest. Tony and Lane are completely caught off guard by this wild, crazy move. The very next second, Din Bin stumbles wildly and collapses onto the dirt. He hits the freezing ground, then stubbornly tries to push himself back up with trembling arms, blood pouring endlessly from his gaping wound. Yet somehow, Din Bin still focuses entirely on Tu Viet. He gently asks his wife if she is doing okay. This blindly devoted husband literally cannot help himself. He looks up at the horrifying sight of his wife twisting and twitching right in front of him. Her dead, completely lifeless eyes stare right back down at Din Bin. Seeing Tu Viet unhurt, he actually smiles in relief and weakly calls out her name. And just like that, a flood of tragic memories comes rushing back into Din Bin's fading mind. Back on the day Tu Viet first started turning into a monster, she had actually begged her husband. She pleaded with him to kill her, saying her life was already over. But back then, Din Bin tried to calm her down. He told her not to talk like that, promising she would be absolutely fine and shouldn't be scared. However, his wife was completely determined to end her own life before fully mutating into some disgusting creature. So she firmly told her husband again to just put her out of her misery. She cried out that she did not want to become a monster and kill him. Din Bin simply pulled her into a tight hug, asking why she would ever say that. He insisted she had to stay alive no matter what happened. Hearing that, Tu Viet gently nestled right into the arms of the man she loved so dearly. But reality is always a cruel joke. In this very moment, Din Bin finally realizes the ugly truth of his situation. His eyes fill with absolute confusion as he stares up at the beloved wife who looks so totally different now. The very next second, the zombie lunges down and bites brutally into Din Bin's neck. As for Lane and Tony, they just stand there frozen, stiff, quietly watching this whole messy situation unfold. The entire area falls into total dead silence. The only sound left is the disgusting, greedy chewing noises coming from the monster formerly known as Tu Viet. At this point, Din Bin lies there completely dazed, not even understanding what is happening while the thing he still calls his wife violently tears him to shreds. His body goes entirely numb, those desperate eyes slowly fading into absolute emptiness. Tony and Lane silently watch the unbelievably brutal scene playing out right before them. While she continues crazily gnawing on Din Bin, Tony casually steps up from behind and raises his heavy gun straight toward the horrific zombie. A second later, he drops all hesitation and fires off a single, incredibly precise shot directly into her rotting head. On those two normally stone-cold faces, a tiny flicker of sadness actually shows up as they stare down at the twin corpses collapsed on the bloody dirt. Tony quickly speaks up to comfort Lane, telling her not to overthink things. He points out that the guy and his wife were basically dead anyway, completely empty of real feelings. After dropping that hard truth, he simply turns around and walks away. He firmly tells her to hurry up. Lane freezes for a split second, but eventually the kid turns her back and runs off right behind her leader. Barely taking a few steps, a wave of deep disappointment flashes through Lane's bright eyes as she turns her head for one last look at the cold bodies. Then she turns back to stare blankly at Tony's solid shadow. Hesitating for a moment, Lane quietly asks out loud why their whole world had to turn out this awful. The young girl drops her head in gloomy thought. She murmurs that if the zombie virus never happened, Din Bin probably would have lived a perfectly happy life with his wife. Hearing her sad little speech, Tony actually agrees, nodding that she is totally right. Without the apocalypse, he admits that he, Lane, and Kyle Parker would be living normally. They would probably just be sitting in school. Saying that, he slowly flicks his lighter and sparks up a cigarette. But he adds that the harsh truth is, the world actually did get swarmed by a plague. He takes a long drag of smoke, passing down a vital lesson to the kid. He tells Lane to listen closely. Just remember one rule, do absolutely whatever it takes to survive. Tony's deep voice echoes through the dead, quiet night, cold moonlight washing over everything. Now check this out, because by the very next morning, the crew is standing casually around their battered car. Tony just casually leans against the side, smoking another cigarette. Meanwhile, Lane squats right next to the dirty vehicle, busily tinkering with something. Suddenly, Kyle Parker shoves his greasy hand out from completely under the chassis, gruffly barking an order at Lane to hand over the wrench immediately. The kid actually listens and passes the heavy wrench to him, but she cannot help asking him if he seriously even knows how to fix this junk. Kyle Parker arrogantly shoots back, asking if he forgot to mention it. He proudly claims he already knew how to wash cars by age 10. Saying that, he stares at the wrench for a split second, then suddenly pops his head out from under the car with a ridiculously creepy, teasing face. Lane jumps in total shock, completely loses her temper, and violently hurls the metal wrench directly at the goofy idiot's face. She screams at the pervert, demanding what he is staring at. The two of them keep arguing endlessly. Kyle Parker refuses to back down. He yells he did not even want to look, loudly calling her flat-chested. Getting her absolute weakest point attacked makes Lane furious, cursing him out aggressively. She yells at him for daring to insult her size, angrily cursing him to marry an even flatter-chested wife someday. At this point, Tony just watches helplessly, totally ignoring their chaotic mess. He mutters to himself about how seriously annoying these two are. Then he slowly raises his own hand, studying it as he falls into deep thought. Ever since successfully absorbing the energy for a Tier 1 evolution, he still hasn't made a single breakthrough. Maybe basic little fights like this simply aren't enough to trigger a level up. A short while later, Kyle Parker loudly announces the car is finally fixed. Tony acts slightly surprised, asking how he finished so fast. Kyle Parker immediately starts showing off, smugly claiming it is obvious he could probably dismantle a whole military tank if he wanted. To Tony, this car is just child's play. He totally ignores it and tells everyone it is time to move out. Kyle Parker immediately gets annoyed. He complains that he deserves at least a little bit of praise for his hard work. Meanwhile, the bright morning sun rises up into a perfectly peaceful, clear sky. But totally ruining that beautiful, peaceful vibe is a nasty pack of ugly monsters just roaming around a nearby gas station. Back by the car, Kyle Parker asks his buddy up on the roof with the binoculars what exactly he is looking at. Tony casually mentions it is just a few totally harmless monsters. Hearing this, Kyle Parker instantly suggests they just take a completely different route, but Tony hits him with a cold, hard no. Suddenly, Kyle Parker notices his crazy leader staring a hole right through him. He actually starts blushing from the intense eye contact, while Tony just flashes a horribly sinister little grin. Unable to take the creepy tension, Kyle Parker snaps and asks what he is looking at. Tony calmly tells him not to worry, he just had a very brilliant idea. The poor guy helplessly begs him to stop acting like that. A second later, Kyle Parker just completely freezes up, his hands shaking wildly as he is totally forced to grip two huge blades. The terrified guy refuses to accept reality, whining and asking if they seriously have to do this. Tony calmly explains the cold, hard facts. If he wants to evolve quickly, he desperately needs combat experience. Lane totally joins in to mock Kyle Parker too, sarcastically asking why a grown man is acting so scared right now. But the joke is completely on her, because Tony immediately throws a heavy gun right at her chest. He casually announces she is going with him, leaving the poor girl totally paralyzed in shock as she loudly complains about being dragged into this. Tony tells them both to hurry up and stop wasting his precious time. It is literally just a handful of totally useless, garbage-level monsters. Furious, Lane points right at the massive zombie horde ahead and loudly yells that this is clearly way more than just a few. But Tony acts ridiculously casual about the whole situation. Taking a drag from his cigarette, he points out that these slow, unevolved creatures are basically just absolute bottom-tier trash anyway. The stubborn girl still refuses to step forward. Tony instantly cuts her off right there, absolutely no buts allowed. He loads his weapon, points it straight up at the sky, and fires a loud warning shot reminding them to try and survive. Her eyes go wide with pure absolute panic at his crazy, totally reckless action. She is not even slightly prepared to face down an incoming massive zombie wave. In just a split second, that insanely loud gunshot startles an entire flock of nearby birds, sending them all flying completely wild across the open sky. Lane and Kyle Parker stand there with their jaws totally dropped, staring dead at the gun barrel that is literally still smoking. And honestly, you know exactly what happens next. That massive noise instantly grabs the attention of the entire nearby zombie horde. Their creepy heads sharply turn right toward the sound. Nearby stands a totally obvious, massive house. Crawling around on the floor inside that huge building is a seriously grotesque monster. Suddenly, its disgusting body starts boiling over with intense energy. The flesh on its back violently rips wide open, shooting out 3 incredibly sharp, deadly bone spikes right into the air. The mutated zombie rolls its creepy white eyes back, entirely filled with horrifying red blood vessels. Meanwhile, outside, Kyle Parker cleanly slices right through a monster's arm, sending it flying away. Without even pausing, he violently jams his blade straight into its rotting throat. Then he quickly finishes the ugly job with one brutal, totally fatal slash right to its squishy head. Kyle Parker and Lane are now desperately holding ground on the car roof, fiercely attacking the endless horde. These freaks are swarming them from every direction, sweating bullets in this intense chaos. An absolutely furious Kyle Parker screams out how many more of these things are left. Lane is way too busy fighting for her life to chat, angrily telling him not to ask her. Right at that exact moment, a nasty zombie violently lunges toward Kyle Parker's exposed back. Panicking, he violently spins around, screaming out while barely raising his heavy blades to block. But his entire body is physically shaking too much to hold the line. He loudly begs for some backup, but the busy girl immediately yells back that her side is already completely overrun too. Right at that absolute do-or-die split second, a high-speed bullet suddenly rips through the air, perfectly blowing the monster's rotten head apart while a completely stunned Kyle Parker just watches. The confused guy whips his head around to trace the bullet's crazy path. It turns out that epic rescue shot came straight from their absolutely insane leader, Tony. He is actually just chilling on the gas station roof watching them struggle, loudly yelling out a harsh reminder to his terrified buddy. He asks where he is looking, warning him that losing focus mid-fight is a completely lethal mistake. Snapping back to reality, Kyle Parker aggressively slashes down the hideous zombie right in front of him. Now, Kyle Parker's eyes are burning with a deeply intense, absolute survival focus. He viciously smashes in the ugly skulls of 2 or 3 huge monsters. Right beside him, Lane gets completely serious with her rapid attacks. The badass girl lines up a perfectly clean shot and coldly pulls the trigger, instantly blowing away a zombie's rotting head. These two maniacs desperately fight from bright blue morning all the way until the sky turns totally orange. Exhausted beyond belief, they both just dramatically collapse into the dirt, absolutely gasping for air. Kyle Parker weakly asks if she is okay. Lane gives a totally exhausted reply, still alive. With this brutal day of training finally over, Tony gracefully drops down from his cozy high spot. He demands more effort, coldly announcing there is absolutely no resting yet. They must refine the virus using breathing techniques, barking at them to sit right up. The exhausted duo forces themselves upright, but loudly complain anyway. They call him absolutely cruel, loudly accusing him of literally losing his basic human empathy. Hearing this whining, Tony playfully acts offended. He smirks, pointing out that if they are already crying over this tiny workout, he simply has to force them to train way harder. Those two absolutely explode with fury, screaming out in totally pure disbelief about doing even more. But a second later, Tony turns completely dead serious, fiercely ordering them to do it instantly. As evening finally rolls in, he just quietly stands there, intensely watching his two exhausted teammates totally focus on their heavy training. Right then, Lane starts glowing out of nowhere. These crazy weird patterns pop up on the little girl's shoulders, and suddenly she is basically sparkling. Thun carefully watches this whole shiny transformation. He notices the little kid's cultivation speed is seriously skyrocketing, and he just thinks, wow, like father, like daughter. She is a total speed evolution clone of Lahan. Then he throws a judging side glance over at Kyle Parker. Thun gives him a super judgmental look. Our guy Kyle still has not shown a single ounce of progress. Suddenly, a wild idea hits Thun. Maybe they literally need to change locations to evolve. He actually thinks about it for a second before mentally slapping his own face. Like evolution could possibly be that completely stupid and random. Yeah, absolutely no way. But then he stares off into the distance, looking all dramatic. A massive house sitting right at the bottom of the mountain totally catches Thun's eye. He gets this super weird gut feeling about the place, so he grabs his dual blades and heads toward that insanely suspicious house. Thun ultimately decides to just go check it out himself. Not long after, Thun is standing right in front of the highly suspicious house. His ultra-sharp nose instantly picks up the faint stench of blood lingering around. But whatever, he still decides to push the door open and casually stroll inside. The very first thing that hits his eyes is a total mess of chopped-up body parts scattered all across the floor. Thun ventures way deeper inside the creepy place, his super flexible body smoothly dodging the absolute graveyard of corpses underfoot and the bright red blood heavily splashed across the walls. Then he just casually looks around again. Out of completely nowhere, something violently lunges straight at Thun's back with absolutely terrifying speed. He clearly feels that freezing dead aura breathing down his neck, instantly whips his head around, and his eyes go super wide at whatever is rushing him. Before the guy can even blink, this insanely heavy force slams right into his chest, blasting him literally through the roof. The brutal crash violently knocks a mouthful of bright red blood out of Thun. 1 second later, he plummets straight down and slams into the dirt with a crash like absolute thunder. Now he is totally gasping for air, muttering about how insanely much that hurt. But Thien Thun instantly grips his dual blades and slowly forces himself back up. He is beyond annoyed about getting sneak attacked like that, demanding to know who just hit him. Thien Thun stares dead ahead, but just a single second later, a totally rare flash of horror actually hits his eyes. The thick dust finally blows away, completely revealing the absolutely massive and freaky shape of this weird monster. Its entire massive body is heavily armored in these ridiculously thick layers of skin, making even Thien Thun actually step back. Oh great, turns out it is a lone walker. The second he faces this incredibly tough freak, a million different survival plans start rushing through his brain. It is a super special mutant breed. A lone fiend only ever fights entirely by itself, but it is brutally strong, so keeping all his limbs might actually be tough here. The giant lone walker dramatically takes a massively deep breath, clearly winding up for its next huge strike. Thien Thun instantly channels absolutely all of his strength, totally ready to throw down. Right on cue, the crazy monster violently roars and launches a ridiculously huge punch straight at him. Feeling that heavy killing intent rushing in fast, Thien Thun reacts in an absolute split second right before that massive hand can even touch him. He smartly flips his entire body out of the way. Both of his feet kick insanely hard off a nearby tree trunk, bouncing his whole body backward exactly like a fully stretched spring. Literally 1 second later, Thien Thun launches himself directly off the wood, rocketing forward like a fired arrow and totally locking onto the lone walker. Taking full advantage before the dumb thing even notices, he raises his dual blades up high, completely ready to slice it apart. Following right up on that, Thien Thun cleanly spins his body mid-air. He uses his dual blades to deliver an absolutely brutal full power slash straight into the monster's back. The lone walker just ate a ridiculously painful hit, so it instantly loses its mind, its eyes totally flashing with blood-red rage. Then the crazy lone fiend immediately spins around to launch a nasty counterattack. Luckily, Thien Thun has insanely fast eyes and easily spots its next move coming. But unfortunately, since he literally just went all out and they are practically hugging, he totally fails to dodge and eats a completely devastating punch right in the gut. The very next second, his entire body gets sent flying miles away. His poor body violently rolls a bunch of times across the dirt, kicking up massive rocks and throwing blinding dust absolutely everywhere before he finally stops. And you guys know how this goes. While Thien Thun is completely stuck on the ground in total agony, the lone walker just slowly stalks over. At this point, he can only admit one totally infuriating truth. The huge power gap is completely real. That massive monster proudly stands right over Thien Thun, while our guy desperately struggles to just force himself upright. Then it casually flexes its giant arm muscles, totally preparing to punch our guy into the afterlife. But right in that terrifying life or death moment, two insanely loud gunshots suddenly ring out, literally making even Thien Thun jump. The huge lone walker catches two bullets straight between its eyes, and it instantly starts screaming in pure agony, its brutal roar echoing across the entire area. Thien Thun looks at the bleeding monster in total shock, then rapidly snaps his head toward the exact direction those crazy bullets just flew from. Right out of the super thick smoke, a strangely familiar silhouette starts stepping out. He completely loses it, yelling in total disbelief because, shockingly, the guy standing right there with a completely clueless face is actually Kyle Parker. Thien Thun totally freezes up and yells out, "Wait, is that seriously Kyle Parker?" And yep, the dude is literally holding dual pistols, with both gun barrels still smoking heavily. Kyle Parker totally smirks like a boss, proudly bragging, "Bet you didn't see that coming at all. Yours truly can actually be pretty useful sometimes, huh?" Right after that flex, Kyle Parker instantly unloads a massive rain of bullets into the lone walker, loudly screaming at Thien Thun to get out of the way right now. Thien Thun smartly dives totally clear of the bullet path, while every single shot just keeps brutally pinning itself straight into the crazy monster's ugly head. He turns around, completely mind-blown by the whole scene. Right then, Thien Thun is just standing there utterly speechless at Kyle Parker's insane aim. Even from that crazy distance, the guy lands a flawless headshot on the monster. A whole barrage of bullets comes flying in from afar, hitting the lone walker right in the dome one after another. Thien Thun yells out, "Find its weak spot right now." Kyle Parker instantly agrees, but tosses a quick demand back. "Keep the ugly thing busy for me." Hearing that, Thien Thun grabs a rock and chucks it straight at its head. He screams at the top of his lungs to grab the demon's attention. "Your grandpa is right over here." Sure enough, the monster snaps its focus to Thien Thun. In a flash, the lone walker is right in his face, ready to strike. It immediately brings down a ridiculously heavy punch right where Thien Thun was just standing, but he smoothly leaps up to dodge it. Using that momentum, Thien Thun delivers a mid-air kick to the monster's head, only for the beast to suddenly snatch his leg. Now the panic actually sets in, and he thinks to himself, "Yeah, I am totally cooked." The lone walker launches a brutal uppercut right at Thien Thun, then wildly swings for another hit. Thankfully, our boy is quick enough to dodge it this time. but the lone walker manages to grab Thien Thun by the ankle again. Instantly, he sends out a frantic SOS signal. Hurry it up, man. Standing off in the distance, Kyle Parker is absolutely locked in on every single twitch the monster makes. The lone walker violently swings Thien Thun around by his leg and yanks him back. It totally looks ready to slam him straight into the dirt. At this point, Thien Thun is literally inches away from a massive faceplant. Meanwhile, Kyle Parker is staring dead at the lone walker, finally spotting its glaring weak point. He zeroes in entirely on the monster's temple, and his eyes completely light up. A split second later, Kyle Parker perfectly times his shots, firing both guns and sending bullets right into the lone walker's exact weak spot. And here is where it gets crazy. That one critical bullet perfectly pierces right into the center of the lone walker's temple before immediately dropping out. Sure enough, just a split second later, the monster's entire ugly head violently cracks wide open. Thien Thun finally breaks free from its iron grip and crashes onto the ground. Now he and the ugly beast are just lying side by side on the grass. Kyle Parker instantly celebrates he actually pulled it off. But plot twist, the lone walker is not totally dead yet, and it twitches, trying to launch another counterattack. Thien Thun slowly stands up and scoffs, "You've got some pretty tough luck, huh?" He immediately grabs its head tightly with both hands. The lone walker uses every last bit of its strength trying to push Thien Thun away, but our guy is obviously not letting go. Thien Thun crouches down to brace himself, flexing so incredibly hard that his teeth are completely gritted together. He pours absolutely all of his force into this next move. With one brutal rip, the lone walker's head and spine are entirely torn right out of its body. Thien Thun just ruthlessly chucks it, sending it rolling across the grass. With the chaos finally over, Kyle Parker immediately runs up to check on him. "You okay, Thien Thun?" Thien Thun casually drops a compliment, "You actually pulled it off." Kyle Parker just replies with this pretty unsure tone. "Guess so." Still heavily panting for breath, Thien Thun curiously asks him, "So is that your brand new ability after evolving?" Kyle Parker suddenly gets super serious right here. He picks up a random little rock and asks Thien Thun, "Hey, do you see that leaf falling over there?" Thien Thun squints into the distance, and sure enough, there is a tiny little leaf just slowly drifting down. Kyle Parker instantly gets into a pitching stance and confidently hurls the rock. Watch this. The stone snipes that tiny leaf with perfect accuracy and heavily embeds itself into the tree trunk nearby. Thien Thun is absolutely stunned watching this formidable power. Kyle Parker puts on this super cool attitude and smirks, "So what do you think?" Thien Thun throws an arm around his neck, hyping him up like crazy about how awesome that was. Kyle Parker shyly responds, "Well, you know it is me." Kyle Parker intensely widens his eyes, shrinking both of his pupils down to literal dots. Thien Thun asks if he can spot anything way out there. Kyle Parker puts his hands on his hips and nods confidently. Then he stares at a stone pillar hundreds of meters away. Let us see, 5206. And seriously, the exact numbers he just called out are actually carved right onto that distant pillar. He smirks proudly. This kind of distance is literally no problem anymore. Kyle Parker adds that after his evolution, the movements of all these monsters just naturally look way slower in his eyes. And everything around him is completely crystal clear now, to the point he could track a single fly. Thien Thun gasps in surprise, so it is a vision breakthrough, evolving the nervous system instead of the limbs. "You really are built completely different, man." Saying that, Thien Thun cheerfully pats Kyle Parker on the shoulder. "Let us head back and rest. I will find you a proper sniper rifle." Kyle Parker quietly lets out a super satisfied smile. He tightly clenches his fist, whispering in a really soft, low voice, "I can finally actually be of some real help to you." Hearing that, Thien Thun immediately gives Kyle Parker a few encouraging slaps on the back. "What are you even saying right now? We are literally best friends." Comforted by that, Kyle Parker feels a bit emotional and tightly presses his lips together. Then he reaches his hand out to his friend Thien Thun. "No matter what happens in the future, I am absolutely following you." Kyle Parker looks straight at Thien Thun with this completely serious gaze. Thien Thun just smiles, reaches up to ruffle his hair, and then goes in for a solid fist bump. Good brothers forever. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lane knits her eyebrows together, focusing all of her mental energy. The little girl just sits there quietly cultivating right in the middle of all those recently slaughtered monsters. Right now, streams of wild energy are endlessly swirling around her body, accompanied by these super weird, mysterious markings appearing on her shoulder. Suddenly, Lane snaps her eyes wide open, pure white and totally soulless. Blistering heat erupts all around her body, forcing her to throw her head back and let out a painful scream. The very next second, the girl completely loses control and starts roaring like an absolute beast. Tony instantly notices something is terribly wrong, and he and Kyle Parker rush right over. "This is bad," Kyle Parker nervously asks what is wrong with her. Tony explains she refined the energy too fast, and her body simply cannot take the strain. She is experiencing total chi deviation. Kyle Parker panics, asking what they are supposed to do now. Tony replies that there is no other choice but to use it. Then he instantly raises his arm high up into the air. Right after that, Tony coldly delivers an absolutely massive slap straight to Lane's face, hitting so hard her cheekbone nearly warps. The poor girl trembles non-stop from the intense, crushing pain. Lane immediately snaps out of it and screams, "You absolute bastard, Kyle Parker. How dare you hit me?" Kyle Parker frantically tries to defend himself, swearing up and down that he did absolutely nothing. But Lane absolutely refuses to buy it, demanding to know who else it could possibly be. Kyle Parker yells back in sheer desperation, it really was not him. Tony threw the slap. Still, Lane stubbornly refuses to listen. She calls him a straight-up liar, demanding to know why her precious Tony would ever hit her. Right then, Tony takes a drag of his cigarette and calmly confesses, telling her to stop fighting. He straight up admits that if he had not slapped her awake, she would have totally succumbed to chi deviation and morphed into a literal monster. Hearing the hard truth, Lane finally drops her hands and spares poor Kyle Parker. With a totally bossy attitude, she drops Kyle Parker and brags that she is only sparing his life out of pure respect for Tony. All beaten up on the floor, Kyle Parker whines without a single tear, complaining that he literally did nothing wrong. Tony simply tosses his half-smoked cigarette aside and confidently walks away. He calls out, "Let us move. They are crashing at the gas station tonight and hitting the road first thing tomorrow morning." But watch this shift. We rewind the clock straight back to a messy memory when Kyle Parker was just an innocent little kid. A mean bully shoved him hard from behind, and acting on pure reflex, he threw his hands out to break the fall, accidentally grabbing little Tutu right on the chest. Shocked by the sudden squeeze, the poor girl instantly burst into loud, dramatic tears. She screams at the nasty creep. The kid just stands there, totally frozen and completely confused. The bully who pushed him just smirks like a total villain. Two other kids instantly start mocking him, yelling that Kyle Parker grabbed Tutu and they need to snitch to the teacher right now. Later on, a heartbroken Kyle Parker desperately tries to defend himself. He tells the teacher with a shaking voice that he did nothing wrong, but the strict adult completely refuses to believe him. The teacher demands he call his parents in immediately. The second Kyle Parker's sweet mother arrives, Tutu's furious mom gets right in her face, screaming that her tiny son is already a dirty little pervert. She shouts that a freak like him will become absolute trash, brutally insulting the poor woman for entirely failing to discipline her very own child. She screams that a rotten kid comes straight from a useless mother, claiming the boy is doomed because she is so uneducated. Kyle Parker's mom stays totally silent, just standing there taking every single nasty, vulgar insult thrown right at her face. She wildly screams, "Your dirty little thug dared to touch my precious Tutu, so both of you should honestly just go drop dead." Little Kyle Parker bravely tries to explain himself, crying out to the angry woman that he did absolutely nothing wrong, swearing someone shoved him hard. But the crazy lady absolutely refuses to listen to a single word. She fires back a harsh threat, swearing she will personally force the school to permanently expel him. Reaching her absolute breaking point, Kyle Parker's mother firmly grabs her young son by the hand and completely turns her back on the drama. Meanwhile, Tutu's awful mom just keeps on wildly screaming from behind them. She yells, "Hey, I am not finished. Who allowed you to leave?" The two of them walk far away from the school, while poor Kyle Parker sinks deep into absolute despair because absolutely nobody believed his honest truth. His mother suddenly speaks up. With a totally firm voice, she tells him that she absolutely believes he did not do it. Flashing the warmest, most gentle smile ever, she looks right down at her crying boy. She tells him she knows her sweet Kyle Parker would never commit such a gross, shameful act. Crouching down, she gently pats his back to soothe the heavy tears. She sweetly tells him to hurry home, promising to cook absolutely anything he wants for dinner tonight. Back in the brutal present, heavy sadness clearly lingers inside Kyle Parker's eyes. Noticing that totally gloomy vibe, Tony calls out, asking his buddy what is exactly on his mind. Kyle Parker forces a tiny smile, telling him to just drop it since it is purely ancient history. Even though the answer sounds completely solid, Tony just cannot help but cast a sideways, knowing glance right at his loyal friend. Reaching District I, Kyle Parker nervously asks the leader which path they should take next. Tony coolly tells him to just keep pushing straight ahead. A little while later, the entire survival crew arrives right outside a towering, creepy apartment building, the exact place Kyle Parker's mother lives. Tony warns everyone to stay incredibly alert, certain that monsters are lurking nearby. He then looks right down at little Tyler Blake, issuing a very strict command. He orders the creature to stay put. The tiny pet squeaks back obediently. Tony then locks his intense gaze onto Kyle Parker, heavily emphasizing his next words. "If anything crazy goes down in there, follow my absolute lead, got it?" Kyle Parker bites his lip, fighting back deep panic as he mutters that he hopes his parents are somehow okay. Tony quickly reassures his anxious friend, swearing they are definitely going to be safe. For now, just focus forward. The three of them finally step right into the dark building. Tony throws out one final deadly warning, watch every single move, because no matter what happens, they absolutely cannot let those vicious monsters spot them. Deep inside the apartment lobby, dozens of brutal monsters are sprawled across the floor, completely stacked right on top of one another. The exact second the crew pushes the door open, they find every beast already taken down and entirely lifeless. Staring at the carnage, a mind-blown Kyle Parker asks what just happened here. Tony quickly analyzes the crazy scene, guessing another fighter passed through and already left. But right in that moment, pure, unadulterated panic completely takes over Kyle Parker's wide eyes. Oh no! Gripping his gun tightly, the terrified kid violently sprints straight into the dark hallways. Tony furiously yells out, "Where the hell are you running?" before he and Lane blindly sprint right after him. Wait, Phi! Heavy, frantic footsteps loudly echo as they desperately charge right up the tall stairs. Busting onto the upper floor, Tony frantically scans the creepy hallway for his missing buddy, screaming his name. But instead of Kyle Parker, all he finds is another brutal pile of slaughtered zombie corpses painting the floor. Lane looks around completely confused. Where did he go? Tony just grinds his teeth in sheer frustration. The guy ran way too fast. He was supposed to be right here. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream rips right through the air from the room right next door. Tony and Lane instantly recognize that it is Kyle Parker screaming, bolting over there without a second thought. Over there, Kyle Parker is just blasting his gun forward like an absolute maniac. He has completely lost it, screaming his lungs out in pure agony. His eyes just go completely dead as he stares at the nightmare in front of him. Tony and Lane walk up from behind, watching their buddy wildly unload his weapon. Tony's eyes go wide in shock as he calls out his name. Kyle Parker just collapses onto his knees by the door, way too stunned to even form a sentence. His face is totally pale, frozen stiff for what feels like a solid eternity. Then all the color drains right out of him. His breathing goes completely erratic before he just drops his head in pure, crushing despair. Tony looks at his panicked buddy clutching his head and steps up, asking him what on earth just happened. But before getting an answer, his own gaze accidentally drifts to the side. And then he sees the absolute mangled remains of Kyle Parker's mother dangling right from the ceiling. Her hands are tied up tight, suspended in mid-air, covered in brutal injuries, dangling right over a pile of 3 dead zombies on the floor below. Kyle Parker is crying so hard he can barely see, tears streaming down his face as he screams out for his mom in absolute, gut-wrenching pain. Seeing his mom in a state like that just makes him howl even louder. Tony and Lane both freeze up entirely, their expressions instantly dropping into pure, dark dread. The poor guy just looks up to the sky and cries miserably. Tony scans the room, quickly piecing together that some total psycho actually hung her up as live bait for the monsters. Hearing that makes Kyle Parker bawl even louder, while Tony shuts his eyes and scoffs eyes coldly. Lane is incredibly furious right now, gritting her teeth and asking what kind of sick animal would do this. Suddenly, Kyle Parker slowly picks himself up off the ground. Lane reaches out and calls his name, but he just cries and walks past Tony, stepping right up to his mother's body for a long, quiet look. His whole body is trembling like a leaf as he raises a hand, desperately wanting to touch her face. He calls out to her with this horribly shaky voice. But here is the massive twist. She is already a monster. Suddenly, her eyes snap wide open, glaring upward with absolute terrifying madness. Right as she lets out a vicious roar, Tony lunges in, grabbing Kyle Parker and dragging him back. The look in Kyle Parker's eyes reaches an entirely new level of bottomless despair. The mom he loved more than anything in this world is now just a totally grotesque zombie. He is just ugly, crying, tears and snot everywhere. Dropping his face down, he completely refuses to accept the twisted reality right in front of his eyes. No, he wails for his mom. His relaxed hands suddenly curl into incredibly tight fists as he mutters one single curse bastard. All that heartbreak instantly turns into straight-up maximum rage. Screw this. The very next second, he just bolts away faster than a literal flash of lightning. Tony growls trying to stop him, yelling out for Phi to stand his ground immediately. Without missing a beat, Tony actually fires a warning shot right into the air. The deafening bang of that gunshot finally forces our enraged buddy to stop in his tracks. Taking the chance, Tony demands to know exactly where he plans on going. Kyle Parker just replies completely deadpan, going to find the scumbag who did this. But in the very next heartbeat, his eyes flood with wild fury as he screams he is going to absolutely murder every single one of them. Tony chews him out immediately, calling it delusional. Do you even know where they are? How many guys? Do they have guns? Well, do you know? Stop being so incredibly reckless. You want to get yourself killed? Kyle Parker bitterly clenches his fists tighter. Then Tony actually softens his tone, saying he gets the hatred, but going in blind like that literally will not solve a single thing. He steps right up to the room where the mom is hanging, and then firmly slams the door shut. Now we do this, he declares, raising his gun and aiming right at the door. Rest in peace, Auntie. Lane's mood totally tanks alongside them. Kyle Parker had stopped crying for a second, but now he is just sobbing uncontrollably again. A loud gunshot echoes out, officially signaling the end of a human life. The sky is already slowly fading to dark. The three of them team up and build a proper grave for her. Kyle Parker just drops down in front of it, weeping like a broken kid. That is when Tony steps in to remind him, "Phi, stop moping. You are completely forgetting something here." Kyle Parker freezes, suddenly realizing the point his dad is not dead yet. After that, the guy instantly gets his spark back, totally convinced his old man is definitely still out there somewhere. Lane gets curious, asking if his family ever made some serious enemies. Kyle Parker looks clueless. Enemies? Meanwhile, at some random factory, Kyle Parker's dad gets violently tossed right onto the dirt. A cocky lackey named Bang 2 speaks up, bragging to his boss that they finally dragged the old geezer back. The so-called boss furiously stomps his foot on the ground, screaming the name Cao Chi. The dad struggles to look up, snarling out, "You absolute scumbag." He roars out that name with pure hatred. Fi Ui. The smug villain just shoots him a totally arrogant look, mocking how low the great Cao Chi has actually fallen today. Completely consumed by blind anger, Cao Chi recklessly lunges forward, screaming that he is going to take him down. Too bad his weak little bit of leftover strength is instantly countered when Fiui casually drops him with an absolutely devastating punch. Face down in the dirt and bleeding heavily, Cao Chi gets cursed out for being a total idiot. Then Fiui orders his thugs to drag him away and take real good care of him. The goons obey without a second thought, telling the boss not to worry. Then he turns back to Bang 2, casually asking what happened to the guy's wife. The minion shoots him this completely toxic smirk and says he followed orders perfectly. He tied the mom up so the old man had to watch monsters eat his own wife alive. Fiui just chomps on his cigarette and laughs out loud. Good, very good. Right then, Bang 2 tosses a flashy gold watch over to Fiui. He calls him boss and brags about finding a totally brand new Rolex in the old man's pretty solid house. Fiui tells him he worked hard and can totally keep the watch. Bang 2 just scratches his head and gives this ridiculous kiss-up smile. He eagerly thanks the boss and accepts the prize. Meanwhile, across town, Tony and his squad are absolutely tearing down the road like complete speed demons. Tony asks who this Fiui guy even is, drawing a total blank. Kyle Parker goes completely pale and explains he is his dad's major corporate rival. Kyle Parker drops the whole backstory on the guy. Turns out this dude has a massive criminal record and runs deep in the local underworld. Basically, he is just absolute gang trash. He had huge, powerful backers but still lost to dad. The guy was pushing fake smokes and booze until Kyle Parker's dad snitched to the cops, landing him straight in lockup. Long story short, he is the only one holding a serious grudge. Tony hears this and instantly puts the pieces together. Normal thugs would just grab food and weapons and bolt. Nobody goes through the twisted effort of tying someone up as monster bait unless it is deeply personal. This is totally a targeted revenge hit. Tony double-checks the facts to be absolutely sure debts always trace back. So is this crime boss genuinely the only guy hating his parents? Kyle Parker's face goes super dark as he firmly agrees. His folks were incredibly chill with everyone, meaning Fiui is the absolute only suspect in all of Hoadong. Hearing that, Tony slams hard on the brakes and sharply whips the entire car around. Just a single second later, he goes into serious leader mode and fiercely demands the map. Tony has already marked 3 specific red spots on it, declaring he narrowed down the hideouts and that is exactly where they are heading. Lane squints at the map, totally confused by the marks. A water dam? A flower factory? Some ancient city wall? Why would anyone pick these 3 random spots? Tony drops his big brain theory. It has been 2 whole weeks since the apocalypse hit, and only these 3 spots in the district still offer shelter for survivors. He guarantees the boss is hiding out there. Kyle Parker just grinds his teeth in pure rage. He demands to know exactly which one Fiui is at. Tony casually admits he is not completely sure yet, but tracking the huge jerk down is just a matter of time now. Then he asks Kyle Parker to point out the absolute tallest building around here. Cut to a few minutes later, and the squad pulls up to this ridiculously towering skyscraper. Suddenly, a zombie violently folds in half and gets launched backward like somebody just punted its ugly gut. And yeah, that brutal kick came straight from an absolutely furious Kyle Parker. Right now, the dude is basically leaking this insanely dark, terrifying aura of deep negative energy. Tony just stands there quietly watching his friend rage out, not saying a single word. Lane gets genuinely nervous watching this and asks if Kyle Parker is actually going to be totally okay. Staring ahead at the guy's tense back, Tony finally gives the nervous kid a straight answer. Right now, there is literally nothing they can do to help him. Meanwhile, an entire mountain of mangled monsters is already piling up all over the whole building staircase. He says to just let the guy blow off steam and slaughter his way through, treat it like wild target practice. Soon enough, the 3 of them finally make it up to the rooftop. Tony scopes out the entire ruined city from way up high and nods in satisfaction. Not a bad vantage point at all. They have a perfect clear view of the water dam, plus easy eyes on the other 2 suspected spots. Kyle Parker intensely peers through his binoculars, suddenly spotting something huge in the distance. He aggressively calls it out, "Yep, that is definitely them." Tony asks if he finally spotted his dad down there. Kyle Parker practically shoves the binoculars into his hands and tells him to look over there. Tony checks the scope and raises an eyebrow. "Wait, the old flower factory?" Kyle Parker nods hard, asks if he sees that one white car parked outside. Tony zeroes in on the factory compound while Kyle Parker grimly explains the situation. That is his dad's exact ride, meaning after they murdered his mom, they absolutely kidnapped him in it. Tony goes straight into tactical mode. Breaking in there will not be easy at all. Those thugs set up some really serious defenses. One wrong move and things get insanely ugly. Kyle Parker violently smashes his fist into the roof railing, swearing that even if it kills him, he is totally slaughtering every last one of those scumbags. Tony just casually slings an arm around the guy's shoulder, reminding him that rushing equals failing. He says he didn't drag him up here to watch him completely self-destruct. He needs a cool head to actually save his dad. Right then, Lane completely shatters their super heavy, serious mood. She yells at them to look. Tony asks what is going on, and the kid just frantically points straight out in front of them. Now watch this stroke of pure luck. Tony and Lane stare wide-eyed at this massive crate dropping down. Turns out, it is an actual official airdrop supply box. A passing military plane just parachuted it right into their lap. See, about a week into this whole apocalypse mess, global governments actually started throwing down massive emergency relief packages. And their country happens to be one of the absolute first ones on the big drop list. Tony instantly pulls out his knife, fully ready to crack this jackpot wide open. Time to test the squad's RNG luck. He aggressively slices it open, silently praying there is some actually useful gear packed inside. Once the heavy crate pops open, they spot some metal tins of rations, but way more importantly, a completely massive stockpile of beautiful ammunition. Talk about a crazy good roll. Tony reaches deep into the wooden crate and yanks out a seriously heavy weapon. He checks the specs, not bad at all. A Type 56 semi-automatic rifle with a wild 1,500-meter range. He immediately tosses the shiny new toy over to Kyle Parker, saying, "This beast of a gun is absolutely perfect for his crazy mutated sniper vision." Then Tony and Lane dive right back into digging through the loot crate, hunting for any other overpowered survival goodies. Tony's eyes go wide in total shock. Whoa, a high-end sniper scope. That is some crazy luck. He immediately tosses the shiny new scope over to Kyle Parker, asking if he actually knows how to use it. The clicking of gun parts stops. Kyle Parker just stares at the absolute beauty of a rifle in his hands. Tony speaks up. He says he and Lane will head out first, telling the guy to stay put. Kyle Parker freezes for a second before snapping back, "Stay here. What the heck does that mean? I am the one who needs payback here." Tony calmly lights up a cigarette, taking a drag, and says they are friends. "Your enemies are my enemies, plain and simple." Tony turns his back to give one last instruction. "Just use that rifle well, and you will get your revenge." Touched by the loyalty, Kyle Parker hugs the gun tightly against his chest. Kyle Parker boldly swears he will never forget this massive favor. Tony just brushes it off, saying they are brothers for life, so do not even sweat it. Up at the flour mill gate, a few shadowy figures are pulling guard duty. Our trio hides behind a busted car, keeping a close eye on them. Tony whispers over to ask if he spots anything. Kyle Parker's eyes literally light up, bragging that his vision can totally pierce through the pitch-black darkness now. Staring down the enemies right in his sights, he reports. 3 guys total, all packing heat. He squints at the specific guns they are holding and gets a little confused. Super weird. They only have Type 97s, when they totally should have gotten way better gear by now. Lane grumbles, stressing that 3 guns means they need a plan. Suddenly, Tony just stands right up, completely shocking Lane. The girl immediately hisses at him, "What are you doing? Get down right now before they spot us." He simply explains that once she hits her Stage 1 evolution, she will finally understand how this works. In situations exactly like this, plans are totally useless. With that epic line dropped, he just casually strolls straight forward. The chubby guy in black is guarding the gate, basically sleeping on his gun. The dude in the floral shirt groggily whines about it. Night duty is an absolute nightmare. The guy in blue beside them yawns until his eyes literally water, dying for a quick nap. But with monsters everywhere, they have to stay awake. A second later, the blue shirt guy suddenly stops yawning in pure confusion. He quickly points a finger down below. "Who goes there?" The chubby guard swings his flashlight over. Is it a monster? The beam hits Tony dead on, and they finally realize it is just a human. The guy in blue immediately screams, "Hey kid, what are you doing?" The big dude raises his weapon, growling a harsh threat, "Stop right there or we shoot." But Tony does not step back at all, just standing completely still. The floral shirt guy aims his gun, sneering, "Are you looking to die?" Surprise twist a split second later, that cocky guy takes a clean headshot thanks to Kyle Parker laying down heavy sniper fire from afar. He hits the dirt hard, leaving his two buddies in absolute, total shock. Way too late, the dimwits finally realize they are dealing with a sniper. Kyle Parker smoothly drops the first target. Right on cue, Tony bends his knees, building momentum, and launches himself straight up to the gate roof. He sticks the superhero landing right next to the enemies. The chubby guard and the blue shirt guy react pretty fast, aiming to just bash Tony with their guns. In this insanely dangerous spot, Tony stays terrifyingly calm. You guys gotta watch this crazy move. In the very next second, he effortlessly grabs both their collars at once, yanking them hard and making them violently smash right into each other. Both of their weapons instantly clatter to the dirty ground. He then shoots a quick glance right back toward Kyle Parker. They both throw up a hand signal to confirm the clean sweep. Tony quickly snatches up the 3 Type 97s, bringing them back for Lane and Kyle Parker to grab. The goons inside probably heard that whole mess already. Dropping that fact, Tony immediately turns to walk away. He promises to be careful when he returns. Gripping his rifle like a pro, Kyle Parker tells him not to even worry about it. His eyes lock in with fierce determination, swearing he will wipe them all out without letting a single one escape. Meanwhile, inside the mill, Fi-Uwi grabs a handful of his girl's assets. An attractive girl sits on his lap, literally feeding him grapes, teasing him for being such a bad boy. Suddenly, his lackey, Akeem, busts through the door in a total panic. "Boss, we have a problem!" Still distracted by the chest right in front of him, Fi-Uwi coldly demands answers. "Speak up!" Akeem nervously stammers out that they are under attack. Hearing that, Fi-Uwi jolts straight up, shoving the poor girl right off him and onto the bed. Under attack? By who? Is it Lamthon? Akeem grits his teeth, admitting he has no clue, just that there is a sniper picking them off. They already lost 4 guys. Fi-Uwi scrambles to get dressed, completely stunned a sniper. He spits out a furious curse, immediately barking orders to gather every single one of his men right this second. Back out by the main gate, it is terrifyingly silent. A few of Fi-Uwi's thugs are practically shaking, taking cover behind the entrance. It is getting tense now. A bald thug turns to his buddy, telling him to go peek. But the guy with hair straight up refuses. "Are you trying to get me killed? I want to live a bit longer, thanks." The bald guy just scoffs, calling him garbage, absolutely refusing to believe any monster or person would actually attack them. But the exact millisecond he pokes his shiny head out, a bullet rips cleanly right through his skull. In a flash, he slumps over dead, leaving his hairy buddy completely horrified. Kyle Parker is keeping perfect score out there that makes 5 kills logged against the guys inside. Boss man Fi-Uwi watches the whole disaster through his binoculars, absolutely raging and cursing. "Damn it," he snaps at his minions. "Exactly how many of them are out there?" The goon stammers back, "I really do not know." Fi-Uwi immediately hits the guy with a brutally painful slap right to the face. "Useless trash. Is this why I even keep you around?" He screams at the top of his lungs, "All of you, get moving right now." Instantly, a massive stampede of heavy footsteps rushes out under Fi-Uwi's strict orders. Meanwhile, Kyle Parker checks his sniper scope and already sees the absolute mess unfolding. This is definitely not looking good. Lane asks with totally obvious worry, "What is going on?" Fi-Uwi's henchmen are aggressively pushing forward, and Kyle Parker quickly shouts out a harsh warning. They are coming. Lane spots a whole swarm of dark shadows charging straight at them. The poor girl clearly starts to panic a little bit as she speaks. "There are way too many. What do we do now?" Kyle Parker does not even hesitate. "Run." Without missing a single beat, the two of them sprint away at absolute top speed. One of the lackeys totally spots them. He instantly points a finger right in their direction, yelling out, "Look over there, it is them." Then he screams out, "Hurry up and chase them down." At that exact same moment, Thun's cool silhouette just casually drops onto the roof. These 2 random guards are honestly just chilling and gossiping. The guy in black takes a drag of his cigarette and says, "I just heard gunshots. There is probably a huge fight happening down at the main gate." The red-haired guy puffs his own cigarette and smirks back. "Looks like it is Lamthon again." That guy thinks he can just mess with the boss over and over because he is a cop. "Looks like another brawl to me." The black-haired dude casually agrees. "But apparently our boss only managed to grab that old man named Cao Chi." The red-haired guy laughs loudly. "You really do have some great ears." The black-haired guy gloats in response. "Obviously." But suddenly, Thun just completely drops in from his hiding spot. The black-haired guy instantly freezes up in pure shock. "Huh?" Thun practically materializes right between the two of them and snaps a cold order, "Do not move or scream, or I am snapping your necks." He presses a painfully sharp dagger right into their backs, asking playfully, "This spot is called the spine, right?" Those 2 goons look back at Thun like they literally just saw a ghost. He casually continues, "I never went to medical school, but I definitely know one stab right here turns you into a vegetable that cannot run." Saying that, Thun shoots the black-haired guy a totally friendly smile. "How about you try it first?" The guy turns pale with pure terror, loudly stuttering, "No, I do not want to." Once he successfully scares the living daylights out of them, Thien Thun instantly cuts straight to the real point. I have exactly 3 questions I need you to answer. Is Tao Chi still alive? Where is he? And who the heck is Lam Thun? The guy in black visibly hesitates on this. Thien Thun glares at him with a completely razor-sharp look and demands him to speak. The poor minion is totally terrified by Thien Thun's crazy killer aura. I will talk. Cao Chi is totally still alive, just locked up in the factory warehouse. Thien Thun quickly demands, wait, which exact warehouse? He frantically points his finger at a nearby building, crying out right over there. Honestly, the guy in black is so scared he literally pees his pants, but Thien Thun just keeps asking, so what about Lam Thun? Who exactly is he? The black shirt guy quickly answers he is from the county police department, a guy with some seriously crazy skills. The red-haired dude chimes in he helped the cops find the base over at the ancient city wall, talking all about building some kind of new civilization. Hearing this, Thien Thun takes a quick second to think. Lam Thine. Huh? Honestly, he has never even heard of this specific character before. But the very next second he speaks up again, I am asking you one last question. They frantically reply, ask away. Just ask. We swear we will not hide a single thing from you. Thien Thun coldly glares at them, asking simply, how do you want to die? Just as Phi Ui's 2 goons simultaneously realize in sheer panic that there is absolutely zero escape, thick drops of blood are already dripping right down Thien Thun's dagger. The red-haired guy is just left totally face-planted in the dirt, his side an absolute bloody mess. Right then, Thien Thun locks his eyes firmly onto the warehouse they just pointed at, immediately making his big decision. I really need to go save the hostage first. Thien Thun practically teleports there in the blink of an eye. This must be the spot. He stands right in front of the giant warehouse, but stays super suspicious. Why does this whole place feel so incredibly off to him? And here is where things get wild. Suddenly, Thien Thun overhears Phi Ui's guys whispering, even if that Cao Chi guy somehow survives, he is definitely going totally insane. 2 random minions are just walking by together, and the long-haired guy totally agrees, yeah, true. If it were me, I could not even last a single day in this awful place. The pink-haired dude kicks the concrete wall a few times, scoffing. I honestly never expected the big boss to actually find this totally cursed hellhole. The long-haired guy immediately warns him, you better shut your mouth right now. Are you absolutely tired of living? Right then, Thien Thun casually steps out from behind them. He glances up, scanning the dark warehouse again, confirming his wild theory this place is definitely bad news. Thien Thun lightly places his hand against the heavy door, running a quick sensory scan to figure out the bizarre energy inside. He shuts his eyes, completely focusing his mind, but literally a second later his eyes pop wide open in pure shock. What the heck? Thien Thun clearly senses Tao Chi trapped inside, literally dangling from a tiny wooden plank. And right underneath that flimsy board, a whole terrifying pit of hungry zombies. Tao Chi is trembling all over, his eyes absolutely overflowing with terror as he stares at the nightmare below. By now, the night has already grown totally pitch black. Meanwhile, that massive mob of goons who were just chasing Kyle Parker and Lane are now all gathering outside the factory gate. The 4-eyed guy turns around and aggressively asks who is going in first. The guy in the red shirt shoots back, why act so tough? Even if we all rush him at once, that single guy could easily wipe out our entire squad. From the back, the cleft chin dude sounds pretty cautious. Wait, what if there is actually a massive ambush waiting for us inside? For all we know, this crazy guy is just sitting up there waiting for us to blindly charge in. The red shirt dude mutters, if we do not destroy him, the boss will never let us live. So the thugs march right inside, one by one. Red shirt takes the absolute lead, followed closely by cleft chin and 4 eyes. Out of nowhere, a sniper bullet smoothly drops cleft chin right through the skull completely unnoticed. Up above, Kyle Parker stares intensely through his scope. 6 targets just aren't nearly enough for him. Through that scope, you see the exact moment his crew finally realizes something is wrong, only after cleft chin hits the floor. Kyle Parker glares down at them. Everyone dies today. Red shirt spots him instantly. He loudly screams out that the shooter is up above, and a massive hail of gunfire blasts straight toward Kyle Parker. Our guy just calmly glances back and lets out a cold scoff. The whole squad immediately rushes the stairs, desperately sprinting up to the next floor to hunt him down. It is just him against everyone. Meanwhile, over at Phi Ui's location, the boss has officially run out of patience. Good grief, he yells out that he absolutely cannot stand this waiting anymore. Phi Ui turns to his lackeys and barks an order, go gather another squad and catch him. He screams that if they do not kill him, they better not come back. The goons shout yes in unison. But then, frantic footsteps rush in. A lackey cries out that they are in big trouble. Phi Ui angrily yells back, what is it now? The panicking lackey reports the horrible news, all the brothers guarding the factory are completely dead. Phi Ui frowns hard, green veins literally popping on his forehead. What the heck? He grinds his teeth together and tells Akeem to grab the guys and follow him. Akeem instantly agrees. Back over to Thien Thun, our boy just casually shatters a glass window with his bare hands. Knocking a clean hole through, he peers down from the ceiling. He spots Tao Chi sitting there looking completely spaced out, so Thien Thun quickly calls out for Uncle Tao. The older man actually looks up at him. Thien Thun hurriedly explains that he is Kyle Parker's classmate. He says his name is Ta Thien Thun. But Tao Chi's eyes are completely dead, devoid of any light. He just mindlessly mutters the names Kyle Parker and Ta Thien Thun. Thien Thun apologizes for the intrusion. He tosses a sturdy rope straight down into the room and slowly begins his descent. He lands safely on a suspended wooden plank. Throwing his arms out to balance himself, he glares down at the noisy zombie below, muttering under his breath. Right after that, Thien Thun reaches out his hand and tells Uncle Tao he came to save him. Uncle Tao stares wildly at the hand, but suddenly spirals into absolute uncontrollable terror. He scrambles backward frantically, begging the boy not to come any closer. He backs right up to the plank's edge, causing the whole thing to tilt sideways. Thien Thun shouts out, telling Uncle Tao to please stop moving. Thien Thun instantly dives on top of Tao Chi, pinning him down hard. He warns him that it is dangerous ahead, so stop moving. Only now does our boy realize the man has been tortured into a complete mental breakdown. Tao Chi keeps thrashing around wildly. Thien Thun thinks to himself, no wonder, in a twisted place like this, any normal person would go totally insane. Deciding quickly, he delivers a sharp chop to the man's neck. Forgive me for this. Tao Chi instantly blacks out. Right on cue, Phi Wei and his nasty crew arrive, every single one packing serious heat. Thien Thun shoots them a look well. They sure got here fast. Phi Wei leads the menacing pack, flashing an incredibly creepy ear-to-ear grin. The boss praises the kid's guts. Now, Thien Thun and the unconscious Tao Chi are totally surrounded by Phi Wei's armed goons. He loudly mocks him for daring to rescue someone right under his nose. But Thien Thun does not flinch. Instead, his face turns dead serious. He bluntly asks, "Are you Phi Wei?" A terrifying, murderous energy explodes around the teen. He coldly states he was actually worried about not finding him. Phi Wei's ugly smile vanishes instantly at that bold threat. He growls that the kid just walked right into his own grave. Right then, Akeem literally rips his own shirt off, stepping up to brag. He tells his boss not to be mad, let him handle this brat. The meathead flexes his huge muscles, looking super condescending. He asks the kid if he seriously thinks he can fight them all alone. Akeem taunts him while slowly closing the distance. Are you some military hotshot, or just some martial arts school punk trying to show off? He gets right up in Thien Thun's face, trying to intimidate him. What is all this garbage about protecting justice? You watch way too much TV, kid. Let me tell you a little secret right now. Murder isn't illegal anymore. But before Akeem can finish his villain speech, he suddenly eats an absolutely earth-shattering punch straight to the face. The raw power behind that hit launches the massive guy straight into the air. A split second later, he crashes violently into the dirt. But wait, it is not over. His heavy body literally bounces off the floor, rolling wildly several times. Phi Wei and his thugs watch this impossible scene, their jaws dropping to the ground in pure shock. Akeem is bruised all over, spitting out a handful of broken teeth. Thien Thun shoots a razor-sharp glare right back at Phi Wei's stunned crew. That is right, murder isn't illegal anymore. Thien Thun slowly draws twin blades from his back, standing completely alone against the terrifying enemy mob. Phi Wei totally loses his mind and screams. What are you idiots standing around for? Go get him! Thien Thun looks completely disgusted, barely even acknowledging them. The lackeys are armed to the teeth, but our boy just charges forward without a single ounce of fear. In the very next blurry instant, Thien Thun ruthlessly takes down 3 of those thugs. Phi Wei desperately barks more orders at his boys. Get him, all of you! But Thien Thun's agile silhouette is a blur, dropping one enemy after another in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a bald goon aims a gun squarely at Thien Thun's back. Slice! With one clean metallic ring, the team cuts that guy perfectly into 2 halves. Complete panic sets in. Phi Wei fires his gun wildly into the crowd, screaming for him to die. Just die already. Check out this momentum, you can't even track his movements. Thien Thun dashes at another target, dropping him in a single strike. Then another falls. Wherever this kid moves, the enemies just instantly collapse. Phi Wei is absolutely frozen, watching his entire crew get wrecked without lifting a finger. Who in the world is this crazy powerful kid anyway? Tony shoots Phi Wei a single glare, and the big guy instantly starts trembling in pure terror. Meanwhile, over where Kyle Parker and Lane are hiding, the remaining henchmen are still running around frantically searching for them. One goon asks Bang 2 if he is absolutely sure they are hiding here, since it is way too quiet. Cold sweat drips down Bang 2's forehead, damn it. Did he not already give strict orders to the guys up front? Footsteps approach super quietly. Lane leans in and tells Kyle Parker that another squad just showed up. Kyle Parker stays completely chill, replying that he already sees them. Kyle Parker stares through his scope with deadly focus. If they step up, they go down. Down in the hall, the guys he already dropped are scattered everywhere across the floor. Bang 2 and his crew walk in, see the absolute bloodbath, and shout out in pure disbelief. No way, how is this guy so insane? Little does Bang 2 know, he is already locked dead center in Kyle Parker's crosshairs. Kyle Parker smirks and mutters that he is the only one left. But then, Kyle Parker spots a shiny gold-plated watch sitting right on Bang 2's wrist. His face goes pale, suddenly terrified that something horrible actually happened to his dad. Lane notices him freeze up completely and quickly asks him what is wrong. He replies through gritted teeth that watch belongs to his dad. Hearing this, Lane glares fiercely at the thug, totally convinced he is the culprit. At this point, Kyle Parker completely loses his cool. He screams out furiously, calling him a bastard and shouting that he is right up here. Kyle Parker curses Bang 2 out, but the arrogant jerk just smirks, saying he was wondering who it was. Turns out it is just Cao Chi's stupid kid. Kyle Parker glares down and demands to know where his dad is. Bang 2 casually replies that meeting his dad can definitely be arranged. He sticks out his tongue to mock Kyle Parker if he just surrenders peacefully now. He will generously let father and son reunite. Kyle Parker clenches his fist super tight. Lane quickly warns him not to lose it, pointing out the guy is obviously just trying to provoke him. Bang 2 gets weirdly excited seeing Lane pop out, cheering that there is a little girl here too. But Kyle Parker just goes completely serious, assuring her that he is incredibly calm right now, truly calmer than ever before. Then he coldly demands Bang 2, tell him the truth, did he destroy his home? Bang 2 just shrugs lazily and says if he already saw it, then that is just perfect. A twisted, evil smirk creeps onto Bang 2's face. He brags about tying up his mom over there and letting the zombies bite her to death. Oh man, wait for it. Hearing that garbage, Kyle Parker absolutely hits his boiling point. Lane calls out nervously, but he is already fully activating his hidden power. A blinding red aura completely wraps around his entire body. He orders little Lane to go find a safe spot and hide right away. After warning her, Kyle Parker clenches his fists with absolute resolve. A second later, he grabs his gun and announces loudly, "We crush them all. Every single one must die." Then he just dives headfirst into the enemy group alone. Bang 2 and his goons are totally stunned by this crazy move. Dual-wielding his pistols, Kyle Parker fires off a quick burst. 2 bullets perfectly nail the temples of the 2 guys standing right behind Bang 2. The exact second his feet touch the floor, those 2 bodies drop. Bang 2 and his surviving crew instantly panic, spraying bullets wildly in Kyle Parker's direction. Using his newly awakened vision, Kyle Parker focuses hard on the incoming bullets. A literal rain of lead flies straight at him, but he tracks every single shot. He effortlessly tilts his body, dodging the entire volley, thinking to himself that their moves are way too slow to hide. Leaning backward like an absolute boss, he avoids every remaining bullet and just tells them to die. Without missing a beat, he fires another shot forward, sending yet another enemy straight to the afterlife. Bang 2's eyes bug out in shock. This is just totally impossible. He and his surviving goons stumble backward in pure fear, wondering if this guy is even human. In a flash, their 3 remaining guys get reduced down to 2. Burning with pure rage, Kyle Parker stalks directly toward Bang 2. Absolute terror is plastered across the thug's face. Yeah, he straight up wet his pants. His pistol drops to the floor. He throws his hands up to block Kyle Parker, begging desperately, "Please spare my life." Meanwhile, Pee-wee has his hands tightly bound, and Tony aggressively yanks the rope, dragging the heavy guy backward with crazy force. Tony just drags his chunky body across the dirt. Pee-wee still acts tough, demanding to know what he wants. He brags about having tons of food and promises to give it all if he gets released. Tony stays totally silent, dragging Pee-wee straight to where Cao Chi was locked up. Pee-wee instantly realizes what this terrifying kid is planning. He quickly turns his head and screams that the food vault keys are inside a basement safe, begging not to be thrown down there. Tony leans down and coldly replies that he does not care about his stupid food supply at all. He is purely here to get payback for his friend Kyle Parker. Hearing that name, Pee-wee stammers out Kyle Parker. Tony glares at him and demands to know exactly how Kyle Parker's mother ended up dying. "Today, you are paying for everything," and right after saying that, he aggressively shoves Phi-Yu straight down the hole. You can see pure, unadulterated fear written all over his face. A split second later, Pee-wee's heavy body plummets down into the dark abyss. Down below, countless zombie hands are already reaching up, waiting to tear him into literal shreds. He screams out a desperate, hopeless no. With his hands tightly bound, Pee-wee cannot even fight back. He just lies there, completely helpless, turning into an instant all-you-can-eat buffet for the surrounding monsters. The second a zombie's hand grabs Pee-wee, he completely loses it. He screams out, "No, stay back, don't come any closer." In the very next moment, a massive monster opens its jaws wide, ready to tear Pee-wee apart. Tony stands high above, coldly looking down at the gruesome scene. He just mutters that the guy brought this karma entirely on himself. Glancing up at the starry night sky, he figures it is finally time to head back and track down Kyle. Meanwhile, Bang 2's trembling hand violently smacks against the freezing concrete. The guy is absolutely terrified, begging for someone to spare his miserable life. His entire body is covered in nasty bruises, but he still forces himself to keep pleading for mercy. Standing right across from him is Kyle Parker, looking like an absolute menace. He coldly demands to know who else went to his house. Bang 2 stammers that Kyle Parker already killed almost all of them, and the rest are sticking close to their boss, nowhere near Fiyu's current hideout. Kyle Parker crouches right down in front of the guy, telling him he only has himself to blame. Bang 2 instantly panics and denies it. He cries out that Fiyue gave the orders, claiming he is just a lowly errand boy. Then the thug bows down, groveling at Kyle Parker's feet, desperately begging for his life as a mere lackey. Standing just behind them, Lane calls out his name, sounding genuinely worried about how far this might go. Kyle Parker's expression looks terrifying right now, but he simply grabs Bang 2 by the collar, hauls him up, and snarls that the guy has zero right to bargain. Without another word, Kyle Parker winds up a vicious punch, telling the scumbag to go to hell. Suddenly, the strange seal on his stomach morphs, completely vanishing. Kyle Parker's eyes widen in pure shock, and a split second later, an agonizing, blinding pain rips right through his entire body. He wonders if this is the Devour effect. Seeing him collapse, Lane immediately rushes over to help. Gritting his teeth through the sheer agony, he tells her to ignore him and catch that bastard. Of course, Bang 2 has already taken this perfect chance to sprint away. Lane tells Kyle Parker to hang in there, promising she will be right back. He demands that she kill the guy. The young girl repeats her order for him to stay strong. Kyle Parker watches Lane's figure fade into the distance. He tries his hardest to keep his eyes open, but his body gives out, and he collapses hard onto the dirt. Bang 2 drags his injured legs, desperately trying to escape. Right then, the sharp crack of Lane's gunshot echoes from just behind him. The bullet grazes Bang 2's arm. Right on his tail, Lane chases him down with her gun drawn, ordering him to stop. Seeing his pathetic state, Bang 2 curses under his breath, furious that he is being hunted by a little brat. Noticing him darting toward a dark alleyway, Lane yells out that he cannot escape. But the thug refuses to slow down, frantically swerving around the corner. At that exact same moment, the young girl fires off another loud shot. The bullet strikes the brick wall, sending a bright spark flying into the air. Suddenly, the narrow alleyway falls completely dead silent. A single second later, Bang 2 is sent flying backward, slamming brutally into the opposite wall. Lane is left standing there, totally confused about what just went down. Out of nowhere, Tony casually steps out into the open, carrying Cao Chi on his shoulder. Lane lights up instantly, happily calling out his name. She runs over and asks if this is Uncle Cao. Tony confirms it. Then he glances down at the groaning thug on the ground, asking who the hell this guy is. Lane explains that he is the one who chased down Kyle Parker's family. Tony shoots the man a deadly glare, repeating the question to make sure. Right around this time, Cao Chi finally starts to wake up. Lane is the first to notice the older man slowly regaining his senses. But the moment he catches sight of Bang 2, pure terror takes over his face. He frantically leaps off Tony's shoulder, backing away and screaming for the guy to stay back. The poor man retreats into a corner, curling up into a tight ball. Lane worriedly asks what is wrong with him. Tony explains that the massive trauma probably left his mental state a bit unstable. Hearing this makes the girl furious. She mutters that it is too cruel, he deserves to die. Just look at this mess. Bang 2's finger violently twitches as he awkwardly struggles up. Tony simply watches, noting the scumbag is incredibly lucky to still be breathing. Bang 2's vision is still a bit blurry, but a split second later, his eyes snap wide open in absolute horror, because Tony has decisively drawn his blade. He coldly states that there are no second chances left. The thug throws his hands up, begging him to stop. Out of nowhere, Cao Chi screams out from behind them, "You absolute bastard!" The sudden outburst startles Tony and Lane, who both spin around to see the man standing up, endlessly muttering the same word. "It was you. It was always you." He tightens his trembling fists and steps forward, quietly repeating that it was him. Cao Chi lunges forward, grabbing Bang 2 by the collar and screaming right in his face. "It was you who did this, wasn't it?" The thug finally recognizes the furious man in front of him, stuttering out Cao Chi's name. A second later, Bang 2 eats a devastating punch straight to his jaw. "You bastard!" He glares at the guy with burning rage, throwing another heavy punch. He just keeps swinging wildly, swearing at the scum over and over again. Bang 2's face slowly twists and deforms under the heavy assault. Bastard! Every single blow forces a sickening spray of blood from the thug's mouth. Damn it! Cao Chi goes into a frenzy, releasing all his hatred. He punches the guy until he blacks out, yet still refuses to stop. "Bastard! You absolute bastard!" Tony simply stands off to the side without saying a single word, listening to Cao Chi's relentless, heartbreaking screams of pure rage. Lane stays completely silent as blood pools heavily across the dirty concrete. Bang Tu's face is a battered, bloody mess. Only then does Cao Chi's voice finally start to soften. Bastard. He softly calls out to his wife, breaking down in heavy sobs, blaming himself for being utterly useless. Lane whispers that it looks like he finally remembered everything. Tony quickly cuts her off, telling her to stay quiet because right now they need to locate Kyle Parker. The two of them slowly walk over to the broken man. Time drifts by, and the warm afternoon sun casts a long glow over the city. Inside a quiet room, Kyle Parker slowly opens his eyes. Lying in a strange bed, he blankly asks out loud, "Where the hell is this?" Kyle Parker finally notices the person right next to him. He stares at the sleeping man slumped by the bed and immediately calls out for his dad. Hearing that familiar voice, Cao Chi rubs his eyes awake and blurts out Tu Fi. The next second, he frantically pulls his kid into a massive hug. "You finally woke up, Tu Fi." Kyle Parker just looks back, calling out to him softly. Cao Chi completely lights up seeing his son awake and alert. The two immediately lock into a tight embrace. Thank goodness, his dad is still breathing. After a beat, Cao Chi pats Kyle Parker on the shoulder, saying he is so relieved to see him awake. The teen quickly asks to confirm the whole situation. "Did Fiwi do anything to you, Dad? You were hurt pretty badly before. And is that completely trash gang finally taken care of?" The older man answers calmly. "Thanks to your two good buddies, your mom has totally been avenged. Look who decides to walk in." Little Lane steps through the door holding a food tray, proudly announcing that Tony was right, he really is awake. Catching sight of the girl, Kyle Parker calls her Little Lamb. She pushes the food tray closer. "You must be starving, so eat up." Seriously touched, he thanks Little Lamb. Just that single kind word from him makes the kid absolutely beam with joy. She claims it is no big deal. Sitting by them, Cao Chi reveals he was out cold for 3 solid days, leaving Dad completely terrified. Kyle Parker completely freezes with the spoon right near his mouth, totally caught off guard as he asks, 3 whole days already? He blankly stares up at the chandelier hanging from the ceiling, asking where they even are right now. Cao Chi quickly explains the entire situation. It is an abandoned hotel, so they are just staying here permanently. He glances over at the breakfast table offering some eggs, a fresh slice of bread, and a glass of milk. Lane chimes in, bragging that she found all of this in the hotel kitchen. Pretty impressive, right? Kyle Parker just nods, so that makes sense. Suddenly, Tony interrupts, teasing that she is getting way too emotional. Spotting him walking in, Kyle Parker instantly yells out his name in pure excitement. "Tony?" The guy just scolds Kyle Parker right back. "Didn't I already warn you about this?" He was strictly told not to use Aola unless absolutely necessary. Kyle Parker quietly defends himself, knowing that Bastard murdered his mom. He just could not hold it back anymore. Tony just drops the issue. Forget it. Good thing he kept practicing that breathing technique anyway. His virus resistance has officially peaked, which reminds him he completely forgot to ask where those weird spots even came from. Kyle Parker immediately blushes and stammers like crazy. Tony tells him not to be shy. Where exactly did those spots come from? Kyle Parker awkwardly stammers that it is right here. Losing patience, Tony demands to know exactly where here is. So Kyle Parker is totally cornered and finally admits it is right there in his manly zone. Instantly, the whole room goes dead silent. But barely a second later, Lane and Tony absolutely lose it. They just burst out laughing. Tony calls him an absolute legend, a totally rare breed. Lane chimes in too, pointing out his panicked face burning bright red. Kyle Parker is practically melting from embarrassment, yelling at them to stop. Tony is literally crying from laughing, swearing he has never seen him like this. Tony offers to check on it once he recovers. Kyle Parker instantly shoots that down, yelling he absolutely does not need his help. Meanwhile, his dad Cao Chi watches him with this super soft expression. He tells Tufi to hang out with his friends while he heads out. Kyle Parker agrees. The old man opens the door, but then hesitates, glancing back at them. Seeing his boy finally acting normal and laughing with friends, Cao Chi lets out a really warm, satisfied smile. Up on the roof, Tony stands guard while Kyle Parker and Lane meditate. Soon he warns them time is up, and they slowly open their eyes. Tony turns straight to Lane, telling the kid that her physical body just leveled up another huge step. Her special abilities are just locked. She nods along, saying she can literally feel her body mutating more every day. Tony then pivots over to Kyle Parker, warning him that his virus resistance training still needs a massive upgrade. Lane gets super curious and asks what level Tony is sitting at right now. That actually catches him off guard. "Me?" he asks. He raises both hands to check his energy, guessing he should be hitting level 20 soon, but he actually dropped down 2 ranks. He admits if they face another beast like Fi Yui, he is toast. Here is where the tension spikes. Kyle Parker stays completely silent. Is he really that ridiculously strong? Tony immediately picks up on his weird vibe and asks Kyle what is going on. Kyle Parker clenches his fists tight and nervously asks if Tony could maybe teach that special breathing technique to his dad. Tony brushes it off casually, saying absolutely. He adds that if Kyle Parker had not been asleep, he would have taught Mr. Tao ages ago. That totally stuns Kyle Parker. Really? He asks. Tony flashes a super cocky smirk and reminds the guy they are brothers. A little bit later, Kyle Parker goes over and knocks on his dad's door, but he keeps knocking and gets absolutely zero response. Total panic setting in. He frantically bangs on the wood, shouting for his dad to open up and saying it is too fee. Seeing the freak out, Tony grabs his shoulder, pulls him back, and steps right up to the frame. He tells Tu-Fi to step back. Then Tony just absolutely launches his foot into the door, blasting it wide open with insane force. Right at that moment, the two of them just freeze dead at the sight ahead. Thien Thun hesitates. Kyle Parker's eyes go totally blank. He stumbles forward, dead, silent, staring at the horrible, irreversible choice Cao Chi made right on the ceiling. Dad. Kyle Parker breaks down in absolute despair. Dropping to his knees, he screams. Thien Thun and Lane stay completely silent. Lane scans the empty room. Soon, her eyes lock onto a single paper left on the table. The kid hands it to Kyle Parker. Hey, looks like your dad wrote you something. Totally dazed, Kyle Parker takes the letter. He stares at Cao Chi's perfectly neat handwriting. The letter is heavy. It says the world is changing way too fast, leaving no way to survive. Better to end it now than get ripped apart by zombies. If you kids hadn't saved me, I seriously never would have made it this far. Every word drips with agony. He writes about seeing way too much bloodshed, brutal violence, and constant death before they finally arrived. Kyle Parker grips the letter. Tears just pour down his face, completely unstoppable. He waited just to see his son once more. Now that Kyle Parker is super strong with good friends, the old man can finally rest easy. Kyle Parker gently holds a small watch, treating it like absolute treasure. In the letter, his dad mentioned this broken watch was his favorite thing ever. A token of love between him and your mom. Keep it as a memento, he writes, and keep living. Now get ready for a heavy shift. Kneeling helplessly before the grave, Kyle Parker remembers those lines. Little Phi, always cherish the friends right beside you. I am old now. I just cannot protect your back anymore. Remembering his dad's final wish to stay strong, Kyle Parker wipes his tears. He calmly stands up straight, telling the crew it is time to move. Thien Thun softly calls his name Kyle. Kyle Parker bites his lip, asking what this twisted world even is. Looking at the clear blue sky, he continues slaughter, betrayal, pure cruelty, and danger everywhere. Are we seriously living in this hell forever? Slowly lighting a cigarette, Thien Thun drops a truth bomb. Honestly, he has no clue either. The world is already ruined beyond repair anyway. He has zero power to change it. At the grave, the trio listens to Thien Thun explain how some run while others fight their destiny. So, Kyle Parker asks him, what is your choice? Thien Thun simply replies he chooses neither. Taking a long drag, he adds, I just want to survive with you guys, because living brings hope. Kyle Parker freezes for a second, letting that sink in. Survive to keep hope alive. Thien Thun offers him the cigarette. Taking it, Kyle Parker gets completely overwhelmed, breaking down into heavy sobs again. Saying nothing, Thien Thun just pats his back for comfort. Kyle Parker chokes up, heavy tears streaming down his face. After a long silence, Thien Thun finally speaks up, let's go, time to head back. Right on cue, Lane cheerfully shatters the sad mood, asking for a drag. Naturally, he flat out rejects the kid, telling her to beat it. What is a literal child doing smoking anyway? Fast forward 1 month later, Kyle Parker and Lane face off on a rooftop. The kid looks dead serious, and Kyle Parker matches her intense energy with his own fierce glare. In a flash, Lane completely vanishes, but with his leveled up vision, Kyle Parker tracks her every single move easily. Right as her punch nears his face, Kyle Parker casually leans back to dodge. Way too slow, but Lane is not giving up easily. She flips midair and instantly regains perfect balance. Lane smirks, telling him to watch closely. The kid unleashes her real power, strange marks glowing on her shoulder as she readies a strike. A split second later, she leaps straight up. Acting smug, Kyle Parker calls her fast but claims he could dodge that blindfolded. Landing behind him, Lane laughs not over yet, making him look back. The next second, Lane whips out the combat knife strapped to her thigh. Just as quick, Kyle Parker snatches the blade from his back. Simultaneously, Lane presses her knife to his stomach, but Kyle Parker is right there, holding his blade straight to the kid's neck. From afar, Thien Thun watches the whole deadly double knife standoff. He nods in approval. Not bad. Both of them are making real progress now. Thien Thun calls out, telling Kyle his reactions are way better. At this speed, Lane will catch up to him soon. Walking over, Kyle Parker looks confused, pointing out that Thien Thun has been staring through those binoculars for 2 days. Still looking, Thien Thun found something. Down there sits Phi Wei's factory. Peeking through the lens, Thien Thun breaks it down. For the past few days, people have been lurking around the factory gates, and quite a few parked cars have been completely stolen. Kyle Parker knows the score. Those guys clearly want to raid Phi Wei's supply stash. Well, Thien Thun says, We have rested enough time to hit the road. Getting serious, Kyle Parker asks if they are leaving Cat County. Tony replies bluntly, supplies here are running out so they cannot stay long, plus he still needs to keep searching for her. That specific word makes Lane widen her eyes in pure shock. They basically stare at Tony like he is an absolute monster. He just gives a perfectly casual little smirk, then slowly turns around. Meanwhile, over at a different stronghold, Lam Thon is standing with Lai Van. Someone rushes up in a panic, asking the captain if they are really missing out on such a golden opportunity. Lam Thon just asks calmly, "Has Tung Yi returned yet?" The guy answers no, but they sent someone to check earlier, and Fiwi's entire factory has already been seized by somebody else. Lam Thun impatiently taps his fingers against the wall and points out that all of this is happening way too fast. The scout asks out of pure curiosity what exactly did Fiwi do to get hunted down so brutally without any mercy at all. They need to hurry up and move their supplies. Lam Thon, she replies that they just took in a bunch of college students a few days ago, perfect timing to make them haul the cargo. The scout immediately agrees. Exactly, those kids have just been freeloading food and water, so it is definitely time to give them some real work. Lam Thon simply says all right. Then he tells Lai Van to go ahead and make the arrangements. She instantly nods and agrees to get it done. Cut to the students sitting in a moving truck, loudly complaining that they are basically being used for slave labor. Another guy quickly chimes in. Come on, they are living under someone else's roof right now. Doing a little work is totally fair. But Tuchu keeps grumbling, asking if his bro could please have an original thought. No matter how you spin it, the guy is a top university elite. His friend shoots back, telling him to drop it. He was supposed to land a sweet corporate job with endless potential. Tu Chiu cuts him off, claiming his own luck is way worse. His parents wanted him to study abroad and he had already been accepted. He dramatically sighs, saying look at him now, totally clueless and miserable. Luke Tae finally speaks up, asking what is the point of whining when the world has already gone to hell. She looks totally serious. They cannot just keep freeloading at that base forever, so the bottom line is they have to contribute somehow. Hearing that, Tu Chu gives her a massive side-eye, asking if she actually enjoys doing hard labor. He claims he can read her mind completely. Luke Tae gets completely annoyed and snaps back at him. While they are still bickering, the truck suddenly slams the brakes, sending everyone tumbling over. Talk about perfect timing. Tu Chu yells out in pure anger, demanding to know what kind of awful driving that was. The driver just coldly tells them they have arrived. A moment later, the group hops out and stares up at the massive gate ahead. Luke Tae huffs, saying she is too lazy to argue, so they should just go inside. Someone in the group suggests grabbing mostly long-lasting food supplies. Tu Chu just grumbles that he knows. Right then, Tony looks over at them and scoffs coldly. The students turn pale, but Tu Chu speaks up. Stuttering in shock, someone actually beat them to this place so fast. Tony and Kyle Parker stare down the newcomers with highly judgmental eyes. The two groups face off, and the whole atmosphere gets ridiculously awkward. Lane breaks the silence first, asking what the plan is. Tony tells them to keep moving the gear. He will handle these kids himself. Kyle Parker and Lane turn away, agreeing that sounds good. But Tuchio immediately steps up and tells them to hold on right there. He says they do not need to move any more stuff. Tony calmly lights up a cigarette as the kid claims they saw the warehouse goods first, so could he kindly step out of the way. Tony slowly exhales a puff of smoke, calling it hilarious. He is almost done moving everything, and now this guy claims he discovered it. Tuchiu is completely overwhelmed by his intense aura, but he still stubbornly stammers out that they have to drive their truck back here, insisting they definitely spotted this spot first. Tony shoots him a razor-sharp glare, questioning the kid directly. So you mean you want to hog all these supplies for yourself? Luke Tae steps up from behind to break the tension. She whispers to let it go. This warehouse is huge. They could never empty it alone anyway. But Tuchie refuses to back down, complaining that the other group is taking all the good stuff. Luke Tae points out there are only 3 of them, plus they are dragging along a poor kid, so they should just drop the fight. Tuchio ignores her and spits back in rage who pities him. If it was not for this stupid zombie virus, he would be studying abroad right now, living his absolute best life. Lam Nin, standing nearby, suddenly gets a bright idea. He notes those 3 do not look too old, so why not invite them to join their group and help each other out? Luke Tae immediately agrees that is brilliant. Without missing a beat, she steps up to Tony. She tells him they are probably still young, and the world out there is completely messed up. Traveling like that is just not safe, so they should really join their team, that way they can all watch each other's backs through the tough times. Unfortunately for their high hopes, Tony shuts it down fast. No thanks, he says. You guys grab your stuff, we grab ours, and everyone minds their own business. Then he casually tells Kyle Parker and Lane to keep moving the crates out. Tuchu screams out in absolute fury, refusing the easy way means getting the hard way. Luke Tae grabs his arm to stop him, asking what the heck he is doing, getting mad at kids. Tuchu just shakes him off. He argues it is way better to just make them drop their gear. There are so many of us. Are we seriously scared of those kids? Luke Tae patiently tries explaining things. She says they are all just struggling survivors, so why make things harder? The rest of the group totally backs her up. Exactly. No need to be so incredibly petty. After dropping that truth bomb, Luke Tae completely ignores the guy and just spins around to leave. She tells her crew to head inside and scavenge for supplies. Meanwhile, Kyle Parker and Lane flip them off with absolute zero hesitation. The little girl mutters how she really wants to teach those jerks a brutal lesson for looking down on them. Kyle Parker nods right along. Oh yeah, absolutely. But Thien Thun stays completely chill about it. He points out they are just normal people, so why even bother holding a grudge? Being totally ignored, Tu Chio throws a massive tantrum and kicks a random water can. He actually grinds his teeth, muttering how everyone else gets to play the hero while he is the bad guy. That poor can goes bouncing right across the dirt floor, but suddenly, his angry little eyes lock onto something interesting. Turns out he just accidentally stumbled onto a brand new warehouse. But hey, let's jump back to the fortress with Lam Than for a second. Tunir comes sprinting in like a total madman, hollering for his captain. Lam Than just casually welcomes him back, but the guy is completely panicking. He yells out, asking why nobody was deployed. Confused, Lam Than stops him and asks, "Send them where exactly?" Gasping heavily for air, Tunir yells out about Phi Ui's factory. He absolutely cannot believe no one went there. The boss calmly mentions he just sent those brand new college kids to move some supplies around. Wiping cold sweat off his forehead, Tunir realizes they are completely doomed. Still beautifully oblivious, Lam Thane asks what the big deal is. And that is when he drops the absolute bombshell. Phi Ui's factory is actually a breeding ground for zombies. The entire place is packed with them. Pure panic finally smacks Lam Thun right in the face as he screams, "What?" He immediately screams at his subordinates to get Avon over there right now. The lackeys scramble. Meanwhile, our guy Thien Thun is casually sorting through all their shiny new loot. They scored water, booze, and biscuits, but he's somehow still not impressed. He turns to Kyle Parker and demands some smokes. Kyle Parker dramatically pulls out a massive carton of 1916s. Thien Thun's eyes absolutely light up as he grabs it. Definitely not a bad haul for a quick run. With their little shopping trip completely finished, Thien Thun tells everyone to pack it up. Time to roll out. His two trusty sidekicks instantly agree to the plan. But out of nowhere, Dung Luk Tae comes jogging right back over. She practically begs them to just tag along with her group, bragging about their awesome survivor base and how safety in numbers is way smarter. Thien Thun just tilts his head in utter confusion. A survivor base? He actually turns around and asks how many people she even has over there. She proudly claims they have about 100 guys, which means serious muscle. Hearing that, Thien Thun rejects her without even blinking. He says they are perfectly fine on their own, leaving poor Luke Tae standing there completely stunned by the hard pass. Then she just randomly runs off, leaving him totally baffled. She yells for him to wait, and a minute later, Luke Tae jogs back carrying an actual handgun. She hands it over, telling him to keep it for self-defense on the road. Thien Thun is genuinely surprised by the random act of kindness. Playing the caring mom role, Luke Tae warmly warns them that the world is a mess. Since they are just teenagers, they really need to watch their backs. Thien Thun snatches up the shiny weapon and gives a quick thanks. Gripping the heavy gun, he immediately calls out to Kyle Parker. He totally plays it cool and tells Kyle Parker to leave those guys a stash of cigarettes. Kyle Parker nods, and minutes later, their engine roars to life. Thien Thun sprawls out comfortably in the back seat, closing his eyes for a nap. While Kyle Parker drives, little Lane keeps staring out at that other group. She gets super curious watching Tu Chio and his buddy desperately trying to rip open the factory door. She mutters, "What on earth are those idiots doing?" As their ride slowly rolls away into the distance, Lane thoughtfully speaks up. She tells Thien Thun that those two guys back there were definitely prying open a factory. Thien Thun bolts upright in pure panic, desperately demanding to know exactly which factory. The kid calmly explains it was the one right by the main gate. Pure horror washes over Thien Thun's face, making Kyle Parker look back and ask what is wrong. Kyle Parker wonders what the deal is. Meanwhile, Lane innocently guesses there must be some incredibly rare loot hidden there, suggesting they turn around and check it out. Staring hard at the shiny new pistol Luke Tae just gifted him, Thien Thun makes a crazy call. He screams to stop the car they are going back for a rescue. Back at the danger zone, Tu Chio and his clueless sidekick are still sweating bullets trying to bust that door open. Suddenly, his buddy gets a very bad feeling and points out how totally creepy this place is, but the notoriously stubborn Tu Chio just scoffs, asking what could possibly go wrong. He is completely convinced this dusty old warehouse is loaded with top-tier loot. Frustrated by the jammed door, he curses the lock, angrily complaining that TV shows make breaking in look incredibly easy. Completely out of patience, Tu Chio just rips a gun right out of his pocket and violently smashes the lock. A massive metal clang echoes across the totally dead silent area. Hearing the racket, Luke Tae immediately spins around and demands to know what the heck he is doing. He shoots her a smug look, announcing the door is open. Luke Tay and her crew stare back, totally clueless about the incoming disaster. With the busted lock hitting the dirt, he proudly pushes his way inside. But brace yourself, the exact second those heavy doors swing wide open, even his thick skull senses something is totally wrong. He gags, "What on earth is that disgusting smell?" A purely toxic stench slaps him right in the face, but the idiot just pinches his nose and waltzes right into the dark. Step by clueless step, he wanders deeper into the shadows, and suddenly, a decayed hand violently shoots out of the pitch black, swiping right at him. Right on cue, a totally rabid zombie lunges straight out of the dark, sinking its rotting teeth directly into his leg. Tuccio completely loses his mind and shrieks in pure terror, wildly kicking the monster away from him. Holy crap! Meanwhile, over on the other side, Luke Tay and her crew suddenly catch that massive scream. Someone is screaming for help as Tuccio and his buddy absolutely sprint away from the massive zombie horde chasing them. Down this totally ruined street, the whole squad is running for their absolute lives while the bloodthirsty undead stay right on their heels. One guy in the group gasps for air and violently urges everyone to just keep running. Tuccio turns around with his gun to fire back at the zombie mob, loudly warning the brainless freaks to back off or die. Lum Nin is leading the charge but suddenly slams the brakes. Her face goes completely pale with sheer panic. A massive wall is blocking the entire street. Game over, zero escape route. Lum Nin yells out that it is a dead end, leaving Luke Tay completely wide-eyed and terrified. Glancing back at the undead nightmare creeping closer by the second, one guy in the squad desperately shouts out, "Get your weapons ready to fight right now." Tuccio instantly fires off a clean shot, dropping a charging zombie right in its tracks. Then he totally snaps at Luke Tay, loudly asking her where the heck her gun went. Luke Tay is awkwardly swinging a basic wooden stick to fend off the incredibly brutal zombie assault, nervously rushing to explain that she already gave her weapon away to those 3 kids. Tuccio angrily scolds her, "Our weapons are already barely enough, and you seriously had the bright idea to play hero for them?" Another teammate cuts in, telling them to shut up and survive this mess before arguing about it. Right at that exact second, a vicious zombie with razor-sharp claws roars and lunges straight for Luke Tay. She is totally paralyzed by pure horror. She hopelessly swings her wooden stick through the empty air, begging the terrifying monster to stay back. At the exact same time, another guy in the crew gets violently bitten on the shoulder as a zombie starts tearing into him. The guy screams out for somebody to help him. 2 more freaks immediately jump in to rip him apart, leaving nothing but miserable screams echoing around. "Help!" A bloody stick drops heavily to the dirt. Luke Tay is absolutely horrified as total despair washes over her. No way, this cannot be happening. The brutal zombie right in front of her opens its terrifying mouth full of jagged teeth and charges in. Luke Tay helplessly cries out for anyone to save her when suddenly a bullet rips cleanly through the zombie skull. The fighting squad stares in absolute shock as the undead freak drops instantly. Luke Tay breathes a massive sigh of relief and looks over. It is Thien Thun and his crew. He just fired the perfect shot to save her life. She asks in total surprise, "Wait, is not that them?" The trio led by Thien Thun immediately unloads their guns into the horde. A voice rings out, telling Lung Fai fam to drop down. The zombies are completely mowed down in seconds, leaving Luke Tay staring with absolute shock. Thien Thun puts his gun away and pulls out his melee weapon. He tells the other 2 guys to switch gear since their ammo is pretty limited. His teammates instantly agree with zero hesitation and follow his lead. All 3 of them whip out close combat gear to keep clearing the undead trash. At this point, Tuccio and his entire group are just standing there with their jaws on the floor. Honestly, who could blame them after witnessing that? Almost the entire zombie mob is totally wiped out, and the blue sky looks peaceful again. Thien Thun and his weapon are absolutely dripping with thick undead blood. He casually checks on Luke Tay and her group to see if they are okay. She immediately thanks Thien Thun, while Lane just laughs out loud. "Give us a smile, Tang Bu." Kyle Parker harshly snaps back, "Why the heck are you smiling? You should be crying." Thien Thun just feels completely helpless. These 2 idiots. He walks right over and offers the gun back to Luke Tay, telling her it is hers. She quickly tries to refuse it. Huh? How could she possibly take it back? She insists she gifted it to him, so it belongs to him now. Thien Thun tells her to stop pushing it. He has plenty of guns anyway. Thien Thun keeps trying to hand the gun to Luke Tay, but Tuccio suddenly snatches it right up. Taking the weapon, he tells Luke Tay not to be polite when someone is just trying to do a nice thing. Tuccio smiles at Thien Thun and suggests they all head right back to their camp together, arguing there is serious safety in numbers. Thien Thun coldly replies with a quiet no, stating he really does not like crowded places. Then he glances right over at Luke Tay, teasing that the guy obviously likes her a lot, so maybe she could talk some sense into him and make it work. She looks completely flustered, awkwardly asking what the heck he is talking about. Tung Bu suddenly snaps completely awake and lets out a massive, excited shout about training. Thien Thun turns to look at him in total surprise. "Wait, plot twist coming right up." Thien suddenly turns to Tu Chiu and asks if he actually got bitten. The guy seriously panics. What? Tu Chiu fires back, asking what he means and playing totally dumb. Thien angrily drops his voice and asks one more time, were you bitten by a zombie or not? He stammers in pure fear, swearing that he was not. Thien stares right down at Tu Chiu and his leg, and sure enough, his pants are completely stained with blood. He quietly challenges him, really. Then roll up your pant leg and prove it. Tu Chiu panics, desperately claiming that is totally impossible. Thien calmly explains the facts. Injuries healed quickly by Ayola do not hurt anymore, so feeling nothing after a zombie bite is completely normal. Tu Chiu violently jerks the gun up and aims it straight at Thien, screaming at him to stay back or he will definitely shoot. The absolute badass just warns him you already know exactly how a zombie bite ends, so there is no point in explaining it to you. Thien stays ice cold with zero fear, quietly telling the coward that his gun is way slower than his hands, so he better just amputate it himself. Tu Chiu panics entirely. No way. He refuses to die. Not happening. He screams out and fires his weapon wildly, shouting that he absolutely will not die. Tony quickly grabs Luke Tae, yanking her down as they both hit the dirt. He frantically yells at her to stay low. Tu Chiu turns and sprints away, prompting Lane to shout and chase him. Trying to run? Tony quickly stops the kid, no need to pursue. That guy is dead meat. Standing nearby, Kyle Parker senses something completely off and calls out a warning. He tells Tony that something bad is heading right for them. Tony calmly replies that he already knows. Suddenly, an agonizing shriek tears through the air. Luke Tae immediately recognizes the horrible sound it belongs to Tu Chiu. Tu Chiu just got ambushed. A massive, horrifying hand is squeezing completely shut right around his skull. Tony gives a freezing stare to a towering zombie, which is slowly pacing forward while holding Tu Chiu by the head. System alert level 2 infected detected. The vicious beast looks absolutely grotesque, letting out dry, raspy growls as it creeps forward in a truly chilling way. The group panics at the monster and Luke Tae looks pale as a ghost from pure terror, quickly turning back to ask him what is going on, her voice totally shaking. She asks what he plans to do. Tony gives a colder look, his eyes deep as the pitch-black night. He continues in a firm tone, staying here just puts them in more danger, so they need to run immediately. Brave Lam Nin instantly grabs Luke Tae by the hand, urgently telling her to move right now or they simply will not make it. With that warning, she yanks Luke Tae along and bolts away. While being dragged off, Luke Tae strains to look back and shouts loudly, her voice practically dripping with absolute panic. She yells for them to hold out while she finds backup. Meanwhile, that huge zombie keeps stomping right toward Tony. It spits out constant threatening growls. He does not flinch at all, suddenly launching a brutal strike that totally stuns the beast, yelling at the noisy freak to shut its mouth. The hideous monster tumbles hard into the dirt, its massive body slamming violently right against the solid pavement. It hunches over and struggles to sit up, groaning pitifully without a single break, creating a genuinely creepy sound that echoes all around. Kyle Parker figures this thing is a fully evolved Stage 2 infected, which means it can actually summon other zombies nearby to join the fight. Tony just chuckles out loud, answering with total, unshakable confidence. He points out the catch: they already wiped out almost every infected in the area, so screaming its ugly lungs out will not do a single thing. He tells his two remaining crew members, Kyle Parker and Lane, with a challenging yet trusting tone, that he is leaving this freak entirely in their hands. After training for so incredibly long, it is finally time to get some actual practice. Tony smirks and drops one last funny piece of advice: it is 2 against 1, no guns allowed, so they better not dare lose this. Watch this flex. Kyle Parker and Lane grab their cold steel, wielding sharp blades as they march straight forward. Bursting with swagger, both of them boldly declare that it is time to show off their skills, guaranteeing the mission gets fully accomplished. The two of them charge in simultaneously, ready to unleash powerfully precise slashes right at the zombie, which is still struggling to sit up straight after catching that devastating punch. Over on the backup vehicle, Lai Van urges a Luke to step on it, to which he replies that he is already driving as fast as humanly possible for her. Suddenly, a Luke notices a very familiar car speeding straight toward them, and he gasps in surprise at the sight. He quickly alerts Lai Van to look closely, pointing out that it is their people. Catching sight of them, she instantly signals him to halt the vehicle. Luke Tae is inside that exact car, desperately leaning out the window and urging Lai Van to hurry up and save the others. Lai Van steps out and approaches, telling her to calm down and explain slowly. But Luke Tae frantically insists there is zero time left, they must get in the car and she will explain everything en route. Just like that, the reinforcement truck gets rolling again, flooring the gas pedal straight toward the intense combat zone. While loading her gun, Lai Van asks in complete surprise if those 3 kids are really that insane, having wiped out an entire zombie army. Luke Tae adds the bad news: a freakish monster just showed up, the exact same beast that took over 10 of their guys to fight earlier. Lai Van asks her to repeat that, utterly stunned. The entire backup crew, including Lai Van and her squad, finally arrive right at the spot Luke Tay pointed out. They immediately prep themselves to rush in and rescue the kids. She throws out a sharp hand signal, strictly commanding them to maintain formation and await her specific orders once inside. The squad answers back with a loud, unified yes. Lai Van crouches low, moving inside with slow and careful steps, waving her hand to signal them to hurry. The whole team floods in close behind her. Someone reports that the target is just past the next corner. Luke Tay nervously wonders if this is truly the right place. Lai Van questions why it feels so suspiciously quiet. Deeply anxious, Luke Tay fears the absolute worst for the kids, just as Lai Van raises her gun and issues a firm command. She orders everyone to listen closely. 3, 2, the squad aims their rifles straight ahead, totally ready to fire as she shouts out loud. But Lai Van suddenly freezes dead in her tracks. She simply cannot believe her own eyes. The vicious monster lies completely motionless on the ground, entirely defeated. Meanwhile, Tony and his crew are just casually chilling out, smoking and snacking on candy with perfectly calm faces like they took a walk in the park. That insanely dangerous beast was wiped out smoothly and cleanly by a tiny group of young teenagers. After watching Lane and Kyle Parker flawlessly team up to slaughter the creature, Tony just calmly steps forward. He tells them straight up, your teamwork is pretty average at best. Then he turns right to Kyle Parker, pointing out his specialty isn't even close combat. So why on earth is he fighting alongside the bratty Lane? Do you think jumping up one tier makes you invincible or something? Kyle Parker replies, sounding more than a little embarrassed. He mutters that he just wanted to show off some real manly strength. Hearing that excuse, Lane immediately turns her face away. She lets out this wicked little snicker, clearly mocking him, so Tony steps right up and smacks the kid on the head. He scolds her, don't you laugh either. Do you think comparing pure strength with a tier 2 zombie makes you some absolute beast? Lane pouts, firing back with serious attitude. She whines that she just wanted to test things out. He crosses his arms and lifts his chin, his voice turning way stricter. Bottom line, he says, I am extremely dissatisfied with the results of this actual combat. If I had not stepped in and landed that final slash, considering how sloppy you two were, that mutated bastard might have actually killed you both. Both of them immediately drop to their knees in front of Tony, agreeing in unison, yes, boss, you are totally right. Right then, Kyle Parker notices someone watching them from afar. He furrows his brow and mutters, instantly going on high alert as he lowers his voice to a whisper, hey Tony, someone is coming. Tony just reassures him, telling him not to panic. He calmly takes a long drag of his cigarette, exhaling a thick cloud of white smoke before turning to Lai Van's group with total indifference. Is there a problem here? But without saying a single word, she aims her handgun straight at him, asking back in a totally freezing tone, just who are you? Tony suddenly realizes something and asks if she is Lai Van, but she just glares coldly. From behind, Luke Tay runs up shouting, Sister Van, we are on the same side, do not shoot. She quickly clears things up for Tony, explaining that he is a good guy and that he actually helped them out. Lai Van slowly lowers her gun just a tiny fraction, asking back in pure disbelief, so the three of you wiped out that entire zombie horde and killed another monster too? Through her questions and that commanding vibe of hers, Tony instantly figures out the true identity of the woman standing right in front of him. He is spot on. It is definitely her. The red butterfly. Lai Van snaps at him. What are you staring at? I am asking you a question. He thinks to himself, this is the Tier 4 powerhouse red butterfly, the world's #1 assassin who once slaughtered a Tier 5 expert without taking a single scratch. In his previous life, she was a massive big shot, and technically speaking, she even saved his life once upon a time. Seeing Tony just staring blankly without answering, Lai Van immediately warns him, her tone getting pretty annoyed. She calls him little guy, telling him she is asking a question and wondering if he went deaf. His tone stays totally calm. He tells her it is nothing. She just looks a lot like a friend of his, so he mistook her. She smugly turns her face away, scoffing that this little guy's flirting technique is way too old and honestly quite pathetic. Tony just falls completely silent, looking incredibly helpless. Honestly, this woman really just blurts everything straight out like always. Meanwhile, Luke Tay, standing right between them, is completely stunned, her face showing absolute extreme confusion, having no clue what is even going on. She hesitantly breaks the heavy tension. She suggests to Sister Van that they should invite him back to the base, since he is super strong. Lai Van thoughtfully mutters, I know. Lai Van then throws an offer to Tony's group. Do you brats want to come back to the base with me? Hearing that, Lane gets furiously angry, yelling back, who are you calling a brat? However, when the kid looks down at Lai Van's chest, her eyes go wide, just staring intensely at those incredibly full, heavy assets of hers. Her face clearly shows pure jealousy and frustration, her mouth cursing nonstop. Damn it, she yells. So what if my chest is on the smaller side? It is still way better than yours. Tony hurriedly grabs Lane by the head, firmly telling her to calm down. Kyle Parker cuts right through the argument, politely asking Lai Van if she is the boss of their camp. She replies, "No, our leader is actually Lam Than." Hearing that, Tony falls into deep thought, his face slowly turning quite serious. Lam Than again. For this guy to actually be able to suppress the red butterfly, he definitely cannot be some ordinary character. Kyle Parker rubs his chin, wondering aloud if this Lam Than is the one who cracked the red butterfly case. Tony looks surprised. The red butterfly case? Seeing his reaction, Kyle Parker carefully explains the whole thing. It is pretty normal that you would not know. This was the absolute biggest serial murder case in our entire Riverside district. The victims were either nobles or wealthy merchants. Plus, every single time someone turned up dead, there would be a picture of a red butterfly right beside them. Tony quickly asks that assassin must have been insanely strong then, right? Kyle Parker answers that it was not exactly like that. They still could not beat the police captain at the time, Lam Than. Armed with just one gun, he went in totally solo and actually managed to capture the red butterfly. Tony thinks it over for a brief second. Police captain, red butterfly, assassin, cops, could it be? Making his choice, Tony decisively agrees, telling them he accepts the offer. You and me both. Lane and Lai Van look totally shocked at just how fast he actually agrees. Not believing her own ears, Lai Van asks him one more time, "You are really agreeing to join our side?" Tony replies, his tone landing somewhere right between joking and serious. "Did you not hear me clearly?" he asks. "Or did you change your mind?" Lai Van hesitates for a moment. "No," she says. "Then let us get moving." The scene cuts over to Ko Lao Ni's group, driving their vehicle at absolutely max speed through the city streets. The three of them chat, looking pretty damn annoyed. Damn it, Fiyui's warehouse got totally cleared out so insanely fast. Then another voice chimes in, sounding a whole lot more anxious about the situation. "So what should we do now? The boss told us to be careful and not act on our own, but we absolutely cannot afford to go back totally empty-handed either." One of the goons turns to Gu Lao Air and asks if the boss has any brilliant ideas. Going back empty-handed means the big boss is absolutely gonna thrash them. Gu Lao Air snaps right back, "Shut your traps. Didn't they spot a rundown convenience store just a little while ago? They are going in for a loot run." The van pulls up and slams the brakes outside the ruined shop. He orders the boys to grab their weapons, just in case things get messy. Gu Lao Air kicks the door in and steps inside first, his cold eyes scanning the dark room like a total hawk. He waves the crew inside to start looting. Sweeping his gun back and forth on max alert, he suddenly spots a shadowy figure totally cowering behind the front counter. He aims his gun right at the spot and barks out a warning, "Crawl out now, or his trigger finger is gonna slip real bad." Two shaky little hands slowly reach up into the air, followed by a terrified girl's voice begging them not to shoot, swearing they are just humans. The paranoia on Gu Lauer's face melts into a super creepy, sleazy smirk. Oh wow, it is a total knockout. A gorgeous pink-haired girl with glasses slowly stands up, hands totally raised in surrender. Her face is pale with absolute terror as she begs them to hold their fire. Meanwhile, after finally locking down a solid teamwork deal, Tian Chen and his squad follow Li Yun straight back to their local survivor base. The base actually scrambles to throw together a surprisingly massive feast, rolling out the red carpet to welcome their VIP guests and celebrate the new alliance. Everyone raises their cups for a massive cheer. The young, totally fired-up duo of Tian Chen and Gao Fei chug their beers down with pure satisfaction. Captain Lin Cheng keeps his cool, playing the humble leader as he tells the boys that their camp does not really have any fancy luxury goods. He asks them to forgive any sloppy hospitality. Tian Chen plays along perfectly, throwing back a super polite but firm answer to keep the vibe going. He tells the captain not to sweat it, praising the food like it is a gourmet meal. But underneath the smiles, his sharp eyes are secretly analyzing the guy. His gut feeling was totally spot on all along. This Lin Cheng dude is absolutely the big dog running this entire survivor camp, and Hong Dai is clearly his right-hand woman. Talk about insane luck, bumping right into the top brass of the camp on their very first day. Lin Chung smoothly shifts the conversation, pointing out that their squad looks pretty damn young. But with combat skills that crazy, he asks if they trained somewhere special. Tian Chen dodges the question like a pro, keeping their true origins and actual power levels completely off the record. He just completely shrugs it off, just a self-taught hobby. Lin Cheng gives a soft smile, admitting these three are absolute prodigies. Then Lu Zi starts hyping them up, bragging about how Tian Chen's crew slaughtered that massive mutant. One of Lin Cheng's own squad members immediately chimes in, his voice dripping with pure disbelief. He swears they were out there one-shotting zombies like it was absolutely nothing. Total overkill. But while everyone is fanboying hard, Wei Dong from the patrol team just sits there chugging his beer. He gives a loud, super obnoxious snort, clearly not buying any of this hype. And here is where things get really spicy. The drama spikes when Lin Chung suddenly drops an insane job offer right on the table. He asks the kid to stay with them permanently, even offering to hand over command of the base's elite patrol unit. Wei Dong completely freezes up, his eyes practically bugging out of his head. But the absolute loudest reaction comes straight from Ah Lu. The guy violently kicks his chair back and slams the table, absolutely furious as he screams out. He yells at the captain, asking if that patrol captain spot was not supposed to be his. Boiling with rage, Ah Lu violently points right at Tian Chen, demanding to know why their camp's most crucial squad is being handed over to some random outsider. Lin Chung tries to shut it down fast. His voice drops into a strict, commanding tone as he orders Ah Lu to sit down and stop disrespecting their guests. But Ah Lu is far too triggered to back down now. Face completely red, he keeps ranting that he does not care this patrol squad is the actual lifeline of the entire camp. He refuses to let some stranger take his spot, especially a bunch of unweaned, arrogant brats who still smell like their mother's milk. Hearing that massive insult, Lan Sha completely loses her mind. She violently smashes both her hands down onto the table, making all the plates and glasses rattle. Through gritted teeth, she dares that loudmouth to repeat the baby insult to her face one more time. Lu is not backing down either. Eyes blazing with absolute defiance, he snaps right back, mocking her and asking if she really thinks he is scared. He calls her an unweaned brat again. Absolutely furious, Lansha grabs a heavy chair, fully ready to smash it over Ah Lu's head. Right as the brawl is about to explode, Tian Chen shoots a freezing, super intimidating glare across the room and barks a single order. Stop! Lansha glares back, completely frustrated, while Gao Fei quickly tells her to chill before she gets stress wrinkles. But Wei Dong has had enough too. He slams his beer down on the table, making just enough noise to cut the tension. The guy skips the dramatic speeches. He just stands up, tells Captain Lin he has work to do, and announces he is heading out early. He turns on his heel and mutters for them to move out. Lu, still completely fuming over the insult, angrily storms out right behind him. Lin Chung just watches his two elite squad members storm off. He lets out a heavy, totally exhausted sigh, entirely out of words. Completely helpless against his crew's toxic ego, Lin Cheng turns back to Tian Chen, desperately trying to salvage that friendly host vibe from earlier. He apologizes, asking Tian Chen to ignore his weirdly hot-headed guise. Tian Chen plays it cool, brushing off the massive drama like it is absolutely nothing to sweat over. With the messy distraction out of the way, Tian Chen finally pivots to the real business and his eyes go deadly serious. Not gonna lie to you, Captain Lam, we did not come all this way to join your little squad. We are actually here to make a trade. Lam looks totally caught off guard. A trade? Lai Van catches the drift immediately and turns right to Luke Tay. Hey, Luke Tay, escort the others outside for a bit. We have some private business to hash out right now. Lam Thon stares Tony down and asks what exactly this kid wants to trade. Tony does not miss a single beat. He speaks up loud and clear. We need ammo, heavy firepower, and throw in some sniper rifles too. Meanwhile, Tyler Blake is just chilling on the sidelines, happily stuffing his face, completely ignoring this incredibly tense negotiation happening right next to him. Captain Lam thinks that is completely insane. In this messed up world, weapons are literal lifelines. It is like Tony reads his mind. He fires back, I know, which is exactly why I brought some serious goods to swap. Lam is genuinely surprised now, asking what the kid could possibly have to offer. Tony just smirks and drops the magic word. Medicine, and trust me, that stuff does not come any cheaper than guns. Lai Van instantly leans in, practically begging to know exactly what kind of medicine. She stares at him in pure shock while Tony casually listed off antibiotics, bandages, medical alcohol, you name it. They got it. Lai Van shoots a heavy look right over to Lam Thon. She softly calls his name, completely torn. He takes a long second to think it over, weighing their desperate need for weapons against how stupidly rare medical supplies are. Lam finally speaks up, not a bad deal, but I gotta talk this over with the boys back at the camp first. Outside the tent, you can hear Nui Dong scoffing like a total hater. He calls them a bunch of unweaned brats and wonders what on earth Captain Lam is actually thinking right now. He stomps along next to Luke, throwing a massive fit. Now listen to this logic, he asks, if giving the patrol squad to those kids means what he thinks it means. Luke is completely lost. He asks what the heck the guy is talking about. Nui Dong breaks it down with pure venom in his voice. There are only 3 patrol squads in the whole camp. One belongs to Captain Lam, one is with Lai Van, and the last one is ours. You really think Captain Lam is about to hand a squad over to that kid? Luke gets violently angry, clenching his fists super tight. He yells that they cannot take theirs. These punks just showed up and instantly became the third bosses of the camp. He absolutely refuses to accept it. Ni Dong grinds his teeth, sounding bitter as hell. He says he risked his own neck, slaughtering things just to secure this position, and now some random snot-nosed brats are waltzing in to steal it right out from under him. Luke is absolutely losing his mind. He screams that he is never giving up their patrol squad. Nui Dong suddenly panics, yanking Luke back against a brick wall. He hisses to keep quiet, they are coming right now. Both of these losers hide behind the dirt wall, holding their breath as they watch Lamthon and Tony casually stroll out. Lamthon hits him with the classic polite chatter, praising the little brother's alcohol tolerance and promising to drink more next time since today was rushed. Tony plays it perfectly humble, telling the captain he is being way too generous. Lurking back behind the wall, Nui Dong glares at the back of Tony's head. His eyes are just burning with pure, unadulterated jealousy and absolute hatred. The guy clenches his fist, quietly cursing out the rotten little punk. Lam Than turns to his right hand and tells Lai Van to get the little brother's crew all set up, since he still has some other business to handle. She nods right back. Do not worry, just leave it all to me. He adds one last order, set them up using the VIP standard, give them whatever they want, and try your absolute best to make them stay. Lai Van says she gets it. Then she waves Tony's trio over, telling the kids she is about to go show them to their new rooms. Lai Van takes the lead, while Tony's group excitedly follows right behind. Little Lane is absolutely buzzing, practically bouncing all over the giant room. Wow, your place is seriously gorgeous. Kyle Parker jumps in to explain that this ancient fortress used to be a tourist spot designed by some Ming Dynasty prince. That is exactly why there are still some old-school courtyards hidden around inside the city walls. The little girl is still running around gawking at literally everything, pointing at every random antique, while Tony just stands there acting totally polite and fake. He nods like he gets it pretty nice setup, right? Lai Van looks around and reminds them that Lam said these are protected historical artifacts, so letting them stay here today is a massive exception to the rules. Right at that moment, Lane curiously picks up this super intricate ancient vase to admire it. Hearing that, she immediately praises how awesome they are. Lai Van tells Tony's crew to get some early rest, and he plays the grateful guest, saying thanks. Meanwhile, Wee Dong and A Luke are seething outside, watching the whole thing. Wee Dong complains out of pure, unfiltered envy. He cannot believe Captain Lam actually let those punks stay in that fancy room. A Luke is just as jealous. He angrily jumps right on the hate train, yeah, seriously, while his grown self is still stuck sleeping in a basic tent. Losing whatever tiny bit of chill he had left, a Luke rolls up his sleeves. He swears non-stop, storming over to smash Tony's group. Screw this, he absolutely cannot take it anymore. Nui Dong actually sprints right after him, frantically trying to hold the guy back. He keeps panicking, what are you doing? Those guys are Captain Lam's personal guests. But a Luke goes completely deaf to it, totally ignoring his partner's frantic warnings. I know my own limits, he barks. Then he kicks Tony's door wide open and roars into the room, hey, get out here right now! Lai Van spots him and immediately demands to know what on earth a Luke is doing. The brute just marches straight past without even looking back, telling Sister Lai Van to stay out of it. Nui Dong crosses his arms, dropping the act completely. He mutters, what an idiot, but at least we get a show. The brute stomps right up into Tony's face, acting super cocky as he asks if he is Tony. The kid calmly looks up, his voice dripping with pure disdain, and what if I am? A Luke acts super bossy, sticking his hand right out. I am A Luke, he says. Let us get acquainted. Tony calmly asks if this guy really wants to shake hands. A Luke immediately gets defensive, saying he actually knows basic manners. Lai Van quickly steps in, reminding a Luke that these guys are guests. But Muscle Brain over here isn't having it, so what, can a guy show friendly hospitality? She just sighs, totally helpless. A Luke violently squeezes Tony's hand, bragging that his grip strength hits a massive 170 kilograms. He fully plans to crush this kid right here. Tony just furrows his brow, dropping his perfectly calm expression for a second. But then Tony relaxes his hand, shaking it like a completely normal greeting. Lai Van quietly watches the entire bizarre scene unfold. Oh, this is getting good. A Luke takes a massive breath, yelling to watch this. His arm veins pop like crazy, looking super smug until something feels wrong, and he lets out a confused grunt. Right on cue, Kyle Parker strolls over. He casually lights a cigarette for Tony. He tells his boss to have a smoke and wake up. These two are completely unbothered, while A Luke desperately tries to crush the guy's hand. The big guy is panicking internally. What on earth is going on, and why isn't this kid reacting at all? Tony gives a deadpan look, asking politely if he can let go now. A Luke completely loses his mind, veins bulging as he screams. It is not over yet. The dude flexes so hard his shirt literally rips, exposing his massive, ridiculously bulging muscles to the room. He challenges him to see how long he lasts. Tony casually smokes, pointing out that the guy's muscles are actually pretty decent. Tyler Blake watches from the sidelines, absolutely eating up the drama. Meanwhile, a Luke is literally tearing up, wondering how this is even physically possible. This kid's hand feels exactly like solid iron, absolutely impossible to crush. Lane skips over and asks if his name is A Luke. The little girl cheerfully shoots out her hand for a friendly shake, introducing herself as Lane and asking to get properly acquainted. The second they touch, she unleashes pure killing intent and crushes his hand, giggling like a total maniac. Now the only sound left is a Luke, screaming in absolute agony. He begs her to let go, scrambling desperately outside. Nui Dong watches the giant man literally sprinting away in tears and tries to ask what is wrong, but he has zero pride left. The massive guy just bolts down the hall. He yells back to not say another word. He just wants to be completely alone after that legendary humiliation. Lai Van steps right out, spots him, and immediately calls Nui Dong over. He spins around playing the perfect obedient subordinate, asking what Sister Van needs. She does not buy it, sternly warning him not to cause any trouble. He immediately acts super innocent, asking what she means. Lai Van just glares, pointing out that he knows exactly. Nui Dong shoots a toxic, hateful glare straight into the room, watching Tony and his little crew casually laughing and joking around. He mutters under his breath, promising that Brat will pay. Meanwhile, out on the training field, Lam Thane's squad starts running their daily drills. Nui Dong aggressively locks Luke Tae's arm, barking that her reflexes are way too slow and she needs extra practice. Luke Tae rubs her bruised arm, politely thanking Brother Dong for the strict guidance, though you can tell she is actually super uncomfortable. He notices she is totally exhausted and tells her to take a breather before they go again. But then he spots someone approaching, letting out an annoyed snort. Shocker Tony's squad is strolling right onto the field. Nui Dong gets instantly furious, cursing those annoying brats in his head. Luke Tae immediately lights up and shouts Tony's name, sprinting straight over to ask exactly what he is doing here. Lai Van smoothly jumps in, explaining she is giving them the grand tour. She shows off their main training grounds, clearly pretty proud of it. Kyle Parker looks around and admits the field is pretty decent, while Lai Van throws out a very tempting offer. She promises Captain Lam is an incredible leader if they just agree to stay. Tony smirks, telling her they should probably stick to negotiating their deal. The squad spots him and the whispers instantly fly. Some are hyped he showed up, while others ask who this random guy even is. Someone quickly sets the record straight. This is the absolute legend who saved their skins recently. Rumor has it these three casually took down the giant boss, and honestly everyone is dying to know if it is actually true. Lai Van sees him soaking up the spotlight and teases his crazy high popularity. He just plays it cool, brushing it off as way too much hassle. The guys swarm him instantly, basically begging to hang out. They start asking if he could maybe give them a few pointers. Yeah, or even better step in as their new instructor, since he is obviously 100 times stronger than Nui Dong anyway. Meanwhile, Nui Dong is standing right there, absolutely boiling with jealousy as he curses the brat for stealing his spotlight. He angrily stomps over and breaks up the fan club, screaming at them to stop slacking and get back to drills. The whole squad immediately snaps to attention and scatters. Nui Dong whips around. He aggressively barks that outsiders are strictly banned from this private training field. Tony literally could not care less. Luke Tae defends him as their great savior, but Nui Dong stubbornly insists today is a strictly closed combat session. Lai Van steps in and cuts him off entirely. She snaps at Nui Dong, reminding him she actually makes the rules here. Lane watches this temper tantrum and immediately mocks him, asking who actually cares about his pathetic little kitty cat martial arts anyway. Nui Dong's face goes completely beet red as he screams at her. Tony just turns around, quietly telling his crew they should leave since they are clearly unwanted. The little girl skips after him, making sure to throw one last mocking face at the totally stingy loser. Nui Dong furiously yells at him. Catching on, Lee Von chases right after them. She begs Thien Thun to stay cool, apologizing for the whole mess. That guy is seriously a handful. Thien Thun takes slow steps, evaluating the situation. He tells her that meeting them was pure fate, so he offers a very honest piece of advice. He gives her a dead serious warning that Loudmouth from earlier is absolutely going to murder someone eventually. Lee Von gasps, asking if he actually means Nui Dong. Thien Thun just nods his head, confirming he is dead on. Eavesdropping on that strikes a massive nerve and you just know he is about to snap. "You little brat," he screams. "Who do you think you are? He sacrificed everything for this camp. So why does the new guy get a shiny promotion on day one?" Nui Dong is drowning in pure bitterness. Clenching his fist tight, his body goes stiff as he silently curses the bastard to hell. Nui Dong sprints right over, desperately yelling out for the guy to hold up. Hearing the shouting, Thien Thun and everyone else turn back to watch the fool march up to challenge him. He demands a one-on-one fight right here. The new guy coldly smirks fight. Nui Dong rips off his jacket to show off a ridiculously veiny, muscular build. He smugly declares that winning earns him the training ground. Thien Thun just shoots him the most deeply mocking, unimpressed stare. He exhales and turns to leave, stating he takes back his previous warning. Lee Von lets out a confused gasp. He keeps walking, stating a total moron like this is just begging for his own destruction. Totally triggered by the insult, Nui Dong completely loses his mind and screams out. He charges straight from behind, launching a vicious punch right at Thien Thun while hurling endless insults. He aggressively demands the kid repeat that to his face, but Kyle Parker leaps in, casually catching the furious punch like it is absolutely nothing. The attacker goes wide-eyed in sheer panic. Kyle Parker coldly shuts down the desperate sneak attack with zero actual effort. With a dark frown, he warns the thug to get through him before even looking at the boss. Still stubbornly refusing to back down, the loser throws a wild kick, shouting that he will happily crush him first. Kyle Parker answers instantly with a blindingly fast, brutal kick right to the face. The massive impact sends the guy flying backward, blood spraying everywhere. Levon gasps at the insane speed. The huge guy crashes down, completely unable to stand back up. Watching the pathetic display, Thien Thun calls his buddy off, saying that is enough for today. After eating dirt for a while, the sore loser eventually goes whining to Captain Lam Than. He begs the captain to step in. They cannot let some outsider act this insanely arrogant. But Lam Than calmly shuts him down, pointing out the kid saved their squad and is definitely no outsider. Boiling with frustration, the thug argues they still cannot just let him run the patrol team. Lam Than glares directly at him, asking why he is acting like this. He reminds the idiot about the old police station rules, never bully the rookies. Desperately trying to save face, the loser argues that this situation is completely different. The captain leans in hard. The new guy actually has real talent, unlike him. He brings up the mess with a lurk to drive the brutal point home. He drops a final, icy warning: if the guy keeps destroying camp unity, he will absolutely stop playing nice. Realizing he is stepping on a landmine, Nguri Dong awkwardly backpedals, claiming it is a huge misunderstanding. Lam Than cuts him off fast. He knows the guy's nasty temper perfectly, so he better start using his brain. The salty loser just scoffs under his breath. Faking obedience, he nods at the captain. Meanwhile, the rumor mill outside in the camp is already spinning completely out of control. Everyone is whispering about his pathetic beatdown today, agreeing he completely deserved it. Hearing the snickers, the raging thug swears he will get brutal revenge soon enough. He stomps over to his jeep and screams at the gate guards to open up. The panicked guard stammers, asking if he is actually leaving now. He violently snarls back. Got a problem with that? Totally terrified, the guard shakes his head and instantly cranks the heavy metal gate wide open. Stammering out a quick apology, he lets him pass. The jeep speeds off into the dirt, vanishing entirely. Behind the wheel, the salty loser wears a deeply toxic, jealous scowl. He viciously curses Thien Thun under his breath, swearing the arrogant little punk is going to suffer horribly for this. Later, under a gorgeous night sky, the captain kicks back for a drink with our guy. He laughs, praising his impressive alcohol tolerance. Thien Thun just offers a modest shrug. Not too bad himself, he points out the captain is basically a tank. Getting serious, the boss leans in and practically begs the kid to permanently join their crew. He pitches his best offer. The camp desperately needs raw talent like his. If he stays, he gets a blank check to whatever resources he wants around here, 0 questions asked. But our guy smoothly deflects the heavy recruitment pitch. He calmly passes on the offer, admitting he just never liked dealing with base politics. Besides, he actually has a separate suggestion of his own. The captain raises a curious eyebrow. The kid bluntly states that sticking around Riverside District long-term is a massive trap, and they need a new home. The boss instantly nods, so they are on the exact same page. Lam Than sighs heavily, agreeing that this district is honestly way too tiny to survive in. Supplies, population, and gear are all dangerously low around here. Surviving for 6 months is barely doable, but stretching that into a whole year is just suicide. Hearing this sharp reality check, Thien Thun smiles with genuine praise. He points out the captain is actually pretty damn smart after all. The boss just chuckles, asking if the kid happens to have a genius relocation plan. This makes Thien Thun pause, his brows knitting tightly. He stares straight at the older man, calculating his next move. He clearly remembers that in the future, the captain actually manages to settle down peacefully in Hoabuk City. But honestly, the poor guy still ends up facing some massive struggles over there. So, should he drop a friendly little hint? Noticing the sudden silence, the captain assumes it might be a sensitive secret. But the kid immediately breaks the tension, casually tossing out a huge idea: what about heading straight to Hoabuk City? The captain blinks in utter confusion. Wait, Hoabuk City? Oh, this kid knows exactly what he is doing. He explains it is a huge central hub, backed by massive mountains and rivers, forming a perfect natural fortress against anything outside. He casually drops even more strategic knowledge. Even better, there is a fully equipped military zone right over there. Lam Than lights up with joy, telling the guys this is absolutely perfect, begging them to stay. Thien Thun just flashes a polite smile and turns him down smoothly. He appreciates the offer, but he still has a whole lot of his own business to handle. Hearing that, Lam Than looks absolutely crushed. His face falls completely as he stares down at the dirt. He feels pretty bummed out about it, but he respects Thien Thun and his choice. He promises that if they ever run into trouble later on, they can always find him. He swears his team will never turn them away. Thien Thun thanks him sincerely, then casually asks Captain Lam Than about getting some weapons for himself, prompting a brutally honest confession. The captain admits their gear is incredibly scarce right now. They literally only have 2 handguns left. Thien Thun replies with a soft, "Is that so?" Lum Thang quickly adds a catch: if the guys help them out with one specific task, they can have those pistols for free. He accepts the deal with plenty of thanks. Right away, Lum Than brings up a specific location, the local hydroelectric station. He asks if they know about it. Thien Thun looks puzzled, muttering about a water plant. Outside, Kyle Parker and Lane are waiting, getting pretty curious themselves. Kyle Parker wonders what the mission even is. He steps inside to clarify, asking if they mean that exact power station sitting right next to the Dai district. Thien Thun is totally surprised that D district even has one. Lam Than confirms it, explaining that before they arrived, this entire district was split between three major factions. There is the Phi Ui workshop, their own ancient city base, and finally, the territory controlled by a guy who calls himself Brother Long. That crew claimed the hydro station as their base. Thien Thun thinks it over, realizing a power plant makes a pretty solid stronghold. Lum Than warns him that Long is an absolute madman, but unfortunately, he is also extremely smart, moving with lightning speed and zero hesitation. Thien Thun instantly figures out the captain's angle. He asks if they are supposed to help wipe this crew off the map, and Lam Than says spot on. The captain explains that this lunatic only ever works for his own extreme benefit, and he constantly launches wild surprise attacks on everyone else. But for the past year, their own team has been working themselves to the bone securing Dai District. Thien Thun rests his chin on his hand, pondering this, then calls out to Kyle Parker. Kyle Parker instantly catches his drift and acts totally deaf, claiming he heard absolutely nothing. Thien Thun turns to the silly girl, Lane, who gives the exact same oblivious answer about hearing 0 words. Seeing this routine, Lam Thane gets excited and asks. He praises Brother Ta for being so straightforward, thinking the deal is sealed. But Thien Thun bluntly rejects the offer right to his face, leaving Lam Than standing there with his jaw completely dropped. Thien Thun bows his head in apology. He refuses to risk his neck fighting some complete maniac just for a couple of measly handguns. He tells Captain Lam to keep his weapons, announcing that his squad will pack up and leave the camp first thing tomorrow. The captain stammers, totally caught off guard by this sudden rejection. Thien Thun turns around, leading his teammates back to their room. He casually tells everyone to go catch some much-needed sleep. Lam Than hesitates for a long second before finally making up his mind. He calls out to Brother Ta, reminding him that the previous offer still stands. Thien Thun glances back, playing completely dumb. The captain insists that if they ever hit a rough patch, they should come back, and he will definitely help them. Thien Thun smiles and promises that he absolutely will. He says thanks. Meanwhile, just outside the base, a massive group of heavily armed thugs is slowly gathering in the shadows. One of the scumbags asks if everyone is in position. He orders his men to charge the second they hear his command. Suddenly, loud alarm sirens start blaring wildly from inside the military base. Lom Than jolts up in pure panic, shouting to ask what the heck is going on. A frantic soldier runs in, screaming that Brother Long and his gang are launching a full-blown raid. That news hits Lom Than like a truck. He asks what is happening, completely baffled about how this is possible. Things just escalated fast. Outside the camp walls, the raiders unleash a barrage of gunfire. Ko Lao Nier signals his men, screaming at everyone to push forward. Murderous footsteps echo as Long Din himself struts forward, his face insanely dark. He asks his second-in-command what the delay is, warning that reinforcements are going to show up in exactly half an hour. Ko Lao Nier nervously explains that it is not an easy siege. During their very first push, they already slaughtered quite a few defensive guards. But since this fight is a paid job to help someone else, the defenders are using their absolute elite core troops. Long Din suddenly smirks, admitting that Lam Thane actually trained some fairly decent underlings. He frowns, turning away with a brutally cold command. He leaves this zone to his deputy, demanding that he tear the base down without fail. Hearing that, Ko Lao Nier roars at the top of his lungs. He orders everyone to charge, promising them all the food and women if they win. Back down the road, a massive cargo truck is parked quietly, not too far away from the chaos. The shady guy standing right next to it is Nguri Dong. He sees Long Din stepping out and quickly calls over to ask him what is going on. Long tells him that if they successfully raid the place this time, the top credit goes straight to him. The traitor gets his wish and hastily bows in gratitude. He thanks Brother Long over and over, but Long Din violently grabs him by the collar, throwing out a dark warning about what happens if they fail. His face looks absolutely terrifying as he keeps threatening the poor guy. Ngui Dong starts shaking violently, stammering out a weak question about failure. Long Din just glares back with ice-cold eyes, his tone dripping with lethal suspicion as he demands some real answers. He coldly asks if this was the exact time the base guards switched their shifts. He demands to know why his men have been attacking for so long without breaking through the gates. Panicking, Nguri Dong desperately explains that Lam Than is defending the inside, reminding him that even their first failed attempt still caused damage. Hearing those pathetic excuses, he furiously tightens his vicious grip on Nguri Dong's collar. Check this out, the boss isn't playing. He violently hurls the guy away, roaring that he does not care about minor damage. He only wants real results, all their food, their people, and their precious gear. Long Din issues his brutal directive, handing the trembling traitor one single squad. Reinforce the south gate, and failure is absolutely not an option. Nguri Dong trembles like a leaf, quickly saluting. He promises he will definitely get the mission done. Long Din glares with those scary wide eyes, growling at him to get moving already. The terrified guy scrambles away in an absolute panic, yelling that he is going. Right as Nguri Dong scurries off, Ko Lao Nier rushes back in to report to Long Ding. He says they might be winning, but Lam Thane and his cops are definitely not messing around. The boss just casually lights up a cigarette, takes a slow drag, and tells his guy to chill out. He looks out over the chaotic battlefield and slowly mutters that he already prepared for this way in advance. Long Din gives a super dark order once the ancient city falls. Find a quiet spot and take out Nguri Dong. Do it secretly and just claim he died in battle. Ko Lao Nier nods in agreement. Meanwhile, inside the walls, a lurk is going totally crazy fighting off the rushing bandits. The dude is holding a heavy rifle, spraying bullets everywhere while screaming at the top of his lungs for them to drop dead. With every single loud shot, those annoying bandits are dropping down flat to the dirt. Way across the battlefield, Nguri Dong is hiding like a total coward behind a tree. He watches the chaos and angrily curses about A-Lurk having way too much firepower. He turns to his men, demanding if any of them actually have good aim. He orders someone to climb the tree and snipe him, and one guy volunteers for the job. Meanwhile, our boy A-Lurk is still fighting his heart out, shouting absolute trash talk without breathing. He calls them cowardly turtles and swears nobody is leaving alive. But get this, he has zero clue there is a sniper locked onto him from that tree. He just charges forward, screaming for them to perish. He lets out a wild laugh. Right then, that sneaky bandit aiming straight at A-Lurk pulls the trigger. Suddenly, Thien Thun swoops in looking like an absolute superhero. He shoves A-Lurk out of the bullet path, yelling to dodge. A fresh bullet is buried deep into the wall right where he was just standing. A-Lurk stares at it, completely shocked, then gratefully thanks Thien Thun for saving his life. Nguri Dong is watching the whole thing unfold, and seeing A-Lurk dodge the shot makes him curse in pure frustration. Thien Thun orders Kyle Parker to handle this mess, and the guy simply nods. Kyle Parker instantly readies his rifle to shoot back. He spotted that sniper hiding up there, the literal second he glanced over. He scoffs, wondering if this brat really wants to fight. The bandit suddenly realizes he is totally exposed and panics hard. He thinks it is over, and a second later, he eats a clean bullet and drops dead backwards. Nguri Dong creeps up to check the guy and confirms he is dead, while another bandit stutters out a heavy curse. Nearby, Lane asks A-Lurk if his arm is doing all right. He looks surprised, but Thien Thun tells the whole group to just let his crew handle this spot. He tells A-Lurk to take his squad and go back up Captain Lum. A-Lurk hesitates a bit, but Kyle Parker turns and confidently tells him not to worry at all. Then the three members of Thien Thun's squad leap right off the wall, declaring in perfect unison that tonight is an incredibly lucky night. Over on Lam Tan's side, they are fiercely holding back the bandit horde. He keeps shouting hyped-up commands to boost his team's fading morale. He screams to hold firm and absolutely never let them breach the walls. A squad member urgently calls out to Lam Thane. They tell Captain Lam the south gate is super understaffed and needs backup fast. Lam Than just looks completely helpless, asking where they are supposed to find spare guys for backup anyway. Lam Than glances over at Li Van, who is scanning the enemy lines through binoculars. He asks her straight up if she is completely sure she can take down boss Long Din. Li Van's face is totally tense, making it clear this will not be easy. She pans her sniper scope right onto Long Din. She notes that this guy is crazy careful, not leaving a single opening anywhere, and on top of that, she emphasizes that he is just way too calm. Li Van suddenly gets an idea and suggests they just ask Thien Thun for backup. Lam Than hesitates for a second but tells her to drop it, saying guests should not risk their lives here. He frowns deeply while lining up his gun, muttering that they will solve their own crazy problems. Meanwhile, Long Din is reading the battlefield perfectly. He turns to a lackey, ordering him to take a whole squad of guys. He says they do not even need to secure kills, just put enough heavy pressure on the enemies. The lackey hurriedly shouts out a loud yes to Boss Long. The guy instantly rallies his thugs, yelling at them to stop standing around and follow his lead. At the same time, another bandit jogs up to report to Long Din. He warns Boss Long that fighting like this means they will completely run out of ammo soon. It is a massive waste. Long Din just calmly starts analyzing the shooting tactics. He admits that in terms of actual combat experience, Lam Thane's cops totally outclass them. He asks if charging in head first would even secure any kills. The henchman awkwardly scratches his head. Now watch this guy. Long Din's face shifts into an incredibly malicious, scheming grin. He lays out his devious plan, lure the enemy's main force to the north gate. That way, their crew at the south gate can easily breach the walls for a perfect flank. The henchman instantly starts kissing up. He praises his boss as an absolute genius, but Long Din barks at him to stop sucking up since they are not done yet. Long Din's eyes look crazy scary as he glances over at the secret hidden army he prepared earlier. While he schemes, Lam Than's squad is still desperately holding off the bandits. Li Van is totally bewildered, cursing and wondering if these guys have infinite ammo or something. She anxiously points out they are losing ground and absolutely must send reinforcements to the south gate right now. And right on cue, a lurk finally arrives with the backup, yelling out. He screams that their worst nightmare has just shown up. Seeing him charge in, Lam Than happily shouts out his name. A lurk just flashes a massive, cocky grin. Captain Lam, perfect timing, right? He walks right up to a Luke, asking why he is even here. What about the south gate? The guy explains instantly. I came straight from there. Tony and his crew told me to head up and back you guys up. He speaks while laying down heavy gunfire. They are already at the south gate, basically clearing out those annoying enemies right now. Meanwhile, Tony's group is still in a fierce firefight. Lane uses dual pistols to easily gun down a whole bunch of bandits. As for Tony, he effortlessly dodges a barrage of bullets, leaping right behind a bandit with a cold, mocking scoff. The bandit barely lets out a confused grunt before Tony grabs his shoulder, using him as a meat shield against the incoming gunfire. A nearby thug sees this and furiously attacks Tony. He curses out loud, "You absolute bastard, using my brother as a human shield." But literally a second later, he becomes Tony's next shield, taking a direct stream of bullets straight to the head. Done cleaning up, Tony casually turns and gives his buddy Kyle Parker a quick thumbs up. While happily bonding with his friend, he suddenly spots Nui Dong turning to run away. Kyle Parker quickly recognizes the guy right there. He yells out loudly, "Tony, that is Nui Dong. He is the traitor." Nui Dong runs as Lane gives chase, and Tony immediately pieces it together. He curses, "Damn it, catch him alive." The little girl shouts back, "I got this. Watch my awesome skills." Tony guns down another soldier, then turns to watch Lane with a totally satisfied look on his face. He secretly praises her speed upgrade. The backstabbing Wee Dong runs for his absolute life, muttering nonstop, "Damn it, what kind of sick joke is this?" This gang is way too psychotic. He panics, knowing he absolutely cannot get caught or he is totally dead meat. But Lane already cuts him off. The little girl flies over his head, yelling, "Hey there, where exactly do you think you are going?" She lands flawlessly right before Nui Dong. He curses at her, but the clever little girl just smirks. It is midnight, but piercing screams are still echoing all over the place. "You little brat, let me go, let me out." Lane just looks up, sneering at him, "Keep dreaming. If Brother Tony had not stopped me, I would have destroyed you yesterday." A voice above quickly snaps back, "Let me down." Nui Dong got captured and strung up on a pole. The little girl ignores him, "Stay right there, just wait for Tony to handle you." He keeps swearing, "Damn it, if I ever get out." Just then, Tony walks right over, calling out to Lane. She turns quickly, "Brother Tony." Kyle Parker arrives. Tony eyes Nui Dong, muttering, "Never thought it would end like this." Tony interrogates him, "Did you lead that bastard Long CA straight here?" "I came just to tell you their siege plans." Nui Dong shows zero remorse, challenging him back, "So what if I did?" Tony emphasizes, "The thing I hate the most is a backstabbing traitor like you." Nui Dong shouts, "What do you even know? I sacrificed so much for this camp, and you guys just show up wanting to steal my stuff." He yells, "If I lose everything, so do you." Kyle Parker and Lane just laugh at him, complete idiot. Tony tells the girl to drop Nui Dong. "Cut him down, this total fool is still useful." Lane protests, "It was not easy, stringing him up." Tony warns her, "Stop playing around, things are truly urgent now." Lane accepts it reluctantly, fine. Seeing the girl walk over to cut the rope, he suddenly panics and screams, "Hey, hey, hey, wait a minute." Slash, the hanging rope is immediately cut. Nui Dong hits the dirt hard. The girl grabs the rope, "I am dragging you," much more meaningful. The three just ignore him, dragging the guy across the road toward base. But get this, someone else is actually watching this entire thing unfold. Nui Dong got captured. It is Long Din's subordinate spying through binoculars. He mutters, "Those three are totally psychotic. I must tell Long CA right now." Kyle Parker immediately notices someone spying on them. He spins around, aiming his sniper rifle, whispering, "Someone is watching us, looking for death." Long Din's subordinate screams in pure panic, "Holy crap!" Kyle Parker's bullet barely misses, grazing past his head. The terrified bandit gasps, "Way too close. My little life was almost gone." Looking down at Kyle Parker's trio, he shudders. Those guys are just way too terrifying. Lane asks, "Dead yet?" He replies, "Nope, he dodged it." Tony tells them to stop wasting time. "No worries, let's handle the main business first." The battlefield has temporarily paused. Lam Thon locks eyes with Long Din. The guy sits arrogantly, smirking and yelling, "Lam Thon, open the gates and surrender. I might just consider sparing you." Lam Thon refuses, shouting, "Keep dreaming." He threatens Lam Thon, "Do you see this? I have way more men than you. and way more guns. You cannot hold out for much longer. You are talented. We could enjoy this together if you join my squad. But he sternly declares, I, Lam Thon, will never surrender to scum like you. Aluk and Dong Min chime right in. If you want to fight, let us fight. We will see who actually wins. Exactly. Who is scared of you? Come get some. Long Din just flashes this totally disgusted look. Yeah, what a bunch of reckless meatheads. Then he turns and asks his crew if there is any news from the South Gate. The guy next to him quickly replies that he sent out scouts. They should be back real soon. He clicks his tongue, doing the villain math in his head. Once the South Gate falls, this victory is totally in the bag. Suddenly, Tony strolls right up, cigarette in hand, casually chatting up Long Din. You are Longsa, right? You honestly do not look like much. Then he casually drops a bomb. Every single guy in your gang has already been dealt with. Long Din lets out a confused gasp. Lam Thon spots Tony and yells out to him. Tony announces the good news. Captain Lam, you can relax. The Southgate situation is completely taken care of. Tony yanks a rope, dragging Weedong forward and telling him to hurry up. The guy gets slammed onto his knees right before Lam Thon, begging for mercy. Long Ka, please save me. Tony looks at Long Din with this fake, innocent face. Do you happen to recognize this guy? Lam Thon is totally stunned. It is Nui Dong. Meanwhile, Long Din shifts back to his calculating villain face as the traitor keeps whining for help. Long Ka, please help me. Long Din coldly adjusts his glasses and actually bothers to spit out two whole words. Yeah, absolute trash. Lai Van is completely lost and demands to know what is going on. Tony, what in the world is actually happening here? But Lam Thon seems to have figured it out, standing there in heavy silence. He frowns, utterly furious, and just says it is as clear as day right now. Ni Dong is the one who caused this whole mess. Lam Thon snaps right at him, declaring that Ni Dong was the absolute rat who leaked their secret intel. The guy panics, crying out for Captain Lam. Lai Van points her gun at Nui Dong's head, swearing in pure rage. Damn it, you have got some real nerve. Has this camp ever actually mistreated you before? The guy instantly snaps back, whining that this new kid just got here, so why the heck is he getting such royal treatment? Why? Nui Dong bitterly confesses the whole thing. Yeah, he told Longsa absolutely everything, the weapons, the food, the manpower. He ratted out the whole setup to him. I refuse to be looked down on by you losers, Lai Van curses him out. The guy yells back with a crazy smirk. Just wait. Longsa is going to slaughter you all. Then the women and supplies will belong to us. Ne Dong laughs like a maniac, bragging that he will be the one who gets all the credit. Ha ha ha. Mid-sentence, he suddenly gets gunned down, completely shocking Lam Than's entire squad and Tony's crew alike. He looks down. Turns out the one who blasted New Dong is his brand new boss, Long Din. He just mutters that it was too noisy, telling him to shut up. Tony quietly sizes Long Din up. It looks like this Long CA guy is an absolute psycho. He smirks in pure triumph. Lam Thon, looks like you suck at leading, so how about I manage this pathetic mob for you? Pure hatred flares right across Lam Thon's face. He curses under his breath at the nonsense. Long Din just keeps poking the bear. Why are you glaring at me like that? You should be thanking me for cleaning up this traitor for you. He furiously mutters the word scum. Tony shoots him a look to calm his nerves. Captain Lam, do not let him bait you. Let us just focus on defense right now. He calmly replies to him. You are right. I lost my cool for a second. Lam Thon gives Lai Van an order. Take some guys and check the inside perimeter. Stay sharp. She dashes off instantly to check. Understood. After that, he turns his questions straight toward Long Din. Long, your guys at the South Gate are all dead, so shouldn't you retreat? But Long Din acts insanely confident hearing that, laughing about the idea of retreating. Why the hell would I do that? So what if the South Gate is wiped out? I still hold the upper hand right here. Honestly, Long Din's side totally has the numbers advantage. He smugly points out that with this massive crowd, taking this spot is practically a joke. Kyle Parker hesitates and asks for Tony's call. Should we go in? Tony calmly says to stay sharp and not act reckless, since they have the numbers and guns. Acting crazy right now means certain death. Kyle Parker holds his gun up high. All right then, just give the signal when it is time. Tony stares right at his gun in total confusion. Where is your scope? He answers with pure swagger. You really think a little toy is better than my own eyes? Down below, Long Din keeps shouting his insults. Lam Thon, it is not too late to surrender, but he firmly shoots back. Keep dreaming. Long Din finally makes his choice and snarls. Then do not blame me. Long Din waves his hand, barking an order to his underlings. Bring them out. A group of blindfolded hostages is dragged forward. Shouts follow them. Hurry up and walk. Just be good and obey orders. Tony is confused as they pull off a blindfold, revealing a middle-aged uncle. The man panics, asking what they are doing. Lam Thon hears him and instantly recognizes the guy, shouting out loudly, Uncle Engi. The middle-aged man immediately answers back, calling out to Captain Lam. Long Din totally mocks Lam Thon. These are all your precious subordinates. There are even civilians in the mix. Well, does this little reunion make you emotional? He angrily demands answers from him. What do you want? Long Din ignores him, ordering his thugs to take off the rest of the blindfolds. Strip them off. One by one they appear, screaming out in utter terror for help. Let me go! Captain Lam, where is this? What are you guys doing? And here is the twist. Tony actually recognizes an old friend in that lineup. He quietly freaks out. Turns out 2 of the hostages are actually Laura Lane and Latuette. He immediately wonders what in the world are they doing here? The little girl looks at her sister and promises to protect her. But Long Din shouts his threat, hey, Lum Then, you either surrender right now or these little rats die on the spot. Lum Then gets pushed into a seriously impossible situation. Even Thien Thun completely didn't expect things to get this messed up. Laura Lane is pretty shocked to see Thien Thun showing up. Latuette happily recognizes him too, calling out for her brother Thun. He can't help but curse under his breath. Seriously, why are they here? Kyle Parker notices Thien Thun acting super weird looking at the girls, so he decides to joke around a bit. Brother Ta, looks like you're quite the romantic. Long Din watches this and finds it absolutely hilarious, laughing as he realizes they all know each other. Looks like grabbing hostages was a brilliant idea after all. Lam Than completely loses it, cursing out that absolute bastard. Long Din seizes the perfect moment to provoke him. He asks Lam Than if he actually thinks he's some kind of good guy. Trying to build laws and strict rules? Total garbage. In this world, blood, weapons, and pure violence are the only things that matter. Now his truly sinister and vicious nature is fully on display. Long Din grabs Bakmir by the head, asking if this old guy belongs to him. Even so, Bakmir acts completely unfazed and actually encourages Lam Than instead. He tells Captain Lam that he absolutely must not surrender. Hearing that, he doesn't hesitate for a single second, shooting Bakmir dead right in front of both sides. Lam Than goes utterly berserk, pure rage completely taking over his mind. He screams at Long Din, swearing he'll totally destroy him. Long Din immediately fires back with a mocking tone. You can't even save the life of this dog, and you still want to play the hero? Did Captain Lam just say Long Din? Thien Thun pauses for a beat. And honestly, guys, this is where the puzzle pieces snap together. Damn it, he finally remembers this guy. Back then, the guy who rebelled against the boss also had the surname Long. Kyle Parker sees him acting weird and asks what's wrong. Did you recognize an old friend? But Thien Thun is completely lost in his own thoughts. It definitely has to be that second-tier expert, Long Din. Meanwhile, Long Din keeps threatening Lum Thane. He yells to open the door, or he's going to send this entire group straight to the afterlife. Thien Thun thinks back to when they wanted to raid those other bases. They actually gathered millions of zombies to form a massive army. Back then, they were totally forced to run away from that chasing zombie horde. Finally, he makes up his mind and mutters to himself. He absolutely won't let these punks hurt those 2 girls. Thinking for a second, Thien Thun climbs the railing and signals Kyle Parker and Lane. Phi, let's go. Lamb girl, stick close to me. We're saving them. Captain Lam, cover me. Hearing that, Kyle Parker immediately agrees to the plan. The little girl excitedly says she's been waiting for him to say that. But Lam Than gets pretty worried, warning Brother Ta not to rush in against so many. Before he can even finish his sentence, Thien Thun just straight up free falls down. Lam Than is super confused. Meanwhile, the bandits see him drop and laugh mockingly. Is this crazy guy actually jumping? What a stupid kid, jumping from that height is just begging for death. Long Din immediately orders his subordinates. He finds this guy pretty interesting, so he tells them to make sure to leave him alive. One thug charges in, screaming that he'll split his head wide open. But watch this counter carefully. Thien Thun instantly strikes back, landing a brutal hit right on the bandit's jaw. The guy goes flying way back, leaving the rest of the gang completely stunned. They all whisper in shock, way too strong. Long Din has been watching this whole time, realizing this kid isn't simple at all. One terrified bandit cries out to Boss Long, but Long Din just calmly threatens him back. Scared? Do you want to find out what's down there with Nguri Dong? Meanwhile, on the other side, Thien Thun signals Lane to focus on freeing the hostages. Lamb girl, stop fighting. Make saving the hostages your top priority, the little girl quickly confirms. Thien Thun's trio quickly takes down quite a few bandits. Long Din sees this and gets genuinely shocked, asking what's going on. How could just 3 people completely wipe out an entire squad? Seeing things go south, he instantly orders a retreat, telling them to grab the hostages and run. One lackey immediately obeys. Yes, sir. Latuette and Laura Lane get dragged away by the bandits. The terrified little girl starts screaming frantically. Let me go. Release me right now. The thug gets super annoyed and tells her to shut up. Laura Lane looks at her younger sister in pure panic, begging Thien Thun for help. Brother Thien Thun, they already took the hostages away. So he quickly gives Kyle Parker a signal. Phi replies that he clearly sees the target. Kyle Parker immediately snipes down the bandit carrying Latuette. As the guy collapses to the ground, Latuette slips right out of his arms. Laura Lane sees this and anxiously calls out her sister's name, but right on time, Thien Thun swoops in to catch the free-falling Latuette. The little girl happily cheers out for her brother Thun. Meanwhile, Kyle Parker sounds pretty anxious. Things are bad. Two bandits are dragging Laura Lane away. He starts hesitating. It's way too dangerous. What if he accidentally shoots the girl? Meanwhile, little Latuette praises Thien Thun, noticing his strength has seriously leveled up. He turns to Lane and tells her to guard Latuette closely. He's going to rescue Teacher Lack. The little girl instantly agrees. Dashing off in a total hurry, he signals Kyle Parker to keep providing cover. Second brother Gu is burning with impatience, asking Long Din what to do. Boss Long, just give the order so we can shoot that punk. Long Din stops him, telling him to chill out. Can't he see that this guy is pretty special? Second brother Gu looks at Thien Thun, completely puzzled. Special? The guy barks out his orders. Hurry up, Teacher Lack. Tony screams her name, but it is useless as Laura Lane gets shoved into the van. She fights back and screams, Tony, do not worry about me, just keep Latuette safe. He furiously smashes through the thugs, blocking his path, yelling at them to back off and get out of his way. The gang instantly fires a massive hail of bullets right at him. Seeing the lead rain coming, Tony quickly rolls across the ground, dodging the bullet net and barely making it to safety. But it is too late. The van carrying Laura Lane speeds off. Tony curses in pure frustration. Meanwhile, Kolau Ni turns to Long Din. Boss Long, you really think we should just let that guy go so easily? Long Din scoffs, telling his lackey that he clearly does not get it, before totally clearing up the guy's doubts. That bastard will track us down soon enough without a single shadow of a doubt. Back at the scene, Tony can only stare helplessly as the van completely disappears into the distance. Cut to little Latuette sitting in a corner, totally heartbroken and worried sick about her sister. Lane walks in carrying a plate of food for the kid, telling her she must be starving and to come eat. She sets a delicious, steaming hot meal right on the table. But honestly, Latuette is in absolutely no mood to enjoy a nice dinner right now. Lane gently pushes, telling the kid she is exhausted and really needs to eat, but Latuette stubbornly snaps back, no way. Lane just takes a seat and hands her a fresh steamed bun. She tells the kid to stop stressing so much, promising that they will absolutely help rescue her sister. The little girl instantly fires back, who needs you anyway? She demands to know where her precious Tony is, angrily munching on her food while heavily complaining. Lane tells her to eat first, then takes a huge bite of the bun herself, saying it is actually pretty tasty. Latuette angrily realizes that was supposed to be her food. The kid instantly throws a massive tantrum, screaming that she only wants to see Tony. Right on cue, Tony walks into the room and confusedly asks what is going on. Seeing him, Latuette totally lights up and happily calls out his name. She rushes over and throws her arms around him, cheering that her favorite hero actually came. He checks on the little girl, asking if her sister actually listened to him and went to find Kyle Parker earlier. Latuette shakes her head, explaining that her sister did not want to cause him any more trouble while he was busy, so they never went to find his friend. Instead, they just went to a convenience store for snacks, and that is exactly when those awful bad guys showed up. Hearing this, Tony softly nods in understanding. Standing off to the side, Lane watches this super wholesome reunion and actually blushes a little bit. Tony kneels down right in front of the kid, gently asking if she really trusts his words. Latuette instantly nods like a perfect angel. He gives her a gentle head pat, telling her to be a good girl and eat her dinner, promising to bring her sister back. Latuette instantly agrees. He then turns to Lane, firmly ordering the girl to watch over Latuette and get ready to join his rescue mission later. She obediently gives Latuette a rough little head pat, boldly promising to make sure this stubborn kid finishes her meal. He nods, leaving her in charge and saying he will wait at the car. With zero worries left, Tony turns and heads out. Lane confidently assures him she has everything totally under control. She watches him leave, but the absolute second Tony steps out the door, Lane hears an incredibly annoyed grunt coming from Latuette. She turns around to see the little girl angrily aggressively gnawing on her bun. Lane just flashes a highly mischievous, knowing grin at her. Now watch this. Lane struts over, teasing the kid about putting on a brilliant fake act. Latuette flinches with wide eyes as Lane pokes at her, joking that she was playing the total victim just to get Tony to rescue her sister. The kid furiously denies it. Lane just laughs out loud, playfully promising she will keep her little secret safe from Tony. Latuette looks visibly annoyed by the teasing. Lane tells her to relax, assuring her they will save her sister, but admits she never expected Tony to be such a massive softie. Suddenly, the little girl stops and completely glares at her. Latuette aggressively asks if Tony went to the school just to save her. Hearing that, Lane blushes in pure shock, wildly assuming she must be the lucky girl he risked his life for. She instantly smirks at Latuette, asking if the little brat is actually getting jealous. The kid quickly looks away, shyly mumbling a stubborn denial. Lane thinks for a quick second and pieces it together. This little kid totally has a massive crush on Tony. La Tuyette shoots her head up, loudly denying it again. Lane just flashes a gentle smile, explaining that the kid guessed completely wrong anyway. She admits she is absolutely not the special girl Tony is searching for. The kid gives her a highly suspicious look, but Lane just shrugs it off and turns away. She tells her to just eat, swearing they will find her sister. La Tuyette calls out her name, her voice completely hesitating, but then goes dead silent. Lane looks back, asking what is wrong. La Tuyette awkwardly mutters a highly sincere thank you. Lane just sighs helplessly at the silly little kid. Back outside, Tony wraps tape around his weapon, getting completely battle-ready while casually asking Lane how La Tuyette is doing. Lane jokes that the kid is doing great and eating like an absolute monster. Tony nods in total relief. Up in the driver's seat, Kyle Parker nervously asks if this crazy plan will actually work. Our guy shakes his head, admitting he cannot promise anything. Unlike Fiui, this Long Din bastard has serious skills and is way more cunning. Lane instantly jumps into the conversation, so what exactly is our next move? Tony calculates the odds rescuing someone is a piece of cake, but taking down Long Din means they definitely need more backup. Suddenly, he spots something dead ahead and frantically screams out to wait. Kyle Parker and Lane confusedly ask what is wrong, slamming hard on the brakes. Lane checks the rearview mirror and spots a car tailing them. Wait, isn't that Captain Lamb's ride? Kyle Parker is totally confused too. What is that guy doing all the way out here? Tony chimes in Captain Lamb is a pretty smart dude. He knows exactly what he is doing. Meanwhile, Kyle Parker and Lane are buffering, brains completely offline. So what is the actual plan here? Lamthon's car finally pulls up. Tony tilts his head. He is here. Lamthon hops out of his ride and gets right to. It looks like Brother Ta already guessed exactly where we are heading. Our boy shoots back. Captain Lamb is way too sneaky to pass up a golden chance like this to completely wipe out Long Din. Lamthon plays it totally humble. You flatter me, Brother Ta. You helped us out so much, and since we have no way to pay you back, I decided to gift you this. He whips out an insanely high-tier sniper rifle and holds it out. Your buddy looks like a real marksman, so I brought this just for him. Kyle Parker takes one look at that absolute beauty of a weapon and instantly loses his mind. Wow, Captain Lamb is actually a total legend. He happily grabs the gun. Heck yeah, brand new gear. Tony gives a polite nod, thanking the captain. Lamthon just waves it off. No need to be polite. You dragged yourselves into this huge mess just for our sake. Oh, please, this is nothing. Lane is super hyped and begs to see the gun. Luke jumps in too seriously. You are literally our savior right now. Lamthon points over. You already met Luke here. He might not look like much, but the guy is actually a pretty solid shot. Hearing that praise, Luke instantly gets super awkward. Remembering his past screw-ups, he just rubs his neck and mutters about being embarrassed. Next up is Lai Van. Lamthon gestures toward her, saying she is ridiculously capable, easily the one with the highest potential in their entire squad. Lai Van steps up. I already got people scouting out Long Din's base, so do not worry. We have got your back until the very end. Lamthon looks pretty guilty, admitting that with so many guys injured, they really could not bring a big crew. But Tony just asks Captain Lamb, do you want to save people? The captain's face goes completely deadpan as he replies obviously, yes. So Tony suddenly turns to Kyle Parker with a super stern look and tells him to hand the gun back. Phi, give the weapon back to Captain Lamb right now. We are leaving. He literally repeats himself. Phi, give the gun back immediately. Everyone is totally stunned. Kyle Parker tragically hands over his precious new toy back to Lamthon, holding back literal tears as he tells him to just take it. The captain is totally lost. Brother Ta, what exactly is going on here? Tony stays dead serious. Look, if we are actually launching a rescue mission, doing it with just 3 guys is borderline impossible. And I absolutely hate dragging other people into my mess, so you do not need to lift a finger. Lamthon jumps in. Brother Ta, you have got this all wrong. I genuinely want to help out. Meanwhile, Kyle Parker is off to the side, throwing a literal pity party over his lost gun. My beautiful weapon, he cries. Luke chimes in, begging their savior to stop being polite. They really want to help. But Tony just doubles down. Captain Lamb, we seriously do not need your help. Going in with 3 guys is way too hard for you. The captain asks straight up, what exactly are you implying? Brother Ta? And yep, Kyle Parker is still over there weeping next to everyone. My poor sniper rifle. Tony does not budge an inch if Captain Lamb actually considers me a friend. Take your squad and go back to base. Pure, crazy determination flashes across his face. He vows to wipe those guys out completely, leaving Lamthon absolutely floored. Now watch this shift cut to the water dam. The macho guy glares at his crew. What the heck actually happened out there? Did we not all agree to completely wipe out Lamthon's squad? We literally had Ni Dong as our inside man. So how did this totally fail? Boss Ko tries to explain himself that was the original plan, but Boss Long suddenly called for a retreat, so we lost our chance to wipe them out. Boss Fi is absolutely furious, you utter trash. If you cannot handle it, hand over your spot right now. I would do way better than you. Boss Ko snaps back, mind your own business and worry about your own rank, buddy. But the macho guy cuts them both off. A total failure is just a failure. You really do not want to end up as some useless nobody who still acts like a big shot. Boss Ko hears that insult and instantly sees red, whipping around to start a massive screaming match with the macho guy. You dare call me useless? If you are so tough, let's settle this right now. The big guy just scoffs back, you really think I am scared of trash like you? Suddenly, a giant 3D hologram of Long Din pops up on the room's screen. The moment he spawns in, he shuts down the chaos. Shut up and sit down. All three dudes immediately bow their heads in pure respect. But Boss Long just snaps. Are you guys deaf? I literally told you to sit the heck down. Instantly, these three tough guys turn into well-trained puppies and obediently take a seat. Then he drops the bad news. They are running out of ammo and just lost 30 men. And as for Nui Dong, I took care of him myself. Anybody got a problem with that? Boss Fi quickly answers. Absolutely no complaints here, sir. Boss Ko jumps on the bandwagon too, saying he totally agrees with Fi. The macho guy immediately starts sucking up. Boss Long is just so brilliant. Long Din totally ignores it and turns his rage on Boss Ko and you are officially benched. From now on, you do not leave this base. He obediently nods, yes sir. Meanwhile, Boss Fi is super annoyed and mutters under his breath after a massive screw-up like that. Why is Long Din even keeping him around? The macho guy quickly elbows him. Do you actually want to die? You do remember they bugged this entire room with hidden mics, right? Boss Ko tentatively asks again, Boss Long, this is a terrible idea. There is no way those two are going to just submit. Long Din waves it off, saying Nam is too sneaky to try anything stupid. As for Fi, he flashes a cold, wicked smirk. Well, you already know exactly what to do. He shoots up immediately. Understood. I am on it right now. Long Din instantly cuts him off. Hold up, no need to rush. I still have something to tell you. Listen closely, he says. Tonight, Lamthon and his crew are 90% likely to crash this place, and obviously, that wildly overpowered kid is coming too. Ko Lao Ni panics. How is it happening this fast? We haven't even prepared a counterattack. Long Din waves it off. No need to freak out. I already have a perfect plan to welcome that guy. Just follow my orders. The lackey nods. Perfect. A seriously toxic, villainous grin spreads across Long Din's face. Long Din switches the monitor to a tied-up Laura Lane. Tan Fong reports Boss Long, this chick will wake up any minute now. Good, he says. Then why are we not starting yet? The underling obeys immediately. Understood. Laura Lane slowly blinks her eyes open, instantly realizing she is completely tied up. Absolutely terrified. She screams out, where the heck am I? Her desperate cries for help just echo endlessly around the dark, empty room. Let me go! Somebody help! She keeps screaming and thrashing around like crazy. Let me go! Then Long Din's voice drops in finally. You are awake, so let us get this started. Hearing his voice, Laura Lane yells out, who is there? Tan Fong hits a release button, and she instantly crashes to the floor. Totally disoriented, Laura Lane asks, what in the world is going on? Long Din's voice pipes up again. Well, hello there, Miss Laura Lane. You still remember me, right? She recognizes the absolute creep behind that voice instantly, breathlessly demanding to know exactly what he wants. He tells her, I have zero interest in you, but that kid who desperately saved your life? Totally different story. She is super confused. You mean Tony? Long Din picks up on it, so that is his name. Does that make you his lovely family member? She furiously snaps back. I absolutely do not have to answer you. Long Din just smirks, grabbing a little girl to use as leverage. Let us make a little deal then, he says. Your answer in exchange for one human life? How about it? Laura Lane curses the scumbag out. I am your target. Do not drag innocent people into this. He keeps his gun aimed right in place and calmly replies, Miss Laura Lane is quite greedy, but if you do not agree, whatever. He glances over at a whole group of captive hostages and casually adds, then I will just use these guys to trade with you. How does that sound? Laura Lane is completely stunned. What do you actually want to do? Pure manipulative villainy is basically dripping off this guy, and watch his totally twisted logic here. What do I want? I mostly want to see the faces of so-called good people when they get threatened. Make sense? Not at all. I honestly cannot comprehend why they love sacrificing themselves for strangers. But I really do enjoy their pathetic stupidity and weakness. Laura Lane loudly curses this absolute psycho. Long Din drops a threat. There are 3 vats of acid in this room. Option 1, you answer my question. Option 2, I dip these guys right into them. Make your choice quickly. Ha ha ha. Laura Lane screams at the sick freak. What do you want to know? She finally gives in, totally helpless against this maniac. Long Din smugly tells her that is the correct decision. Now, I am just going to ask you one question. It is very simple. You just need to tell me why Tony actually has such insanely overwhelming power. Laura Lane looks shocked. Overwhelming power? Not getting it at all. She asks again, what power? What the heck are you even talking about? Over on the side, Tanfong aggressively barks at the crying child, "Shut up and move!" Meanwhile, Long Din growls that kid with only 3 people completely wiped out my entire squad until not a single man was left breathing. You tell me, is that guy even human anymore? Laura Lane immediately fires back. Nonsense. Tony is very clearly just a normal human. Long Din looks super skeptical, breaking it all down the way I see it. No ordinary person achieves such ridiculous, overpowered strength, not even those muscle-headed giants or expert martial artists. Laura Lane sits there, stunned, slowly asking, "Wait, do you want Tony's power for yourself?" Long Din just bursts into loud, echoing laughter. "Spot on," she fires back. But even I have no clue where his insane power actually comes from. Plus, Tony is not going to be fooled by you easily. He starts pacing around, talking as he walks. If he is human, he definitely has a weakness, and you are a prime example. Long Din continues, "If Tony already risked his life saving you, he will definitely end up coming here sooner or later." Laura Lane curses at him in utter disgust. "You absolute piece of trash." He just smiles wickedly. "Looks like you really do not know a thing about that kid's power." It is still pretty early, so why do we not play a little game together? Long Din has already popped open an exit door, but let us be real here, this definitely screams like a massive trap. He throws a challenge at Laura Lane. "If you can make it out of my maze, you will definitely get a handsome reward. But if you fail, the punishment will be incredibly severe." Confused, Laura Lane raises her voice in total suspicion. "Excuse me?" He glares over at the hostage group, growling, "Because your little answer left me incredibly unsatisfied." And that is exactly why Long Din, lacking even an ounce of humanity, smashes the red button without hesitation. Laura Lane watches in absolute terror, her eyes going wide as she screams out, "Stop!" But ultimately, those giant acid vats drop down anyway, the liquid splashing everywhere while the unlucky victims can only scream in total despair. It is a completely grim scene, everything melting away, leaving behind nothing but agonizing, tragic shrieks. Trembling violently, Laura Lane cries out, "No, please stop right now." Long Din asks with a disgusting laugh, What is wrong? Is this not super fun? There is a knife in the room, you can totally use it to cut your bindings." He loudly reminds her, "Are you really just going to stand there? Do it quickly, or else I will show you a few other very entertaining little performances." Laura Lane is still totally out of it, slumped over in the corner. Long Din barks at her, "Hurry up, don't make me use force." She finally braces herself, forces her body up, and agrees. Fine, she will go. Outside, Tony's crew has arrived, and Lai Van is right there with them. She figures this dam has exactly 2 exits, both located up on the mountain. He takes one look and nods. Security here is pretty tight. If they just walk right in, they are totally dead. Lai Van suggests jumping down from above. It is dark now, so there is a solid chance those guards will not even spot them. Tony instantly approves, calling it a seriously solid plan. Kyle Parker and Lai Van stare hard at the massive floodgates, and she asks the real question, what if they actually open the dam? Tony replies calmly, "If they do that, this entire Riverside district will drown." Long Din is definitely not stupid enough to pull a stunt like that. He clearly questions Lai Van's judgment right here. Why exactly does she think he would hesitate? A complete lunatic like Long Din would dare to do absolutely anything. Suddenly, Lam Thane's incredibly loud voice booms through the earpiece from the other side. "Brother, you are totally right. They cannot be certain Long Din will keep those gates shut, so they held off their attack." Lai Van groans, "Damn it, that scared her to death. He needs to turn his volume down." Lam Thon fires right back. "Cannot she just lower her own volume?" Then he asks if they see that big door. That right there is the control room, which he actually found a few days ago. Pretty awesome of him, right? Tony orders Kyle Parker to get in there and hold the line, killing anyone who dares enter. Kyle Parker confidently replies, "No problem at all." Tony then relies on Lam Thon's side. He asks Captain Lam and A. Luke to create a chaotic distraction. When security slacks off, they can break in a whole lot easier. Lam Thon immediately tells his brother not to worry. Hearing this, A. Luke gets hyped up, drawing their attention. That is exactly his specialty. He turns and asks Lai Van to take the lead from here on out. Lai Van flashes an OK sign. Does he even need to ask? She slaps a silencer onto her gun. Ow up. Saving people is the priority, but for now, they can only make these guys waste some bullets. Tony tells everyone to move out. Deep inside Long Din's base, a lackey rushes in to report. "Boss Long, the boys have finally located Lam Thon's vehicle." He calmly replies that they arrived pretty fast. "So, is everything prepped?" The lackey proudly confirms that all preparations are totally complete, without a single mistake to be found. Overflowing with confidence, Long Din tells him, "Great, now get out of here." A wicked smile spreads across his face as he mutters. Finally, something entertaining, and honestly, things are about to get totally unhinged. Meanwhile, Lam Thon is hiding in the bushes, ready to ambush the bandits guarding the door. He signals A. Luke to move, and the guy quickly acknowledges the order. They suddenly open fire, and the bandits desperately shoot back, screaming about a sneak attack. Lam Thon spots a monkey-faced bandit and chuckles, "Is that guy supposed to be Dai Thon?" He and A. Luke quickly make a run for it. A. Luke whispers, "Captain, it has started, let's get out of here fast." Lam Thon clearly replies that he gets it. The massive gate ahead literally says, "Welcome." Lane questions this. A welcome sign? Livan quickly guesses that these villains already knew they were coming here. Seriously? This absolute maniac is looking down on them. Tony kicks the door wide open, and the three slowly walk inside. He carefully scans their surroundings. Livan stays totally alert as a massive hallway opens up right in front of them. She quietly mutters about how huge this place is. Just as they step inside, Long Din's voice suddenly echoes out. Tony, he has been waiting for him. He is watching the trio through the security feed. Long Din taunts him since he is already here. Why not play a little game? Tony shows zero emotion whatsoever, using his baton to instantly smash the camera, either release the hostages or die. He glares at his face on the screen. Long Din gets furious. Is he trying to threaten him, or has he completely lost his mind? Tony just keeps smashing the tracking devices, his eyes overflowing with pure killing intent. He lowers his voice and tells everyone to move inside. Furious, Long Din slams his fist down onto the keyboard. Damn it, why cannot he see anything anymore? Tanfong quickly explains that the kid destroyed the cameras. Long Din furiously orders him to switch to another feed immediately. A sign displays the number 3. Livan maps it out. The control room is to the southwest, and they still have to pass through 3 more doors. Tony simply replies, "Okay." Long Din's voice calls out through another camera, "Hey Tony, he has been treating him pretty nicely so far." Tony frowns, muttering about how annoying he is. Long Din continues, "This brat is way too reckless. He should at least listen to the whole speech. It is insanely noisy." Finishing his sentence, Tony uses his pistol to shoot the camera down like it is absolutely nothing. Long Din curses in pure rage, that little bastard. He challenges him back, "A good dog does not block the road. Do whatever you want. He can take it." Long Din bitterly spits out, "Does he dare look down on him?" He immediately orders his subordinate to open the first cage. The guy asks back in total panic. "The first cage? Boss Long, are you sure?" Long Din growls right back when he says, "Open it." "You open it. Stop talking so much." Looking absolutely terrified, the lackey scrambles to follow the order. Yes, he is going right now. A heavy silence falls over Tony's group. Tony stares at the little furball just chilling on the dirt. He asks, "Why on earth is Tyler Blake here too?" Lane snaps back, "Do not ask her. She just brought the little guy along thinking he might actually be useful." Suddenly, the whole station shakes. Tony tilts his head, catching the heavy thud of incoming footsteps. Tyler Blake starts squeaking like crazy. Lane instantly yells out his name in pure panic. Tony urgently calls the girl back. She suddenly feels something super wrong in the air. Lane stammers out that there are way too many zombies. Livan absolutely panics. Zombies? Where? Tony just closes his eyes and senses the area. Yup, a massive horde of undead is marching right toward them. He bluntly tells them we are completely surrounded. Then he pushes them, saying they have never fought in pitch black before, so take the elevator and get out. Let us split up. Livan frantically asks, "Wait, what about you?" Tony grabs the elevator doors, flexing hard to rip them wide open. He loudly barks at them. "Why are you still hesitating? Just go." Livan hesitates, but Lane firmly tells him to trust Tony and drag his feet out of there right now. They both totally bolt down the escape route. Meanwhile, Tony turns right around to welcome the zombie horde. Perfect timing, honestly. Our badass hasn't stretched his muscles in days. Tony launches his attack. Eyes shut tight. He senses every single zombie in the dark, throwing relentless heavy strikes. Watching the security monitors, Tan Fong totally freaks out. He tells his boss Long Si, "This crazy kid actually reached the 3rd floor completely solo." Long Din coldly replies that he sees it. The lackey points at the screen, mind blown, pointing out how the guy is slaughtering all those zombies without even opening his eyes once. He is a total monster. Long Din chuckles darkly, reminding his henchman that he said from the very start this kid is anything but simple. Tan Fong grits his teeth. Damn it, he growls, if they skip killing this punk now, he will be a massive headache later. Long Din snaps right back at him. What do you even know? He actually needs this exact kind of raw power. The boss barks an order, drop a new zombie pack every 2 minutes. No way this brat has infinite stamina. Tanfong just obediently nods, saying loud and clear, "Understood." Long Din grabs his walkie-talkie to check on his crew. Ko Lao Ni, what is your status over there? Cage 1 is almost completely cleared out. The minion replies that their side is almost done too. Ko Lao Ni casually mentions they are still looking for Phi. Long Din barks at him to hurry it up. He needs access to Cage 2 immediately. The subordinate laughs with total confidence, saying, "Copy that." Ko Lao Ni then questions a few lowly guards. "Where exactly is Phi Lao Tam hiding? I have business to discuss with him," they quickly reply. "Boss, the third brother is busy inside. It is really not a good time." Ko Lao Ni screams at them to shut up. If he says call him, just call him. The enemy is coming. Open the door now. The grunts scratch their heads, complaining that he is making things way too difficult for them. Once Phi Lao Tam gets in the mood, nobody can stop him. Ko Lao Ni totally loses his temper. He whips out twin pistols, aiming right at the two terrified guards. They wildly stammer out their utter confusion. Inside that locked room, Phi Lao Tam is currently having a grand old time with a pretty girl. The creepy guy demands a kiss from her right now. The girl giggles, "Oh Phi, you are so bad." Suddenly, Ko Lao Ni kicks the door wide open and screams at him. "You bastard, still fooling around at a time like this?" Phi Lao Tam gets his fun totally ruined and absolutely loses his mind. "Damn it," he screams. "Who dares interrupt my private party?" Barely finishing his sentence, Ko Lao Ni shoves his gun directly in the guy's face. "Go tell that to the Grim Reaper." Phi Lao Tam freezes in total panic. Ko Lao Ni blasts them both to pieces without hesitation. He snatches something straight off the dead guy's body, whispering a creepy jackpot. This is it. So yeah, Phi Lao Tam and his pretty companion get sent to the afterlife before doing absolutely anything. Ko Lao Ni instantly calls Long Din to report in. "Long Ka, the mission is totally complete. The boss highly praises him, excellent work. Get back here now." Ko Lao Ni casually walks out, casually icing the two door guards before replying. "Understood perfectly, Long Si." Meanwhile, after absolutely butchering wave after wave of zombies, Tony slowly starts piecing together Long Din's little scheme. He mutters under his breath, "Does Long Din seriously want to drain my energy?" Tony just casually sits in a corner smoking a cigarette, wondering who exactly is wasting their time here. Tyler Blake suddenly makes a noise, and our guy calls out. "Hey Tyler Blake," Tony asks. "You have some serious guts showing up here, huh?" Out of nowhere, the little furball snatches a pistol and bolts away like lightning. Totally stunned, Tony shouts and immediately chases after the tiny thief. "What are you even doing?" Sprinting right behind it, Tyler Blake leads Tony straight to a mysterious room. He nudges the door open, whispering firmly, "Tyler Blake, get back here now." Tyler Blake clearly wants to point out something massive hidden inside this room. The little guy just sits perfectly still right next to the stolen pistol. Tony snatches his pet up, scolding him. Damn it, this is definitely not the time to play tag. But Tyler Blake aggressively wiggles, violently gesturing towards something specific. Tony glances around and spots an insanely high-end motorcycle. He completely geeks out, excitedly saying, "Oh, this is just perfect, a literal superbike." Tony flashes a wicked smirk, "Haha, now things are getting interesting." He instantly hops on and revs the beast, feeling that violently powerful engine roar. Time to show off some legendary driving skills. Back then, he was a street racing legend ruling every road. So popping a sick wheelie? Just basic child's play for our boy Tony. He speeds right toward the zombie horde on this crazy new ride. Looking like an absolute warlord on a steel horse, he starts viciously wiping the entire map clean. The massive headlights are insanely bright, letting him spot every single undead target with zero effort. Watching helplessly through the camera, Long Din aggressively curses him out. "You thieving hooligan scum." A literal tear rolls down the villain's face like a baby losing his favorite toy. "My Yamaha R6 is completely ruined," he cries out. Tunfong quickly steps in, telling Long to just chill out. He insists it is fine. Plus, there is a silver lining that girl already hit stage 2. Long Din stops crying, forcing a weird smile. "Oh, really? That is fantastic." Meanwhile, Laura Lane is desperately trying to escape. Her clothes are completely shredded thanks to Long Din and his ridiculous traps. And the path ahead? Absolutely covered in nasty spikes. Laura Lane forces herself forward. "Just a little further," she mutters, even though her legs are literally dripping blood. Completely exhausted and panting hard, she stares down that brutal path and drops straight to her knees, groaning in pure defeat. "I am so done, totally exhausted." Long Din immediately chimes in, "This is barely the start of stage 1, and you are already quitting? How are you going to survive the next levels?" She snaps back, screaming at him, "What the hell do you actually want from me? Is this just some completely sick game?" He casually replies, "Spot on, but this game is barely scratching the surface. Isn't it absolutely wonderful? Take this little toy, for example." Long Din smashes a button, and a massive iron cage slams down right over Laura Lane. Those metal bars are ridiculously thick. She is totally trapped, completely helpless, leaving her to just scream out, "You absolute bastard." Long Din simply chuckles. "Miss Laura Lane, I have got some terribly bad news and some good news. So which one do you want first?" Furious, she spits right back, "I do not want to hear a single word from you." He just smirks, "Nope, I make all the rules around here, so you do not get a say in anything." Long Din starts his little speech. "The good news is, Thien Thun is hurrying over to rescue you." Hearing that name, Laura Lane freezes up, completely confused. "Wait, Thien Thun? Do not celebrate just yet," he warns her. "You forgot about the bad news, because it is extremely unfortunate that heroic idiot is going to die very soon." Long Din laughs wildly as he talks, completely showing off his twisted villain vibes. Through pure exhaustion, she screams right back, "You are the one who is going down!" Long Din suddenly goes dead silent. Laura Lane keeps pushing, "You know you are no match for Thien Thun at all. You are too scared to fight him, so you used me as bait." She keeps poking right at his ego. "You just want Thien Thun's secret power so you can play God. But even if you steal his strength, a pathetic loser like you will never actually be the strongest." That clearly hits a nerve. "You dare insult me?" Long Din furiously smashes his keyboard and roars, "I did not say any of that. Who gave you permission to run your mouth? I seriously hate stupid women like you more than anything." Laura Lane just clamps her hands over her ears and starts screaming out. "I am not listening to you," she yells out. He glares, totally annoyed she dare talk back. But a second later, his twisted mind gets an idea. "Fine then, let us see how long you can keep that up." He sneers, "Time to witness my true genius." Blinding lights suddenly flash on. Laura Lane flinches, quickly shielding her eyes because the intense glare completely blinds her. Laura Lane slowly peeks through her fingers. An absolute terror washes over her face. Her eyes go wide, staring in shock as she aggressively stammers out, "What in the world is this?" Long Din instantly cuts in, "Oh, just a little something I prepared exclusively for you. Enjoy it." His face twists into the most despicable smirk ever. Long Din softly gives the command to start the show. He leans in, oozing pure arrogance, and announces, "This right here is a special little entertainment game designed just for you. What do you think? No need to thank me." Laura Lane is completely panicking, her voice shaking. "What on earth do you really want?" Long Din keeps going, "You should just stay quiet and let me explain the rules of the house." He dives right into his villain speech. "Do you know what my absolute favorite television show to watch is? It is those incredibly tense question and answer game shows." Long Din narrows his eyes as he explains, "Because in those shows, a single question decides the player's entire fate. One tiny mistake, and they lose absolutely everything they have. See what I mean? Is that not insanely fun?" Laura Lane shifts uneasily and spits back, "You disgust me." Right now, the guy looks like an absolute psychopath, just endlessly taunting her. "Keep talking trash," he says, "but no matter what, you are playing this game. Zero exceptions allowed." Long Din leans in with a dark threat. "Now pay attention, because this is completely unhinged. The rules are simple. Answer 20 questions right. Everyone walks. But get one wrong, their lives depend entirely on my current mood." Laura Lane screams out in furious protest. "What kind of garbage rule is that? It makes no sense," I refuse. Outside, a bunch of captured hostages sit terrified, waiting for this absolute maniac's twisted game to decide their survival. Long Din tilts his head, "So, Miss Laura Lane, are you going to answer the questions or not?" She immediately snaps back with her own demand. "What exactly are the questions?" Suddenly, he puts on this sickeningly sweet act, cheeks blushing like an innocent kid. "First question, Miss Lamb. Do you enjoy eating oranges?" One of the hostages completely loses it in pure rage. "He just wants to murder us all. How the hell is there a correct answer to a random question like that? This is totally rigged." Long Din just pushes her. "Miss Laura Lane, hurry up and answer. If you take way too long, I am going to get very upset." She desperately chews on the question. Laura Lane's mind is racing. "Damn it, is this total creep just trying to set a mental trap for me?" Meanwhile, he casually starts counting up from 1 to 3. Laura Lane is in full panic mode now, thinking she is completely screwed. She has no idea what to say. Long Din hits number 2, and she finally steals her nerves. No way, no matter what happens, she just has to give an answer. He opens his mouth again and Laura Lane screams out her reply. "My answer is yes. I do like eating oranges." Long Din smiles back, "Not bad at all, because I also happen to really love eating oranges." She lets out a massive sigh of relief, thank God. But then his vibe completely shifts as he casually drops the bomb. "Too bad your answer is wrong. The correct choice was no." The hostage group explodes in absolute fury, cursing him out. "You just want to march us to our deaths. You plan to slaughter us from the start. Go to hell, you four-eyed freak." Long Din hits another button, swinging a mechanical axe right at a cage. The guy inside completely panics. "What are you doing?" He just smiles. His tone goes pure evil. "Your luck is actually pretty solid. You get to meet the axe." The cage snaps in half, sending the poor guy plummeting down in an instant. Long Din waves goodbye. "Take your time," he says. "Just don't die too soon." What the hell is he cursing about? The guy drops down and immediately gets ripped apart by a vicious horde of zombies. Dismal screams echo around them, but Long Din just smirks. "How is that? Their lives are entirely in your hands," he tells her with a harsh laugh. Laura Lane curses Long Din in absolute fury. "You animal," she yells. Long Din just looks smug. "You are absolutely right," he says. "I am an animal, but what can you actually do about it?" Right then, Tan Fong speaks up. "Boss Long," he reports, "our situation just changed a bit." Long Din asks him what happened. Looking at the camera feed, he sees Lane and Livan entering Building 2. Long Din is totally baffled. Why are those two over there? Tanfong says they escaped Cage 1 via the elevator about 10 minutes ago. Looks like they plan to cross straight from Building 1 over to Building 2. Longdin instantly barks an order. Tell the guards at Building 2 right now. Make sure they keep a close eye on their surroundings. Tanfong acknowledges the order loudly and rushes off to get it done. At that exact moment, Ko Lao Ni makes his return. He reports in Boss Long, that thing you asked for is finally handled. Ko Lao Ni hands Long Din an item, saying here it is. The boss instantly looks incredibly pleased. Excellent work. With this card in hand, even if they have gods backing them up, they are not leaving this place alive. Over at Building 2, Lai Van checks out the area. We made it, but honestly, you can already guess this gets messy. Spotting the armed guards, she grimaces there are at least 10 of them here. Lane, do you think you can actually take them all down? Lane thinks it over and admits it is hard to say. They are heavily armed. She notes our chances of winning are basically zero. Lai Van suddenly gets a wild idea. I have a plan, she says. Longdin's goons are on strict guard duty. One guy is dozing off while another yells right in his stupid face. Wake up! You dare sleep on the job? The sleepy guy groans back, aren't you bored? Bring me some women up here and I will wake right up. A sudden sound of footsteps makes one guard turn around. What the hell is that? He asks. Is it a zombie? Lane steps forward, catching both thugs completely off guard. What is this? They wonder. Pure lust takes over their faces as they stare hungrily and shout. Wow, would you look at that? They stare at the young girl and yell out a little beauty. Lane puts on her absolute cutest act. Big brothers, she asks softly. Horrible monsters just attacked my mom and dad. I am completely alone now. Can I please stay here with you? Tony calls Lam Thon to check in. Captain Lam, how are things looking on your end? The captain replies, it is tough. The enemies are fighting back extremely hard. Even while fighting fiercely, Lam Than remembers to ask, how about your side? Any new updates for me? Tony reports that he is doing totally fine. However, he mentions those two have split off to handle something else. The captain instantly replies, you young folks really know how to cause trouble. Tony urges Lam Thon to stay highly alert. Captain Lam, he says, I really feel like something is just wrong here. Dragging this out will be terrible for your side, so retreating quickly is the best move. The captain tells him not to worry at all. We can hold them off for a little longer. Right now, your absolute priority is saving the hostages. Just leave these guys to me. On the other side, Lai Van hides behind Lane, waiting for a chance. Tony gives his final word before hanging up. Understood. I will leave it to you. Stay careful. Then he dials Kyle Parker to check the situation. Fi, how are things looking over there? Has anything changed at all? Hiding in the bushes and watching the enemy, Kyle Parker answers back. Nothing unusual, except the guys at the other exit are all pulling back right now. Kyle Parker adds that some trees are blocking his view, so he cannot see clearly. Tony calmly responds that he gets it. He asks if Kyle Parker has found where they are hiding the hostages yet. Kyle Parker says no, but guesses they probably tucked them away somewhere inside. Tony gets unusually serious. Looks like I will have to go ask them myself, he mutters. Kyle Parker immediately asks if he needs any backup. Tony replies instantly, no need. He instructs Kyle Parker to keep watching their every single move from the shadows, making absolutely sure they do not get a chance to move those hostages. Kyle Parker agrees to the plan without hesitation. Meanwhile, Lane has successfully lured the two bandits much closer. They eagerly approach, telling the little girl not to be scared. Now, watch her play these idiots perfectly, the kid smiles. A total success. Seeing this, another bandit steps up to stop them. Hey, you two knock it off, do you not see how suspicious she is? But those two completely lower their guard and casually brush him off. What is there to worry about? I will take full responsibility. It has been way too long since I tasted a woman, especially a cute little girl like this one. The two creeps step right up to the kid. Hey, little beauty, they ask. Do you want to come hang out with us? Lane stammers out her reply. Big brothers, she says. I am so hungry. Hearing that, the two scumbags instantly hatch a totally depraved idea. One of them leans in super close to tempt her. Big brother has a massive... The little girl eagerly asks about the sausages. Where are they? Those two thugs keep up their creepy bait. They tell her to lie down calmly and they will bring the food right out. Suddenly, the alarm device blares a massive warning. Building 2 receives an urgent order. Heavily armed enemies are heading straight for their exact location. 2 women and 1 guy kill any strangers on sight with zero mercy. The thugs totally panic. Wait, what is even going on right now? The 2 thugs near Lane are absolutely stunned too. The little girl just groans in annoyance. Her luck today is looking seriously garbage right now. Lane whips out dual pistols and aims right at the thugs, warning them not to move an inch or she fires. The enemy boss instantly barks out his own command. All right, boys, get ready to shoot. The kid is looking pretty nervous. Meanwhile, the 2 restrained robbers immediately start whining, damn it, we are still over here, save us first. Their boss shoots back a totally cold reply. So sad, but if Boss Long loses this place, he will end me. Guess you guys just have to be sacrificed. But Livan sneaks up from behind and pins the guy down. She smirks, looks like you are the one running the show around here. She drags the entire bandit crew out into the open courtyard, holding their boss hostage. Tell your men to back off right now. Do it, or your head leaves your neck. The guy absolutely panics and screams at his crew to listen to her immediately. His goons just stare with dead eyes. Sorry, Boss Loy, but we do not have the guts to disobey Boss Long, or we die. Loy instantly starts cursing them out. Livan scoffs at them. Wow, the team spirit around here is just fantastic, right? The captive leader keeps spewing insults. If I survive this, I will tear you apart. The lackeys all raise their guns and load up. Suddenly, Livan and Lane hear the roaring engine of a Yamaha R6 tearing through the area. It is Tony riding in on his steel horse to crash the party. He speeds right at the robbers. Lane cheers out his name excitedly. Livan throws a little compliment. This guy really knows how to make a pretty badass entrance. Tony flashes a freezing glare and levels his pistol. He unloads on them, every single bullet flying like it has eyes, dropping thugs with perfect headshots. The bike screeches to a halt. Thick smoke fills the sky, leaving everyone watching completely speechless. Tony just parks the ride and casually asks if the girls are okay. The gang leader and two surviving goons throw their hands up in instant surrender. Lane looks over and asks Tony how they should handle these three losers. Tony does not even waste a single word. He just blasts the two lackeys dead on the spot. The boss completely loses his mind in sheer terror. He begs for mercy. But watch this guy operate. He just demands answers to exactly 3 questions. Tony glares through the leader, listing off his deadly quiz. Number 1, where is Long Din? Number 2, where are the rest of your guys? And finally, where are you keeping all the hostages locked up? Right now, this boss is way more terrified of dying than he is of Long Din. He stammers wildly. I really cannot say a word about any of that. Tony furrows his brows and growls, what exactly do you mean? The coward just cries out for forgiveness. If I breathe a single word, Boss Long will absolutely slaughter me. Tony just presses the pistol barrel against his head. Give me answers or give me your life. Take your pick. Because before Long Din ever gets to you, I will end you myself. The gang leader starts sweating buckets in pure, unadulterated panic. Meanwhile, Tan Fong watches this on the security cameras and yells out, Boss Long, I think those idiots are going to spill everything. Long Din immediately punches him as a warning. Did I ask for your opinion? He tosses an object over to Lao Ni with some harsh instructions. Take this and go unlock the thing. Lao Ni catches it and obeys instantly. Got it. But the second Tan Fong sees the item. His face goes completely pale with dread. He mutters out, wait, is that not Lao Tam's personal USB drive? Long Din hears the whisper and glances back. You recognize this thing? Looks like Lao Tam was running his mouth to you quite a bit. Tan Fong stutters out a nervous yes. Long Din just shrugs it off. Too bad he is dead now, but at least I get to control all of Building 2. Hearing that Lao Tam is dead makes Tan Fong's eyes bulge out of his head. Long Din starts typing commands like crazy, making the younger guy totally freak out. Tan Fong frantically asks the big question. Boss Long, please do not tell me you are planning to release those actual monsters. The boss just flashes a sick grin. Spot on. I really want to see who hits harder, my nasty little monsters or those freaky mutant angels. Tan Fong rushes over, grabbing his arm to beg him to stop. Boss Long, do not do this. Shut it down right now. We really should not cross that line. Absolute terror is written all over Tan Fong's face. We lost more than 20 men just trying to cage those things up. We absolutely cannot let them back out. The villain glares at him, clearly getting annoyed. So now you want to teach me how to run things? Tan Fong literally drops to his knees, begging desperately. The kid breaks down crying, pouring his heart out. Those monsters tore my own brother apart. I saw it with my own eyes. I am begging you, keep them locked. Long Din fakes a look of sympathy and speaks pretty softly. Tan Fong, I know you are a kid with a really good heart. I get it, and I absolutely will not let anyone else end up like your brother. Those sweet words hit Tan Fong like a massive dose of calming medicine. He feels completely relieved and thanks Boss Long from the bottom of his heart. But then, a lightning-fast blur of motion. Long Din whips out a pistol, pressing it right to the kid's forehead. Oh yeah, no need to thank me. Brutal, right? He just completely pulls the trigger. He ruthlessly executes his own loyal subordinate without even a single flinch of hesitation, dropping one final cold remark. Such a pity. You will never see anyone else die like your brother, mostly because you are dead now. He chuckles darkly. And now, the fun part is just waiting. Back with Tony's brutal interrogation, the boss swears Long Din really is not hiding around here. Lane gets furious. What do you mean he is not here? Then where exactly is he hiding? The guy rushes to explain that he is stationed at the observation deck, which connects straight to this dam. Livan suddenly realizes it makes perfect sense why they could not find him earlier. Tony stays on track, so where are the hostages and the rest of your men? The lackey spills it all. Hostages are locked down in Building 3's basement, while Long Din is currently monitoring all the other low-level grunts. Tony raises an eyebrow. Monitoring them how? The boss gasps for air, panicking as he explains that Long Din just ordered the execution of the bait crew. Lai Van is totally shocked. Wait, what? Lane instantly realizes that Captain Lam is in serious danger now. Tony desperately tries to contact Lam Thon. Captain Lam, can you read me? Captain Lam. The static response makes Tony incredibly tense. Cursing the absolute scumbags, Tony barks out orders you two go help Captain Lam. I will handle things here. Lee Van agrees instantly, telling him to stay sharp. Tony immediately goes back to interrogating the goon leader, demanding answers right now. How many zombies is Long Din hiding? The guy panics. Wait, you know about the zombies? Tony just points his weapon right at the building and yells out the cold, hard truth. Every single zombie inside that place? He already slaughtered them all. The goon is completely stunned. What? Tony furiously threatens him again. So you do not want to answer my question? The leader totally freaks out and starts spilling the beans. Okay, I will talk. He admits those zombies came straight from the basements of buildings 2 and 3. Long Din apparently uses them strictly for defense, so that is supposedly all of them. Hearing this, Tony accurately judges Long Din just another twisted flex from a totally sick weirdo. He immediately orders the goon leader to lead the way to the hostages. The guy hesitates for a second, then finally agrees. On the way, the guy explains how buildings 2 and 3 are connected, and this exact door is the only way through. Tony follows closely behind, keeping a sharp eye on everything, and just tells him to keep moving. Suddenly, Long Din pops up on a nearby screen, speaking up. He praises Tony for pulling off quite the surprise, taking down hundreds of zombies entirely solo. Very impressive. The goon leader desperately calls out to his boss. Boss Long! Tony calmly points his gun straight at the screen, noting how this guy really seems to be everywhere. The villain just laughs, silly kid. You are way too impatient. Do you still want to save the hostage or what? Long Din immediately cuts the feed to Laura Lane struggling inside a heavy iron cage. He speaks with total sleaze, calling him a scumbag, offering a warm welcome. Is Miss Laura Lane supposed to be his woman? He reminds Tony about playing a little game, but complains that the reckless kid charged in before hearing all the rules. It leaves Boss Long feeling pretty unsatisfied. Tony glares intensely at the screen, totally furious. He screams out whatever you want to say it fast. Long Din casually drops his challenge. The rules are super simple. Just go find her as fast as humanly possible. Otherwise, she is definitely going to die. Tony loses it and completely smashes the screen, spinning around to force the goon to lead the way. Hurry up and move. But suddenly, the leader stands dead still. Tony gets annoyed, pointing his weapon at the guy and demanding to know why he is just standing there. The goon does not answer, but his body starts undergoing a horrifying transformation, his skin turning a sickly gray. Veins bulge out, nasty fangs grow long, and his eyes roll back completely white. The leader is actually mutating into a zombie. Tony takes a shocked step back. Is he infected? Since when? The guy roars and lunges forward, launching a crazy powerful kick right at Tony. This zombie kicks his weapon right out of his hands, throwing both arms up to grab him. Tony quickly catches its hands, admitting the freak is pretty strong. He stares at the zombie for a second before slamming it brutally into the dirt. Still nowhere near strong enough, he confidently declares. Suddenly, he notices something super weird and wonders what on earth it is. Man, this whole threat just got way more complicated than anyone originally guessed. A gross parasite monster crawls right out of the goon leader's neck. Tony looks at it in surprise. A literal parasite? He actually did some quick research on this nasty green creature right in front of him. Parasites, kind of like the Lone Walkers, are just another ultra-rare mutant variant. Their stealth skills are absolutely insane, making them almost impossible for regular people to ever spot. Worse yet, their freakiest ability is latching onto a host and fully controlling them. That is more than enough reason for Tony to charge straight in and attack. Because even though the parasite itself is weak and pathetic, it gives its host a pretty massive power boost. Punching the parasite to an absolute pulp, he scoffs coldly how incredibly annoying. Facing Tony's furious assault, the panicked parasite leaps up to find an escape route, but fast as lightning, he just appears right in front of it all over again. His large hand violently clamps down on the parasite's head, growling out, "You really thought you could run?" Before it can even react, Tony mockingly crushes it hard, as if that was ever possible. After fully destroying the creepy parasite, he tosses it aside in pure disgust. Now check this out, this Long Din guy clearly has some serious power and zero sanity, actually daring to keep these things inside his house. It puts Tony on high alert, because running into parasites in a situation like this is definitely not a good sign at all. Just to be safe, he closes his eyes and activates his ability to scan the entire area. Immediately, his raw sensory perception kicks into high gear. With Tony's current evolutionary tier, his sensory detection range has expanded noticeably, making it even easier to trigger than before. Plus, now he can actually keep his perception active while moving around, which is just incredibly convenient. It looks like the parasites are hiding somewhere nearby, but seriously, how could they ever escape Tony's grasp? Dodging and punching the nasty parasites away, Tony tells himself one thing: as long as they do not latch onto him, endless numbers are basically no threat at all. But Tony feels like something is seriously off. Instantly, a massive thud from a heavy giant foot echoes out, drawing his attention straight toward the noise. Here comes another one. Looking closer, he can clearly see those gross parasites clinging to something much, much bigger. Lumbering straight out of the dark shadows, giant freaks step forward with absolutely terrifying faces. Seeing them, Tony instantly recognizes them as Tier 2 parasite zombies. Right as he finally manages to react, the Tier 2 parasite zombie charges in, swinging a brutal punch down at Tony's spot. He jumps up in an absolute panic, pure danger everywhere. One ugly freak after another just keeps spawning in. Tony is seriously freaking out now. Just how many evolved mutants are locked up in this crazy place? But hey, no matter how insanely desperate things get, our boy Tony always finds a way out. You see, once a Tier 2 host gets totally hijacked by one of these parasite freaks, their power does not just beat a normal Tier 2. They can actually mutate into an even more disgusting freak of nature. Right now, only one thought is blasting through Tony's mind. He absolutely has to crush this thing before it levels up. No time to waste. He quickly dashes right behind the Tier 2 zombie parasite, launching himself high into the air. Tony locks both hands together into a massive hammer fist and smashes it straight down onto the freak's skull. The sheer force of that blow lands with a massive crack, echoing loudly across the entire room. But of course, the second he drops one target, another steps up. Before Tony can even blink, the new monster swats him away like a fly. He goes spinning wildly through the air, barely managing to flip a few times to get his footing back. Tony grits his teeth. This guy is ridiculously strong. The next Tier 2 parasite zombie marches forward, casually stepping right over its totally wrecked buddy. But even facing this absolute unit, Tony is not actually sweating it. These parasite freaks might pack a punch, but they have one massive fatal flaw. The bug itself is actually super squishy, and if you crush the bug, the host drops dead instantly. So he totally stands his ground against the beast that just smacked him. You are officially up next, big guy. But just as our boy is hyping himself up, the Tier 2 zombie suddenly lets out a deafening roar that absolutely drains all the color right out of his face. Is it calling for backup? No, this is way worse. Completely wrecking Tony's expectations, the monster's giant body starts shifting and twisting into a massive, terrifying mutation. Right before his shocked eyes, its arm literally morphs into a giant blade. We are dealing with a totally insane axe mutant now. Tony cannot help but curse out loud. What kind of garbage luck is this anyway? But then, a really weird suspicion starts creeping into the back of his mind. There are way too many freaky mutants packed into this one spot. Something is definitely rigged here. Meanwhile, in the control room, Ko Lao Ni is reacting exactly the same way. He asks Boss Long what on earth that thing is. Long Din just stays perfectly chill, never seen it before, but it looks incredibly powerful. Hearing that terrifying assessment, the lackey immediately asks Boss Long, what happens if that brat actually gets himself killed out there? Long Din just gives this evil little smirk if that happens. The kid can only blame his own trash luck. Then, looking highly entertained, he adds that Tony has definitely hit a massive wall this time. Flipping the intercom switch, the villain decides to taunt his victim directly. Let us see here. Why do we not make this little death game a bit more interesting? Tony lets out a scoff, instantly figuring out exactly what kind of sick game Long Din is playing. You want to make a deal, right? If I butcher this freak show, you will finally give me the directions to the hostage. The boss does not even try to deny it. Spot on, he laughs. You are one seriously sharp little brat. But Tony stays totally cool under the pressure. You always think you hold all the cards, Long Din, but there are some forces in this world you could never hope to control. Tossing out a fiercely dangerous grin, the hero lays down his challenge. If you really want to play this twisted game, I will gladly match your crazy energy all the way. Watching Tony completely ignore the fear factor and actually talk back, Long Din grinds his teeth in pure, unfiltered rage. You arrogant little punk. Tony raises his incredibly powerful fist high into the air, aiming a devastating blow straight for the dead center of the axe mutant's stomach. But trust me, he is just getting warmed up. Tony brings up his other hand, immediately launching a vicious second punch right behind the first. Just like that, he unleashes an absolute barrage of heavy strikes. Left, right, left. His punching speed just keeps accelerating to crazy new levels. But to this giant axe freak, those hits feel like literal mosquito bites. It simply raises its massive blade arm for a brutal counterattack. Getting hit by that suffocating wave of pure murderous intent, Tony's heart actually skips a beat. The destructive power exploding from that swing is absolutely unreal. Fortunately, our boy manages to dodge backward just in the nick of time. He grits his teeth. This giant axe mutant is definitely not going down easy. This specific infected type is an ultra-rare mutation. The parasite merges with the host to unlock completely insane stats, massive defense, and obviously, a literal meat cleaver for an arm that makes close combat super sketchy. Its raw power could easily crush a veteran fighter. Suddenly, a familiar voice rings over the earpiece. "Tony, are you still alive down there?" The guy mentions he has been stuck inside way too long. But totally ignoring his own bleeding wounds, Tony immediately asks Kyle Parker for a quick status update on his end. The guy on the radio answers back quickly. "Zero movement so far. Everything is completely quiet over here." Hearing that Kyle Parker is perfectly safe, Tony lets out a huge sigh of relief. "That is great," he replies, "because I definitely need a big favor right now." The very second he finishes that sentence, the massive, terrifying shadow of the axe mutant suddenly covers him entirely. With absolutely zero room to dodge, Tony spits out a loud curse. In a split second, a brutal hit launches him straight across the room, smashing him violently into a wall. The insane shockwave from that strike literally blasts Tony out into the open. Seeing his buddy flying through the air, Kyle Parker panics on the radio. "Dude, did you just get launched over there? Are you okay?" Staggering to his feet, Tony coughs out a reply. "Relax, I am still kicking." But watching from a safe distance, Kyle Parker is absolutely shaking in his boots. What the heck is up with that monster? Completely terrifying. But Tony quickly cuts his panic short. "I have exactly zero time to explain, so listen to my plan and execute it immediately." Back in the villain lounge, even Long Din is seriously impressed. He admits that this monster is genuinely overpowered. Standing beside him, Ko Lao Ni just drops his jaw in total agreement. "Oh yeah." Suddenly Long Ding pulls his trump card right out of his pocket. If anything counts as the ultimate weapon, it is definitely this thing. His voice goes completely cold. Anyone who even touches this thing will either drop dead or instantly mutate into a total monster. Like he just cooked up some wicked scheme. Long Ding mutters that if Tianchen refuses to play along, he will just force his hand. Then he turns right to his second in command to give orders. Their base just got breached, so staying put is completely useless now. He tells them to split up some stay behind, while the rest follow him straight down to the warehouse. The guy quickly nods and confirms the order. Orders given, Long Ding looks incredibly smug, bragging that as long as they have Teacher Luo as a hostage, Tianchen will never dare to mess with him anymore. His eyes flash with pure malice, completely unable to hide a sick and twisted smile. "Let us move out," he says. "Time to have some real fun with them." Meanwhile, deep inside Long Ding's dark underground base, a girl's terrifying screams just keep echoing endlessly. "Please stop," Luolan panics, wanting to help but feeling entirely powerless. The bald hostage next to her yells out in pure terror, begging for it to stop. Meanwhile, the ear-piercing shrieks of the girl getting torn apart by monsters still ring out across the entire cell block. "Save me," she begs. That haunting cry makes the poor bald guy shake uncontrollably as he mutters to himself. Another one gone, just like that. The intense pressure finally snaps his sanity completely, and the bald guy screams out that they are all definitely going to die if this nightmare keeps up. She refuses to let him completely lose his mind here. Luo Lan looks right at Gu Zhanan, telling him to calm down because they definitely still have a chance. But he immediately shoots that down, yelling about what chance she means. "We are all going to die down here." But she firmly stands her ground. No, they definitely still have an opening, with more than 5 questions left. If she just answers correctly, they will absolutely survive this. The bald guy stammers in total disbelief. "Survive?" Luo Lan's eyes fill with bright hope as she replies, "Exactly. Live." So he needs to calm down right now. Just a second later, Long Ding's incredibly mocking laughter echoes out, teasing Teacher Luo for being so awfully optimistic, but she does not even care about his sick sarcasm at all. "Stop wasting time and just ask the question," she snaps. This defiant attitude only makes him way more amused, praising her impressive guts. "Color me impressed," he says, and as a reward, he is going to make things a bit more interesting for her. Luo Lan asks in pure disgust what he means by that. Long Ding immediately drops the final question rule: answer this right, and everyone goes free. Get it wrong, and he will slaughter everybody here. This absolute dead-end scenario instantly pushes Luo Lan right into a furious rage. She bites her lip in anger, calling him totally despicable for pushing it this far. Does she dare? His insane smugness only fuels her fierce determination even more. Why in the world would she not dare? Just ask it. This bold and rebellious spirit actually makes Long Ding pause to praise her seriously impressive tone. "All right, let us begin." He tells her to guess exactly where she is being held, guess right, and he promises to let everyone go free. But how is a blindfolded kidnapped victim supposed to know that? She yells at him again, calling him completely despicable. Only his own grandpa would know the answer to that nonsense. Instead, Long Ding just laughs it off, telling her not to get mad, because he will give a hint. Then he continues listing them. A, the first building. B, the second building. C, the third building, or none of the above are actually correct. Luo Lan closes her eyes to focus, silently deducing everything in her head. This guy is way too crafty, so he definitely would not keep hostages inside the main building. Thinking this, she cannot help but shoot Long Ding a sharp glare. He probably wants to trick her into picking that final option, but while she is still hesitating over it, Long Ding announces over the speaker that time is basically up and demands an answer, making Luo Lan scream out that it is way too fast. But Long Ding gives her 0 extra time. He just starts counting down 3, 2, there is absolutely no turning back now. Luo Lan decisively drops her answer. She picks the final option. That actually makes him pretend to be amazed at her intelligence, totally agreeing that this is not the main building. Hearing that clear confirmation, Luo Lan urgently demands that he release everybody right away. However, Long Ding quickly shuts down her sudden rush. Hold on a second, he smirks. He never actually said she answered correctly. Like a brutal twist, she instantly starts to panic. What? You bastard! Long Ding slyly explains that he asked her to guess exactly where she was, but she only said it was not the first 3 options, totally failing to name the actual location. His absolute cheating trickery makes Luo Lan clench both her fists insanely tight. You seriously tricked me? But Long Ding does not see it that way at all, fully disagreeing that he tricked her. After saying that, he opens the basement door, looking down like some high and mighty king, meeting Luo Lan's completely defeated and hollow eyes down below. Facing those deeply despairing eyes of hers is just a truly cunning, heavily mocking Long Ding. She was playing right into his hands from the very start. Now watch outside. The insane battle between Tianchen and the massive axe monster is still completely raging on. He dodges heavy attacks while asking Tao Fei on the other end of the radio if he actually understands the plan. But the guy just dumbly asks Tianchen if he could maybe explain the whole thing again. Tianchen fiercely counterattacks the axe monster, answering with an incredibly urgent voice. Does he really look like he has time to explain right now? Tao Fei just complains with this super pitiful tone, whining that the plan is a bit too complicated and he just could not memorize it all. Suddenly, another voice pops up out of absolutely nowhere. Brother Zuo, I totally understand your plan, so just leave this part entirely to us. Hearing a pretty familiar voice, Tony stares in pure shock. Captain Lam! Lam Thon just cracks a smile and thanks him for calling for backup earlier. They are totally safe now. Honestly, seeing Lam Thon and his crew show up makes him incredibly grateful, so he throws out a quick thanks. With Captain Lam here, he finally feels a lot better. Taking the perfect chance, Tony leans on him a bit and says thanks again. He hands his 2 clueless friends over for guidance. Hearing that obvious jab, Lane gets totally offended and demands to know why he said 2. Only Kyle Parker is the idiot here. But Kyle Parker never backs down easily, firing right back that this little girl is hardly any better. Tony just ignores their bickering entirely. Tony cuts straight to the real point. Listen up, follow the captain's orders, because he is starting right now. With that said, he immediately takes his fighting stance, facing off against the axe monster again. On the flip side, Lam Thon starts setting up his tactical formation. Alright, first things first. They need to review Tony's crazy plan. Lam Thon meticulously explains, assuming these 2 circles are the water dam and the observatory, they are standing right at this exact spot. Looking up with a pretty serious face, Lam Thon quickly assigns specific tasks to every single person. Lane and Kyle Parker need to rush the observatory immediately, and if they run into Long Din, take him out. Hearing those brutal orders, the girl gets confused. But what if they do not find him at all? Lam Thon totally expected that question, hitting them with the second phase of this master plan. Tony already figured out the high odds of Long Din ditching that spot entirely. The young girl immediately fires off another valid question. If Long Din is actually gone, what exactly are they supposed to do? He patiently explains that the observatory sits at the absolute highest elevation around here. With Kyle Parker's insane eyesight, standing up there means he can easily monitor the entire battlefield. Lane just gives him a blank, completely clueless stare. Honestly, Lam Thon has known about Kyle Parker's super useful tracking strength for a while now. He slowly confirms that is Kyle Parker's actual hidden talent, and using it might just help them locate where the bad guys are hiding the hostages. Lane is absolutely stunned by this reveal. Weren't the hostages locked up inside the 3rd building? Meanwhile, even while dodging death blows, Tony is actually eavesdropping on their entire conversation. He casually drops some intel they are definitely not there. He checked it himself, all while calmly sidestepping the axe monster's brutal, heavy swings. Tony explains how he secretly activated his high-level sensory awareness realm earlier. He scanned that entire building, and it is completely empty. Kyle Parker's jaw basically hits the floor, totally mind-blown that his buddy can sense things from that far away. Tony just flashes a cocky grin and gives Kyle Parker a quick tip: just focus that sensory range into one single straight line. By doing that, anyone can pull off a massive wide-area scan, though you definitely will not catch every single detail. Kyle Parker just nods back with this purely innocent, clueless look. Got it. Makes total sense. Moving on, Tony stays on high alert and warns Lam Than about the catch. It takes intense focus, so spamming it is totally impossible. And Captain Lam, get your squad down to the mountain base right now. A nasty ambush is coming. Lam Than is still processing that info, looking completely lost about an ambush. Tony fires back. Wait, shouldn't the captain already know about this threat? Why exactly is Long Din trying to lure him out? Suddenly clicking the pieces together, Lam Than gasps out loud. He completely missed that sneaky tactical angle. Meanwhile, Kyle Parker is just standing there watching this back and forth, not understanding a single word of it. He gloomily asks what the heck they are even talking about. Terrified Kyle Parker might lose his focus, Tony quickly calms him down. Do not worry, just go to the observatory with the girl and cause as much absolute chaos as possible. Hearing that wild instruction, Lane quickly interrupts. What about him? What is his big plan? Over on his side, Tony gets blasted back 1 meter, shouting his answer. His current power just is not enough to kill the axe monster. Then his eyes instantly go cold. He is shifting straight into phase 2. Hearing those exact words, both Kyle Parker and Lane physically tense up in pure shock. Phase 2? Tony totally hates making them worry, so he snaps back into boss mode. Ignore that, just follow Captain Lam's orders and let him handle this mess. Now watch closely. His current power level is already sitting at the absolute peak of the first evolution tier. Surviving crazy life or death matches like this? It means he can definitely evolve even further, maybe even trigger a massive breakthrough upgrade. And this ugly axe monster is exactly the stepping stone he needs. That is precisely why Tony has been dragging out this brawl so patiently. Meanwhile, hiding out somewhere else, Long Din is quietly monitoring this intense axe monster showdown. Watching them drag things out for so long, he cannot resist throwing out a sarcastic jab. What a complete and utter mess. Calloway stands right beside him, constantly gossiping about the fight. He points out that Tony seems totally pinned down by that monster. Suddenly, Long Din's radio crackles with a panicked alert. Boss, things are going bad. The observatory just got ambushed, and they are completely losing control over it. Hearing that terrible news, Calloway looks totally shell-shocked and starts screaming. But before he even finishes his freak-out, Long Din coldly shuts him down, asking why he is panicking. He barks a freezing cold order right into the radio receiver. They absolutely must hold that defensive line. If anyone tries running away, he will literally skin them alive. Despite the threat, Calloway turns pale blue with sheer anxiety, crying out that they lack the manpower to defend it. Plus, Lam Than is definitely bringing a massive squad with him, including more than a few vicious, heavy-hitting mutant beasts. Even with all that stacked against them, his cocky attitude never drops. Did they really think he never calculated that exact scenario? Long Din's eyes flash with a totally bone-chilling glare. If all of Lam Than's top-tier experts get wiped out here, it means their precious ancient city is left entirely undefended. Wouldn't taking them out be a total breeze right now? Grab the boys. Tonight we are absolutely capturing the ancient city. This wild plan totally blows Boss Gu away, leaving him stuttering in complete shock. Take over the entire ancient city? Meanwhile, up at the watchtower, Kyle Parker scans the area with those crazy eagle eyes, tracking every single movement around them. Little Lane leads the way, quickly asking how things are looking right now. He immediately replies back, target acquired. Hearing that, the kid drops all her worries, moving those quick feet and swiftly darting right out of the area. All right, leaving it up to you. Kyle Parker totally plays it cool, telling her not to worry. But unlike his chill vibe, Long Ding and his goons are absolutely losing their minds right now. Boss Long, we literally cannot hold out much longer. But this guy stubbornly threatens them all, I already said it. Whoever dares to fall back gets their skin peeled off. How could he possibly know his poor goons are eating bullets every few seconds and running around completely out of their minds? Pulling off crazy shots like that, Kyle Parker has to admire the sick weapon in his hands. This bad boy is seriously impressive. A few seconds later, everything suddenly turns dead quiet. Hearing absolutely zero movement, Long Ding quietly mutters to himself. It went totally silent. Did the guy actually just leave? Thinking they are totally safe now, Long Ding barks an order at Boss Gu. Let us move. The guy is not here yet. But Gu quickly fires back. If Tian Shen and his crew find us, we are doomed. Those guys are straight up monsters. Despite that massive warning, the guy does not look worried at all. What are you even scared of? Did you forget we still have hostages? Saying that, Long Ding cannot hold back a super creepy grin stretching ear to ear. Plus, what if he actually tracks us down here? How could he possibly get inside? Staring at the massive zombie horde blocking the front, Long Ding feels incredibly smug. Unless he somehow wipes out this entire zombie horde. Jumping back to Tianchen, throwing down with the axe monster, he casually launches a brutal kick straight at its head. That insanely heavy strike packs enough wild force to make the giant axe monster stagger backward. But the crazy beast digs its feet in and totally regains balance. Tianchen sharply catches this exact subtle movement right away. Thanks to that quick read, when the axe monster throws its heavy counterattack, he dodges just in time. His feet slide back a long distance across the dirt. Despite being super exhausted, Tian Chen refuses to take his eyes off the axe monster for even a single second. Looks like he has been fighting this ugly thing for nearly an hour now. Even after brawling with it for what feels like 2 whole hours, there is still zero breakthrough happening. Is Tian Chen seriously unable to level up right now? But Tian Chen can feel the shift perfectly clear. His body remains locked at the absolute peak of Stage 1 evolution, literally just one tiny step away from hitting Stage 2. Suddenly, a familiar voice rings out and totally cuts off his train of thought. Hey Tian Chen, looks like we finally found the place. He urgently asks for details. Kyle Parker casually replies, right to your north. There is a giant yellow warehouse sitting there. That spot is heavily guarded, so I am betting that is our target. Based on Kyle Parker's intel, Tian Chen quickly rules out all the other pointless locations nearby. A warehouse, huh? That really must be the place. Literally 1 second later, a massive shockwave hits hard. The axe monster totally jumped him while he was distracted. Hearing the insane crash over the comms, Kyle Parker instantly panics, screaming Tian Chen's name. What the heck just happened? He frantically keeps asking. What was that crazy noise? Are you doing okay over there? Tian Chen completely ignores him, squinting hard through the dust to get his vision back, realizing the giant axe monster has fully mutated. Twin axes. Now it looks like this ugly beast just hit the absolute peak form of a Stage 2 parasitic zombie, rocking some seriously insane power levels. But watch closely, because this is the exact moment our boy Tian Chen finally breaks his limits. Even though that beast just launched him halfway across the dirt, his fighting spirit is burning hotter than ever right now. If anything, his iron will just leveled up. He nimbly springs right back onto his feet, perfectly dodging its incredibly nasty follow-up attack. Watching his own hands, he realizes his speed just got a massive buff, and knowing the timing is absolutely perfect, Tian Chen quietly mutters in his head, let us get this party started. With that thought, he moves like absolute lightning, darting around like a hunting falcon until the axe monster completely loses track of him. Then boom, Tian Chen suddenly materializes right in its ugly face. He just starts throwing a wild flurry of punches, loudly counting down from 3. The exact second he finishes counting, a blinding flash of light erupts outward, looking like a seriously bad omen for the giant axe monster. That intense light packs a ridiculous shockwave, leaving the beast with zero chance to resist before getting blasted right across the battlefield. Tian Chen casually raises his fist, literally glowing with fresh power surging right through his veins, his legs totally refreshed as he coldly strides straight out of that thick, heavy smoke. His entire body is absolutely bursting with insane vitality right now, but honestly, Tian Chen is already super used to this kind of wild situation. Same deal back in his past life, every single time he broke through, totally annoying problems would just pop up. Even after getting blasted away, the axe monster is still a terrifying beast, refusing to take the loss as it growls and drags itself up. It charges straight at Tian Chen, super eager for some revenge. But the exact second that massive axe finally touches Tian Chen, the weapon completely stops, unable to push forward even a single inch. He effortlessly catches the beast's deadly weapon with one hand, tossing it back like he is holding some cheap little plastic kid's toy. This right here is exactly what Tian Chen spent an hour grinding for, the pure, broken power of Stage 2. You see, once you hit Stage 2, controlling that nasty virus is not even a challenge anymore. Oh, and it gets better with this fresh Stage 2 evolution power. Any monster under Tier 2 is guaranteed to be zero threat to him. Just looking at this massive axe monster, still stubbornly trying to fight back, Tony coldly drops a little comfort. Don't worry, I will give you a speedrun burial. The very next second, his tiny body absolutely knocks the axe monster back with just one single punch. And man, that one hit is more than enough to send the ugly beast flying a full dozen meters away. Watching it stumble back up after eating such a brutal strike, he casually tosses out a compliment. Pretty tough, he admits. Let us see what else you got. With thick smoke billowing out right behind him, Tony looks exactly like a total demon right now. There is absolutely zero mercy left in his cold stare. His arm gets coated in a super thick layer of armor. It is the signature ability of his Stage 2 evolution, Total Muscle Reinforcement. He launches himself high into the air and drops a massive, earth-shattering smash right onto the axe monster's head. The shockwave instantly cracks the ground wide open, sending thick dust flying everywhere. Seeing this absolute madness, how could Long Din just accept it? How is this even possible? He grinds his teeth together and snaps completely absurd. Even he cannot possibly be this insanely strong. Meanwhile, on the other side of the screen, Tony quietly watches the monster. Then he suddenly turns and stares directly into the hidden camera, delivering a silent but terrifying warning. Long Din flinches hard. His voice shakes with genuine panic now. Does that freak know we are watching? I am terrified he is going to find us. Long Din turns and screams at his lackey to go call every single brother they have. The terrified minion stammers back, but Boss Long, we really do not have that many guys left. But does a guy like him actually care about his own minions? Not a chance. Long Din impatiently barks out, "Hurry up and call them all." The lackey frantically sprints right out of the room. Understood. Once the lackey is gone, Long Din nervously clenches his fists, his eyes losing all that arrogant pride from before. This is completely ruined. On the other side, Kyle Parker is still desperately trying to contact Tony. "Tony, answer me right now." This heavy silence makes even an innocent kid like Lane start to feel pretty nervous. What in the world actually happened to Tony? But Kyle Parker just helplessly replies, "Beats me. I really cannot get a single signal through to him. I am worried he is in danger." The little girl impatiently blurts out, "Lost contact? Guess we cannot just stand around here doing absolutely nothing anymore." But Kyle Parker quickly stops her in her tracks. "Hold on, there is something moving at the bottom of the mountain. It must be Captain Lamb." The little girl curiously asks him, "You guys can see each other?" Kyle Parker stays quiet, mentally calculating everything in his head. "No, it is way too far. He only sees the gun flashes. Captain Lamb probably tried calling us but lost signal, and Tony is completely off the grid too. Outwardly, he just gives Lane a super brief answer. Let me take a look." But the impatient little girl just grumbles back, "What are you even thinking about? Obviously, we need to go down there and help them." Hearing this, Kyle Parker goes silent for a few seconds before suddenly turning to say, "No, we are going to save people." Seeing Kyle Parker randomly switch up, Lane asks in total confusion, "What does that mean?" Kyle Parker slowly breaks it down for her. "Captain Lamb has plenty of men, so do not worry. And Tony is stronger than me, so how could one monster beat him? We really do not need to help them at all." Finally grasping the situation, the young girl quickly concludes, "So we only need to go rescue the others?" Kyle Parker smiles and replies, "Spot on." Getting his total agreement, Lane excitedly cheers, "All right, let us hit the road." Meanwhile, over at Captain Lamb's location, that cowardly rat Old Second Co has walked right into a trap. Lai Van coldly points her gun to threaten him. "Spill it. Where exactly is Long Din hiding?" But instead of answering, the guy actually has the nerve to question her. "Hongdeep, how could you possibly know Boss Long's master plan?" However, there is no way Lai Van would let this punk take the upper hand. "You still have not answered my little question yet." At this exact moment, Lam Thon steps out from the back. Look closely, this is where the tables flip. Long Din is just a weakling. Does he really think he can control everything? Seeing the captain appear, Old Second Co acts completely shocked all over again. "It is Lam Thon. You are actually here too?" The captain just calmly states Long Din's little scheme was exposed and blocked by our brothers right from the start. In other words, you guys lost before it even began. Finishing his sentence, Lam Thon coldly threatens Old Second Co. "Spit out Long Din's location right now, or you are a dead man." Yet somehow, the guy is not scared at all and even flashes a sarcastic smirk. The legendary Lam Thon who cracked the Hong Diep case is actually asking for my help. His complete lack of cooperation is rapidly making Lai Van lose her patience. "Bark one more word, and I will send you straight to the afterlife." But how could Old Second Co be shaken by some cheap threats? "Kill me if you want, but if you expect me to betray Boss Long, keep dreaming." Lai Van just sneers coldly, "If you really want to die that badly." Right as she is about to end his life, Lam Thon steps in to stop her. "No need to rush. If we just head backwards, we will definitely find Tony. As for this punk, plenty of people want him dead anyway. Let us save him for a public execution." Following Lam Thon's orders, she annoyedly replies, "Fine. I will let him live a tiny bit longer." Right about now, back at Long Din's hidden base, he is fiercely rushing his men. "Go follow the second boss and bring the boys back here." Hearing that, the lackey nervously replies, "Boss, he went down the mountain and never returned. Should I really bring men?" But Long Din completely ignores him and firmly yells out, "Make it happen even if you cannot. With more guys, we can definitely kill Tony." The stressed minion immediately frowns and asks him a pretty obvious question. "What about our base defenses then?" Seeing his hesitation, Long Din just shoots a question right back. "Did you completely forget we still have the zombies? If we cannot block him, we just drop more." But his lackey just stands there sweating, asking if that is really a good idea. Completely out of patience, Long Din snaps his head back and screams, "If I say it works, it works." That explosive rage instantly turns the minion absolutely pale. He stammers out that Long Din is super wise, but stays totally frozen in place. The boss completely loses it, screaming at him to stop standing there and get moving. The terrified lackey squeaks out that he is going right now. Once the guy finally scrambles away, Long Din manages to sit quietly back down in his chair. He desperately tells himself to stay calm. As long as his second-in-command returns, they are absolutely going to obliterate Tony. Everything is supposedly set up perfectly right now, but for some reason, he still feels like things are not going to be that simple. Right on cue, the fresh memory of Tony and his completely murderous stare rushes back in, hitting him like a physical reflex. Long Din literally jumps straight out of his seat. His pupils are visibly shaking, totally unable to shake off that creeping panic. Why would he even think like that? Nope, there is no way a big boss like him is scared. He slams his hand hard against the desk, trying to forcefully prove his own bravery. Impossible. He refuses to accept it, because Long Din has never feared a single person in his entire life. Trying to calm his nerves, he slowly lowers himself back down, practically forcing his mouth to form a creepy little smile. Exactly. Everything in this entire world is his to play with. He is definitely not wrong. Now check this out. His eyes go completely empty. His mouth keeps twitching upward, making him look exactly like a broken, completely lifeless puppet. Oh yeah. He is going to utterly crush Tony, steal the secret behind all that insane power, and finally become the invincible ruler of everything. Suddenly a voice calls out, "You are scared." Laura Lane might be tied up right now, but she has totally seen right through his entire tough guy act. She mocks him, saying he is terrified of Tony, terrified of dying. He is trembling because he has absolutely no idea if he can actually win this fight or not. Getting hit right where it hurts, he immediately barks back. Absolute garbage. The great Long Din has never been scared of anyone in his life. However, Laura Lane just calmly replies, "Long Din, you have committed way too many horrible sins. So many people want you dead. So if you die today, nobody is coming to save you." But the arrogant boss still stubbornly refuses to accept reality. "Keep dreaming. There is no way Tony can kill me. The more he talks, the more he looks like an absolute mad dog. So what if he shows up here? I still have you as my little hostage. I can easily escape." But right in the middle of his raging tantrum, he suddenly snaps out of it. Realizing Laura Lane is totally baiting him, he lets out a heavy breath, staying dead silent for a few seconds to calm down. He then quietly warns her to stop her nonsense, saying it is just a waste of breath and he is not scared. But she just keeps effortlessly mocking him. "Is that so? Are you completely sure you are not terrified?" He just flashes this incredibly creepy ear-to-ear smile and asks, "Scared?" "Of course I am not scared at all." Long Din says all of this with total confidence, completely ignoring the fact that his hands are literally shaking like crazy. I do not fear him one single bit. But just 1 second later, his personal nightmare finally arrives. The radio explodes with the absolutely terrified screams of his goons. "Boss, we are done for. Tony is charging in." While he is still trying to process that, a massive shockwave hits, making every single piece of furniture in the room shake violently. Tony's fist just smashed straight through that ridiculously thick reinforced concrete wall like it was paper. He coldly yells into the room, "Long Din, drag yourself out here right now." But the real welcoming committee waiting for him is a horde of zombies. Hearing the crash, Long Din shakily grabs his tablet to check the cameras. Seeing Tony on screen, that completely hopeless look returns to his eyes. He is actually here. Meanwhile, Tony is currently brawling with a massive giant zombie. At the exact same time, he is on comms with Kyle Parker. He asks Fi if he clearly understands his master plan. Kyle Parker just blinks with wide, completely clueless eyes, asking him to please explain the whole thing one more time. Tony literally punches a monster in the face while screaming, "Do I look like I have the time to explain?" Over the radio, Kyle Parker just mutters that the plan was way too messy and he forgot the details. By now, endless waves of zombies just keep pouring in. Staring down at this massive swarm of freaks, Tony decides Long Din must have a weird hobby of raising zombies as pets. After a quick look around, the guy finally springs into action. Fast and absolutely lethal. Watching this on his screen, Long Din gets incredibly furious, shouting that this is cheating and totally unfair. Watching his entire setup fall apart, he screams out in pure rage his precious zombies are all being let loose by this guy. Then he quickly tries to comfort himself, muttering that Tony cannot possibly win. Seeing him panic, Laura Lane suggests he should probably just surrender right now. Completely losing his mind, Long Din marches over and slaps her hard across the face, telling her to shut up. With totally murderous eyes, he asks if this is any of her business. "Let me make this clear. If I go down, you are definitely coming with me." Laura Lane's face is already swelling from the heavy slap, but she stays completely silent, just violently glaring back at him. Her hands are still tied dangerously tight behind the chair. Meanwhile, Tony is out there looking completely unbothered by everything. Standing right in front of him are 3 horribly mutated zombies. Looks like Long Din actually kept a few nasty trump cards hidden away. Watching through the camera, Long Din sees him face those 3 freaks and excitedly screams out, "Tony, if you just surrender right now, I might actually consider letting you be my right-hand man. Otherwise, I guarantee those monsters are going to chew you up and spit you out." Tony just coldly stares ahead and asks Long Din, "Are you actually this stupid? Or just pretending to be?" He stares dead into the security camera and smirks, "Looks like you completely forgot your actual place, man." A split second later, Tony doesn't hesitate at all, instantly launching straight into his next wild attack. You should be the one terrified and waving the white flag. With just one single ridiculous move, his second stage evolution full power punch, Tony absolutely wrecks all 3 of those zombies. His fist is literally still smoking. He grins to himself, figuring that with just one full power strike like this, level 2 zombies absolutely do not stand a chance. Right now, Tony just stares at his own arm, getting hyped beyond belief. Finally, he tells himself, I am actually starting to get back that insane strength from my past life. Then he slowly, casually walks toward his next big target. Now it is your turn, Long Din. Over on the other side, Long Din is completely paralyzed with fear. It is totally over. It is way too late, he mutters hopelessly, repeating it like a broken record. We are totally finished. That is all he can say after hearing his goons on the radio panic. Boss, it is bad. Tony broke inside. Bullets do absolutely nothing. We cannot stop him. But suddenly, right at that exact moment, it hits him. He glances over at Laura Lane. Snapping out of his funk, Long Din bolts up from his chair, marching right up to her face to deliver a nasty threat. Pretty sure I told you earlier, if I'm going down, I am definitely taking someone with me. Saying this, he pulls out a weird glowing meteorite shard. Here, eat this right now. Seeing the rock, Laura Lane fights back hard. She screams in pure terror, what is that? I am not eating it. That just gets Long Din more riled up, and he brutally shoves the thing straight into her mouth. Too bad you do not get a choice. He lets out this incredibly creepy laugh, clamping his hand over Laura Lane's mouth so she swallows it. Right at that exact second, a guy gets blasted through the door. Crashing directly into Long Din, Tony immediately yells out for Teacher La. He rushes over to her side, calling her name. But Tony suddenly freezes in his tracks because Laura Lane's body is undergoing some seriously freaky mutation right now. Absolutely furious, Tony spins toward Long Din, demanding to know if he just force-fed her a meteorite shard. The guy stumbles to his feet and smirks back. Anyone else just touches it and they instantly turn into a monster. Yet she swallowed the whole weird rock, so who knows what kind of freak she will become. Long Din laughs like a maniac, bragging that he is really looking forward to it. Tony's eyes are just packed with pure hatred now. Long Din, you seriously have a massive death wish, huh? He clenches his fist tight, promising to grant that wish right now. Meanwhile, right behind him, Laura Lane has completely transformed, and Long Din looks ridiculously smug. You might want to watch your back instead, he taunts. Now watch this chaos unfold. Tony glances over his shoulder, seeing Laura Lane's eyes glowing blood red. That meteorite she swallowed has not even been fully absorbed yet. Tony gets a good look at her current twisted state and gasps. A black monster. Boom. Tony gets blasted far away, smashing through a thick wall. You can literally see the pure rage boiling on his face. After getting thrown that wildly far, Tony's boots finally touch back down. The exact second his boots hit the floor, intense friction sparks fly everywhere, literally drawing two long glowing lines across the ground. Tony finally stomps hard to fully stop. Now that his stance is totally stabilized, Tony locks his laser focus entirely on the massive threat ahead. Right in front of him, Laura Lane is constantly mutating, and a thought flashes through his mind. Black armor, an incredibly rare type of mutant variant. The mutant actually keeps their human consciousness, but their whole body gets completely covered in extremely thick armor scales. Crazy to think Teacher La used the meteorite's power to become a black armor mutant. Who knows if that is a blessing or a curse? Plus, Tony's own body is covered in nasty wounds from previous fights. He stares at Laura Lane and quickly runs the numbers. He has to find a way to rip that meteorite out of her chest, otherwise Teacher La will stay in this wild, aggressive state forever. Right then, Long Din slowly shuffles out, leaning heavily against the wall as he walks. Tony shoots him a side glance. This roach is ridiculously hard to kill. Out of nowhere, Laura Lane leaps straight up, and in the blink of an eye, she is basically hovering mid-air. Then she dives down to attack Tony, but he is completely distracted, keeping his eyes locked onto a totally different direction. Tony panics a bit, seeing the guy trying to escape. Crap, Long Din is actually going to get away. So Tony just stops messing around with her, throwing his hand out to prep a crazy finishing move. Sorry about this. A split second later, Tony uses his bare hand to stab straight through Laura Lane's chest, sending fresh blood flying absolutely everywhere. Thanks to that brutal move, Tony successfully snatches the meteorite right out. Then he decisively yanks his arm totally free from Laura Lane's body. He gently catches Laura Lane's falling body as she collapses. Looking down at the unconscious girl in his arms, he thinks to himself, well, without the meteorite, she is finally quieting down. He gives her another quick check and figures a normal person stabbed through the chest would totally die, but a black armor mutant only needs a few minutes to perfectly heal up. After a short moment, Tony taunts Laura Lane over his shoulder. Then he mentally plans out his next big move. Time to hunt down Long Din and brutally settle the score. Meanwhile, Long Din is desperately sprinting through the woods, cursing everyone out. What kind of sick joke is this? What sort of absolute monster is that guy? Then he remembers his backup plan. He just has to find Mat Seo and Lao Ni. Then he still has a chance to flip the board. But right on cue, Kyle Parker catches up and totally cuts him off. You are all out of chances, man. Long Din nearly jumps out of his skin at the sudden voice. He squints forward and boom, Kyle Parker and Lane are standing right in his face. Meanwhile, Lam Thon and Lai Van have totally flanked him from behind, trapping the guy completely. Lam Thon barks out, "Long Din, your time is up, why still resist?" Lai Van's crew drags his captured goons forward, and she smugly asks if he recognizes these losers. The battered henchmen whine to Brother Long, "We totally walked right into a massive trap." Hearing this pathetic excuse, Lam Thon immediately orders them all tied up for a swift public execution. Lai Van is absolutely on board for that fun little plan. But suddenly, Long Din just absolutely loses his mind, his entire body shaking with some seriously psychotic laughter. The dude laughs harder and harder, practically going feral as he taunts Lam Thon a public execution. "Seriously? You actually think you won?" Just then, Long Din glances sideways, spotting Tony arriving on the scene. He flashes a wicked grin. "All right, the whole gang is finally here." Catching sight of him, Kyle Parker immediately asks if Tony is okay. Meanwhile, Lane totally ignores the villain to ask how Teacher La is doing. But Tony brushes it off, long story. He will explain later. He quickly spins around to give Lam Thon a serious warning. "Captain Lam, watch out for a trap." The captain totally agrees, admitting this Long Din psycho defies absolutely all normal logic and reasoning. Lam Thon firmly aims his gun right at the lunatic, ordering everyone else to back away and keep their distance immediately. Meanwhile, the crazy dude is literally unbuttoning his own shirt. As Long Din rips the fabric open, he exposes a highly deadly detonator strapped right to his bare shoulder. "Back away? Like you guys can even run." The bomb timer clearly shows way less than a minute left on the clock. Long Din smugly declares his golden rule: if he dies, everyone else goes down with him. Spotting the flashing device, Tony frantically warns the whole squad. It is a dead man switch. They absolutely cannot let him die. Lam Thon and Lai Van scream out in pure shock, "A detonator?" Long Din just flashes this totally sick, twisted grin and says it is way too late. In the very next split second, he ruthlessly uses his own gun to permanently end his life. Right on cue, the timer ticks down its final beats. A massive, earth-shattering explosion violently rips through the entire space. Here is where it all goes entirely wrong. The colossal hydroelectric dam crumbles apart, sending insane waves of water violently crashing down. The absolute flood just keeps pouring, completely drowning the surrounding area. Pure terror flashes across Tony and Kyle Parker's faces right before a massive current slams directly into them. Yeah, they are totally doomed. Moments later, the entire zone turns into an absolute ocean, and our desperate gang barely manages to fight their way to the surface. Kyle Parker thrashes wildly in the raging water, screaming to Tony that he cannot swim at all. From a distance, Tony desperately tries to keep his buddy's hopes up. "Hang in there!" Luckily, Lane is clinging tight to a floating tree trunk nearby and immediately calls Kyle Parker over. Over on his side, Kyle Parker finally grabs the wood, but he suddenly stares in absolute horror straight ahead. He spots a massive boulder violently plunging right down behind Tony's back. Kyle Parker immediately screams out a frantic warning for his buddy to quickly watch out. Tony whips his head around to look, but this disaster moves way too incredibly fast for him to even dodge in time. The giant rock violently slams him down as everyone screams his name in pure panic. Tony slowly sinks beneath the raging water, slipping deeper and deeper into the dark. He and the massive boulder crash all the way down. In that absolute life-or-death second, a hand suddenly grabs Tony's arm. Turns out Laura Lane actually dove right into the chaotic, watery mess to save his life. She uses every ounce of strength to drag the totally unconscious Tony upward. Cut to a speeding truck, where our guy finally slowly blinks his eyes awake. He groggily wonders where the heck he is. Suddenly, a girl leans over his side, anxiously asking if he is finally awake now. Tony instantly goes on high alert, shooting up to demand where he is and who she is. She casually introduces herself, telling him to just call her Lam Than Than. "We found you completely passed out on the road, so it looks like you came from Dien District. A massive flood violently hit that place yesterday." Hearing this, Tony suddenly remembers the whole insane mess, realizing in his head that the lunatic Long Din really blew the dam and caused the entire disastrous flood. "Right, I caught a huge falling rock to the head and blacked out underwater." But out loud, he just vaguely lies that he traveled from 2 District. Then he quickly asks if she saw absolutely anyone else out there with him. Immediately waving her hand, Than Than says nope. She asks if he got separated from his squad. Tony completely zones out, sinking into very deep thought. This is seriously bad. I have to find Kyle Parker and Laura Lane, plus Teacher Lack and Captain Lam. I have no idea if they even survived this. Than Than gently asks if he is currently worrying about his friends. She bluntly admits he probably will never find them again. Suddenly, the creepy scar-faced guy sitting nearby decides to chime in. "I think you should just give up right now. Sounds like your whole squad got totally wiped out by the nasty flood." Than Than instantly claps back Lian Gunyat. "Why would you even say that? Isn't he already unlucky enough?" The dude just takes a drag of his cigarette and coldly replies, "Unlucky? Tell me who in this completely ruined world is actually lucky right now. Gunot heavily slaps a hand onto Tony's shoulder, calling the kid way too young. He casually lifts his pistol up and tells him to look real closely at it. If you actually want to survive in this absolute hellscape, you really need guns and bullets. Zero sympathy from this harsh guy. Tony just stays dead silent, absorbing the brutal truth, while Thon Thon gets totally fed up and angrily cuts the dude off. Than Than tells Lee Ngur Nyut to drop it since the kid is still upset, but Lee Ngur Nyut refuses to back down. He yells out asking what on earth she is thinking. In this messed up world, survival means thinking big and acting tough. These little punks are just way too naive. Suddenly, the three of them jerk forward. A split second later, Lee Ngur Nyut tumbles backward like a total bowling pin. The moving vehicle just slammed on the brakes. Thon Thon stays upright because Thien Thun casually catches her. Lee Ngur Nyut is furious and screams, "Are you completely out of your mind? Let me go right now." The driver just shrugs and announces that it is dinner time, so everyone needs to get out of the car. A short while later, they park the car on the side of the road. The whole group huddles around a tiny cooking pot. The instant noodles are boiling away and steaming hot. Lee Ngur Nyut just glares at Thien Thun with a massive scowl. Even Thon Thon cannot help but stare directly at the guy. The two drivers are absolutely frozen by the ridiculous sight. Thien Thun is just happily slurping down noodles, completely ignoring the deeply confused looks everyone is shooting his way. Sometime later, Thien Thun is still going at it. Lee Ngur Nyut instantly complains to Thon Thong exactly how many bowls has this crazy dude eaten by now. She answers that it has got to be 5. Lee Ngur Nyut cannot take it anymore, his face flushing red as a vein pops on his forehead. The very next second, he points a finger straight at Thien Thun and yells, "Are you finished yet, you little brat? You ate all our food, so are you finally full?" Thon Thun tries to defend him, saying he was unconscious for a really long time, so extreme hunger makes sense. But Lee Ngur Nyut refuses to accept that and snaps, "You actually call this pig fest normal?" Lee Ngur Nyut's face goes completely dark. He turns toward them and barks at the kid to step outside for a little chat. Then he signals the rest of the group to follow him, completely leaving Thien Thun behind. "You guys too. Get out here right now." The friendly driver Luke Hai actually turns back before leaving. He tells the young brother to keep eating, adding that if he is still hungry, there is more food stashed in the car. Thien Thun simply replies with a quick thanks. By now, the giant bowl in front of him has been entirely wiped clean of food. Thien Thun thinks to himself that he finally has enough strength. A bit later, Thien Thun starts his training. Glowing marks appear all over his arm. Using his second stage evolution ultimate move drains a massive amount of stamina. So the higher his level goes, the more he is going to need to eat. Raising his hand to inspect it, thoughts rush through his head. He needs to push through to the 3rd stage as fast as possible. If he actually reaches stage 3, he can completely absorb back all of the lost stamina. But staying stuck at stage 2 means he will probably end up useless from pure exhaustion soon. A few minutes pass by. Thien Thun is sitting there sighing in absolute boredom when suddenly Lee Ngur Nyut starts shouting from a distance. He says the kid needs to get lost immediately. He furiously shouts that this brat did absolutely nothing, yet he got to eat way more than the 4 of them combined. Thon Thon once again has to speak up and intervene. She argues that he is still tired, and eating a lot after being unconscious is completely natural. She begs Lee Ngur Nyut to let the guy stay with them, asking if he seriously plans to kill him right here, but he flat out refuses to agree. He snaps that he is not the kid's old man, so why should he have to care? Luke Hai chimes in too, telling him to just drop it. Having extra people around is still a net positive for their group anyway. Lee Ngur Nyut gets even angrier. He sarcastically tells him to share his own food next time. Right on cue, Thien Thun slowly strolls over and asks where they are actually heading. His cold and totally indifferent tone cuts through the air. He casually mentions that he heard absolutely everything they just said. "Tell me exactly where you guys are going, and then I will decide if it is worth tagging along or not." Thon Thon quickly tries to explain, telling him not to misunderstand since they definitely will not leave him behind. But Lee Ngur Nyut interrupts again, blurting out that they actually have a base camp located in Loganheart City. He adds that the camp obviously does not need useless freeloaders, so there is no reason for him to follow along. Hearing this garbage, Than Than whips around and demands to know why he would say something so cruel. While they fight, Thien Thun finds the name Loganheart City strangely familiar. Meanwhile, Lee Ngur Nyut gets right back into the argument with Thon Thon, loudly asking what was so wrong about stating the truth. Thien Thun cuts right to the chase. He asks if Loganheart happens to have a faction called Hong Yi around. Lee Ngur Nyut looks totally shocked for a second. He demands to know how the kid figured that out. Thien Thun narrows his eyes as the realization hits him, so he was totally right. Memories of his past life surface, taking him straight back to May 14th. It is a cursed date he could never forget, especially thanks to that absolute trash from the Hong Yi faction. Then he throws out a simple proposal. He will follow them to Loganheart City, and after that, he leaves on his own terms. How does that sound? Thon Thon immediately agrees to this request. She insists that he should definitely travel with them to the camp. Logan Hart City is incredibly dangerous, and surviving out there solo is almost impossible. But Lee Nguyen still refuses to play nice, screaming at Thon Thon, "Did you already forget the rules? Our camp does not offer shelter to completely useless trash." She frowns in pure frustration, arguing that they cannot just leave him completely alone. Seeing their intense reaction, Thien Thun just turns away and casually says to forget it, he will just go solo. Now watch closely. This guy is always scheming. Deep in thought, he realizes that heading to Logan Hart means he needs to tweak his master plan just a bit. But to his total surprise, Thon Thon suddenly grabs his arm. She tells him, all right, they will do exactly what he suggested. For now, he can follow them to Logan Hart, and they will figure out the rest later. Food is running low, but adding one extra mouth isn't the end of the world. Even stubborn Ngurnyut finally decides to compromise. Fine, you can tag along, he grumbles, but only until Logan Hart Street, so don't go changing your mind. Than Than cheerfully holds out her hand. From now on, she says, we are officially teammates. Can I get your name? She asks. Thien Thun politely takes her small hand in his and simply gives her his name, Thien Thun. Suddenly, the scenery shifts entirely. A flood of past memories crashes into his mind. He sees Trung Ding Vor standing there completely frozen, making absolutely no move to run. Sensing that something is seriously messed up in this exact moment, Nicole Hayes loudly screams his name, Trung Dinh Vor. Hurry up, we are completely out of time. Proving her worst instincts right, Dinh Vor just quietly turns his head back, flashing a surprisingly cheerful smile. Time is almost up. He tells them you two need to go on ahead right now. Dropping just that single heavy line, he immediately spins around. He sprints away, charging straight back into the terrifying, deadly battlefield. At that time, Thien Thun was so badly injured he literally needed Nicole Hayes to drag him just to move. The second Dinh Vor leaves, his ears ring with Nicole Hayes' frantic, desperate cries. Trung Dinh Vor, get back here right now. Over her heart-wrenching screams, Thien Thun tries pushing past the pain, reaching his hand out toward Dinh Vor's fading back, desperately wanting to pull his friend back to safety. But in the end, all he can manage is a broken whisper, please, do not go. He wakes up violently from the nightmare. Honestly, you can just tell this memory is a massive trauma buried deep inside our guy's soul. Thien Thun jolts upright in a total panic. While sitting there dazed, a constant counting noise starts drilling into his ears. 492, 493, 494. The counting outside just keeps going up. 495, all the way to 500 before finally stopping. Turns out, it's literally just Lee Nguyen doing push-ups outside to get his daily reps. Thien Thun watches the big dude totally locked into his workout zone, deciding to stay absolutely quiet. By the time he steps out of the truck bed, the meathead finally finishes his heavy set. After that intense grind, Nguyen looks incredibly pleased, openly admiring his own bulging, rock-hard muscles. Thien Thun narrows his eyes, giving the guy a serious, calculating look. Judging by current survival standards, this dude's power is almost at the Tier 1 evolution stage. He casually leans against the truck, thinking, the virus broke out over 2 months ago. This Lee Nguyen guy's strength is actually sitting pretty comfortably above average. Catching the kid staring at him, Nguyen immediately assumes it's pure idol worship. Hey little guy, he boasts. You totally admiring the master right now, aren't you? You really shouldn't be jealous. Keep training consistently like I do, and maybe one day you'll get a fraction of these sick gains. A highly polite, totally fake smile spreads across Thien Thun's face. He just shakes his head, dismissing the guy's bragging, while his mind naturally slips back into his own thoughts. People with actual good talent can still hit their first breakthrough, even without relying on any fancy breathing techniques to back them up. So what about those with completely insane god-tier talent? Right on cue, Thon Thon suddenly calls out to the overly confident gym bro. Lee Nguyen, she shouts, get over here right now. Staring at the map Lam Thon Thon rolled out on the floor, Nguyen frowns. Our original goal was Dai District, he grumbles. But a massive flood just hit there yesterday, so it looks like we seriously need a brand new destination. She calmly points a finger at a specific spot on the map, quickly reassuring him, hey, don't stress about it too much. This mission isn't about hoarding extra supplies, it's about finding a brand new supply point entirely. We still have plenty of time left. With his massive ego and stubborn pride, Nguyen obviously disagrees. He loudly argues that basic survival supplies are absolutely necessary for them to have. This trip definitely requires a ton of gas and food. If we head back totally empty-handed, wouldn't that be completely embarrassing for us? Thon Thon thinks for a hot second before pitching her idea. What about the Logan Hart service station? We can crash there for the night, plus it should have food and all the essential gear. Lee Nguyen is just about to argue when Thien Thun suddenly pops up right behind them, completely stealing his thunder. The Logan Hart service station? Hearing the loud shout from behind, Nguyen jumps out of his skin. He immediately scolds him, you brat. What if someone is spying on us? Thon Thon quickly jumps to his defense, telling the big guy to chill out. We aren't exactly discussing some top-secret intel here anyway. Then she looks up, asking Thean Thun directly we are planning to hit the Logan Hart service station next. Do you happen to know that place at all? Thean Thun replies never been there, but the name honestly rings a bell. Ngur Nyut scoffs in pure disbelief. How could you not know it? The Logan Hart service station is the biggest, most modern stop in the whole city. It is incredibly famous. He stands up tall, marching right up to Thean Thun, crossing his arms over his beefy chest and tilting his chin up. Listen here, brat. You really need to get out more instead of rotting at home playing video games. Not even knowing the Logan Hart station is just plain sad. Lee Nyut starts bragging with an incredibly arrogant tone. Back in the day, your boy Lee here biked across the entirety of Hoa Har. I have personally seen every single service station out there. Thon Thon smiles so hard her eyes crinkle. Playfully defending him, he has achieved a little bit, but he loves showing off, so please just ignore him. Thean Thun is totally understanding, so he just drops a simple, hey, it's all good. I totally get it, he says. He turns his head to the side, sinking deep into thought. The Logan Hart service station? Wild coincidence. A specific past life memory suddenly bubbles up in Thean Thun's mind. The very first blade claw monster he ever fought was right at the Logan Hart service station. Among all Stage 2 infected mutants, the Sharp Claw is the absolute strongest, basically holding the power of a Stage 3 beast. But right now, it still has zero chance against him. Tony calculates his odds, knowing that taking down a Sharp Claw mutant means he can finally secure that specific item. While our guy is busy mapping out his grand master plan, Thon Thon suddenly walks right up to him. She presses a soft pastry right into his hands, leaving Tony completely wide-eyed in shock. A red bean bun, something practically impossible to find in this messed-up apocalyptic world. With total genuine care, she gently looks at him and asks if he is hungry yet. She tells him to eat up, promising a different meal for lunch later. Tony just holds the little bun and mutters a quiet thank you. After crushing a couple bites of the sweet, soft bun, he bluntly asks if they brought any weapons. Thon Thon gasps in pure surprise. Wait, weapons? What kind of weapons? Tony genuinely cannot hold back his confusion, knowing she came straight from a military camp. If they traveled out here totally unarmed, how did they even survive this long? His entire thought process is simple. If a Sharp Claw mutant actually shows up, he absolutely cannot babysit them all, so they have to fight for their own lives. But Thon Thon clearly sees things way more simply than he does. Squatting down in front of a small wooden crate, she tells him not to stress, as long as they avoid a massive zombie horde. This stash of gear should be more than enough, right? Then the thoughtful girl hands him an item, suddenly remembering they needed to gear up. She tells him to hold on to this for self-defense. Grabbing the item directly from her hands, Tony actually smiles and declares it a genuinely solid piece of equipment. Shortly after that, the whole crew parks their vehicle right outside a pretty chaotic area. Than Than stands there carefully checking out the scattered traps and random barricades around them. She immediately figures it out. This whole setup looks like a man-made defense array to block zombies, meaning someone else definitely got here before they did. Tony already figured that out too, narrowing his eyes and silently wondering who exactly is hiding out here. So the Sharp Claw mutant still has not shown up yet. Just then, Ngunat steps out of the car carrying his own weapons, and seeing nothing super special about the place, he brushes it off. Why even care? They need to hurry inside. Ngunat takes the absolute lead and barks an order at Liu Kai and the other guy, telling them both to stay behind and guard the car. They quickly agree. Then he barks again. Thon Thon, you brat, follow me inside. Tony stays totally silent and just trails right behind the older guy. For a while, Ngunat and Thon Thon cautiously clear the path with Tony following them. Right at that moment, trusting his sharp veteran instincts, Ngunat speaks up to warn everybody. He tells them to stay alert, sensing something really unnatural about this exact spot. Playing the role of the caring older sister, Thon Thon looks back at the younger teenager and tells Tony to please be careful too. Suddenly, Tony freezes in his tracks and drops two simple words, hold up. Ngunat loses his patience instantly, yelling back about what they are possibly waiting for. Acting like a literal human radar scanner, Tony lists off the tactical details with terrifying clarity. Third floor window, one guy waiting in ambush, 3 more guys positioned at 11 o'clock, another at 1 o'clock, and 3 extra enemies hiding out inside the 10 o'clock restroom. He caps it off with one brutally honest fact: they are completely surrounded. And guys, while those two are still doubting him, he already spots a sniper rifle aimed squarely at them. Tony snaps his head up, staring straight ahead, and screams out a warning of incoming danger. The bullet instantly tears through the air. Thanks to Tony's insanely fast reflexes, he shoves Ngunat aside, pulling the guy out of the firing line and saving his life. Tony simply clicks his tongue. He locks eyes on the sniper standing atop the opposite building, casually pulling out that exact weapon Lam Than Than handed him earlier. Leaning back to gather ridiculous momentum, Tony hurls the thing straight at the guy. The hostile shooter's eyes bulge out in pure shock when he realizes his hiding spot is blown. But before he can even flinch, Tony's thrown spear punches directly through his skull. Getting a front row seat to this completely unbelievable display of power, Ngunyat and Thonton stand there frozen in stunned silence for a long moment until the older guy finally opens his mouth to admit it. This brat is seriously strong. Right after dealing with the sniper, a whole mob of ambushers rushes in, and every single one of these thugs is heavily armed and ready. But to Tony, absolute trash mobs like this only earn a sarcastic comment, "Quite a crowd you got here." That one smug line instantly triggers the whole group, and they all aggressively raise their guns to fire. They try shooting him, but before a single finger pulls a trigger, Tony leaps out of the kill zone like lightning, then he suddenly materializes right behind their backs. While these goons are still spinning around confused, wondering where he went, a freezing chill runs straight down their spines and paralyzes their bodies. The blonde guy fearfully cranks his head to look behind him. Only then do he and his crew realize Tony is standing right there completely too late. Not even a second later, Tony refuses to give these guys a single breathing chance. He instantly dashes in, snatches a gun straight out of the enemy's hands, and swiftly snaps the next guy's neck. Armed and dangerous, Tony directly opens fire on the rushing mob. His deadly bullet-sharp glare looks completely ready to tear the remaining enemies into absolute shreds. Feeling that they are totally outmatched, those guys scream to their whole squad to encircle him fast. But every single idiot who charges forward catches a bullet right in the head. He keeps shooting until the very last guy, grabbing him by the hair and forcing the trash to kneel hard against the dirt. The thug finally realizes the terror of the situation and begs for mercy, completely surrendering. Tony completely ignores the guy and just turns to Ngunyat. "Tie that idiot up." Startled for a brief second hearing his own name, Ngunyat quickly stammers back, "Yeah, I got it." Looking down at the Mohawk guy sitting obediently on the dirt, Tony demands attention with a stern tone. He has two questions. But before those questions can even leave his mouth, the Mohawk guy starts spilling everything on his own, frantically promising to tell the whole truth. They have 2 guards on the 5th floor, and absolutely nobody else is up there. No one at all. Tony catches that instantly. Wait, who exactly are they? The thug looks totally confused, asking if they are not actually here to rescue people. Leaning Durin Tao and Tev in the eye, Tony clarifies they are just passing through, but first he needs answers. Has he seen any infected monsters or weird stuff lately? The guy honestly shares every single thing he knows, swearing the place is completely normal and they actually wiped out all the zombies right at the start. Tony goes completely quiet for a moment, carefully watching the guy's reaction. The Mohawk guy's story completely contradicts what he actually senses, leaving Tony pretty suspicious about the whole situation. Something is wrong, because he felt a massive aura when he arrived, at least tier 2. Yet looking at this guy's terribly honest face, he slowly comes to a different conclusion. This punk definitely wouldn't dare lie, meaning the infected monster must be hiding in the shadows, so he just pushes down his internal confusion. He tells Thonthon and Ngunyat to handle the prisoner while he goes to check things out. After witnessing Tony solo an entire gang of heavily armed thugs, Ngunyat is completely and utterly convinced of his power. He smiles brightly, telling him not to worry. Tony then walks over to the dead sniper and sharply yanks his own spear right out. Next up, he heads straight into an abandoned building. Slowly walking up the concrete stairs, he realizes the strange energy is steadily getting weaker. Guess the zombies are not in this direction. But get this, a desperate, terrified scream from the 2nd floor suddenly cuts right through Tony's racing thoughts. Someone is screaming for help. Inside that room, Trio Vu is fighting back fiercely against 2 total creeps trying to force themselves on her. She yells at them to back off, but the 2 thugs just keep teasing. They tell her to relax, promising they will feed her and treat her incredibly well from now on. Realizing she is just a physically weaker woman, completely unable to fight off 2 strong men, the terrified girl can only scream out a weak plea, desperately begging for anyone to save her. The middle part guy named Vu Hao turns around and sneers at the crowd, daring any of them to step up and help her escape. The tied-up hostages trapped in the corner stay absolutely silent. Seeing their cowardly, avoiding eyes makes Vu Hao grit his teeth and curse out loud in sheer annoyance. He calls them useless trash, wondering how anyone could hesitate with such a fine prize sitting right here. Then the other thug heavily pins Trivu down, completely ignoring the tears streaming down her face while mockingly calling her a total beauty. He claims her body and heart belong to him now, and nobody is coming. But suddenly, a guy named Kiem gathers all his courage and screams at them to stop. Hearing that annoying interruption, Vu Hao and the other guy shoot a heavily irritated glare at the boy. The brave guy stands up, completely ignoring the people beside him, frantically whispering for him to sit down and calm down. They ask if he has lost his mind and wants to get them all killed. Kiem clenches his fists, but he still cannot stop trembling violently. Seeing him persist in this foolishness, Trio Lam practically yells at him to sit back down right this second. He whines about wanting to live a bit longer and begs not to be dragged down. But Kiem simply cannot stand watching the weak get bullied like this. He points out that Triu Vu is their classmate, asking how they can be so heartless watching her get abused. If they bow their heads now, they will definitely be the next victims. Watching this little drama unfold, Vu Hao just laughs and claps his hands in fake praise. He mocks their pathetic internal squabbling, calling them a bunch of mindless cattle. But seeing Triu Vu's beautiful, tearful eyes seems to give Kiem a massive courage boost, fueling his drive to actually challenge these two terrible bastards. Go ahead and shoot then. He dares them to shoot the whole group, shouting that nobody is scared. And yet, those defiant words do not faze the thug at all. They just make him even more incredibly thrilled. So without hesitation, Vu Hao shoots Kiem right in the leg, making him lose his balance and collapse hard to the floor. Kiem's agonizing scream echoes through the entire room, which honestly just makes Vu Hao laugh with absolute satisfaction. The poor kid keeps groaning and screaming out in absolute agony. Now watch this. Vu Hao slowly walks over, aiming his still-smoking gun barrel directly at the terrified crowd in the back. That absolute piece of trash brutally stomps his foot on Kiem's head, mockingly asking if this arrogant little kid really wanted to play hero. He brags that if he did not want to ruin his own fun, the kid would already be dead, then asks if anyone else wants to step up. Facing that terrifyingly murderous gaze, two guys supposedly calling themselves Triu Vu's friends immediately raise their hands in pure cowardice, practically crying out that even with extra guts, they absolutely wouldn't dare interfere. He totally basks in that feeling of absolute power, then happily announces that he will just enjoy himself now. After that, Vu Hao overpowers Triu Vu by throwing her right over his shoulder, completely ignoring her wildly thrashing and screaming to be let go. The thug sneers, "Look at them. Let's switch spots to make this easier." His sleazy partner chimes in right after, telling him to swap when he finishes. She screams out to let her go, but Vu Hao ignores the yelling entirely, just slinging her over his shoulder toward a totally different room. But get this, he barely takes 2 steps before somebody calls out his name. Oh yeah, Thien Thun has finally crashed the party. The dude points his spear right at the green thug and demands he let her go. Stopped in his tracks by a total stranger, the guy instantly snaps back, "Who the hell are you?" Triu Vu snaps her head back. She immediately recognizes that familiar face. Heavy tears start streaming right down her cheeks, like all her bottled-up terror is finally pouring out. She chokes out his name. It is Thien Thun. Triu Vu totally breaks down, crying to ask why he is here. Triu Lum is also pretty shocked to see the guy. Vu Hao glares with pure disgust, asking the kid if he seriously wants to play the hero, rescuing the beauty. "You really think a single iron baton can take me down?" Thien Thun points at the defeated guy behind him. "Take a good look," he says. "That is what happens when you try showing off." Hold on a second. Do you guys not realize something is totally wrong? Do we not have a whole squad of guards out there? How did this random kid slip inside? Thien Thun orders them in a dead cold voice to release her right now. Suddenly, another thug pulls out a gun and aims directly at him. Do not panic. The guy probably just snuck in. Those gunshots outside are obviously just a distraction. Listen up, you brat. If you die here, blame your own arrogance for underestimating us. We have actual guns, got it? Without missing a beat, he drives a brutal kick straight into the thug's gut. The dude flies backward, smashing entirely through the glass window and plummeting down. The whole room freezes in absolute terror. Vu Hao aims his gun right at Triu Vu's head until a flying baton smacks into him, instantly knocking the guy out cold. She completely collapses onto the floor. Seeing her shivering state, Thien Thun walks over to the unconscious thug, strips off his jacket, and tosses it to Triu Vu. "Put this on," he says. She wraps it around herself and follows him, whispering a thank you. He waves it off, zero need for gratitude. They check on Kiem, who groans in intense pain. Thien Thun inspects the wounds, warning him to stay totally still unless he wants to lose his leg. While quickly bandaging him up, he asks what they are doing here. "Weren't all of you riding on the school bus earlier today?" Triu Vu explains that someone on the bus mutated straight into a monster, causing a massive crash. Everyone scrambled in totally different directions, and they just happened to end up hiding here. Thien Thun goes dead silent. If his memory serves him right, several people in this exact room, including Kiem definitely died in that bus crash. He follows up, asking if anyone else somehow survived. Triu Vu quickly reveals the truth. Yes, Duan Chao actually made it out alive too. The only issue is, they got separated. Thien Thun feels a real spike of surprise. Really, he asks that awful woman Duan Chao is still breathing? Internally, he puts the pieces together. The timeline has definitely been completely altered, probably because of his crazy reincarnation into the past. Right then, Triu Lum swaggers over from behind. "Long time no see, Thien Thun. You still remember me, right?" Oh, he obviously remembers this jerk. Triu Lum flashes this totally fake, friendly smile, claiming it is absolute fate they ran into each other. Thien Thun just glares at him. How is this garbage human still alive? Triu Lum curiously points out how insanely strong he has gotten lately. Thien Thun's gaze instantly turns razor sharp. In the past life, Phi died solely because of this coward. Trio Lam notices the glare. Hey, what is with that attitude? Thien Thun turns his back, saying he just finds it weird that someone like him is still breathing. Trio Lam furiously yells out, what does that mean? Thien Thun casually shrugs it off, simple, no hidden meaning at all. I was literally just passing right through here. Since you are fine now, we go our separate ways. Who cares if they were once classmates? That rich jerk never treated him like a friend anyway, so why waste precious time on them? Trio Lam steps up, blocking his path. Hold on, Thien Thun, we just finally reunited after all this total chaos, right? Sit down for a bit, let us catch up. Thien Thun stares back with ice in his eyes. Are we close? I already told you I was simply walking past, and only stepped in because of the trouble. From this second on, we go our own separate ways. The guy intentionally slings an arm around his shoulder, insisting they are classmates. Why talk like that? Thien Thun shoots him a dangerously sharp side glare. You need to let me go. The guy gasps as Thien Thun violently shoves his arm away. Trio Lam instantly proposes a new deal. Look, Thien Thun, you have got serious skills. Stay right here with us. How about we make a little transaction? Deep down, Trio Lam is seething. How dare this fatherless loser treat him like garbage? Unbothered, Thien Thun casually asks what kind of transaction he wants to make. The snob replies, just safely escort me to find my dad in Logan Heart City. Once we make it, I will have the old man pay you 500,000. Sound good? Thien Thun finds it hilarious. 500,000? Trio Lam pauses. Is the offered price really too low? Fine then, how about 5 million? But watch this rich kid's ego work. Inwardly, he is already plotting once safely in Logan Heart City. I will make you deeply regret crossing me. Thien Thun exhales a long breath, scoffing right in his face. Such a stupid idiot. Trio Lam completely short-circuits at that casual insult. What? Thien Thun, do not push your luck. You are just some fatherless trash. Who the hell are you to curse at me? Before the rich kid can finish his tantrum, a brutal slap sends him flying straight backward. He hits the ground with a red, swollen cheek. Meanwhile, Thien Thun's expression turns completely dark and ruthless. He violently grabs this dead man by the throat. Big mistake. Right now, Tony looks genuinely terrifying. He snarls that there is nothing he hates more than someone touching his dad. Trio Lam struggles to push his arm away, begging to be let go, but Tony keeps crushing his throat. His two friends nervously try to calm him down. They beg Tony to let him go, terrified that someone is actually going to die today. They remind him that Trio Lam has always been a jerk, something Tony should already know. Tru Vu frantically urges Trio Lam to hurry up and apologize. The guy spits out a terrified apology, and only then does the iron grip finally loosen. Tony warns him he only gets a pass because they are classmates, telling him not to ever provoke him again. Trio Lam shrinks back, his arrogance totally gone. He whimpers that he understands. Tony just turns around and walks away, completely ignoring them. Trio Vu chases after him, desperately pleading. He begs Tony to help them out. With so few people left, they are basically just sitting ducks waiting to be killed. Tony glances back at his classmates and finally caves. Fine. He agrees to escort them to Logan Heart City, but they are absolutely splitting up once they arrive. A young girl tearfully thanks him. Meanwhile, Trio Lam is coughing up literal blood, his face looking ridiculously dark and gloomy. Night falls and the group starts a warm fire. Tony leads his rescued squad back to camp. Than notices and immediately asks Tony who these strangers are. He introduces them simply as his acquaintances. He explains they were captured and locked up by those thugs, but now they are officially safe and sound. Hearing that, Thon cheerfully reminds the rest of the crew to prepare extra food for everyone. Tony apologizes for the extra trouble. He politely asks if they can hitch a ride with the camp all the way to Logan Heart City. She agrees instantly, absolutely no problem. Nugnot laughs loudly, calling himself totally blind for not realizing just how insanely overpowered his little brother Tony actually was. The big guy rubs his head and asks for forgiveness. Tony calmly reassures him not to worry. He really does not care about petty stuff like that. Ingunot breathes a massive sigh of relief. He loudly praises Tony for being so generous, while our boy secretly evaluates this loudmouth leader. He talks like a brute, but he is definitely not a bad guy. Ngunot gives his shoulder a really heavy, friendly pat. He declares that from now on, they are officially brothers. He yells for Luke Hai to bring out the good booze. He is definitely taking shots with his new buddy. Then he gets a bit curious about the little kids. He asks Tony if they are actually related, warning him that their survival camp has a super strict rule about not feeding random outsiders. Tony smoothly replies that they are somewhat acquainted, but tells him to just relax. Once they hit Logan Heart City, Ingunot can kick them out or keep them, completely his call. Ingunot changes the subject, sadly asking if he really will not join their camp. He insists the commander and the boys back home would absolutely love him, but Tony gently shuts it down, afraid that is just not happening. He claims he has some personal business to handle. Ingunot drops it, philosophically adding that everyone has their own goals, but he still hopes Tony changes his mind in Logan Heart. Doing a total 180 from his polite tone, the camp leader angrily points right at the trembling students. He tells them to clean their ears and listen up. The only reason they are breathing in this camp is because of Tony, so they better start working hard. His camp does not babysit lazy freeloaders. Anyone with a problem gets kicked out immediately. He orders them to pack all the heavy gear onto the trucks after eating. Tomorrow, they march to Logan Hart. Later that night, Tony sits alone, grinding his cultivation to level up. He lets out a deep, heavy breath. Ever since breaking into Tier 2, his cultivation speed has been slowing down a lot if nothing changes. At this horribly slow pace, hitting Tier 3 is going to take a whole year. His original master plan was just dragging Kyle Parker and Lanya around Chu Province to hoard up resources. Once those two break through to Tier 2, they will definitely have plenty of wild stuff to handle. And then there is Daniel Voss. The poor guy lost an arm right here in Logan Hart City. Apparently, the Red Dress Gang had something to do with it. Meanwhile, he and Huyen are supposed to meet in Chu Province on June 18th. Chu Province and Logan Hart really are not that far apart. Now that he has regressed, he just needs to clear this mess up and track down Huyen later. In his past life and picture this absolute nightmare, he and Huyen were literally hunted by a horde of 1,000,000 zombies. One tiny mistake back then meant instant death. Honestly, even with his current overpowered stats, surviving that exact nightmare again is pretty unlikely. Even if he actually breaks into Tier 3 extremely fast, charging solo into Chu Province without Kyle Parker and Lana backing him up is pure suicide. Speaking of which, he wonders how those two are even doing right now. Tony suddenly stands up, a cold wave of danger hitting him. He stares off into the dark distance. Something feels totally off, so he shuts his eyes to activate his sensory skills. His intense mental energy instantly floods the surrounding area to carefully check for threats. He tracks the source of the danger, a Tier 2 threat. Not good at all. Meanwhile, back inside the building, the classmates are throwing a fit about their absolute rotten luck. Triu Vu leans in, asking Kiem how his leg is holding up. He just shrugs, muttering that it feels a tiny bit better. Tru Lam hauls boxes while aggressively dripping sarcasm. Must be nice having a busted leg to dodge all the heavy lifting. The guy snaps back, asking what her deal is. Tru Lam totally owns him. Hey, nobody forced him to play the hero to save a pretty girl. Showing off comes with perks, she mocks. Honestly, he should be on his knees thanking that crippled leg. Trading one functional limb to score a massive beauty, that is the ultimate bargain right there. Not watching his step, he smacks right into Nu Not walking by. The guy immediately barks at the brat to watch it. What are you doing? Trulam scrambles for an excuse, claims they were just slacking off, so he stepped in to give a friendly reminder. Ngu Not snaps back hard, even if they really are slacking off. Does he look like he needs some punk kid reporting it to him? Triulam immediately turns tail and runs, yelling that it is all a misunderstanding. Ngu Not is deeply annoyed. Useless cowards always pick on the weak. You really do not need to play nice with bullies like that. Triuvu gives Nunyat a super grateful look and thanks him for stepping up. He gives Kiem a heavy pat on the shoulder. He tells the kid he already heard the stories, actually having the guts to protect the girls. Now that is a real man. Ngunat casually shoves a gun right into his hands, telling him to hold the fort while he grabs a quick nap. Hiding outside, Triu Lam lets out a bitter snort. He promises himself that once they reach Logan Hart City, he will absolutely make every single one of them pay. A chilling wind suddenly sweeps past. Tro Lam jerks his head toward the strange noise, asking who is sneaking around out there. The heavy, dragging steps of a zombie echo out. His eyes practically roll back in terror. Spotting the twisted figure, Triu Lam screams at the monster to stay away. The evolved zombie lets out a nasty hiss, flashing insanely sharp claws. The coward frantically chucks a supply crate at it, but the beast just completely shreds the box. Triu Lam sprints away in absolute panic. His classmates stare in pure shock as he violently shoves them aside, yelling at everyone to move. Kiem falls hard just as the nightmare reaches him. The creature stares down, exhaling the literal stench of death into his face. Just as those nasty claws reach out, a loud gunshot blasts right into its head. The zombie slowly snaps its neck toward the source of the interruption. Truvu screams for Kiem to run away while she holds the freak off. She unloads her weapon straight at it, but the bullets do absolutely nothing. Truvu goes completely pale as the zombie instantly closes the distance. It shrieks, ready to rip her apart, but suddenly gets hit by a massive force from behind. Kiem bravely grips a metal pipe, telling her to knock it off. There is zero chance he is leaving a girl behind to fight this ugly monster all alone. Truvu frantically begs Kiem to run away. Too late, a brutal backhand from the monster instantly sends the poor guy crashing down. The beast growls and snaps its focus back to Triuvu, but Kiem slowly sits up, dragging his injured leg as he desperately throws himself back into the fight. He somehow manages to grab the monster by the arm, screaming for her to run. The mutant completely loses its patience and aggressively launches him straight backward. He hits the dirt hard, and the creature raises its claws. But right then, the entire spot violently explodes. The claws smash deep into the empty ground, leaving the zombie completely confused. Turns out the legendary Tony swooped in at the absolute last second to save the kid. Tony tosses the bruised kid over to Triu Vu, telling her to go hide while he handles this freak. She hesitates, nervously asking what he is going to do. The creature instantly lunges right at them. Tony drops this totally ice-cold stare, casually lifts his foot, and kicks the monster square in the chest. While Triu Vu stands frozen, Tony yells at her to move out. He has this covered. Now seriously, watch how smooth this guy is. He casually sidesteps those lethal claws. He quickly sizes the enemy up a razor claw, basically the absolute strongest evolution below tier 3. Plus, this specific freak has pitch black eyes, meaning it might actually drop a precious meteorite beast core. Now that his friends are finally clear, he can stop holding back his true power. He dashes straight in for some brutal close-quarters combat. Tony throws a massively heavy punch, hitting hard enough to completely cave the ugly monster's face right in. A creepy red glow flashes in its eyes, and the freak actually slams its head directly into Tony's weapon. It leaps backward to keep a safe distance. Tony aggressively grits his teeth, glaring down at the terribly bent metal pipe in his hands. Trash-tier weapons like this are just not going to cut it against these mutants. He seriously needs an upgrade soon. But right now, he has no other choice. Tony instantly triggers his muscle enhancement skill. Honestly, perfect timing for this. He decides to use this ugly punching bag to test the actual limits of his powered-up state. Both of them charge at each other with insane, blistering speed. He unloads an absolutely massive enhanced punch, and the human fist violently clashes directly against the monster's deadly claws. He brutally locks his grip right onto its wrist, using both of his hands to completely pin the thrashing zombie flat against the dirt. The creature slashes forward, but Tony straight up rips its entire arm off. Brutal, right? Yet seeing the freak still standing, he almost curses out loud, is this a total joke? Still, a single razor claw mutant like this is absolutely not going to be enough to actually stop him today. He punches the dirt to launch himself high into the air. Coming down with a terrifyingly enhanced strike, Tony brutally crushes the zombie, completely shattering the solid ground beneath it. Panting heavily, he just stands there admiring his brutal handiwork. The monster is finally completely dead, and his muscle enhancement slowly starts to fade away. Tony wipes his sweat, realizing that fight definitely drained him. With his current power level, keeping up that crazy muscle enhancement is strictly limited to a 5-minute maximum limit. It was definitely a rough brawl, but the loot waiting for him is absolutely worth it. He stares at the glowing crystal core he just dug right out of its skull. Basically, every tier 3 monster drops one of these highly sought-after meteorite beast cores. Pulling this from a mere tier 2 razor claw mutant is just an insanely lucky jackpot. Even as a basic tier 3 core, this little rock is worth an absolute fortune right now. In his past life, even high-level evolved fighters were desperate to get their hands on these. Just then, Triu Vu arrives with backup, frantically waving everyone over to the spot. He looks up, genuinely surprised. The group rushes over, frantically asking Tony if he is okay. Everyone is just completely mind-blown that he soloed that nightmare beast. Ngunat and Than Than share a meaningful look before she smartly hurries the whole group away. Alright, the danger is finally over, so everybody needs to get back to the cars right now. Once they make it to Loganheart City, she promises to take them straight to the camp. The rest of the crew lights up. Is that actually true? With only 2 members of his squad left standing, Ngunat walks straight up. He tells Tony he has a quick question, but no pressure to answer. Tony just waits for it. Ngunat skips the small talk. Did Tony really take down that monster all by himself? Tony nods, asking if there is some kind of problem. Probing further, Ngunat points out the bizarre tattoo on the kid's body. Tony gets totally serious. Tattoo? You mean the virus convergence seal? Ngunat is hearing this term for the very first time. So it is actually called a convergence seal? Does he really have that on his body? Tony raises an arm totally covered in densely packed seals. You mean this exact thing right here? Ngunat nods hard, finally realizing this kid is a literal evolutionist. That thing is huge, the man blurts out. Tony corrects him, it is not about size. It is called the coverage ratio of the convergence seal. Ngunat rubs the back of his neck, completely embarrassed. He admits he had no idea, noting that his new bro seems to know quite a bit about this crazy stuff. Tony instantly drops the subject, shifting gears. Put that aside for a second, how exactly do you two even know about these seals? Than Than chimes in. She explains they have seen plenty of bizarre mutant zombies, and practically nobody can defeat them except for their absolute beast of a captain. That tiny detail totally hooks his curiosity, her captain. She stands tall and proudly confirms it. Yep, their captain took down 3 vicious red-tier monsters entirely solo. Tony keeps grilling her for details. You mean the massively overgrown, purplish-red monsters? The ones that literally summon whole zombie hordes right to their exact location? She nods right away, realizing he must have fought these absolute nightmares himself. He presses right forward. So when exactly did her mighty captain casually solo 3 of those giant freaks? Thon drops the timeline about a month ago. Tony is genuinely shocked. A month ago is insanely fast. Where exactly is his virus seal located? She gestures to her own body to show him right on the chest, shaped exactly like a triangle. Tony falls deep into thought. A triangle right on the chest? That definitely means he is an attack-type evolutionist. The guy has to be at peak Tier 1 or maybe even broken through to Tier 2 already. With an assimilation speed like that, this guy is without a doubt a ridiculously rare genius. Wait a second, a chest triangle? He urgently demands to know the captain's actual name. She hesitates for a second. It is Henry Flynn. Is something wrong? That name completely blindsides Tony. Did she just say Henry Flynn? Oh, he absolutely knows that name. Isn't that the future Tier 5 Fist Emperor, the absolute tyrant that no evolutionist on Earth would ever dare to cross? A literal beast with enough raw power to casually wipe out tens of thousands of zombies. Catching his weird vibe, Thon guesses he must know their leader. He brushes it off, playing dumb nope. Just sounds like a seriously impressive guy. Definitely someone worth meeting face to face. Her face completely lights up. Does he actually want to visit their camp? Tony nods hard. He is definitely taking a trip down there. Ngunat jumps in, super hyped. That is fantastic news. Up until now, sparring with the boss always ends up being a brutal 10-on-1 massacre. With a new bro jumping into the mix, they might actually give the boss a real headache. Tony smirks inwardly. If that guy really is the Fist Emperor, this little meeting just became highly valuable. 10-on-1, huh? Against a guy like that, wouldn't that still be an absolute joke? Right on cue, a radio crackles loudly. The voice on the other end drops bad news. Thon, things look bad. Some people just rolled up to the service station. Totally confused, she asks who exactly is trespassing. The voice replies darkly looks like the Triu clan. Thon's eyes go wide in pure shock. The Triu clan? Get ready, because things are about to get messy. The Triu clan goons arrive acting like absolute royalty, screaming for everyone to drag themselves outside immediately. Ngunat frowns, asking who these sacrificial pawns even are. She calls them the Triu clan's attack dogs. Longhua City has always been a chaotic nightmare, with massive factions violently clawing at each other for absolute control. When the outbreak first ripped through the world, the areas further away from the dense city center somehow dodged the absolute worst of it. Thanks to that sheer luck, those big factions skyrocketed in power. But the brutal, underground turf wars never actually stopped. That power struggle totally includes her boss, Henry Flynn, and this infamous True clan. And that Crimson Gang he mentioned earlier? Just another lackey group owned by the True family. Tony looks genuinely puzzled, asking what makes the Triu clan so incredibly terrifying. Thon practically shudders, confirming they are insanely overpowered. Even ignoring all their little gang factions, they still boast 4 extremely capable evolutionists on their main roster. Sure, her captain Henry Flynn is definitely way stronger, but a 4-on-1 fight is never a walk in the park. Tony smirks inwardly. 4 guys? That actually sounds pretty fun. Maybe Longhua City will be the very first place to fully rebuild after this apocalypse. Meaning these local powerhouses absolutely cannot be taken lightly right now. This city is totally hiding some serious monsters. Stepping up with pure loyalty, Ngunat tells Tony this is their mess, so he really shouldn't get his hands dirty. The True clan might be tough, but they still have to show boss Henry Flynn a decent amount of respect. A fleet of cars pulls into the lot. Ngunat marches right up, asking if the Triu family goons recognize him. Oh, they know exactly who boss Ngunat is. The man's reputation totally precedes him. He drops the cold hard truth, stop playing dumb. His boss already claimed this spot, so they better scram if they know what's good for them. But these guys? Zero fear. They just laugh. In this crazy new era, whoever has the biggest fists gets to keep the turf. So what if his boss called dibs? They tell Ngunat to take his boys and walk away. That way, they save Elder Ho some face and keep things from getting ugly. Ngunat flashes this completely mocking smirk, asking if they seriously expect him to just leave. Like these clowns could make him? Just then, some absolute hotshot steps out of a car, barking orders. He warns Ngunat to get out of sight before he decides to throw hands. Ngunat is completely floored. It is Hamlai. The guy casually drops a long time no see. He demands to know what the heck Hamlai is doing here. The answer is painfully clear. This is Triu family territory now, obviously. Ngunat instantly connects the dots. They are trying to expand their turf. He warns that Elder Ho will absolutely flip. Hamlai just nods, admitting it. He claims he really does not want a war with Elder Ho, but he has one golden rule. Anybody standing in his way gets completely wiped out. Suddenly, Triu Lam spots the guy and loses his mind. He screams for Brother Lai, running over and frantically asking where his dad is. Ham Lai anxiously replies that his dad has been searching for him non-stop. Then he demands to know who exactly beat True Lam up like this. True Lam gets completely cocky, bragging that with Brother Lai here, payback is absolutely guaranteed. Nunyat is stunned. He had no idea this brat was actually True May's kid. Hamlai steps right up, barking commands. He declares that since they kept Triyu Lam alive all these days, the Triyu family officially owes them a solid, so they will head back, report to the boss, and surrender this turf to them. Ngunat sighs with massive relief until the guy adds that before leaving, they need to settle a little personal business. Ngunat tenses right back up. Personal business? Hamlai takes a massive breath and completely loses it, screaming for that punk Tony to drag himself outside immediately. Acting all high and mighty, he demands they bring Tony out to talk. Ngunat snaps back, telling Hamlai to drop the attitude Tony is their honored guest. But this guy fears absolutely no one. Honored guest? Yeah, right. Even if Boss Henry Flynn was here today, nobody could possibly save that kid. He keeps yelling for Tony to crawl out, mocking him for hiding like a total coward. Now Ngunyat is super annoyed. He asks if Hamlai is seriously trying to start a war. The guy just smirks, challenging anyone brave enough to try and stop him. Hamlai rips his jacket wide open. Let me show you something totally mind-blowing. Ngunat just stares, completely shocked by the insane reveal. The guy is covered in tattoos. Wait, an evolver? Has he actually become an awakened evolver already? Up on the balcony, Than Than looks super frustrated, whispering that the Triyu family has 5 evolvers now. But Tony? Not scared at all. 5 Tier 1 fighters? With his current insane stats, taking them all down is definitely possible. Not exactly a walk in the park, but this family has some serious firepower. Down below, Hamlai is acting like he owns the whole universe, daring Ngunat to try and beat him now. Pushed into a corner, Ngunat just curses loudly. Absolute garbage! Meanwhile, Trio Lam gets super curious, asking Brother Lai what an evolver even is. Hamlai tells the kid the only thing he needs to know Brother Lai is insanely strong now, easily capable of soloing that entire squad. The kid is hyped, asking what they are waiting for. He has hated these guys from the very start, but Hamlai stays completely chill, telling him to hold his horses. Notice the beauties up on the balcony? They gotta maintain a little class. Triyu Lam is totally confused though. If Brother Lai can easily wreck them all single-handedly, why bother playing nice at all? Just thrash the dudes, capture the ladies, and enjoy the ultimate victory. Hamlai is absolutely loving this twisted logic, praising the kid endlessly. Great job! Looks like Little Lamb is finally getting a lot smarter. True Lamb completely gloats, declaring that they are the ones holding all the power now. He desperately wants every single one of them kneeling and begging for mercy, just to prove how totally fearsome the great True Lam truly is. You really can't make this up. Ngunat is shocked when Tony casually walks over, telling him to step back and let him handle the rest. He nervously asks why his buddy came down here. Hamlai sizes the kid up, mocking him for having massive guts crossing the True family and still daring to show his face. True Lam acts super tough, reminding him that he totally warned him earlier. The Triyu family and his dad hold massive power in Logan Hart. But yeah, how could a pathetic, fatherless punk like him ever understand something like that? Tony shoots him a death glare. That one look is so intense it literally turns True Lam pale. He stammers, "What are you looking at? You are absolute trash compared to Brother Lai." Ngunat gets super angry and completely goes off on them. Has the True family's conscience totally been eaten by wild dogs or what? Did he seriously forget that Tony actually saved his life? The ungrateful brat just sneers. Saved him? So what? Who told him to humiliate him anyway? And the rest of them too, daring to make him do chores and insulting him, they all have to die. Hamlai chimes in. Conscience? Yeah, they definitely saved his boy. The family absolutely owes them a massive favor. But honestly, crossing the Triyu family still means an absolute death sentence. No way around it. Obviously, once you offend the all-powerful True crew, you can completely forget about walking out of here alive. Although, there is one little loophole. If he just chops off his own arm and kneels to apologize, they can pretend this whole messy situation never even happened. And of course, he has to hand over those ladies upstairs as a little compensation package. Hearing this shameless garbage, Triyu Vu curses out loud, while hot-headed Ngunat just explodes. Hamlai, do not push people too far. Tony blocks him completely. He tells Ngunat to hold back, he can handle this himself. The guy scoffs with pure disgust. Handle this? Just a little punk like you? Triyu Lam quickly warns his boss, Brother Lai. You should watch out. This Tony kid actually knows some martial arts. Hearing that just hurts his massive ego. What, you seriously doubt my actual power? His lackey immediately starts sucking up to him. No way. Of course, I never doubted Brother Lai's insane strength. Hamlai proudly declares that is good because right now, he is about to completely open this kid's eyes. All of you stand back and watch me teach this arrogant punk a real lesson. Not mutters a final warning. Brother, you need to be extremely careful right now. Hamlai is no simple thug. He used to be an underground boxer and honestly, He completely dominated the championship for years. Tony looks totally surprised as he reveals it an underground fighter. Turns out Logan Hart City runs a massive underground betting ring. The True family pulls all the strings, and Ham Lai is their absolute best trump card. He completely mastered Muay Thai. They actually call him the Steel Fist just because his striking speed is terrifying to witness. Tony casually replies, "Is that so?" Triu Lam steps right up, calling him a brat. He offers one last chance to kneel and beg for mercy, warning that his fists do not have eyes at all. Now watch this carefully. The kid completely ignores the guy, casually pulling out a cigarette to light up. Ham Lai feels incredibly insulted. He charges straight in, throwing a massive punch. Every single person standing around just drops their jaw in pure shock. He still looks as calm as ever. Meanwhile, Ham Lai stares in absolute horror because Tony just punched a clean hole right through his body. He pulls his hand back, sending blood splashing everywhere as the guy collapses. Nu Not still cannot believe it, one single punch actually took down Ham Lai. Triolam turns completely pale with fear. How is this even possible? This is way too insane. Seeing the kid look his way, he feels his final days approaching. Panicking, Triolam urges his goons to hand him a gun right now, gripping the weapon tight. He barks out an order, "Do not come any closer or he will shoot." Tony stays dead quiet. Just as the guy prepares to fire, a voice rings out, "Stop right there." Everyone in the room is totally stunned, and even Tony looks surprised. Still alive? Ham Lai stands straight up with a gaping hole. "You little brat, this is not over yet." His sudden comeback makes Triulam call out in pure joy, "Brother Lai." Ingunat thinks to himself that this is getting way too crazy. Could this really be the power of an awakener? One guy punches through a body barehanded, and the other survives a completely fatal blow. The massive wound on Ham Lai actually starts healing right up. He suddenly spits out, "You really are an arrogant little kid. See this right here? This is his special awakened ability, an absolute super regeneration skill. You are actually the very first person to ever force him to use it." Tony replies that it is quite a surprise to see an ability like that, finally understanding his cocky attitude. Ham Lai smiles proudly, claiming he has a good eye, but the guy secretly stays on high alert. This punk is incredibly strong. Without his super healing, he would already be completely dead on the floor. He was way too careless, giving the kid a perfect opening to strike, plus having that kind of raw power. The kid must be an awakener too. Even though he exposed his own trump card, he knows absolutely nothing about the kid's ability, so he needs to stay guarded. The guy walks right up to him, then just casually walks past. True Lam asks in total confusion, "What is going on here, Brother Lai?" He quietly warns little Lam that some things cannot be discussed right now. They will talk once he gets him safely home. Ham Lai knows perfectly well he has no clue where this kid came from, and he needs to report to the boss immediately. From now on, Henry Flynn's faction levels up big time with 2 awakeners. Not only that, but this random punk might actually be just as strong as Henry Flynn himself, based on his current power. Unless he uses his ultimate secret technique, there is barely any chance of winning. Ham Lai puts his shirt back on and scoffs. "So you are Tony? I actually have to give you some praise for that. Pushing me this far means you definitely have some real skills." He reminds himself that it is definitely best not to act recklessly right now. They are both awakeners after all. Besides, the kid knows his ability now, so he probably will not dare to attack. Plus, he absolutely cannot lose face in front of his own crew. Ham Lai continues talking. Ultimately, they are both awakeners, so fighting only brings heavy damage and 0 benefits. Because of that, he is letting today's little incident slide. Leaving the space to them, he claims he has urgent business and cannot fight. He tells little Lamb they need to leave right now. But the rich kid completely refuses to accept this. Didn't he say the guy had to ruin his own arm? They have way more people, so why be scared? Ham Lai gets absolutely furious at his pig-headed teammate. What kind of nonsense is he spitting out? He tells him to shut up. Then Tony coldly speaks up. "Who exactly said I was letting you leave?" The guy turns back around, totally on guard. "Little brother, please do not make this any harder for us, okay? Just give him a little bit of face and they can pretend none of this ever happened today. Otherwise, things are going to end badly for both of them." Tony completely looks down on him. "Face? How much is your face even worth?" The guy feels totally insulted. "You?" he asks in a cold tone. "Trio Lamb, I already let you go once before. Now let's see if you can actually survive until the next time. I will absolutely never give you a second chance. Get ready to pay the price." True Lam angrily curses back. "Tony, do not get too arrogant here." Ham Lai desperately tries to negotiate. He warns Tony that little Lamb is the sole son of the Triu family boss, and offending their family is a terrible idea. Just apologize to him and they can pretend this never happened. But the guy holds a grudge, cursing the brat for messing him up. Tony orders him to shut up. The guy is completely speechless. "Who the hell are you to curse at me? Do not push people too far." Tony closes the distance with terrifying speed, making Ham Lai stare in pure horror, way too fast. His powerful punch sends the guy flying straight back, crashing heavily. Then, Tony slowly walks right toward Triu Lam. The kid's body is shaking absolutely uncontrollably. He screams out in panic, "What are you trying to do?" Tony calmly repeats himself. The only reason he is not hitting him is not out of any friendship. He just does not want to dirty his hands beating a dog. But this time, Tony says that dog acted way too reckless right in front of him, so he absolutely had to put it down. Triulam gets grabbed by the collar and threatened. He yells that if he gets touched, his dad will never forgive him. Tony just tightens his grip and lifts him up. Tony fires back, "So if I spare you, your dad is going to magically let me go?" Then the guy barks an order at his lackeys standing right behind him. He screams at them to attack immediately. His crew just goes pale, totally terrified to move a muscle. Seeing this from afar, Hamlai growls out loud, "Do not underestimate other people." "We are all evolved beings," Hamlai says, "so why cannot we negotiate instead of forcing mutual destruction on each other?" Tony finds this absolutely hilarious. "That sounds perfectly fine," he says, making things easy to resolve. Hamlai arrogantly snaps back out of everything in this world. He hates arrogant little punks the most. He promises to teach him a brutal lesson as he suddenly activates his evolution. Tony reminds him that he asked for this. "Fine by me," he says, casually tossing Triolam backward to deal with this loudmouth first. "Since you said that, I am fighting seriously." Hamlai tightens his fists and tells him to drop the arrogance. He promises to beat him until his own mother forgets him. "Take this." With those words, he throws a heavy punch straight at Tony's face, unleashing a wild flurry of rapid strikes toward him. A massive finishing punch, a brutal elbow strike, die. But from start to finish, Tony just stays on the defensive. The guy proudly shows off, asking how that feels. "When I drop all my defenses and pour everything into an attack, if you slip up for even 1 second, I will absolutely secure the win." Tony just uses a single hand to firmly catch his opponent's arm. The other flying fist gets totally blocked too, leaving both of his arms completely locked down and useless. Tony mocks his opponent, "You really wanted to land a combo? Keep dreaming, because I want to see exactly who gets beaten up here." Looking at the glowing marks on his arms, the guy finally realizes his energy gathers in his hands. Both of them clash so intensely their bodies are physically shaking. He confidently claims that no matter what, it is totally useless. As long as he has super regeneration, it does not matter how strong his opponent is, he simply cannot die. But Hamlai's arms are getting completely crushed by Tony, forcing the guy to grit his teeth. How is this little punk so ridiculously strong? He cannot take it anymore. Hamlai screams in panic, "What are you trying to do?" The bones inside are already showing signs of cracking, completely shattering along his entire arm. The guy rolls his eyes back in pure agony and violently screams about his hands. Both of Hamlai's hands are totally broken, and he grinds his teeth while swearing loudly. "Stop right there." Tony issues a cold order, "You cannot beat me, get out." Hamlai glares resentfully at his back as he walks away. Seriously though, how did things end up like this? Elder Ho was tough enough, and now this punk appears. He explosively releases his power. "Tony, I have not lost this yet." Every single energy mark on Hamlai's arms begins extending upward. Tony is actually surprised he stimulated all his energy points. The guy announces this is his complete power, meant for Elder Ho, but now he is going to use every drop of it on him. Tony silently evaluates the entire situation. This guy used way too much strength healing that nasty chest wound. Because he lacks any proper breathing technique, he had to force himself just to activate those perfect energy marks. He speaks with pure disdain. "Deaf men do not fear guns." Hamley's entire body suddenly erupts with a weird aura. The guy arrogantly assumes his opponent still has no clue about the true power of these marks. His entire body tenses up completely. Tony is not even slightly surprised by this. Exactly as expected. Hamlai gets hyped up when he feels that massive hole in his chest closing up. It is actually healing right now. He gives a quick warning, "You barely have any strength left to control the virus. Why bother forcing your body to do this?" Hamley's eyes roll back, completely bloodshot, before he collapses and screams out. Nugu not completely panics and asks what in the world is happening. Tony reveals he is becoming a fallen one. Fallen ones are essentially evolved beings who made a huge mistake during their whole evolution process. Because of their blind ambition to gain more power, those evolved beings forcibly push themselves right past their breaking point. When their evolution tier gets even higher, their virus resistance definitely spikes, and their energy marks also grow much larger. However, since they force the virus and their resistance just cannot keep up, the bodies of those evolved beings slowly mutate and lose all their human consciousness, basically losing their minds. Tony reminds them all to back away quickly, otherwise this fight is going to get them hurt. He carefully observes his opponent, noting that since his Tier 1 evolution failed, he is forcefully jumping tiers. Now this total lunatic has the strength of a Tier 2, plus his insane super regeneration stacked on top. In this crazy situation, Tony thinks, "I just have to go all out." Hamlai wildly charges straight at him. The guy's fist appears right in front of his face. Reinforcing his arm for a counterpunch, Hamlai gets sent flying away. Thon Thon's group stands on the balcony, watching this without blinking. Ngunat nervously asks about that punch. Could Elder Ho even block something like that? She replies, it is really hard to say, but probably not. That was definitely Tony's maximum power output. Tony scoffs, realizing he still has not recovered from fighting the Iron Claw monster earlier. This annoying guy really knows how to pick his timing. That full power punch already drained 30% of his energy, leaving only 20% remaining, making this fight incredibly difficult to handle. He can clearly see the wounds on Hamley's body healing much slower now, the regeneration speed dropping significantly. It seems like that massive punch actually did some real damage. If he attacks right now, he definitely has a solid chance. Seeing the guy growling and moving forward, Tony gets surprised. Turns out Hamley is running away, totally terrified to clash. He thinks that guy runs really fast. Even though the guy mutated into a corrupted, he actually kept some brain cells. Tony fully planned on taking him down, but if the freak goes all out just to run away, catching him gets pretty annoying. Still, our guy knows he has to level up fast. These corrupted mutants hit way harder than your standard infected trash. Over with True Lamb's pathetic crew, Tony tells them to get lost. They instantly scatter like kicked hornets, screaming at their precious young master to run for his life. The rich kid mutters a heavy grudge. Just wait until he reaches Logan Hart. He will absolutely make Tony pay. But Tony calls out from behind, asking if he ever actually gave him permission to leave. In a flash, he teleports right into the guy's face. Tony reminds him, I saved your life once, let you walk. But when the claw beast showed up, you selfishly threw innocent people into the meat grinder just to save your own pathetic hide. He still remembers everything from his past life. Thanks to this absolute scumbag, so many good people were forced to die as his meat shields. He lays it out plain this debt has to be paid, and Trio Lam is paying it with his miserable life right now. True Lam drops to his knees, begging, crying for Tony not to kill him. He promises literally anything, 1 million, 10 million, 100 million, whatever amount of cash it takes to buy his survival. He just wants to be spared, but Tony grips his throat tight, spitting out that he isn't just evil, he is absolute bottom-feeding trash. Letting a guy like this live would totally ruin the future. Right then, Ngunat runs up from behind, desperately trying to talk him down. He begs Tony to not act crazy and just listen. Ngunat knows the kid is seriously strong, but warns against being reckless. Even a mighty dragon struggles against a deeply rooted snake. True Lamb's family has massive influence, and making an enemy out of them is a terrible idea. Tony flat out corrects him. Ngunat is completely wrong. Even if they let this scumbag walk away today, he will absolutely never let them live in peace. True Lamb desperately pleads again, swearing on everything to trust him, claiming he wouldn't dare seek revenge even if he had 10 times the guts. He promises to obey every single command from now on, but Tony is entirely unmoved. He already said there are 0 second chances. His hand crushes the guy's throat, and True Lam's lifeless body crumples straight down right in front of a stunned Ngunat. Tony tells the older guy to take some solid advice, show mercy to your enemies, and you only invite your own destruction. Ngunat freezes completely at that harsh truth. Show mercy, invite destruction. I mean, you cannot argue with that logic. Once the area finally goes quiet, our guy just casually sits right down to cultivate. He thinks about how insanely weird today's whole situation was. He clearly sensed 2 high-level monsters earlier, yet only that single claw beast ever actually showed its ugly face. So where the heck is the other one hiding? That corrupted mutant slipped out of his sensory range a while ago, and there isn't a single monster signature left anywhere nearby. He wonders if his sensory skills are just totally slacking right now. Whatever the case, his stamina is already back to 90%. If an enemy jumps him now, he can easily handle it, but the main priority is still boosting his overall strength. His energy marks have already covered his entire arm, which means he desperately needs to map out a brand new focal point right away. Since crossing into the Tier 2 realm, his body's natural resistance and the virus inside him have both spiked massively in power. To keep all that wild energy in check, he has to lock down a second focal point to properly refine and balance it. Successfully forging that next mark is exactly what separates the weak from the true heavyweights. It is the massive brick wall standing between Tier 2 and Tier 3. Back in his past life, pretty much every single evolver chose to forge their new mark right when they hit the absolute peak of Tier 2. People did it because the success rate was way higher. But doing it that way also meant anyone bold enough to forge one earlier built an infinitely better foundation. Once they finally hit Tier 3, their strength would explode, giving them huge advantages. In his first run, playing it safe and waiting for the Tier 2 peak wasted so much time, and his power ended up painfully average. Not this time, though. He is starting right now. With this crazy head start, his strength will not lose to anyone. Tony claps his hands firmly together as raw power starts intensely circulating around him. Relying on all that past life experience, he knows the exact, flawless method to forcefully activate a brand new mark. The only issue is that creating one right at the start of Tier 2 isn't quite enough. His internal virus power is still too weak, meaning he has no choice but to use an outside boost. He pulls out that glowing meteorite stone. There are plenty of different ways to absorb a beast core in this messed up world. Some absolute lunatics just swallow the thing whole, while others try slowly siphoning its energy out. But the ultimate strategy is the blood entry method. You simply slice a wound over your original mark, then channel the beast core's raw energy straight into your veins through the blood. Usually, a Tier 3 core like this would easily push him past the mid-level of Tier 2, but spending it entirely on forging a new mark is a way better long-term investment. Oh man, this looks rough. He grits his teeth against the horrible sensation tearing through him. Hitting his absolute limit, he screams out, his eyes rolling completely white. Thon's group rushes in, looking totally panicked, loudly asking if something is horribly wrong with him. They freeze in pure confusion. He is sitting perfectly fine, casually smoking a cigarette, claiming he just had a bad nightmare and screamed because he got scared. The others breathe a massive sigh of relief, complaining that he nearly scared them to death. They thought he was getting attacked or something, and toss him a handkerchief to wipe his dripping sweat. Staring down at the handkerchief, Tony actually looks pretty awkward as he thanks them. Than quickly speaks up. She tells him to just hurry up and get some rest. Way too much crazy stuff happened today, so the group is heading back to sleep. He tells them to go on ahead. The second that door clicks shut, Tony breathes his own massive sigh of relief. Forging a brand new mark is genuinely agonizing. Holding in that scream was literally impossible. But hey, the absorption was a total success anyway. Grabbing a brand new condensation mark is basically like getting a second core just to play around with that sweet virus power. Now, controlling and using all his power is definitely going to be way more flexible than before. Let us test this out. Both of Tony's arms immediately activate their crazy enhancement. Huge news for our guy, because now both hands can fully transform. Back in his past life, he actually had to hit Tier 3 just to pull off a stunt like this. Sure, it drains double the stamina, but the raw power also fully doubles up. Even though he is only sitting at early Tier 2, the advantage of a second mark is totally insane. Looks like he needs to farm way more beast cores from now on. As the glowing mark vanishes from his arm, somebody walks right up to the building and chucks a mysterious bag straight through the glass window, flying directly at Tony. He catches it midair. Tony stares suspiciously at the mysterious bag, popping it open only to find strange mutation stones inside. He steps over to the window, leaning out to ask who is there. The person below is completely bundled up, hiding their face. That mysterious figure takes off at lightning speed, so Tony jumps right down to chase them. You guys have to see how intense this midnight rooftop race gets. The gap between them just keeps getting bigger. Tony thinks this is ridiculously fast, since even using full strength he simply cannot catch up. But then he spots a tiny bit of exposed skin on their hand, and he is genuinely stunned. Teacher Laura Lane, it just has to be you. Laura Lane stops running, with weird condensation marks appearing all over her face. He instantly recognizes her. Wait, did you save me back then? She nods and confirms it. That is right. Tony is so confused right now. Why did she run away earlier? Was she actively trying to avoid him? Laura Lane shakes her head and denies it, saying she just did not want him to see her looking like this absolute monster. He stays perfectly quiet, letting her talk. Laura Lane turns her back, claiming she only came to drop off some stuff and really should not stay. He stops her right there. Wait, you have not eaten anything in 3 days, right? She looks genuinely shocked. Eat? She says she is not hungry and does not want to. He totally gets it. It is not about wanting to. She is literally terrified to eat. Her specific mutation is the black armor freak type, which insanely boosted her raw strength, stamina, overall speed, and even her mental power. That weird dark stuff covering her entire body comes straight from the black armor itself. Sure, it hands her an absolutely magical level of power, but it obviously comes with a massive downside. Even with the black armor taking over, she somehow managed to keep her own consciousness intact. The crazy catch is, she needs to consume raw meat and fresh blood, with human blood working the absolute best. Laura Lane warns him to just shut up right now. He casually draws a little blood from his own arm, telling her she really needs to eat something, or else she will literally starve to death. Instantly, her eyes glow deep crimson at the sight of blood. Laura Lane desperately rushes towards Tony, but suddenly freezes up, trying so hard to stay sane. No, she cries out, she just cannot do it. He pulls Laura Lane right back, bluntly saying that to control this thing, she actually has to accept it first. Does she really think she can just block her own cravings forever? Maybe today, sure, but what about tomorrow, the next day, and forever? If she avoids it now, who pays the price when she eventually snaps and attacks everyone else later on? Laura Lane totally loses it. She viciously bites down on his arm. He presses his lips together and takes the pain, while her glowing red eyes finally fade back to normal. Meanwhile, a huge scream echoes inside the house. What do you mean you are leaving? Thon tightly hugs New Knot. Someone tells him not to panic and explain calmly, but he snaps back, how am I supposed to not totally freak out right now? Everything is perfectly fine, and suddenly Tony says he wants to leave. Tony tries to explain that they totally got it wrong. He just has an errand to run and needs to split up for a few days. He only suggested splitting up because he was terribly worried about ruining their planned travel schedule. They fiercely object, telling Tony not to look down on them. Ngunyat proudly declares that even without crazy skills, he would absolutely never abandon a real friend like this. If the Trieu family comes looking for trouble, he is definitely the first one fighting back. Exactly. No way they agree to this. Our guy looks a little embarrassed, gratefully accepting Brother Lai's kindness, but swearing his solo trip has absolutely nothing to do with the Trieu family. Brother Lai asks what the real reason is then. Tony feels awkward, admitting he cannot explain it clearly because the whole situation is actually super complicated. Ngunyat tries to persuade him again, telling Tony to stop worrying about them so they can stick together. If the Trieu family dares to show up, they will risk their lives fighting them. He tells Ngunyat to chill out and just talk things through. Tony finally interrupts them. All right, just listen to me for a second. Brother Lai, our target right now is way too huge. If the Trieu family genuinely decides to physically go after him, it would be insanely tough for everyone to handle, so splitting up is smarter. Besides, the most important reason is he has an incredibly urgent matter to deal with right away. Secondly, after they head out, he wants them to help track down a few specific people. Ngunyat tilts his head, super curious about finding people. Once the debate finally ends, they see him off at the car. Than has already packed the trunk full, prepping guns and plenty of ammo since he might definitely need some extra firepower out there. Food, water, meds. She packed enough to last him a good while. Oh, and check this out, highly explosive custom grenades they upgraded themselves. A single perfect throw can easily blow a mid-tier level 2 zombie into absolute dust. Tony gladly takes them, calling it some seriously good stuff and thanking her. Alright, this gear is more than enough. She looks worried, asking exactly how long he plans to be gone this time. Tony replies quickly a week if he is fast, maybe half a month. Basically, he is heading straight for Logan Hart. Brother Lai, please keep an eye out for his friend's whereabouts. Ngunyat recites the names one by one. He knows the list Kyle Parker, Lane, and Daniel Voss, right? If they head to Logan Hart, you have to keep an eye out for me, Tony insists. Especially Daniel Voss, the guy is definitely over there, so seriously, find him. Just do not bother the guy, his friend agrees, promising he totally understands. They finally say their goodbyes, and Tony sends his car tearing up this crazy winding mountain pass. Laura Lane asks if her freakish mutation problem can actually be fixed. He frankly has no clue, but hey, he can at least try. Right now, they are heading toward an Long Mountain near Logan Hart City, a totally wild primeval forest. Tons of wild animals out there, which leaves Laura Lane completely weirded out. Why hunt wild animals? Tony drops the bomb. Human blood is super tempting for her, but beast blood works too. She pouts, asking if she is stuck living like some actual caveman forever. He casually suggests hiding the stuff in a bottle like fancy wine. But watch closely. Up on a distant watchtower, some sketchy dudes are tracking them with binoculars. Someone just drove up the mountain. One guy grins perfect timing. Their supplies are running dangerously low, so maybe they can rob these kids blind. Lao Tam asks if they are using the same old trap. Lao Dai sighs, Lao Ni is dead, and they all lost an arm, so this is good enough. Lao Tam is still incredibly salty. If it was not for that little brat, they would not be mutilated like this. Lao Dai snaps at him to shut up with the useless complaining. He asks Lao Tu where they parked. The guy reports they drove straight into the primeval forest. Lao Dai thinks he heard that completely wrong. Deep inside the woods, Laura Lane plops down on a mat to train, with Tony playing teacher. Exactly like that. She picks it up ridiculously fast. He explains her body has already hit mid-level 2, so this basic breathing stuff is a total breeze. Honestly, starting the breathing technique now is a bit late, so next up, he is teaching her to condense those crazy stripes. For her, those marks are just dark lines, and she needs to use his method to carefully control every single one. She has to gather all that black energy and compress it into one tight spot, making it perfectly easy to hide. She catches on quickly, so she just sucks all these black scales inside and pops them out when necessary? Exactly right, he nods, meaning her whole monster appearance is fixed. But Laura Lane has another big issue. What about her insane craving for blood? She honestly feels like her current state will only hold out for a week tops. After that, she might just snap and murder someone. Tony breaks it down for her. That heavy bloodlust is just because her body currently runs purely on fresh meat. Once she finally breaks through to level 3 and absorbs ambient energy, all these nasty side effects disappear. For now, she needs to stay put and practice breathing to suppress the hunger. Plus, regular old animal blood will totally work as a snack. Her starting point is right at her chest, gathering the energy there. Laura Lane instantly begins the painful process. Tony coaches her to focus everything right at her chest. Slowly, that creepy black armor actually melts away, returning her skin to normal. He gets totally hyped. It actually works. She is controlling the black scales. She grits her teeth. and he gives a quick warning. Condensing this stuff is going to hurt like absolute hell. If she cannot handle it, just take a break and breathe. Seriously, there is zero need to rush this. But Laura Lane is insanely stubborn, pushing herself way too hard until she violently coughs up blood. Laura Lane pants heavily, looking completely wrecked. He absolutely loses his temper, yelling at her that he specifically said not to rush. Forcing it like that is just going to severely injure her. What exactly is the huge hurry anyway? Sure, finishing early means she can get back to her own life, but it does not have to be today. Right now, she just has to take it one step at a time. He storms off to find food, leaving her to pitch the tent. Right as she finishes the setup, Tony strolls back into camp. "I am back," he announces. She turns around, completely horrified, as he casually dumps a massive dead tiger right on the ground. Yep, a literal tiger. Tony points out she needs massive energy for the training, so eat up. If it is not enough, he will just hunt more. He tosses her a can of blood to chug. Definitely a bizarre milestone, drinking raw tiger blood for the first time ever. He drops a fact that makes Laura Lane spit her drink out. This tiger is just one day's meal. He even found a bear cave for tomorrow. Laura Lane just squints at him. Is he completely out of his mind? A whole tiger daily? He shrugs. Even if she hates it, she has to eat it. She honestly cannot fathom the insane amount of energy this process burns. Controlling those dark scales is way harder than her normal stripes. 30 level 3 crystals would not even make a dent. But eating raw tiger? Gross. Tony smirks, offering to chop it into a nice salad. "Yeah, hard pass," she mutters, deciding to prep it herself. Cut to 3 days later, those 3 bandits finally enter the woods. Lao Dai tells them to watch their backs for wild beasts. Lao Tu is visibly shaking, asking if there are actually monsters out here. "No duh, it is a primeval forest," the guy snaps back. He whines to the boss they have been searching for 3 straight days without seeing a single soul. Somewhere else entirely, the boss suddenly catches a weird scent. Brother 3 asks the group if they smell that wild odor too. The boss guesses it smells exactly like fresh blood drifting over from that side. Could it actually be a tiger or a bear eating? Keep quiet and let's go check it out. When they finally arrive, nothing is left but a pile of bones. The boss wonders aloud what animal this is. Brother 4 is totally clueless, though it is way bigger than a human. Brother 3 guesses they look like tiger bones, but why is it stripped completely clean? The boss chimes in. It looks like someone expertly processed it, taking every single piece of edible meat right off the carcass. Who knows who actually did this? But could it be the exact guy they are looking for? Someone this strong? Brother 3 suddenly spots a vital clue. "Everyone get right over here and look closely. There are human footprints." The boss turns around in pure suspicion. Wait, footprints? Meanwhile, Laura Lane sits nearby meditating, feeling her internal energy successfully gathering together. Laura Lane stands up and takes a deep breath of fresh air. She is finally about to succeed. The boss hides in the distant bushes and gasps in shock. Finding a way out of this total nightmare actually looks pretty hopeful now. Watch how shady this gets. All 3 rush forward together. They finally found someone. Laura Lane spins around in total panic, asking who they are. The guys immediately play pathetic victims. "We 3 brothers were hunting boars in the next forest, but ended up meeting a giant wolf pack. We barely managed to escape with our lives. My older brother lost his arm to a tiger just to save us." Laura Lane looks super suspicious now. "Wait, a tiger?" They nod frantically. "Well, first we met wild wolves, then a massive tiger. It was honestly just insanely dangerous. Yeah, and our poor second brother actually got completely bitten to death by it." She tries to comfort them. "The dead cannot return, so try not to grieve too hard. Are you all completely starving? Let me make something for you guys to eat." All 3 hit the dirt, bowing wildly. "Thank you so much. Your kindness is absolutely boundless." The boss quickly speaks up. "Wait here a second, I will grab some food." Brother 3 immediately whispers to his boss, "This girl looks incredibly easy to fool." He smirks back. "You are totally right. She is a complete idiot." Brother 4, "Go check exactly what supplies they have inside that big car." Checking inside the vehicle, his face lights up with absolute joy. "Boss, there are so many supplies here. We hit the jackpot. Food, water, and plenty of actual guns and ammo." The boss practically sprints over in pure joy. "Are you serious? They even have actual grenades in here." Laura Lane comes back, staring in shock at their shady behavior. "What are you guys doing?" He freezes up completely. They stare awkwardly at each other, while the boss hides a grenade behind his back. "We were just, well, our dead second brother absolutely loved this exact type of car. Seeing it up close, I just could not control my crazy emotions." Brother 4 stands right behind him, fake crying to play along. "Exactly." She sets down her water bucket and leans in to check the vehicle herself. "Well, you guys head over there and start a fire. I can handle the rest here." As Laura Lane bends over, her perfect curves catch the eyes of the 3 completely pathetic perverts, making their ugly faces blush red. Once the delicious soup starts bubbling away, the creepy trio starts whispering to each other. Boss, let me run a quick idea by you. You have that exact thought too, right? We are totally thinking the exact same thing. Brother 4 drools like an absolute creep. It has been almost 3 months without seeing a woman, and now we run into someone this crazy pretty. Boss, let us just finish this right here. I seriously cannot wait anymore. The boss scolds him. Why rush? Take it slow and enjoy the total thrill of it. Laura Lane turns back, completely oblivious to the danger, calling out that dinner is fully ready. They smile widely, but that grin loses all humanity as the three start devouring the meal. Seeing this, Laura Lane gently reminds them to eat a little slower. There is plenty left. Brother 4 asks curiously, what kind of meat is this anyway? It tastes pretty strange. She smiles brightly. Tiger meat. My good friend hunted it down. The trio instantly panics at that fact. Tiger meat? So your friend hunted that actual beast down? She looks incredibly surprised. Did you guys happen to run into that exact tiger? They dodge the question fast. No way. How could we possibly meet it? We are just pretty sensitive when it comes to tigers. My poor arm went straight into a tiger's mouth, so I absolutely swear total vengeance against them for life. She tries to calm them down. Do not get so worked up. Relax. Brother 3 curiously asks for her powerful friend's real name. Laura Lane easily reveals it as Tony. The boss mutters the name in deep thought. She finds it super weird. Wait, do you guys know him? Brother 4 completely fakes a laugh. How could we? Our boss just thinks the name Tony sounds totally hardcore, and yet somehow it feels incredibly familiar to us. We just really like it. Laura Lane bursts into laughter, calling him totally hilarious. Her sweet praise actually makes the filthy creep feel somewhat shy. She stands right up, offering to fetch them some extra water. Brother 4 is already sweating heavily from pure lust. Boss, I absolutely cannot hold back anymore. I want to take her right now. The boss calls them in close. Get over here. Once she comes back out, we are going to make our real move. Laura Lane returns, cheerfully telling them to drink some water. They laugh in a completely vile, creepy way, staring her down. Suddenly, they drop to their knees. Miss, we really need your help with something. Laura Lane frowns and asks what they are doing, telling them to get up right now. They stubbornly refuse, saying they will stay on their knees until she actually agrees. She sighs in defeat, telling them they at least need to explain the actual problem first. They immediately start pouring out their tragic backstory about an old sick mother. The poor elderly woman back at home is barely clinging to her last breath. They have zero medicine and absolutely no medical knowledge, so right now, they are just desperately grasping at straws. They practically beg her to come save the poor woman. Laura Lane immediately refuses, though, saying she has to wait for a friend and simply cannot leave. They start aggressively bowing their heads until she finally feels a bit bad. Fine. She tells them to wait while she grabs some basic medical supplies before heading out. The three of them cheer loudly, thanking their great savior. But the boss is plotting something nasty. He figures once they reach his turf, she will have absolutely no choice but to obey. Laura Lane packs up a bag for them. She tells them to take it just some basic everyday supplies for the road. They keep bowing and thanking her non-stop. She tells them it is time to move out. But right then, Tony's incredibly cold voice cuts through the air. Going where exactly? He asks. He just got back, casually hauling a massive bear over his shoulder. The three thugs lock eyes with Tony. Total dead silence. Laura Lane finally steps up to break the awkward tension. She explains they got ambushed by wolves and tigers. Look at them covered in nasty injuries. She says she just gave them a little food. He stares at her, totally unimpressed. Is that so? He asks. Then what is in that heavy backpack? She claims they have a severely sick old relative at home. Since she knows some medicine, she plans to go check on them. Tony lets out a sarcastic scoff. Oh, really now? The exact same old trick again? The boss glares hard, demanding to know if this guy is Tony. He outright mocks them. Must have 9 lives to actually escape from that place alive. The thugs nervously start whispering among themselves right in front of him. Boss, it is that kid, what do we do? The boss snaps at third brother to think of something. But the idiot has no clue. Laura Lane watches this pathetic huddle, completely confused about what is happening here. Tony sighs. You still do not see it? You got totally played by them. He crippled their arms 3 months ago himself. That blood is completely fake. Oh, and there is definitely no sick old person waiting at home. Seriously, the sheer greed on these guys. Stealing food and gear was not enough, they wanted to abduct her too. Managing to escape that hellhole makes them pretty lucky cockroaches. But running into him today means their luck just ran out. Fourth brother absolutely loses it, collapsing and begging for his pathetic life. The boss tries to keep cool. Stop panicking and stand up, he barks. Laura Lane steps in. Maybe let it go, she suggests. They failed anyway, so just drop it. And here is where things get crazy. Tony gets right in her face. If he was not here today, what exactly was her big plan? This world is not the same anymore. He tells her to pack up that holy savior complex right now. Stop trusting every single random sob story she hears. If she lets them live today, they will just ruin someone else tomorrow. The thugs drop to their knees, swearing up and down they will never do it again. Tony calls her out directly. She possesses power just as wild as his own now, but right now, she really does not deserve it at all. So today, he wants her to handle this mess completely on her own. From this second on, no matter what goes down, he absolutely will not step in. These scumbags are entirely hers to deal with. The thugs panic. What kind of sick joke is this? Looks like Tony is using them as target practice to train the girl. Wait, live training dummies? The boss sharply interrupts their total meltdown with a hard reality check. Why panic? This is actually their golden ticket out of here. If they play it right, they survive. He glares at Tony, admitting their massive bad luck. But he refuses to just roll over and chin today, using them as literal punching bags for her little training arc? Fine, they gladly accept the challenge. But if they win this fight, he has to let them walk. Tony smirks. They seriously misunderstand the whole situation. First off, even if he stays out of it, they are still no match for Teacher La. Second, forcing this fight is not about making her execute them. And third, from the absolute beginning, he never planned on letting any of them leave this place breathing. Just brutal honesty. They yell at Tony not to push them into a corner. Otherwise, things are going to get incredibly ugly real fast. He barks at her. Why the hesitation? Attack right now. Laura Lane freezes up. But the boss kicks a gun over to his guys, yelling at them to grab it. She panics, thinking it is all over. The two thugs open fire directly at Laura Lane. But the boss instantly turns pale at what happens next. The thugs freeze in total shock, seeing her completely mutated form. What the hell is this? They stumble backward in pure terror, screaming about a literal monster. Tony calmly sits there smoking as the thugs drop their weapon. Third brother violently shakes, begging the monster to stay the hell away. Laura Lane speaks softly, telling them to just run away. She refuses to kill. She begs Tony to let it slide, hating the idea of murder. Just let them go. He tosses his cigarette down in annoyance. If she refuses to attack, he will just finish it himself. The trio grovels on the dirt, pleading for mercy, begging for their worthless lives. Laura Lane physically steps in front of them. Run away. She yells she will hold him back. The boss flashes a deeply venomous look. His hand secretly draws a hidden blade and he violently drives it straight through Laura Lane's chest. She never imagined human nature could be this disgustingly vile. The boss spits in pure contempt, playing the holy saint in front of him. Absolutely sickening. Now watch this backfire. He suddenly pulls out a live grenade. Stay back, Tony, he screams, or they all blow up. A grenade? Really? The boss laughs. Yeah, stole it right from their car. He knows Tony is a beast who laughs at guns. But if he takes one step closer, he pulls the pin. Tony just casually sighs. Let him share some highly basic common knowledge here. The only actual weak point of a black armor is the head. The thugs look back in pure dread. Laura Lane stands there totally bloodthirsty, eyes glowing blood red. In one brutal strike, her hands punch clean through both of their chests. The boss watches this in total horror. Soaked in blood, the boss collapses, legs completely giving out. Stay away! Tony tenses up. Damn it. Getting stabbed just now totally triggered something bad. It awakened the pure primal instincts of the black armor. She is completely unpredictable right now, randomly violent and wildly dangerous. The boss clings to that grenade like a pathetic safety blanket. Do not come closer, he shrieks one step, and he blows it up. Tony yells out Laura Lane, keep your mind steady, do not let the bloodlust take over. She snaps right back to reality. She grabs her head in pure panic, chanting that she actually killed someone. The thug uses that distraction to bolt, leaving Tony cursing the idiot out. Laura Lane glares at the guy, a bright red glow exploding from her eyes before she launches right at him. The boss absolutely panics, screaming for her to back off. Just as the guy actually triggers a grenade, Tony rushes over and screams at her. Hide right now. He grabs Laura Lane, pulling her into his arms and using his own back to block the massive blast of fire. They roll hard away from the explosion. Thick black smoke billows up as they sprawl out on the dirt, Tony letting out a heavy grunt. Later on the road, he sees her open her eyes and casually mentions she has been out cold for 3 whole days. 3 days? She is totally shocked, asking where they are even going. He replies they are hitting Loganheart City. Plans changed. She comes with him. She highly doubts this, asking why she should follow him. He just tells her to look at her own body. Checking herself, she spots a weird red patch on her skin. She completely freaks out, demanding answers. Oh, it gets better, he says. It is on her legs too, plus her chest, making 5 red scales in total. Her black armor is spreading again. She anxiously asks how this is possible when she was supposed to be successfully condensing it. Prepare yourselves for a wild lore bomb. Tony reveals the red color matches the exact starting point of human evolution. Usually, most people only get one starting point. But since he is the almighty universal type, his started in both hands. Having 2 made forming new patterns way harder for him. Laura Lane pieces it together. Her starting points just jumped up to 5, right? Bingo, he replies. 5 starting points condensing all at once? With her current power level, pulling that off is absolutely impossible, which is exactly why she needs to stick right by his side for now. He promises to figure out a fix, but he knows her thoughts. Sure, Cat County flooded, but the old city walls are the highest ground there. Hutuyet is over there, so she should be perfectly safe. Besides, with her current unstable state, keeping her sister close might actually be way more dangerous. Still, Laura Lane worries. If she cannot control that black armor, she might never see her sister again. If she runs off acting rash, literally nobody but him can restrain her. So tagging along is her only choice. But no need to sulk, this detour definitely will not be a total waste. Right now, she actually has solid control over the armor around her initial point. At least she will not stand out in a crowd. Better adjust her attitude, because Loganheart City is coming up fast, and it is totally unsafe. Laura Lane gets curious. Seeing his rushed vibe, she asks if he is heading to Loganheart just to find Huyen. He shoots that down. This trip to Loganheart is for something else entirely, repaying a debt first, getting sweet revenge second. The car rolls to a stop, and Tony tells her to get out. They walk from here. She asks if driving would not be faster. You will see soon enough, he cryptically replies. Tossing her a hat, she catches it and demands to know what the deal is. Innocent people get targeted for holding treasure. He says sometimes a pretty face just invites massive trouble. Her cheeks instantly flush bright red. This guy, honestly. At the toll station ahead, a massive crowd is walking through. A thug with a gun demands everyone hand over supplies. Anyone entering the city under the Thon Sun gang has to cough up a huge cut of their goods. An entry tax. The crowd is furious. A cut that big? Just robbed them already. Yeah, they broke their backs gathering these supplies. Why should they share? They all protest, refusing to accept this blatant scam. He roars back, telling everyone to shut their mouths. Do not like it? Get lost. Laura Lane finally gets why Tony packed so light. If they actually had to hand over that much of their own loot, it would physically hurt. He casually points out this is standard base rules. Coughing up supplies here is cheap compared to places demanding half or way more. She wonders about sneaking in. Tony casually shrugs it off, confirming there totally is a way. But it is a huge pain, and they have plenty of supplies to spare. Now watch this chaos unfold. A car comes screeching up from behind, moving so recklessly fast it nearly flattens two people on the road. The vehicle finally slams to a halt, and the guys step out. Leading this fresh trio is Li Hien. People around grumble in heavy annoyance, asking who these arrogant jerks even are. Way too aggressive. But the thug happily yells out for Boss Hien, asking what brings him here. Li Hien coldly asks what is wrong. Not welcome? The thug furiously backpedals, swearing they would never dare, ordering the gates thrown wide open for Boss Hien. Li Hien waves him off, saying there is no rush, he has other business. The lackey immediately sucks up, promising to do whatever he needs. Just waiting for that offer. In that case, he definitely will not hold back. The lackey swears up and down, Boss Hien, whatever you need, we got you covered. Li Hien barks out an order. This checkpoint belongs to Hong Wai now, so everyone else can scram. That specific name hits Thien Thun like a truck. Hong Wai. Those are the exact same scumbags who hacked off Dinvor's left arm back in the day. Laura Lane whispers from behind him. Thien Thun, are you okay? He just gives this freezing smile and mutters that he is perfectly fine, honestly. Never been better. Luke looks totally confused. He asks Boss Hien, wait, didn't our Than Sun crew and your Hong Wai gang agree to team up? Why the change? Li Hien scoffs with pure disgust. He asks the kid if he is actually stupid or just playing dumb. With the pathetic little stash your Than Sun gang has, what makes you think you deserve a merger? Lurk absolutely refuses to back down. Boss Hien, do not forget our leader is an evolved human too, so aren't you terrified of his revenge? Li Hien just shrugs it off completely. Yeah, you are absolutely right, except we already butchered your precious boss. Lurk stares in pure horror at the severed head they casually toss over. He screams for his boss. As the guy chases it down, Li Hien gears up to murder him right on the spot. Sure, your little loyalty act is cute, but that kind of devotion does absolutely zero good for me. After brutally finishing Lurk off, the big boss barks at the crowd to listen up. Starting from today, the Thon Sun gang is officially wiped off the map in Loganheart territory. Hong Wai rules this place now, so hand over every single supply you have. The crowd immediately yells back, wait, are you guys just straight up robbing us? Yeah, that is totally unfair. Li Hien just lets out a freezing laugh. Robbing? He signals his goons to attack, and the civilians instantly feel pure dread. The goons start ruthlessly beating everyone down. Panicked, heartbreaking screams echo out everywhere. Dad, what are you guys doing? Cries for wives, husbands, and moms fill the air. The boss smirks shamelessly. See, now this is what actual robbing looks like, but I will go easy. You want your family back, you trade supplies for them. Empty-handed? Go scavenge, because otherwise we are taking all these hostages with us. Not a single person in the remaining crowd dares to breathe. Then Lee Hyun locks his creepy eyes on Laura Lane, saying her mask looks pretty nice. Take it off and hand it over. A sleazy goon lunges at her, telling her to come here. Bam! Laura Lane sends him flying, warning him to back off. Lee Hyun scowls, totally shocked someone here actually has real power. Every single gun suddenly points right at them. Nobody move. Laura Lane nervously asks what the plan is. Thean Thun scoffs. What else can we do, just stand here and wait for them to shoot us down? Terrified screams from his own minions suddenly blast in Lee Hyun's ears as his entire crew collapses. He gasps in shock, evolved humans, and there are two of them? Lee Hyun instantly orders his remaining guys to drop their weapons. He apologizes for misjudging them, totally stunned they are evolved. He eyes them up and down carefully. He thinks to himself, never seen these two before, so they must be outsiders. One wrong move and he is dead meat, but maybe he can recruit them instead. Lee Hyun plays nice, introducing himself as the second in command of the Hong Wai gang. He claims his lackeys are just brainless idiots and apologizes for the whole mess. Thean Thun totally ignores the apology and demands to know if the Hong Wai gang has any other evolved humans besides him. The guy nods. Of course we do, my big boss. Lee Hui is an evolved human too, and his power level absolutely crushes mine. Thean Thun brutally scoffs that just two of them is practically nothing. Lee Hyun feels incredibly insulted, asking the guy exactly what the hell he means by that. Look, our Hong Wai gang might not be the absolute strongest in Logan Heart, but nobody just walks up and disrespects us. Sure, you two are evolved, but do not look down on us. Besides, we literally introduced our whole faction right at the very beginning. You guys have not even dropped your names yet. Do you seriously not understand basic manners? Thean Thun just mocks him. You are hilarious, man. Do you normally talk politely to dead people? Lee Hyun's face instantly darkens, demanding what the hell he means. Thean Thun just barks an order, everybody listen up right now. Go tell the rest of your Hong Wai crew to completely disband before May 14th, meaning you have exactly 1 day. Otherwise, I wipe out your entire gang. No survivors left behind. Lee Hyun goes absolutely psychotic, you little punk. Do you seriously have a death wish? Watch this. Lee Hyun triggers his massive physical enhancement, stomping the pavement into pieces as his muscles totally explode. He screams out, time to die. Thean Thun just watches him with dead, razor-sharp eyes, then casually throws one brutal punch straight through Lee Hyun's chest. Every single person watching drops their jaw in pure shock. He calmly rips his bloody hand right back out of the guy's chest as dark red splatters everywhere. The surviving goons freak out. How is that even physically possible? Thean Thun barks his orders. Hong Wai members stay put. Everyone else get out of here right now. The goons instantly bow their heads, begging desperately for their worthless lives. Thean Thun just coldly repeats the countdown. Today is May 11th. If the Hong Wai gang still exists in 3 days, I, Thean Thun, will show up personally. Suddenly, someone gasps, wait, Thean Thun? You are the crazy psycho who murdered the Trio family's second heir. He actually looks a little surprised. You guys know my name? The minion nods frantically. The Trio family put up an insanely massive bounty and issued a full wanted poster for you. He raises an eyebrow. Wow, a wanted poster. They really went old school. Meanwhile, over at the Hung Wai base, the guys are totally complaining. Boss Lee Hui, the Trio family is seriously disrespecting us by making us wait out here this long. Exactly, man. When they were recruiting us, they were super polite, but the second our vice boss died, their attitude flipped instantly. Lee Hui shakes his head. Rival gangs only care about pure power, boys. With my brother dead, I am officially the absolute last evolved human left standing in our entire crew. Out here in Logan Heart, that makes us a second-rate faction at best. Naturally, the elite Trio family is not going to give a damn about us anymore. His lackey is seriously panicking right now. What the heck do they do? That guy Angel one-shotted brother Heen, so can they even hold out against a monster like that? He decides to test their luck. The True family already holds a major grudge against Angel, so they might actually step up to help them out. Kwang the Bald steps out from inside and immediately spots them. Oh wow, is that the famous brother Hugh from the Hong Wai gang? He heard Hui's little brother Lai Hien got killed. Is that really true? Lai Hui just shoots him a massive death glare. He warns the bald guy not to get cocky just because this is true family turf. With his pathetic skill level, Li Hui could literally end his life in under a minute. Kwang just laughs right in his face. Yeah, they all know how tough brother Hui is, but how would he fare in a 1-on-3 fight? His two backup guys step forward and pull off their hats, revealing 3 striped marks on their heads. Lai Hui instantly freezes in total shock. Kwang proudly announces that all 3 of them have broken through. Hui acted so tough back at the city center, so why don't they go another round right now? Li Hui curses under his breath. Damn it! When did those 3 idiots manage to level up? If they formed their own gang today, they would instantly become a top-tier force in the city. Hu Luong steps out to interrupt the mess. Those 3 are already stationed at the Dehao Club, so are they with the Trio family now? The trio immediately bows and calls out to the eldest young master. He completely ignores their greeting. Did they forget the mission his father assigned them? They frantically agree and scramble off to work. Li Hui quickly bows his head, thanking the eldest young master for the save. Hu Luong just turns away and orders him to follow. Once they get into a private room, the young master asks if Hui knows where those three were just sent. Li Hui has absolutely no clue. Luong casually reveals that they finally tracked down Angel, so those three goons are heading out as backup. Li Hui immediately tries to warn him. He tells the young master that Angel is no joke. The guy literally killed his little brother in a single second, so his power level is insane. Hu Luong totally brushes off the concern. Bruce and Brian are already on their way too. Against 5 evolved fighters, Angel has 0 chance of escaping alive. Hui is completely floored by the numbers. Sending out 5 evolved fighters at once is a flex only the True family could possibly pull off right now. Begging for a spot on the team, Lai Hu asks to tag along. He wants to personally get revenge for his brother and destroy Angel himself. But Luong shoots him down. He actually came here for a completely different reason. His dad wants a meeting. Li Hui is stunned. Boss Triyu wants him? Now watch this. Our boy Angel is casually reading his own wanted poster. It lists him as male, 17 to 19, 5'10", with black hair. Anyone who provides solid info on his location can head over to the Dahao Club to collect a massive pile of valuable supplies. Even crazier, anyone who captures him alive gets permanent residency at the club, treated exactly like a fully evolved fighter. They both finish reading it and are totally speechless. Laura Lane gives him a very funny look. Did he really kill that guy's kid? First he offended the local mob boss, and now he is out here threatening whole sex. She seriously wonders how he manages to cause this much disaster everywhere he goes. Angel just shrugs it off. He never starts the fights. They always swing first. Changing the subject, she asks about the Hong Wai gang. Those guys haven't actually tried to mess with him yet, right? Angel fires right back. Just because they are quiet now does not mean they will behave later. His rule is simple: don't cross him and you live. He tells her to throw a mask on, since he is still a highly wanted man around here. Suddenly, a random guy points at the poster asking if it looks familiar. She takes one look and completely agrees. The artist did such a terrible job that Angel could stand right in front of them and no one would even know. Right on cue, someone in the background starts screaming for Angel to stop moving. He turns around to see an angry mob violently chasing down some random guy. The crowd keeps yelling at him to freeze, while the poor victim begs for mercy. He screams that he never killed any young master. He swears he had absolutely nothing to do with it, asking why they are hunting him. The angry mob just blows right past the real Angel, completely clueless. A guy yells back, saying his face matches the bounty poster perfectly, so they are not stupid. Angel and Laura Lane just watch this absolute comedy unfold. Honestly, you can't make this stuff up. They decide to follow the chaos. Meanwhile, Ngunat is busy training his squad, surrounded entirely by his 5 top students. He calmly closes his eyes. Quick heavy strikes echo, and the whole squad drops to the floor. Ngunat shakes his head, telling them they seriously need to train way harder. Suddenly, he senses something behind him. Thon Thon launches a fierce surprise kick, but Ngunat smoothly ducks right under it. She backflips to create some distance. He actually praises her hustle that sneak attack was dangerously close to landing a solid hit. Thon Thon gives a polite, humble nod. Meanwhile, the other students are totally bruised up, proving the massive skill gap. Just last week, one guy could actually trade a few hits with Ngunat, but today, he stands absolutely 0 chance against him. The power gap between breaking through and being normal is literally night and day. That is exactly why they call them fully evolved fighters in the first place. Henry Flynn walks in, clapping his hands in approval. He is super impressed. Since those two managed to break through, their progress has been insanely fast compared to before. Ngunat rubs his neck, admitting they are still miles behind the boss. Last time Henry Flynn fought them with one hand tied behind his back, and they still lost. Henry Flynn smiles warmly. They are already doing amazing, mostly because both of them possess such a perfectly solid foundation. In all of Loganheart City, there are very few evolved fighters left who could actually beat them. Than Than crosses her arms. Surely the boss did not come all the way down here just to shower them with compliments, right? He chuckles, glad she is sharp as always. Then his tone shifts straight to serious business. He just got some crazy news from the underground. Their friend Angel was finally captured by the True family, and they are hauling him to the trading square for execution. The two of them completely freak out. Watch closely, because the math does not add up here. With Tony's insane strength, how could the True family actually catch him? Seriously, 0 chance of that happening. But this wild rumor has already spread across the entire expansion zone, so it might actually hold some truth. The older guy quickly adds another bizarre detail. They just received some fresh intel that magically popped up right around the exact same time Tony was supposedly captured. They have no clue if it is legit, so the guys need to verify it. Word on the street says Tony holds some crazy method to accelerate evolution and quickly force a massive breakthrough. Thon Thon is visibly stunned, screaming out in pure shock. A fast evolution method? Ngunat quickly chimes in. confirming that Tony actually does possess some kind of secret speed evolution trick. What she really worries about is that whether the rumor is true or not, Tony is currently sitting in a terrible situation. Henry Flynn completely agrees. The second this juicy news drops, the entire city of Logan Hart is going to explode into pure chaos. They need to investigate and just wing it. The scene shifts to the massive crowd gathering around the guy supposedly identified as Tony. Everyone is loudly whispering, eagerly asking each other if that is really the famous guy. Seriously, how did the stuck-up Trieu family capture him? Ngunat is stressing out, muttering that if this is true, they are in deep trouble. Why overthink it? Time to go save him. Thon Thon thinks he has totally lost his mind, pointing out the massive crowd when suddenly a crumpled paper is chucked right at them. She quickly catches it, and Ngunat leans over to take a peek. What in the world is this? The tiny note simply says 2 words, "Come here." Both of them spin around, spotting an evolver standing right there. They instantly go on the defensive, demanding to know who this guy is. From what they remember, there is absolutely nobody like her hanging around this expansion zone. Laura Lane casually responds that she is not actually the one looking for them. Thon Thon figures it out. This girl is just passing a message for someone else. Suddenly, a very familiar voice confidently rings out. It is him. He notices right away that they have already hit level 1, cheerfully congratulating them. Ngunat gets completely emotional, stammering about his capture, but Tony just cuts him off. That guy is fake. It is a long story, but basically, the stuck-up Trieu family captured the completely wrong person. Ngunat sighs in total relief. He heavily urges his brother to use this distraction and follow them straight back to base. Than Than immediately backs up this very smart idea. She points out that the base offers solid protection, so even those Trieu snobs would not dare try anything stupid. But Tony quickly shoots down the offer. He came to Logan Hart for totally different business. He wants to track down Brother Lai and squeeze out some important information. He actually noticed a decent bunch of heavily armed evolvers currently setting up an ambush around the plaza, easily over 20 of them. He asks if Lai knows anything about it. Ngunat looks completely baffled by that high number. Could that secret rumor have leaked out already? Tony tilts his head in curiosity, asking what news he means. Ngunat spills the beans. Just a moment ago, some random guy suddenly started spreading a ridiculous rumor that Tony secretly holds some insane method to accelerate human evolution. They claim he can basically force a massive breakthrough in no time flat. Both Tony and Laura Lane instantly shout out, calling it total garbage, but definitely not your average street gossip. Ngunat and Thon Thon both snap their heads toward her, demanding to know what she actually means. Laura Lane forces a completely awkward smile. She explains this rumor is a calculated trap meant directly for Tony. He nods along, perfectly confirming that Miss Law is absolutely right. There is zero chance this is just random gossip. And here is the kicker, the absolute second that Fake got captured, this story suddenly blew up. This is a premeditated scheme. Worse than that, the actual details of the wild rumor are pretty much dead on true. They just perfectly disguised it as street gossip to spread it around. Laura Lane heavily suggests they go investigate this whole shady mess right now. But he flat out refuses, simply telling them to leave. The other 3 look completely stunned. Go exactly where? Tony rolls his eyes. Someone went through immense trouble to lay this giant trap, fully expecting him to blindly jump into the middle of an investigation, which just perfectly proves the mastermind really does not understand him at all. Besides, those idiots already captured their fake prize, so let them play their stupid little game in peace. He has zero interest in fighting them. He suddenly switches gears, asking the guys about that missing person favor. Did they dig up any news yet? Thon Thon steps up with an update. His friends Kyle Parker and Lane are definitely not from around here, so there is still absolutely zero news about them. But they actually did manage to track down Daniel Voss, who apparently has some deep history with him. Tony visibly frowns. Thon Thon continues the messy story. The absolute second he walked into the city today, he slaughtered Lai Hien from the Crimson faction. The rival boss from the Thon Sun gang is a guy named Truong Van Thon. That boss is Daniel Voss's actual brother. She notes that he basically just helped his old friend accidentally score some major revenge. He gets totally impatient. Where the hell is Daniel Voss then? Is he actually hiding in the city right now? How is he doing? She tells him to calm down. Just last week, Daniel Voss finally managed to officially become an evolver. The Thon Sun gang got a massive power boost from that, putting a huge target on their backs. The Crimson faction waited until Daniel Voss was out scavenging, then absolutely brutally murdered Truong Van Thon. Tony puts the pieces together. Daniel Voss isn't currently in Logan Hart. He thanks them, promising to drop by the moment his own business is completely wrapped up. Ngunat totally questions where he's heading next. Tony casually drops the name Thon Sun Gang, explaining that before the kid Daniel Voss gets back, he has to completely wipe the floor with this genetic underworld mess. He warns the guys to step back. A massive brawl is absolutely guaranteed to happen. Tyler Blake suddenly jumps up, totally grabbing his attention. Lam Law realizes he actually knows this little hamster, right as Tony sharply turns toward the open window. Peeking outside, Lane sees a wild fight already breaking out. Someone is actually pulling off a massive prison break. Tony heavily sighs martial arts life means giving up your free will. That cryptic flex leaves the other three totally baffled. Just a minute earlier, Kwong and his thugs were aggressively screaming about how this exact guy murdered the True family's second young master. Plus, he hurt our brothers, an absolute monster, totally unforgivable, and now he pays the ultimate price. Who dares mess with the Trieu family on Logan Hart turf? Bystanders whisper that guy is basically asking for a death wish. This Baldy just joined the Trieu family and is already kissing up, trying so hard to be their loyal attack dog. Aren't his three brothers exactly the same? He raises his heavy blade. Time for you to hit the road. Kid! He swings down hard with a deadly strike, but a staff suddenly blocks it out of nowhere. Baldy snaps angrily, who the heck are you? Kyle Parker realizes he totally messed up. Wait, isn't this brother Tony? Why does he look completely busted like this? The air instantly goes heavy. Baldy fiercely raises his blade. You dare snatch my prisoner? You tired of breathing? Kyle Parker simply smacks him right in the face with his staff. Get out of here. Is that how you talk to your daddy? With a freshly swollen face, Baldy crashes hard into the dirt. The minions totally panic and open fire on this new threat. Kyle Parker throws a cold glare over his shoulder, leaping straight up to easily dodge the massive hail of incoming bullets. Not a single shot manages to graze Kyle Parker. The whole squad freezes in pure shock before Baldy starts barking orders. Everyone stop right now. Do not waste any more ammo. Holding his painfully swollen cheek, he finally realizes this annoying kid is an evolver. The bystanders completely freak out, and honestly, you would too. That guy is an evolver. Run for it. A real deadly fight is breaking out. The heavy blade slips from Baldy's trembling hand and clatters down. His earpiece suddenly crackles to life. Baldy, it is me. Stop what you are doing. Do not kill Tony. Bring him directly to me. Baldy instantly reports back. Eldest young master, we have a major situation here. Some random guy just stole our target. The boss snaps back in shock. What? Who has that much insane nerve? You keep a close eye on them right now. Brooke and Abu onto my immediately. Hearing this feels like a total lifesaver. Do not worry, eldest young master. I am watching them like a hawk. But then a minion taps him. Boss, Tony is totally gone. Baldy violently whips his head around to find completely empty space. What? Kyle Parker already scooped the guy up and bolted. He tosses a smoke bomb right back at them. Bye-bye, losers. Thick white smoke completely covers the street as the thugs scream to chase him. Lane regroups, and Kyle Parker quickly asks, Hey, did you find Tyler Blake yet? She frustratedly replies, Nope, not yet. Tyler Blake suddenly pops out of nowhere, and Lane shouts, Hey, brother Tony is right over there. I literally sent the pet out earlier to distract the bad guys, but the little traitor just bolted instead. Kyle Parker sprints for his life with the heavy guy on his shoulder. I already warned you not to rely on Tyler Blake, but you refuse to listen. She completely snaps at him, cut the garbage talk, and just get brother Tony to safety first. That violently jogs his memory. Right. Kyle Parker glances up at the guy bouncing on his back and asks, How did you even let them catch you? That should be impossible. Lane figures those thugs definitely used some incredibly dirty tricks. Maybe they actually poisoned brother Tony, because otherwise, how on earth could they possibly keep him tied up like that? He aggressively swerves around a sharp corner. Do not panic. I will cut these ropes once we hit a safe spot. Lane shouts a warning. Careful, someone is blocking the road ahead. Abu and Brooke slowly step out from the shadows. Word is out that plenty of tough fighters just arrived in Logan Hart recently. Excellent. We finally get to brawl. This massive brother duo completely barricades the escape route. Kyle Parker and Lane glare back on high alert, but footsteps echo behind them. Baldy's furious squad just caught up. Kyle Parker groans at his terribly rotten luck. All 5 of these heavy hitters are sporting some serious battle marks, making this a total nightmare. Lane nervously mutters 2 against 5. He totally regrets everything. I should have just used a sneak attack. All these goons need to drop dead. She sharply shuts him down. Whining about it right now is completely useless. Just figure out a way out of here. Suddenly, the guy trapped on his shoulder starts groaning weakly. Lane instantly tries to soothe him. Brother Tony, do not worry. We will definitely get you out alive. Meanwhile, Laura Lane watches from a high rooftop. 2 against 5 down there? You think they stand any chance? The real Tony casually replies, Oh, they are guaranteed to lose. She anxiously asks, So when exactly do we jump in? Tony stays totally chill about it. Do not rush in. The whole situation down there is way more twisted than I originally thought. Earlier, all the local evolvers chased right after that chaos, and now they are heavily ambushing every single street exit. If that messy mob down there actually teams up, even the 2 of us joining the fight would end in an absolute disaster. Laura Lane intensely bites her lip. Then what exactly is our next move? He turns and casually asks Thonthon's crew, Does Logan Hart City have a specific gang type? Someone who completely hides their identity but still carries solid street cred? Guys with a totally bizarre way of doing things. Ingunat thoughtfully rubs his chin. Well, now that you mention it, there actually is one. Prowling the edges of Loganheart City is a certain rogue faction. They normally ride out with their faces wrapped in tight black bandanas, constantly street racing out in the wild. They want absolutely nothing to do with the expansion zone. What is this crazy crew called, and how tough are they? The Black Bandana Gang officially boasting 3 solid evolvers. They definitely rank as a prime first-rate faction. Thon rapidly scans the area through her binoculars. Bingo! I finally spotted the Black Bandana Gang. They are holding an ambush inside the north alley. Tony sharply smirks perfect. Then they are our targets. The other two just stare back with heavy doubt. Kyle Parker shoves his rescued buddy into a corner, quickly slashing the tight ropes. Brother Tony, move to the side right now. This upcoming brawl is going to be incredibly brutal, so just stay totally out of the crossfire. Lane aggressively chimes in. Brother Tony, relax. We will die before letting them take you. But the untied victim suddenly breaks down heavily, sobbing with an unrecognizable face. Both heroes freeze in absolute stunned shock. Tony is just sobbing his eyes out. He cries out, asking how Tony is doing, completely moved that 2 complete strangers just risked their lives to save him. He swears he has absolutely no idea how to ever repay this massive favor. Kyle Parker immediately senses something off and asks what he just said. The guy cuts him right off, telling them to say nothing, utterly refusing to drag them down with him. Then Tony finally pulls his hood down. He screams right at the true Jang hounds if they want his life so badly, they need to let the others go. He will take the fall completely alone. The 2 rescuers stare at this completely unfamiliar face in pure shock. Lane is totally baffled, demanding to know who the heck this guy is. The dude is just as confused. He insists he is Tony and asks if they came to save him. The rescuers realize this whole trip was totally pointless. Are they even close? Why would they ever want to save him? They demand he repeat his name one more time. He introduces himself as Ta Tony Ta as in left, Thien as in heaven, and Thon as in success. Both of them absolutely cannot believe what they are hearing. Ta Tony? Brooks instantly switches into full gossip mode, chiming in that both names totally sound like matching nasal tones. Just too stupid to tell the difference. Lane points right at him, asking if he sees it now. The foreigner speaks way better than he does. The 2 awkwardly laugh it off, trying to return the goods. They admit it is just a huge misunderstanding. Yeah, completely a misunderstanding. They grab the wrong guy entirely. They tell the enemies to do whatever they want with him. While the other side is still stunned, the 2 simply turn and run. They yell out a quick goodbye, but Abu blocks their path. He tells them to hold on, realizing they all grabbed the wrong target. If that is true, then holding on to this fake guy is completely useless. Lane goes on high alert, asking if they still want to throw hands. The thug actually dials it back. He says it is not that serious, just asking them to show some respect and visit the True family as guests. Lane flatly refuses. Well, that is too bad, because they do not know how to give face, only how to smash it. Abu silently radiates a very clear threat. Is that so? He points out that his foreign buddy is incredibly hospitable. If these 2 refuse to show respect, his friend is going to get seriously angry. Kyle Parker is not scared in the slightest. The 2 bald thugs behind him barely register what is happening before Lane brutally stabs and injures them. Bald Kwong screams out for his second brother. Someone yells a quick warning. Right now, Bald Kwong has officially become Kyle Parker's prime target. Asking where he is looking, Kyle Parker swings his club and smashes the guy hard, sending his entire body crashing backward. Then Kyle Parker turns to face a completely fearless Brooks. Not bad at all, bring it on. But those 2 immediately bolt out of there, yelling to run away. Bald Kwong struggles to his feet and checks on his goons, asking if they are okay. One replies that it is fine, just a few flesh wounds. Abu and Brooks aggressively charge in the direction they fled. Kwong yells that if they are still breathing, they better start chasing right now. Now watch this shift. Up on a nearby rooftop, 2 guys are tracking everything through binoculars. One asks for a status update, and the other reports a solid discovery. Down in the southeast alley, the Fu Dao gang is lying in ambush. Over in the small southeast house, the Nam Tien faction, along with the Hat 2 and Scorpion gangs, are waiting. These 2 realize that this time, absolutely every single major power in the expansion zone is probably getting their hands dirty. The situation feels super sketchy, especially since they are all on the move now. They decide to follow right behind, refusing to let anyone else steal the prize. Meanwhile, Tony steps right up and asks if they belong to the Hack Can gang. Both thugs glare suspiciously toward the sound of his voice. He literally blocks their punches and kicks with his bare hands. Both goons are totally stunned that they cannot lay a single scratch on Tony. He restrains them without breaking a sweat. One guy's eyes bulge out in absolute agony as Tony's hand brutally crushes his fist. The thug panics inwardly, realizing this kid's grip strength is way crazier than their boss. He is completely trapped and cannot pull away. The guy behind him tries a desperate counterattack, but Tony just casually tosses them both backward. Two mid-level Tier 1 fighters, and this top faction is really nothing special. They tumble hard into the dirt while he scoffs coldly. They are forced to beg for mercy. Calling him a master, they admit his strength is insane and they stand absolutely no chance. But since he knows they run with the Hack Can gang, they plead for him to show them just a tiny bit of face. Ngu Not steps in, telling these black-handed thugs they just do not get it. Face is not something others give you, it is earned through pure skill. The thug suddenly realizes Ngu Not from Fong Zhao is involved too. He thinks to himself in pure shock, who knew the Fong Zhao crew had another monster expert like this besides Henry Flynn? Doesn't this mean their Hack Can gang just lost any chance in this turf war? Plus, this kid's power is absolutely terrifying, taking out him and his third brother in literally 2 moves. With that kind of raw strength, even if they brought their boss into the fight, the odds of winning are pretty much 0. Both of them furiously slam their heads down, begging for their lives, while Tony probes for some intel. He heard their Hack Can gang has 3 evolved fighters, so where is the last one hiding? The thug quickly reports that their boss is guarding the base, as she rarely ever steps outside. Very good, he replies. He actually needs a small favor from the 2 of them. They instantly agree without hesitation. They frantically tell him to just give the order. Tony commands them to go back and warn their boss to stay completely out of his business. And pay close attention here, staying out of it means breathing a word to absolutely no one. Otherwise, he will personally show up at their door to teach them a lesson. They cower and nod furiously. Yes, they will carve his words into their minds and head back right now, swearing to absolutely never interfere with Tony's affairs. But he stops them cold. They are not done yet. Tony coldly demands they strip off their clothes, leaving the 2 thugs clutching their chests in sheer terror. Hey, just look at this absolute mess outside. A huge mob is rushing down the street, packing the whole place tight. Kwang Daotrok scratches his bald head and asks, "Hey boss Abu, why is the Axe gang trailing right behind us? Did you actually invite them to back us up?" Abu just scoffs. "I am still feuding with those Axe gang idiots. Why would they help?" A lackey chimes in, "Boss, those South Heaven Society losers just showed up too. Seriously, what is going on here? Even Kyle Parker is caught off guard. Why did half the city just randomly show up?" Kyle Parker sighs. "How should I know? Listen, kid, your speed is insane, so you still have a chance. The brave girl refuses if we leave together. But Kyle Parker just grabs her arm. We are completely out of time, so listen to me." With one massive heave, he launches Lane right through the air. Run. She crashes hard into the dirt, thick dust kicking up everywhere. Lane screams out his name, but Kyle Parker sighs heavily and drops his weapon. "All right, guys, I surrender." They drag him off to an abandoned building. Kwang Daotrok ties our boy up tight. "You little punk, weren't you acting tough a minute ago? You dared to humiliate me. Let us see you try that again." "Seriously, kid, you must have a massive death wish." But Abu waves him off. "All right, cut it out. Stop embarrassing yourself in front of everyone." He turns his attention to our captured hero. "You got skills, kid, so how about joining our true family?" Kyle Parker just blinks in total disbelief. "Join you guys?" Abu nods. "Exactly, as long as you join us, I will personally guarantee your safety today." Kyle Parker thinks his ears are broken. "You want to protect me?" Sun Dan just bursts into mocking laughter. "Stop bluffing, Abu. Every single evolved human in the expansion zone is showing up here today. You honestly think your little true family still runs this turf?" Abu could not care less. Around this expansion zone lately, fists do all the talking. If you got a problem with that, step right up and catch these hands. But Sundan refuses. "Yeah, sure. Your Triu family might be the big bosses around here. One-on-one, we absolutely lose, but do not even think about hogging this prize today." This is where things get hilarious. Kyle Parker rudely interrupts their little villain speech. "Hey, are you idiots done bickering yet? Who is actually protecting me? Let us be completely clear, whoever keeps me breathing, I will follow them." Thundan pipes up. "Listen, bro, our Axe gang officially teamed up with the South Heaven Society and the Scorpion gang. We have 8 evolved humans total. We can absolutely guarantee your safety. But some other thug just sneers, you absolute moron. Stop embarrassing yourselves in public. Your Axe gang just runs its mouth without any shame." Sundan furiously snaps back. "What did you just say?" Kyle Parker coldly watches them scream, muttering about clowns. Abu steps in. "You should honestly just stick with us. Our 3 Heroes Society officially partnered up with the Long Hung gang. We can definitely keep you safe. Roll with us. We got way more manpower than these losers." Kyle Parker rolls his eyes at these morons. Another guy chimes in. "Exactly. These guys are nothing but muscle-bound meatheads with 0 brains. They are absolutely nothing to worry about." Kyle Parker snaps back. "So what are you pulling here?" Abu uses telepathy to whisper directly. "Listen, kid, I respect you. Follow me, and I guarantee you walk out of here totally unharmed." Kyle Parker narrows his eyes. "Wait, is that literal telepathy?" Abu smirks and confirms it. "Pretty neat, right? It is my own special ability." Just stick with my crew, and I promise you will be treated like royalty. Our guy flashes a massive, totally shameless grin. Look, man, I genuinely have zero pride. If you offer me free food, I will literally drop to my knees. Back when I used to work, everyone called me a spineless bootlicker anyway. Abu gets totally played by his act, thinking this is a massive win. Kyle Parker keeps nodding. Yeah, it is a great thing. But I do have one super strong point. I know exactly how to pick the right boss. I never follow the wrong guy. And honestly, a total scrub like you is completely unqualified to be my boss. Abu takes a long drag of his cigarette. Who the hell said you were spineless? He blows a cloud of smoke straight into his face. You seem pretty damn tough to me. Meanwhile, Lane is desperately sprinting away, running for her absolute life. She thinks frantically she completely failed to find Tony, and now she just lost Kyle Parker too. No, she wipes her eyes. This is no time for crying. Right then, a massive figure blocks her path. Ingunat flashes a teasing grin. Hey, little sister, what exactly is the rush? Why not stay and chat? Lane instantly whips out her dagger. Back the hell off. He just keeps laughing at her. Wow, I did not expect you to be so fiery. Move aside right now, she barks back, or I am going to gut you. Suddenly, Tony steps right out of the shadows. I do not fear terrifying enemies, he sighs. I only fear idiot teammates. You two seriously love causing headaches for me. Lane lights up instantly. Brother Tony. Meanwhile, we jump over to Daniel Voss. He sits in dead silence, staring blankly at a photo on his phone. 3 cheap incense sticks burn quietly in front of him. He mutters, brother, things are getting extremely rough. I could not find any decent offerings, so this will just have to do. But rest easy, man. I swear, I am not letting a single red shirt bastard survive. Suddenly, a subordinate bursts right through the door. Boss Vu, we finally got news about Tony. Daniel Voss whips around instantly. Where is he? The lackey gasps for air over at the expansion zone central square. The True family actually captured Tony, and they are preparing a public execution. Daniel Voss immediately stands up, grabbing his gear. Understood. You guys stay put right here. I am handling this personally. But the lackey panics. Boss, you absolutely cannot go. Daniel Voss shakes his head. My big brother was killed, and I still have not gotten justice. Now the guy who saved us is in trouble. I refuse to just watch. If I do not make it back today, you are officially the new boss of the Than Sun gang. Right now, Kyle Parker is totally surrounded by a massive crowd. They are basically screaming at each other, realizing that dragging their feet here is completely useless. Someone actually suggests talking it out, but another guy immediately shuts it down. Forget talking, just attack, and whoever grabs the prize keeps it. Total idiot. Do you honestly think we are like your savage hatchet gang? Fighting and killing like animals completely ruins the vibe. He curses out loud, daring the guy to say one more stupid thing. Abu finally snaps and yells at everyone to shut up and remember why they came today. He states the obvious. Every single person here knows exactly why this reckless kid risked absolute danger to save Tony. He definitely has a tight connection with Tony. If they can just grab this guy, finding Tony's exact location becomes a total breeze. Arguing like children right now gets them nowhere. So he tosses out an old school suggestion, let the fists do the talking. Whoever beats down every single challenger gets to walk away with the prize. He asks for their thoughts, and Sam Dan instantly catches on. He asks if this is basically an endless gauntlet match, and Abu nods. Exactly. And if everyone is totally cool with that, he will step right up and proudly represent the True family. Ngunat suddenly steps up, asking why they would leave his Fong Zhao crew out of such a fun party. He notes Abu looks quite comfortable with the True family. Abu coldly fires back, asking if Boss Ho bailed. Ngunat gets completely pissed off, calling him a traitor and asking if he actually remembers Boss Ho. Abu just sneers back, telling him to drop the whole traitor insult. He claims a smart bird simply chooses the best branch to sit on. The True family hands over way more cash and power than their old Boss Ho ever could. Meanwhile, Kyle Parker thinks to himself, Fong Zhao, exactly how many crazy factions are crammed into this Logan Hart city? But wait a second. He suddenly spots Tony wearing a full face mask, secretly making a shushing motion. Then Abu loudly announces that Ngunat is completely out of time. Ngunat just sounds super amused, asking why he completely disagrees. It turns out poor Lane is already right in their hands. Abu is genuinely shocked, asking if they actually caught the girl. Ngunat corrects him not quite. She was snatched by 2 guys from the Hack Can group. Abu falls right for it. He mutters about the Hack Can group being incredibly lucky. Abu locks his eyes straight on Tony. The 2 sides just stare each other down, and the air goes completely dead silent. Abu totally panics inside, realizing his perception powers cannot even get near this mysterious kid. And it gets way crazier. His perception literally bounces off an invisible 5-meter barrier around the guy. This absolute weirdo somehow has a higher mental power level than him. Abu quietly praises the Hack Can group, deciding they are hiding some seriously heavy hitters. Whatever, he tries to cope. Even if the kid has insane mental strength, His actual physical combat skills probably suck. Totally fine. Abu throws a mocking smirk and asks what the problem is. Was grabbing one hostage somehow not enough? You want the whole gang now? Engu Not boldly claims a man needs big dreams, just in case they come true. Abu actually nods along. Perfect. Since they brought the hostage here, nobody has a single reason to refuse. But Abu insists on setting one major condition for every single gang standing around. Engu Not demands to know the condition. Abu just laughs. Is it really that hard to guess? Your precious boss Henry Flynn is strictly banned from joining this little showdown. The rest of the crowd instantly cheers in total agreement. Oh, absolutely. They all shout out, Henry Flynn is completely out. Abu looks incredibly smug and asks if he sees that the voice of the people has officially spoken. Literally everyone knows Boss Ho is the absolute strongest monster in their entire expansion zone. Without him crushing skulls, the rest of them might actually stand a tiny chance. Bald Kwang whispers a quick compliment. Abu is playing this game incredibly well. Without Henry Flynn around, the Triu family holds the absolute best odds of taking home the prize. Engu Not instantly tears down that pathetic fake saint routine. He completely roasts Abu for never fixing his bad habit of acting so unbelievably righteous, spinning his own selfish little trap as if it was some noble group decision. Abu just drops a freezing cold snort. Engu Not finally throws his hands up and agrees fine. Their big boss Ho will sit this one out entirely. Only the fighters standing right here today will throw hands. Abu turns to the crowd with a massive grin, asking if everyone is happy with those terms. One of Sam Dan's lackeys leans in, whispering to ask if this is okay. His boss mutters back that it seems fine. Sure, the Triu family hits hard, but they absolutely cannot survive a relentless gauntlet match against everyone. As long as Henry Flynn stays away, they all actually have a shot. He shoots a hand up, proudly declaring the Hatchet Gang is totally on board. Abu nods his thanks, soaking up the validation. He eagerly asks the rest of the mob for their final say. One by one, the other big factions chime in. Nam Thien and Long Hung both eagerly agree. With that settled, Abu barks the order to get this brutal show on the road. He demands the first challenger. Ngunyat immediately starts cracking his knuckles to warm up, but Tony suddenly steps out from behind, giving him a firm tap on the shoulder. He pushes forward, casually demanding to take the very first match himself. Just watch how this goes down. Abu scowls at this wild card crashing the plan. Ngunyat quickly warns his bro this is a non-stop gauntlet match. Going in first is just a brutal death sentence. Tony just brushes it off like it is absolutely nothing. Abu scoffs at the guy, just a mental power specialist. Volunteering to lead off a gauntlet match is just insane. He signals over to Bald Kwang, who cracks a sick smile and steps right up, mocking the kid to begin. He tells his new friend to make the first move. Abu feels incredibly relieved now. Sure, Bald Kwang is only a second-rate fighter in this brutal expansion zone, but honestly, to crush some fragile mental power kid, he is way more than enough. After Kwang easily wins this first round, they can just let the other idiots exhaust themselves. When the crucial moment finally arrives, Brooks can easily step in and sweep the floor. But reality hits like an absolute truck. Bald Kwang instantly gets kicked, flying completely out of the ring. Stuttering that the kid is too strong, Abu completely freezes up in pure shock. Pause for a second, how is that even possible? How did this random kid pull off something so entirely insane? Sam and his crew seriously need to regroup, his underling totally curious. He asks Sam what the heck is going on, since Kwang just got violently dealt with in a literal blink. The guy attacked so insanely fast that Kwang clearly could not even react in time. Abu casually asks Brooks for his read on it, asking exactly what he thinks about the guy's crazy speed. Brooks replies the kid is blazing fast, but honestly Kwang was way too arrogant. If he had actually paid attention, he definitely could have blocked it. Abu totally probes him, asking what his actual odds are if they fought. Brooks admits he is entirely unsure, to which Abu just dramatically decides they should wait and see how it plays out. Nam Tien directly orders Ho Tu to go test the waters, and the guy steps right up, acting completely cocky. He mocks the Black Mask Gang, asking how an outside force dares to stick their noses into the expansion zone. They honestly must have a massive death wish. Giving the kid a single chance to back down before things get totally ugly, Ho Tu gets super offended by the absolute disrespect when Tony stays silent. He violently throws his hand out, signaling his crew to bring his gear over. It literally takes several grown men just to haul his massive blade up. The crowd completely loses it, whispering about how insanely huge Ho Tu's signature blade is. Finally, getting to see it, they watch him coldly snort, lifting the giant weapon and aggressively dragging it across the ground until actual sparks fly everywhere. Dramatically hoisting the weapon up, Ho Tu totally warns the kid not to cry about being severely bullied. He tells him to grab a weapon fast. But before the guy can even finish his arrogant speech, fatal killing intent spikes right behind him. Tony casually gifts him a brutal punch that sends him completely flying backward. Ho Tu is so severely injured he violently coughs up blood, totally dazed. Watching the huge guy completely collapse, Tony just coldly calls for the next opponent. Not is seriously blown away. Back when they violently fought Han Lei at the service station, it definitely wasn't this ridiculously fast. In just a few days, his power skyrocketed again. Brooks openly admits that the guy is an absolute beast. Abu quickly reminds him to stand down. This definitely isn't the time to fight and ruin their entire major plan. But Brooks is completely burning with the urge to test his own strength. He completely ignores Abu, desperately shouting his name, refusing to back down. The crazy guy stubbornly charges forward anyway. Their two fists violently collide in midair, but Brooks gets instantly blasted straight backward by the sheer terrifying force. Tony instantly realizes his opponent is a peak level 1 speed type. Brooks yells out for round 2, using his ridiculously fast agility to charge in and launch an absolute barrage of non-stop punches. Secretly comparing the moves, Tony notes this speed totally rivals that Law girl. Since that's the case, he decides he absolutely must play with this guy properly. Abu totally panics over the sheer recklessness. If they keep trading blows like this, even a win will be brutally ugly. In a battle of pure endurance, Brooks is absolutely guaranteed to lose. Honestly, he is terrified. Brooks might not even win at all. It seriously looks like they are completely outmatched. Sam totally focuses on their brutal clash as Brooks continuously throws lightning-fast blows. The underling eagerly asks Sam if Brooks actually has a solid shot. Sam honestly replies that it is still totally impossible to tell. It looks like Brooks is going absolutely all out, but maintaining that insane speed simply will not last very long. Abu immediately chimes in, totally agreeing with that grim assessment. Completely confused by the sudden voice, Sam frantically looks around to see where it came from. He quickly locks his sharp attention straight onto Abu. Abu casually drops the bombshell, yeah, it is just him. This telepathy is his own hidden ability. Sam seriously has to admit that this secret communication power is totally awesome. He admits there is an 80% chance Brooks absolutely cannot beat this kid, meaning the very second Brooks falls, the rest of them are entirely screwed too. Sam waits eagerly for the guy to actually pitch a plan, demanding to know his next move. Abu coldly lays down the orders, follow his lead, because this is literally their final chance. Meanwhile, Brooks is totally starting to show real signs of weakness, slowly dragging himself backward. He is panting heavily from pure exhaustion, while Tony just stands there completely unbothered. He genuinely has to respect the raw power. Tony coldly demands he speak properly. Catching his breath, the guy casually introduces himself as Brooks, then fiercely demands his opponent's name. Pausing dramatically, Tony calmly claims the name Hack Thursday. Brooks repeats the title, while the surrounding crowd instantly erupts into totally wild, chaotic murmurs. Wait, isn't that literally the second in command of the Black Storm gang? Since when did he get so incredibly overpowered? Someone guesses he must have been totally hiding his true monstrous strength. At this insane level, they bet only someone like Henry Flynn could actually suppress him. Brooks eagerly pulls out a hidden weapon, openly praising Hack Thu for being an absolute beast. He declares he wants to use every drop of his power. And get this, the crowd's jaws completely drop. Brooks is now gripping 2 deadly daggers. He aggressively warns Tony to go totally all out too. Tony silently analyzes him, realizing the guy achieved this crazy speed without even using a proper breathing technique. Reaching peak level 1 in such a ridiculously short time proves he actually has some serious talent. Suddenly, Tony completely shifts his sharp gaze straight toward Abu. He coldly states that while Brooks seriously wants a completely fair duel, someone else in the room definitely does not share that totally honorable sentiment. Brooks looks baffled. Tony casually calls out the guy hiding right up on the balcony, blowing his cover. He then immediately exposes another shady thug desperately blending perfectly into the crowd. Oh, and let's not forget the sketchy red-haired dude standing right over there. Tony finally locks his icy stare straight onto Abu, loudly accusing him of orchestrating this entire trap, cutting off every escape route just to completely ambush him. Abu angrily plays totally dumb, demanding what he means. He bluntly calls him out. Mental energy might not exactly be his main strength, but it is more than enough to crush him and his 6 hidden guys. Tony tracked their exact positions under his total surveillance. Ngunat curses furiously at Abu, calling the guy a filthy mutt playing dirty tricks. Nam Thien steps up, asking Ngunat why he is throwing such a massive tantrum. They have not met in forever, so why not properly greet the boss? On high alert against Lee Nam Thien, he demands to know his plan. Sam Dan approaches too, claiming they just want the little bro to avoid making incredibly reckless moves. Totally surrounded, Ngunat gets so incredibly pissed he is basically speechless. Than Than quickly urges him to calm down and just watch. Tony darkly asks Abu about the rules he promised a one-on-one, but now he is calling a mob. Abu instantly owns it. Since the cover is blown, he drops the fake act entirely. The Black Bandana Gang must be totally wiped out today. Sam Dan and Nam Thien jump in, warning Ngunat to completely stay out of this specific mess. Exactly. Their actual target today is the Black Bandana Gang. A thug tightly grabs Laura Lane by the wrist. The black bandanas will officially disappear from Logan Hart City today. She immediately delivers a brutal kick right to his face, warning him not to touch her. The guy helplessly crashes hard onto the dirt. Abu seriously wonders just how many hidden masters this gang actually has, while Nunat and Thanthan watch in pure awe. Way too epic. Now watch this exact setup. He orders his lackeys to charge, and they step forward, completely surrounding Laura Lane. Tony panics inside. If a real fight breaks out and goes badly, Miss Law might literally explode. And honestly, with her current unstable condition, if she goes berserk, even he might not have a way to stop her. Brooks loudly demands that Abu stand down. Brooks wants a fair, square fight with him. Abu totally rejects that, snapping that this is no time for feelings. They absolutely cannot afford to lose this match. The guy shoots back with an old Eastern, saying about a promise being worth gold. Even as a Westerner, he actually finds that incredibly logical. If you agree to a one-on-one, you never back out, otherwise you are simply not a real man. Abu grinds his teeth at this annoying stubbornness. Tony finally speaks up, cutting the nonsense. If they brought a crew to jump him, they should all just attack. Every single person in the area just freezes in shock. Abu cannot believe his ears, loudly demanding what the hell he just said. Tony calmly repeats himself. He tells Abu to bring his 6 hidden guys, points right at Brooks, and invites them all to come at him together. Now, this is exactly what Abu wanted. He asks Blackhand if he seriously wants a 1 against 7, happily accepting the crazy challenge. Abu thinks to himself, yeah, his side definitely holds the sheer numbers, but there is absolutely zero real trust between any of them. Once the brawl starts, the Hatchet Gang and Nam Tien Gang will definitely try snatching people first, flipping their advantage straight into a massive disadvantage. He loudly tells him that if he is offering, he gladly accepts. Brooks completely disagrees, yelling no. Abu gets instantly annoyed again, asking what his problem is now. They already agreed to it. He repeats himself. Isa said no. I want to fight this guy one-on-one. No outside help needed. The guy is completely losing his patience. Now is definitely not the time to be dueling people. Stop ruining the big plan. Ro isn't scared at all. You have zero right to give me orders. Called trash right to his face. The guy totally freezes up. Huh? He curses at him loud and clear. Do you not understand Chinese? Absolute trash. Kyle Parker and Lane completely burst out laughing. This is hilarious. Getting called trash by a literal foreigner. Bald Kwong steps in to advise him, Abu, do not get mad. So he changes the plan. The original plan was for Brooke to smash this kid while the others boxed him in. Now they have to swap tactics entirely. Abu kicks Brooke out of the fighting ring. We can just pretend that little incident earlier never even happened. I will not report this to the bosses, but you stay completely out of this match. Listen up, we dropped one guy, making it 1 against 6. You got any problem with that? Tony nods along. Just start already. Stop wasting my time. The guy locks in the deal. Fine, let us begin. Tony glares at every single thug surrounding him as they slowly close the gap. Tony smirks. Well, this is actually pretty interesting. 3 heavy hitters hold the inner circle to crush him, while 3 speedsters run the outside for distraction. Honestly, this is a pretty solid tactic. But here's the catch. Pulling this off requires absolute flawless teamwork, or else they are just going to get completely wrecked one by one. Tony takes the initiative and picks his first target to break the formation. He throws a massive punch. I am taking you out first. The remaining 3 stare in absolute shock as Tony casually brawls with 3 guys at once. One tries to sneak up from behind, but he spots him immediately. Tony flows through their coordinated attacks all by himself, dodging every single strike with some seriously insane agility. This time, Tony locks onto a completely different target. He crosses his hands together, perfectly blocking a flying kick right in the nick of time. Another thug charges in from his blind side. Tony keeps his guard high as the guy launches a heavy hook straight for his stomach. Thankfully, Tony jumps back just in time. He quickly realizes these guys are fighting with some weirdly perfect teamwork. If those 3 giant brawlers just totally swarm him with no regard for defense, it will be a major problem. Tony shuts his eyes, confusing the hell out of one thug. What is your problem? He just curls his finger to taunt them. Why are you freezing up? Keep going. The thug instantly takes it personal. Damn it! He is totally looking down on me. The entire squad blindly rushes Tony to finish him off. As they charge, it finally clicks for him. Someone is projecting a mental aura over the entire arena, perfectly linking all 6 of these fighters together. That explains their insanely smooth teamwork. But holding a mental link for this many people at just level 1 has got to be incredibly exhausting. Glowing red sigils suddenly flare up right across Abu's forehead. Tony starts punching them down one by one, activating your little magic marks. Let us see how long you can actually hold that. Kyle Parker watches in shock. 1 against 7. Could you do that? Lane snaps back at his nonsense. Could you? He groans. Comparing normal guys to monsters is just depressing. She silently swears to herself that after this mess, she is definitely going to train way harder. Over on Ngunat's side, they are wondering the exact same thing. Could our boss win a 1-on-6? Thanthan honestly has no idea. Nobody really knows. Before this, our boss took on 4 true family evolvers completely alone, and the brutal fight ended in mutual destruction. Sam Dan figures Henry Flynn is still slightly stronger. The guy is an absolute powerhouse after all. Even the 4 little dragons from the True family are terrified of him. Nam Thien replies that it is pretty hard to say. Meanwhile, Laura Lane carefully watches Abu. Does this guy have infinite stamina? And Abu himself is secretly thinking, this crazy kid must have eyes in the back of his head. No matter what angle they attack from, he easily dodges or totally blocks every single strike. But our guys? Every single one of them is getting totally wrecked by his wild counterattacks. If things keep going exactly like this, we are definitely going to lose. Abu sends a psychic command, everyone listen up, explode with power together and attack him head on. Stop hesitating, or we are absolutely going to lose this fight. The whole squad lines up right in front of Tony. This is exactly what he wanted. His arm is fully powered up. He has been waiting for this exact moment. Ingunat tries to speak, but Than quickly stops him. Look closer. The enemies are actually terrified. That kid's arm is changing colors again, seriously. What kind of weird power is this? Abu frantically yells that they are out of time. Hurry up, they have no other choice. He refuses to believe one random kid can wipe the floor with all of them combined. Tony winds up his glowing fist. Watch exactly what happens next. A blinding red punch rockets straight toward them. The remaining thugs totally freeze in pure shock. Why? Because the entire squad trying to attack Tony just got blasted right into the sky. The whole squad crashes down with completely bruised and battered faces. Meanwhile, Tony just stands there, flexing his heavily muscled glowing arm. Kyle Parker and Lane scream out, what on earth is happening? That move was ridiculously smooth. Laura Lane lets out a massive sigh of relief, while Nunat and his crew start happily screaming that they won. Tony's opponents are completely humbled. They quickly thank him for showing mercy and totally surrender. Abu, meanwhile, is still struggling to process exactly what just happened. How is that even remotely possible, he wonders. 6 powerful evolvers went all out, and this brat completely shattered their attack. This kid is insanely dangerous. Looks like he needs to call in Uncle Lei and the eldest young master. But right as Abu tries to sneak off, Tony calls out, did I say you could leave? You honestly think I missed your dirty tricks? Abu gets super defensive and snaps back. Look, Blackhand, I have not even joined the fight yet. You want to break the rules? Tony scoffs at the absolute audacity. You want to talk rules now? Way too late. A brutal punch crashes down, leaving the guy totally covered in blood. Everyone watching is absolutely horrified as Abu slams heavily into the dirt. Tony steps up and coldly declares that he is about to end his life. Brooke steps up to block him, shouting weird armor nonsense. Annoyed, Tony punches him in the face and tells him to speak normally. Brooke slides completely backward across the dirt, blood smearing all over his face. Tony keeps that icy deadpan glare. Meanwhile, Abu desperately tries to issue a warning. Listen, Blackhand, you know our True family's massive status. Even boss Henry Flynn himself would never dare to just casually murder one of the 4 little dragons. Suddenly, a loud laugh echoes across the field, grabbing absolutely everyone's attention. Huh, who is that? Boss Henry Flynn steps right into the clearing with a wildly arrogant smirk. You absolute garbage really have the nerve to call yourselves the 4 little dragons? Nugunat and Than instantly light up with joy. Boss Ho is here! The whole crowd erupts into noisy chaos. It is really Henry Flynn. Who is stronger between him and Blackhand? Stop talking nonsense, they say. Who exactly is Henry Flynn? He is the undisputed king of our expansion zone. Blackhand is awesome, but he is still just an elite rookie compared to him. Tony seriously sizes the guy up, so this is Boxer Emperor Henry Flynn. Henry Flynn calmly asks his new friend for a very big favor. Just do me a solid and spare this guy's life today. Gunad is the very first to totally freak out boss. Why on earth are you defending this filthy traitor? Henry Flynn just shrugs it off. Business is business. Logically speaking, this absolute snake betrayed me, so I have zero reason to save him. But the truth is, I actually owe him one. Without him, my empire never would have existed. Today, I am saving his miserable life. After this, our slates are completely wiped clean forever. Everyone listening immediately respects that massive boss energy. He truly acts like the king of the expansion zone. Dodging absolute death like this, Abu is one seriously lucky jerk. But Tony straight up rejects the offer. No way. That is between you two, and it has absolutely nothing to do with me. This guy dies today, period. The crowd starts frantically whispering. This rebellious kid Blackhand is openly disrespecting Henry Flynn right to his face. Henry Flynn looks seriously annoyed now. Tell me you guys are feeling this crazy tension too. The drama-hungry spectators start wildly chanting for a full-on brawl, while Nunat stands awkwardly right in the middle. Fight, fight. Meanwhile, poor Nagunyat is completely stuck between his boss and his bro. Henry Flynn and Tony lock eyes in a deadly stare-down, silently calculating their odds. Finally, the boss completely breaks the heavy tension. All right, whatever. Me running my mouth to save a total traitor just is not worth it, my friend. I completely overstepped my bounds just now. Please let it slide, and do not hold it against me. The second those words drop, Tony instantly teleports. Henry Flynn glances over and sees the kid already pinning a heavily bruised Abu down, aiming a terrifying punch that could literally shatter the earth. The entire crowd drops their jaws in absolute shock. Tony suddenly smirks and notes that backup arrived pretty fast. Henry Flynn glances off to the side with a chuckle. Things are getting wild today. I guess even you decided to finally join the fun. The legendary Uncle Led just stepped up, instantly flipping the whole vibe. Abu, currently being princess carried by Brooke, fiercely thrashes around and yells to be put down immediately. Brooke awkwardly drops the squirming guy right into the dirt. Henry Flynn openly mocks them. Well, look at that. 3 of the 4 little dragons showed up, just missing your precious eldest master. Uncle Le coldly brushes it off. Little dragons or whatever nonsense you call them that is just silly kids playing entirely stupid games. The old guy claims he is way too old to meddle in kids' drama. But Tony knows better. This geezer is definitely hiding something major. He thinks back to just seconds ago. Right as he closed in on Abu, both Brooke and Uncle Lay stepped right in his way. That old man actually blocked Tony's strike. Our boy stares him down, assessing the threat. High-level Tier 1 mental type, plus a peak Tier 1 speed type. And then there is this Uncle Lay guy. Tony threw a full power punch earlier, but it felt like hitting a giant cotton ball. This guy clearly used some wild technique to absorb the entire impact. This guy might only be peak Tier 1, but he could probably hold his own against a Tier 2 expert. Unless Tony goes absolutely all out right now, there is no way to keep them pinned down otherwise. Still, that crazy impact-canceling technique is honestly pretty fascinating to watch. Uncle Lay steps up to play peacemaker, telling the young man to be forgiving and offering Abu's apology to settle things. The crowd goes wild over the absolute drama of it all. Today is basically an all-star gathering of experts. People whisper, will this Black Hand guy actually give the True family any face? Black Hand did not even respect Henry Flynn, so why would he cave to the Trieu family now? Things are definitely about to escalate into an epic brawl. Tony absolutely refuses the apology. If saying sorry fixed everything, why would fists even exist? Uncle Lay throws a serious question back at him. What exactly do you want? Tony tells him to get lost. The old man never expected such massive audacity. Our guy adds that he does not need an apology. Just get that idiot out of his sight. Abu snaps back in a total rage, telling Black Hand not to push his luck. Uncle Lay turns around and smacks Abu right in the face. He reminds the fool the man already spoke. He told you to get lost. Do you not understand human words? Faced with this guy, nobody dares to breathe wrong. Uncle Lay follows up with another vicious slap right across his jaw. Brooke winces at the brutal sound. Abu goes rolling across the dirt, proving just how ruthless Uncle Lay can truly be. He turns back and checks, you are Black Hand, right? Hack can gang, very good. We will definitely be seeing each other again. Brooke actually looks disappointed. He says he is really looking forward to a proper